In the 34th minute, before SKT's middle lane high ground, Xiye astutely detected a gap in the enemy's defenses. He executed a bold maneuver, using Galio's W and flashing into the fray, forcefully immobilizing the opposing jungle support. The relentless barrage from Kog'Maw lasted mere seconds, causing both Xiaobai and Wolf to disintegrate instantaneously. We was magnificent. Uzi raised his arm in triumph, and the cacophony of excitement in the LPL lounge was unceasing. The 5 members of We surged forward, obliterating the enemy's high ground in an instant. The remaining 3 from SKT, desperate to resist, found themselves overwhelmed as 957's Jarvan IV flashed into the crowd, forcibly anchoring the adversaries. No one could breach the backline. Kog'Maw remained unscathed, resolute. The comms within We were a chaotic uproar, each voice fervently shouting, "Kill them. Do not let them live. Into the fountain. Take down Faker. We have won." The hoarse voices were infused with boundless passion as we decimated their opponents, swiftly toppling turret after turret of SKT. The remaining Nexus crystal was destined to be theirs. Champions. Jin Yibo waved his arms, his voice soaring. "We are the champions." The SKT main base erupted in a thunderous explosion. Remember this moment. 4:03, Grand Slam. The crystal shattered, igniting a magnificent display of fireworks. In the LPL lounge, everyone rose to their feet, the room bustling with an overwhelming crowd. What once felt spacious now seemed impossibly cramped, filled with a medley of jubilant noise. Uzi's broad face flushed with excitement, nearly breaking into a beaming grin. Tianya's fair complexion turned crimson as he hoarsely shouted meaningless exclamations. Gu Xing, alongside teammates like Smeb, embraced one another, their faces radiant with genuine cheers for We. "Hurry, let us go celebrate with We," someone shouted, snapping the players back to reality as they rushed toward the exit, eager to reach the stage with utmost speed. The clamor gradually faded, leaving behind a scene of delightful disarray. Jin Yibo stood in the room, hands on his hips, his excitement still palpable. His suit's buttons were undone, and his white shirt was askew. Gazing at the television screen where the We players embraced one another, along with members from other teams rushing into the spotlight, he could not help but smile with satisfaction. Perhaps this is the allure of the Intercontinental Championship. On stage, dry ice billowed, golden streamers floated from above, and the colossal screen displayed WE's victory portrait, embellished with resplendent characters proclaiming their triumph. Given that the venue was relatively small and applause was scarce for LPL's victory, Gu Xing could faintly hear the resonant voice of the LPL commentator. "Let us shout congratulations to We." The excitement in Wawa's tone was electrifying. They had accomplished the seemingly impossible, delivering a decisive blow to the heart of LCK. The first Intercontinental Championship title belongs to LPL. Miller raised his hands, his expression exuberant. "We are the champions." Meanwhile, the LCK commentators appeared despondent, mumbling in Korean, words Gu Xing could not comprehend, though the tone was unmistakable. The diverse expressions from the players' benches were a vivid tableau. Gu Xing rushed to the side of the We team members, embracing Xiye and beginning to ruffle his hair. Galio played flawlessly. He was in high spirits, exuberant. Otherwise, our VG would have to face another match. Ever since RNG triumphed over Longzhou, Gu Xing had been on edge, preparing for the 5th game, the decisive battle. To his surprise, We managed to overturn the esteemed LCK team, SKT. Winning this match also signified the nearing conclusion of the Intercontinental Tournament. This undoubtedly filled Gu Xing with uncontainable joy, allowing him to relax. Xiye, adhering to the principle of mutual flattery, offered a few polite words in return, stating that without the support of their 3 teams during the first 3 days, they would never have stood on this stage. Moreover, with the BP advantage, had it not been for the wildcard that was Kalista, they would never have been able to select Galio. The core of the White Crescent strategy is Galio. Without the groundwork laid by the 3 LPL allies, SKT would certainly have banned Galio, never allowing We to use him. Just this BP alone accounted for at least 13 merits, thanks to everyone's collaborative effort. Otherwise, winning the finals would have been impossible. Xiye responded with a smile. The frustration of not securing a victory in the early stages of the Intercontinental Tournament and the restraint faced when unable to participate against the LMS region all transformed into youthful exuberance at this moment. Xiye stood proudly, head held high to accept the congratulations of his partners. Xianghua immediately approached, mischievously adding, In the future, if anyone asks you about your championship, Su Hanwei, you no longer need to stammer. You better get lost. Xiye instantly lost his composure, pushing him away irritably. Gu Xing was taken aback. As Lu Xiyu mentioned, Xiye's professional career had yet to boast any remarkable achievements. His honor roll contained only the 2015 Nest Championship, a title considered to be at the very bottom of the League of Legends competitive hierarchy, with many renowned players never even participating. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as lacking in merit. A top-tier domestic mid laner, revealing he only held the Nest Championship would surely invite ridicule. Xiye had long since accepted his lack of accolades, awkwardly chuckling when questioned about his achievements. Now, having just secured the Intercontinental Championship, he felt a surge of pride. Yet found himself slightly irked by Xiang's teasing. Su Hanwei, unable to contain himself, chased after Lu Xiyu, delivering a flurry of punches while retorting. When I took first place in the 2014 LSBL Spring Split, you were still just a little brother. He dug up old memories. Gu Xing, amidst his excitement from winning, listened with great interest as Xiye reminisced about the glorious past. The 2014 WEA was truly magnificent. Lu Xiyu, that underperformer, would probably not even pass the trials. Xiye counted on his fingers. Me, Khan, Mystic, Hanjin, Shan and I. We were like a constellation of shining stars. Gu Xing found it curious. Was there someone out of place among them? We were dominant in the LSBL, reigning supreme as the top team. Lu Xiyu? That spring split. He was slaughtered by a steady Lee Sin with 34 kills, and he dares to mock me? Xiye jested freely. The quality of the secondary league in the spring of 2014 was exceptionally high, giving rise to numerous well-known players who later became the cornerstone of the LOL esports scene. Among them, the most celebrated were the trio of mid laners, Xiye, Steady Stick, and Gao Dui, representing their respective teams WEA, YG, and VG. They collectively claimed the top 3 positions. Additionally, there were luminaries such as the former player-turned-commentator Bald Hao Kai, the retired Liang Zhibin, the sharpshooter Jia Yi, and Zhu Xiaolong, all shining brightly in the arena. At that time, Xiangguo was not particularly prominent. His team's performance was merely average, rendering him insignificant in the face of the talent-laden WEA. Upon hearing Xiye's nostalgic remarks, Xiangguo scoffed dismissively, asserting that being first in the LSBL regular season was hardly impressive, especially without a trophy to show for it. Due to the format of the league, there were no playoffs or championship awards established in the secondary league in 2014. Only the top 2 teams secured direct entry into the LPL. WEA was not inclined to crown themselves as the regular season champions, making Xiangguo's comments rather hollow. Furthermore, as the saying goes, a true hero does not dwell on past glories. Su Hanwei, you are quite absurd, holding the LPL championship now while merely looking on at the chaos. Lu Xiyu was brimming with pride. What did it matter how strong the 3 mid laners of the secondary league were back then? Xiye only had an Intercontinental Championship. Steady Stick had already embarked on a whimsical journey, proclaiming that he had not retired, and his memorable quips far outweighed his achievements, with his greatest contribution being the destruction of the Shan Dota. Gao Dui, though he possessed a league championship, was marred by disgrace after the tournament's top 16. None of them could compare to their own past. With these thoughts, Xiangguo became increasingly boastful and made a bold remark. Surely, no one could be in the LPL for years without a league championship, could they? Gu Xing suddenly erupted in loud laughter. Conversely, Xiangguo was left bewildered, asking, Gu Xing, why are you laughing so hard? Is it really that funny? Isolated from context, there was nothing particularly amusing. Gu Xing struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth from rising, but with Uzi standing behind him, the comedic effect was undeniable. Xiangguo turned to see Uzi, who had just received the team flag from the captain, his previously flushed face now rivaling Cole in color. Uzi was also a renowned player without a championship for years. His plight was even worse than Xiye's, lacking even a Nest championship, relying solely on his solo competition victories to maintain his standing. Hearing Xiangguo's words made it hard not to suspect that they were directed at him. I'm not targeting you on purpose. Lu Xiyu defended himself, clearly indicating it was Su Hanwei who was the real issue. Observing Xiangguo continue to showcase his low emotional intelligence, Gu Xing stifled his laughter and sought conversation with others. Seizing the opportunity, Xiye deftly slipped away, taking his WEA teammates to find SKT members for post-match handshakes. Gu Xing, joyfully receiving the silver-white VG team flag from Jin Yibo, draped it over his shoulder with delight. The SKT players nearby could hardly find humor in the situation, their tears welling up within. According to the pre-match arrangements from the LCK coaching staff, SKT was tasked with defeating WEA, dragging the finals into a fifth match, and then, while their hands were still warm, continuing to battle for 2 more rounds to defend the honor of their region. Logically, the most challenging aspect of this plan should have been how to overcome VG in the 5th match. Unexpectedly, SKT encountered no opportunity to challenge VG at all. The SKT members, who had set the stage for a potential 5th game, found themselves at a standstill. If they could not surpass WE, how could they even contemplate VG? Hyuni, usually brimming with joviality, was rendered speechless. His choice of Jax, with the intention of outshining 957, resulted in a harsh lesson delivered by the opposing prince, forcing him to retreat to base at level 2, struggling to hold his ground in the lane. He sensed something was amiss. The last LPL domestic top laner he faced was certainly not of this caliber. That ZZ1 had been as easy to dismantle as a toy. Why was this new numerical top laner so formidable? The opposing duo of carries truly felt like a menace, leaving Bang trembling with frustration. Drenched in cold sweat on this sweltering day, utterly unable to find his footing, Page Yuanji's absence from this year's MSI allowed him some respite. The series of setbacks in the professional arena rekindled his interest in League of Legends, yet Bang, not yet in a meditative state, demonstrated his prowess. Though he is lauded as a hexagonal ADC, he appeared powerless against the defensive line constructed by WE's Galio. Whether it was the mindless control of W. Doran's shield, with flash, or the immense range of R. Hardbear emergence, both posed a significant threat to Bang's output. In contrast, Mystic, shielded by Galio and empowered by the long-range W. biochemical barrage, wreaked havoc effortlessly. In the early skirmishes, it took mere seconds for SKT to suffer casualties or retreat with diminished fighting capacity. Bang watched in envy as he found himself with no room to maneuver. Any attempt to advance would be met with Galio's W, thwarting his efforts to lead his team to victory. Lee Sang-hyuk, seated centrally among the players, gazed at the post-game statistics panel, his mouth slightly agape, revealing a hint of regret. To be fair, his damage output on Cassiopeia was commendable, and his performance was decent. However, compared to the opposing Galio's 31-13, he felt significantly outmatched in terms of team contribution. Was the mid-lane Galio truly that powerful? Faker certainly recognized Galio's current prowess, yet he had assumed such strength was grounded in numerical values. He believed that if the designers were to reduce Galio's damage and durability significantly, his limited melee range would hinder his presence in the professional mid-lane ecosystem. Yet, in this game, Xiye exhibited no reliance on numerical anomalies and still managed to turn the tide dramatically. What did this signify? With his keen instincts, Lee Sang-hyuk quickly grasped the reality. This was a mechanism concealed beneath the surface of numerical values. Why do champions like Yuumi and Rise, regardless of how severely the designers have nerfed them, remain unappealing in casual matches yet thrive in the competitive arena? It is precisely due to their exceptional mechanics. In the professional realm, where synergy and cooperation are paramount, their value can be maximized, yielding results far superior to those in ranked games. Nowadays, Galio seems to embody a similar trend. The formidable ability to push lanes, the unscrupulous W flash, and the long-range support and control effects render him nearly flawless as a protector of his teammates. Despite his short reach akin to that of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, Faker appears to have discovered a new frontier, preparing to hone his skills with Galio, perhaps to employ him one day. As he stood to shake hands with the WE players, his expression bore no resemblance to the rigidity he exhibited after the recent defeat. Xiaobai seems to have inherited the high emotional intelligence of his good friend Lu Xiyu. Noticing Faker's demeanor had lightened, he sought to ease the tension within the team. Unfortunately, despite achieving a grand slam, he inadvertently inflicted another wound upon Lee Sang-hyuk. Grand slam. As Faker emerged from the haze of his loss, he felt as though a piece of his heart had been excised. The LPL Spring and Summer, the World Championship, MSI, and the Intercontinental Cup, Gu Xing had taken the lead, amassing 5 championship trophies, thus establishing himself as the current Grand Slam champion. Meanwhile, Lee Sang-hyuk found himself lacking the Intercontinental Cup title, falling behind Gu Xing in the collection of accolades. How infuriating! Before leaving the stage, Faker cast a final glance at Gu Xing's departing figure. There remains one more World Championship to conquer this year. I must defeat you head-on. Clad in the team flag and mingling with others, Gu Xing remained blissfully unaware of Faker's focus on him, continuing to chat merrily with Jack. It was not until the host, Wan, took to the stage that he ceased his conversation and quietly turned his attention to the audience. A considerable number of spectators had departed early, likely overwhelmed by LPL's triumph. Feeling unable to accept it, more than half of the seats were vacant. Shall we once again call out the name of the championship region? The host, seemingly enchanted, activated concert mode, extending the microphone toward the audience. Without a moment's thought, fervently would not respond to this query. They merely observed with cold indifference, refraining from booing. Out of respect for LPL's prior ferocity displayed against LMS 3 days earlier, only a few scattered supporters from the mainland could be heard vociferously chanting LPL. The self-deprecating Wan host chuckled awkwardly and quickly transitioned to the next segment, inviting the head of Asian affairs at Riot Games and the CEO of Garena to the stage to present the championship award. The large screen in the venue switched from a promotional image of Wii to a team photo of LPL. The images were arranged according to the rankings of the spring split, with VG, as the region's leading team, naturally receiving a more prominent position. Gu Xing, being the absolute core of the team, found himself at the center of the frame. His unique status also made him the sole recipient of the award for the region. After all, there was only one championship trophy, and due to the nature of the Intercontinental Cup, there were no medals. Only the centerpiece could receive the accolade. Following a handshake with the two presenters, Gu Xing accepted the trophy from their hands. It must be said that Riot's effort was somewhat perfunctory. The trophy design was quite lackluster. They merely inscribed the Intercontinental Cup emblem against a pitch-black background, emblazoned with the bright red text Rift Rivals 2017. Resembling a rather austere gravestone, Gu Xing raised the trophy triumphantly above his head, a radiant smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. The presence of on-site responders was sparse. However, it mattered little, for the moment was not intended for this group to behold. The cameras buzzed incessantly, capturing Gu Xing as he triumphantly raised the trophy, poised to become the headline of various esports media outlets. Gu Xing turned and handed the trophy to Uzi, who stood closest to him. Upon receiving the trophy, Jin Yibo momentarily froze before hastily wiping his palms on his trousers to rid them of the sweat that had accumulated from his excitement and nerves. Only then did he solemnly lift the trophy high. In the 5th year of his career, this marked his first prestigious victory in a team competition. Uzi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Initially, he had no intention of attending, planning instead to take a breather during the Intercontinental Tournament. After all, the odds of defeating LCK seemed rather bleak. RNG had even prepared to submit their roster with the substitute player, Y4, included. Yet, a single remark from Xiangwa coaxed Uzi back. What if LPL wins? Imagine the embarrassment if someone is missing. After careful consideration, Uzi resolved to treat the trip as a chance to explore Kaohsiung and accepted the invitation to participate in the Intercontinental Tournament. Little did he expect to clinch his first championship in his professional career. A sense of relief and joy surged within him. Fortuitously, he had come. Otherwise, if Y4 had taken the stage and led LPL to victory, he would have been the subject of ridicule on esports forums, mocked into retirement. Uzi could already envision the comments. RNG won before you arrived, and ever since you joined, they have been without a title for a year. The moment you take a break, they win again. How could he possibly explain such a situation? The army of detractors would be relentless. Despite his fair share of criticism, he did not wish to be labeled as someone who went a lifetime without a championship. After weighing the trophy's significance, Uzi reluctantly passed it to Kendi, who too was holding a trophy for the first time, beaming with pride before passing it to Ming Kai. The 4 core members of the team stood together, each placing a hand on the trophy, smiling at the camera. The trophy was subsequently passed among the remaining 20 or so players. Everyone took a moment to touch it, acknowledging the collective effort of the past week. Gu Xing turned to see Shi Sunming and Yu Wenba squabbling playfully over the trophy, their banter reminiscent of schoolchildren. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he heard the host call his name. Virtue player, how do you feel about winning the Intercontinental Championship? It seemed that throughout the tournament, Gu Xing had eluded interviews, but as the event reached its conclusion, the host could no longer contain the urge. Gu Xing accepted the microphone. I am very happy. I want to express my gratitude to the coaching staff and teammates for their guidance and support both on and off the field. I also thank my fellow competitors. Without your hard work, LPL would not have clinched this Intercontinental Championship trophy. He continued in a manner akin to an acceptance speech. Thank you to the audience who has always supported me, allowing me to feel your belief and strength throughout the competition. Gu Xing was preparing to delve deeper into his sentiments, while the host, still smiling, remained oblivious. I must also express my gratitude to those who have continually questioned me. Gu Xing remarked with a smile, for without your presence, my motivation to claim victory would have diminished considerably. Achieving consensus on numerous matters proves challenging. He gestured towards the trophy in Jack's hands, yet the championship remains the most compelling evidence of success. The audience displayed expressions reminiscent of a pig's liver, a clear indication of Gu Xing's intent. Even the LCK region, which has been consistently defeated by him, does not harbor deep-seated animosity towards him. The Korean netizens are well aware that in defeat, one must elevate the opponent. The more formidable Gu Xing is portrayed, the more it reflects their own honor in defeat. Moreover, with his sunny disposition and remarkable prowess, Gu Xing has garnered countless fans across various regions, possessing an extraordinary rapport with the public. However, he remains unrecognized by the audience. Certain individuals, for particular reasons, harbor disdain towards Gu Xing. His performance throughout the Intercontinental Tournament has clearly demonstrated that he does not indulge them. A mere jeer could lead to another defeat for the LMS team. Although the competition has concluded, the audience still hesitates to voice their opinions, responding only with silence. In contrast, the viewers in the LPL live broadcast room were ecstatic. Yes, Brother Xing should deliver a resounding slap to this group of little black purples. Such is the nature of sour grapes, a long-standing tradition of the audience. With a Grand Slam this year, I ask, who else is there? Only the 4V can shamelessly criticize. It's a small province, after all. And they can't produce many talents. Let us not be petty. At least they produced an assassin star, which is an achievement in itself. Isn't the audience quite fond of acknowledging their father? Unable to stand on their own in the Intercontinental Tournament, they sought support from the LCK, only to be met with our counterattack, losing all face. The host, upon hearing Gu Xing's words, felt his smile freeze. Fortunately, the audience did not react violently, or it could have resulted in a live broadcast mishap. He silently exhaled, realizing the repercussions of hastily interviewing Gu Xing at such a sensitive juncture, and promptly altered the subsequent interview subjects. Gu Xing remained composed, waiting patiently until the interview segment concluded. Once the host and audience exited, the LPL could finally celebrate. Everyone gathered for a group photo, with Jin Yibo directing, planning to post it on our official blog afterward. The group acted as emotionless photo machines, posing in various formations. Ultimately, over 20 individuals awkwardly formed the letters LPL, running to a higher vantage point for an overhead shot, safeguarding the Intercontinental Trophy like a constellation of stars surrounding the moon. Suddenly, Uzi remembered a crucial question. Where exactly will we store this trophy? As he spoke, his gaze was fixed intently on the trophy, eager to imprint every detail in his memory. Uzi's question plunged the jubilant LPL teams into silence. There are no replicas, right? Li Yuanhao scratched his head in distress, suggesting that perhaps each club could keep it for 2 months, taking turns to hold it. How would that even work? It's too cumbersome and utterly impractical. Xiye was the first to oppose. So what should we do? Xiaohu shrugged his shoulders. Jin Yibo stepped forward to make a decision. How about we keep it at our IEG? At that time, you are welcome to visit frequently and explore at your leisure. The League of Legends division of Tencent Interactive Entertainment retains numerous historical traces of the LPL following the acquisition of Riot Games. Their authority is indeed somewhat intimidating. Had it not been for the emergence of the vision of esports, the LPL might have been reduced to a mere echo chamber. Gu Xing, however, did not voice any objections. With an abundance of trophies, he was not particularly concerned about this matter. Yet, Uzi felt a pang of reluctance. After finally obtaining a trophy, he had to entrust it to someone else. Let us not dwell on such debates, Tianyi remarked, patting his flat abdomen. Let us quickly decide where to dine for dinner, shall we? I'm nearly starving. The Intercontinental Tournament was set to commence in the afternoon, and due to the spontaneous nature of the matchups, the players dared not eat anything. At best, they had managed to gulp down a bag of milk and nibble on a couple of slices of bread before leaving the hotel, which left them ravenous now. Let us find a luxurious restaurant. We shall indulge in a grand feast today, Jin Yibo declared with a flourish. Having unexpectedly secured the Intercontinental Trophy, He could already envision the ratings soaring to unprecedented heights. Fully aware that performance metrics and stock prices were beckoning him, Jin Yibo was exceedingly generous. Upon arriving at the restaurant's private room, Gu Xing immediately took out his phone to browse the internet. As anticipated, the buzz surrounding the tournament was nothing short of explosive. Not only were there fresh posts trending, but some enthusiasts had also unearthed various pessimistic threads from before the tournament using a Luoyang shovel. Are you there? Don't play dead. Say something. The LPL has truly claimed the championship. I hope to see a post from the one who said they would eat canned herring and aloe juice if the LPL won the Intercontinental Tournament. And to the audacious fan of the 5 o'clock electric fan, I believe the big guy is about to make a comeback. Gu Xing skimmed through the comments, quickly deducing that his friend Ding Ran must have been involved in this online excavation. He focused instead on the new posts, which expressed heartfelt sentiments from fans. "We is phenomenal. I thought we were headed to a 5th game, but LCK was decisively defeated. Wow, that Galio is simply divine. I unilaterally declare that 60E has a month of breathing rights on the forum. 957 ISN, T carrying? Hyuni looks like a blank canvas in front of him. SKT banned Kled and still got trounced. It's truly ridiculous. I said during last year's transfer period that Hyuni is ruthless against weaker teams. But he flinches faster than anyone when facing tough opponents. Let us be honest, SKT only valued Hyuni for his potential showcase during the S5 World Championship, right? By that logic, we should credit ZZ1 Tai too. Rounding it off, it's fair to say IG's Intercontinental victory is a result of his efforts. Oh, how joyous. SKT has truly inflated their ego. How could they dare not ban Galio? What were they thinking? In the final match, we triumphed over the formidable SKT, garnering immense acclaim. After all, SKT had thwarted LPL teams countless times since the S3 season, leaving behind painful memories. To conquer SKT was a monumental achievement within the LPL. Let us all head to the official Weibo and give a thumbs up and share the latest post while we're at it. Jin Yibo suggested. He glanced at the caviar placed before him and called the waiter over. Is this amount sufficient for anyone? Let others see and think we cannot afford it. Let us have another can, one for each person. He exuded a sense of exuberance, embodying a raw and innocent beauty reminiscent of a newly wealthy individual. No, no, no. I can't consume this. Yu Wenba quickly waved his hand, realizing that finishing this would likely render him unable to witness the sun rise again. Gu Xing lowered his head and opened Weibo. The official League of Legends account had published a post, simply titled Memories of the First Intercontinental Tournament. We are the champions. The accompanying 9-square grid featured images captured earlier at the Kaohsiung Exhibition Center. The players, cradling the champion trophy, were immortalized in a group photo, preserved forever. After retweeting in accordance with Jin Yibo's request, Gu Xing casually browsed through the miscellaneous news. It was then he discovered that the official Rito Games account had released several updates just an hour ago. Congratulations to the LPL region for defeating the LCK with a score of 3-1, securing the championship of the 2017 Asian Championships. Congratulations to Virtue and Caveman for becoming the 2 Grand Slam champions under the new competition format. Notably, Virtue achieved this remarkable feat in just 392 days, setting the record for the shortest time and the youngest Grand Slam champion. Gu Xing clicked on Twitter, where an array of enthusiastic praises filled the screen. In various languages, English, Spanish, Korean, he could only comprehend a few. The most extravagant jungle performance I've seen so far, a legend in the jungle. Is there any way to stop Virtue from continuing to claim victories? He seems like a trophy harvesting machine, seizing honors from other regions. The only thing that can defeat him is a patch. This truth is currently in doubt. Virtue's playstyle with Jester is so captivating. I wonder if he plans to use Seiko in the future? Gu Xing was thoroughly entertained scrolling through social media, feeling a wave of joy. Of course, what captivated Gu Xing the most were the comments from Korean netizens. Perhaps that group had already commenced their defensive breakdown performance, and he was eager not to miss such high-caliber entertainment. He eagerly clicked on the forum, intending to search for reposts on Invent. However, he found it unnecessary to go through that trouble, as the reposts of Korean comments were conveniently pinned at the top of the homepage. It seemed many amusement seekers shared Gu Xing's sentiments, with the reply count on the repost skyrocketing in no time. He meticulously browsed through the Korean comments, leaving no stone unturned in his quest for amusement. C8 SKT. How dismal are our professional players to be utterly dominated by E. From the 2016 World Championship to the 2017 Intercontinental Tournament, LCK has lost an entire year's worth of international competitions. Is an era of LPL upon us? I initially thought LPL was merely VG, a single strong team, believing we still held a superiority in overall strength. This Intercontinental Tournament has awakened me. VG could secure a victory even when participating in just one small match, while the entire LCK team could only win a single small match. They truly have no shame. What does he even represent? The Intercontinental Championship had never been won before, earning the LPL the nickname Little Dragon Ball. Yet, our esteemed SKT managed to graciously bestow warmth upon their opponents in crucial matches. One might wonder if SKT is operating at a discount, while some shamelessly inflate their team's prowess to celestial heights, claiming to be the best in the world. Upon closer inspection, however, one finds that their S7 record is merely a series of second-place finishes, devoid of any championships, and yet they dare to boast of superiority? As anticipated, the inept SKT has, with their own hands, gifted the championship to the LPL, and it truly brings me to tears. Gu Xing deeply admires the articulate and elegant translation skills of the fans. This comment not only incorporates humor, but also references a song by Andy Lau, conveying a palpable sense of defiance. As he delves further, Gu Xing is astonished by the fervor of the Korean netizens' comments. They have begun to edit memorial photos, framing SKT players in a rather chilling manner. Even after a year of engaging in this fervent community, Gu Xing finds this behavior quite excessive. Moreover, some individuals are not content, actively seeking the addresses and training facilities of the players, seemingly intent on delivering some real-life confrontations to those participating in the Intercontinental Championship. The commentary from the Korean community leaves even the most seasoned netizens somewhat taken aback. Goodness, is there really such animosity? Look at their aggression. Previously, some domestic players even remarked that the criticism was too harsh. They should be sent to the LCK to truly experience the treatment of receiving memorial photos and sharp critiques. Indeed, the community has been quite restrained. Are the professional players still unsatisfied? Are we merely too gentle, or have they entered a rebellious phase? If one plays poorly, should we not express our disappointment? Shall we instead attempt to win them over with affection? Gu Xing holds his own perspective on the public discourse surrounding esports players following their defeats. While actions such as editing memorial photos are undeniably excessive, an overly gentle approach is equally inappropriate. After a loss, fans incessantly proclaim, "My brother did wonderfully," or "Do you know how hard my brother trains?" This will not yield positive outcomes for the players. It is entirely normal to face criticism after a defeat. The essence of esports lies in its audience. Without viewers, professional esports events could not thrive. Not only are the ardent supporters who financially back the teams crucial, but the casual viewers who merely watch the matches also play a pivotal role in maintaining the excitement of the events. It is essential to recognize that when the LPL negotiates sponsorships, the metric used to leverage negotiations is the active viewership numbers. While casual viewers may not spend money, each time they click on a live broadcast, they contribute to the sustainable development of the LPL. Additionally, the league system established by Riot Games is a decisive factor in the growing income of professional players. In other words, the audience is the very sustenance of the players. They enjoy watching for the thrill, dedicating their time to support you. If a match is lost and the audience is disheartened, what's wrong with a bit of criticism? It is entirely reasonable. Gu Xing's belief is that one should not go too far. If the criticisms are grounded in reason, he can accept that. For players, acknowledging their failures and striving for improvement is a vital aspect of personal growth. If one loses too frequently and their performance continues to decline, the criticism will not only come from the audience, but may also jeopardize their opportunities during transfer periods. One can only express a certain disapproval regarding the methods adopted by some critics on the Korean internet. However, it is possible to empathize with the sentiment of frustration they convey. As the principal culprit behind the region's loss in the Intercontinental Tournament, SKT has become the primary target of this online vitriol, facing the most ferocious backlash from the Korean community. Even the team that suffered 3 consecutive defeats, Dragon Ball, managed to evade a similar fate. Their struggle during the early stages of the summer season is well known among the audience. Moreover, considering Dragon Ball's moderate popularity and their MSI Finals defeat, they have failed to attract a core fanbase within the LCK League, resulting in few supporters and even fewer detractors during their down moments. SKT, however, is a different story altogether. It is easy to surmise that SKT embodies the hopes and aspirations of countless LCK supporters, all eagerly anticipating a showdown between the two strongest teams in the fifth game atop the grandest stage. Yet, during their journey, SKT was unexpectedly felled by an obscure adversary. Naturally, LCK fans were incensed, directing their ire squarely at SKT. Losing to VG could be deemed somewhat excusable, as they are indeed formidable opponents, recognized by all. But to succumb to E? That hardly warrants any justification. Additionally, SKT boasts a vast fanbase, having previously flaunted their prowess, thus accumulating numerous grievances along the way, resulting in a significant number of detractors within the LCK community. The confluence of these two factors led to an overwhelming surge of vitriol against SKT on the Invin forums. A backlash. It can only be described as a backlash, sighed Gu Xing. What transpired? Uzi inquired suddenly, approaching and nonchalantly picking up a piece of axe steak to savor. Gu Xing took a bite of shrimp. Nothing much, just came across some intriguing news on the forum. Uzi, initially intending to forge a closer rapport, widened his eyes at the revelation. You still browse the forums? Although he and Gu Xing were not particularly familiar, Gu Xing could engage in conversation with anyone. Yet his closest connections, apart from teammates, were the legendary 7 Wolves of Ionia, who played an instrumental role in his professional awakening. Last year, Uzi had regarded Gu Xing as a promising newcomer, never anticipating that he would debut at the pinnacle, securing a coveted Summoner S Cup that Uzi had never held, becoming the talk of the entire league. Recently, having heard his teammates, Xianghua and Shursun, incessantly mention Gu Xing, he felt compelled to connect with him. During the off-season, idle time could be spent playing card games or discussing transfer matters, thus broadening one's circle of acquaintances. Based on Gu Xing's demeanor and eloquence, Uzi surmised that he hardly fit the profile of a forum frequenter. So what of it? Gu Xing, intrigued by Uzi's startled reaction, asked, Are you not a forum goer? Uzi shook his head fervently. During the S3 World Championship, many in the forums had cursed the Royal Club for their downfall, believing that their victory over OMG in the domestic league had robbed the dark forces of their opportunity to triumph over SKT and secure the first championship in regional history. However, with the general enhancement of audience comprehension of the game, it has become evident that anyone facing the SKT of the S3 season would find themselves on a path to certain defeat. At that time, the Korean-style operation had yet to emerge. SKT was employing the S2 assassination star strategy, a mere refinement of an old tactic, yet fundamentally unchanged. The distinction lay in the formidable individual prowess of the SKT players. Each lane was inhabited by top-tier competitors on a global scale. The renowned bot lane duo of Royal Club found themselves utterly outmatched by Piglet and his partner, unable to even secure a connection. SKT's sheer strength was overwhelming. Had the contenders been OMG, the outcome would have remained unchanged. Even after 10 BO5 matches, it is likely that SKT would not have lost a single game. Consequently, the infamous incident of the curse machine from that year is seldom mentioned now. However, Uzi, as the victim, remains unable to overcome his psychological barriers, avoiding platforms that discuss pressure resistance, relying instead on intermediaries like Xianghua to convey messages. I knew it. Gu Xing hesitated, wanting to voice his realization regarding Uzi's mindset issues in critical situations. His pressure resistance is inadequate. If one does not engage with pressure, how can one cultivate the ability to withstand it? Just look at Jack. Having long been immersed in pressure discussions, his mentality has evidently improved. Gu Xing yearned to express this sentiment, but reconsidered, recognizing that his relationship with Uzi was not particularly close, and thus refrained from speaking up. Shizenming, come help us take a group photo. Uzi retrieved his phone and handed it to his assistant, pulling Xiye, who was indulging in Wangzai milk, closer. Before calling out to the manager, Mingkai, you should join us too. Gu Jiaoqi, at the adjacent table, was savoring duck liver when he heard Uzi's invitation. Though confused, he quickly approached. 3, 2. As Shizenming raised the phone, Mingkai finally realized they intended to capture a photo together. He wanted to flash a smile, but time was against him. Shizenming exhibited the speed of a professional player, promptly pressing the shutter. When Gu Xing received the photo, he was taken aback. Mingkai's distinctive, vacant gaze and half-formed smile rendered the image oddly unsettling. Uzi, trembling with excitement, was eager to share the photo on social media. Unfair, Minkai protested. Why were the three of you ready? Retake it. Not a chance. Uzi turned away, swiftly tapping on his phone to post a WeChat update titled The Four Heavenly Kings. Only Minkai's expression was awkward. The other three radiated confidence and joy. Jin Yibo raised his glass. It seems everyone has had their fill. So let me say a few words. In the realm of professional League of Legends, no player dared to disregard the Elder's words, setting down their utensils to listen intently. To be fair, the outcome of this year's Intercontinental Championship was beyond my expectations. Jin Yibo spoke eloquently. Ultimately, it is the result of the collective efforts of our four teams. VG has emerged victorious in all four matches, consistently delivering impressive performances. He directed a look of approval towards the VG training department. In the first game of the finals, they even managed to secure victory against Samsung with a remarkable comeback, revealing a hidden card from the LCK region. He has undeniably been the pivotal figure in our triumph over LCK within 4 matches. We have expressed our commendations countless times during the awards ceremony, remarked Jin Yibo as he glanced at the E-team. Manager Xiaoshuo's face was beaming with joy. Yet he inadvertently tugged at a blister on his lip, wincing in pain. This discomfort stemmed from the recent days of stress. At that time, he was plagued by a cycle of victories and defeats, even losing to lesser teams, which left Xiaoshuo embarrassed and hesitant to suggest practice matches. While others basked in success, he faced a disheartening series of losses, a feeling of alienation that was far from pleasant. As the manager, he was particularly attuned to public opinion, his anxiety palpable, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. Thus, the blister was merely an ordinary consequence of his distress. However, now, witnessing Yi's transformation from LPL's greatest scapegoat to a key player, he was undeniably elated. And let's not forget RNG, who also achieved 4 victories. Although you couldn't conclude the decisive group match before the 35-minute mark, thanks to your efforts, LPL has the opportunity to face LMS in the semifinals, Jin Yibo quipped. While there was a hint of redundancy in his words, the audience still responded with laughter, including EDG, who lost in the finals. He continued, turning to Abu, head of the National Training Department. You two have exerted tremendous effort for LPL over the past 3 days. Do not belittle yourselves or feel ashamed of your defeat. In the past, outsiders often claimed that VG was the sole world-class team in LPL, which irked me, yet I struggled to find a counter-argument. Jin Yibo's remark genuinely amused everyone present. Gu Xing laughed heartily, and even the usually composed 957 couldn't contain his mirth. The room instantly transformed into a sea of joy. Minkai took a deep breath, then shook his head with a resigned smile. Jin Yibo, sensing the biblical reference had struck a chord, felt a sense of closeness with the players, his smile becoming more genuine as he promptly redirected the conversation. However, this intercontinental tournament has allowed me to witness your growth and progress, he passionately declared. I hope that in the future, LPL can produce not just one, but multiple super teams like VG. After today, the Intercontinental team will officially disband. Although we will no longer fight side by side in the LPL, I believe the beautiful memories from this tournament will forever be cherished in our hearts, and LPL, along with countless spectators, will remember each fierce battle you fought on the stage today. The room erupted into thunderous applause. Next time we meet, we shall be rivals, Minkai said, raising a cup filled with cola to toast Gu Xing. Let us have a cheers. When we meet in LPL, do take it easy on me. I want in too. Kundi exclaimed, eager to join as he approached. The first match in the intergroup round will be against us. Brother Xing, grant us a chance. We don't ask for much. Just to snatch a dragon from you would be a success. Kundi's specialty was his relentless aggression. Yet he had yet to find an appropriate moment to seize an opportunity against Gu Xing. They are well aware that Candy is a master of competitive tactics and will undoubtedly take precautions, often only revealing their strategy when there is no opportunity to steal the dragon. Gu Xing raised his glass to clink with theirs, just as he was about to speak, when Mala Xianghua, having finished the cabbage in his bowl, eagerly interjected, speaking of which, there are 4 teams participating in the Intercontinental competition, but only 3 slots for the S tournament. Who will be left out? That would truly become a laughingstock. The 4 teams present ranked among the top in the spring season, and their summer performances were also commendable, making them formidable contenders for the global finals. Perhaps they would also consider emerging talents like IG. With only 3 S tournament tickets available, It meant that one of the teams in the room would inevitably miss out on this year's domestic world championship. Just thinking about it provoked a sense of lifelong regret, as such a grand opportunity may not present itself again in one's entire career. However, Ma Xianghua's words on such a joyous occasion certainly carried a hint of malice. While one could understand Lu Xiyu's consistent performance, it was clear that such remarks were uncalled for. Yet, as the team was set to disband the following day, there was no need to coddle him any longer. Throughout the week of the Intercontinental competition, everyone had been subjected to Ma Xianghua's verbal antics, and at this moment, old grievances resurfaced. The three junglers exchanged knowing glances and, after reaching a consensus, poured a can of cola over Lu Xiyu's head. Whoa, don't. Ma Xianghua relented. His hair is already thinning. Don't mess with him. After being doused with cola, Lu Xiyu's black strands clung tightly to his scalp, revealing his pale scalp. Ha ha ha, Yuanba laughed in delight. That's what you get for your big mouth. I've never liked you anyway. Jack raised his phone, capturing a close-up of the disheveled Ma Xianghua, nearly receiving a mouthful of lobster from Lu Xiyu in retaliation. Yuanba, just wait. Ma Xianghua threatened. When your birthday comes, I'll treat you to a feast of seafood, and you'll only get instant noodles. Oh, I'm so scared. Jack chuckled. Gu Xing believed the Intercontinental competition would foster team bonding, allowing the players to quickly unite and strengthen their camaraderie. At least until they landed in Shanghai. Everyone felt a lingering attachment. Li Zhixuan and his junior had agreed to go out for barbecue that evening, while Ma Xianghua and Jack planned to engage in a sniper duel in CSGO. Gu Xing, however, had no time to indulge them. After bidding farewell to the group, he hurried to the train station. In arranging the schedule, the organizing committee had intentionally allocated rest time for the 4 participating teams in the Intercontinental competition. VG's next match was set for July 17th, meaning Gu Xing had nearly a week of vacation. Yearning for home, he was eager to visit his family and take a look at his newly renovated house. By evening, he arrived at Yongqing Station, where he encountered Gu Pan and Shun Guanshan at the entrance. They had just concluded their first academic year and were returning home on the same day. Gu Xing thought it fortuitous to travel to Jinhai together. Gu Qiqi, can you hurry up a bit? Gu Pan exclaimed, visibly annoyed. Guanshan and I have been waiting for half an hour, and I'm drenched in sweat. In mid-July, the city of Yong is on the verge of entering a furnace-like state, with temperatures occasionally surpassing the 40-degree mark. Walking outside truly feels like being engulfed in heat. Even air conditioning proves ineffective. Stepping out into the warm air results in a drenched shirt. Gu Xing, aware of his shortcomings, hurriedly apologizes and takes the initiative to carry their backpacks, while also leaning affectionately toward his girlfriend. Shun Guanshan, unfazed by their shared perspiration, pecks at the corners of her partner's mouth. Gu Pan coughs discreetly, averting her gaze. Having spent a year at university, your accent is quite pronounced. Gu Xing casually remarks while waiting for a taxi. You haven't forgotten your hometown dialect, have you? Gu Pan opens her mouth wide, speechless, merely mimicking the shape of the words. It is evident that she is echoing a local historical figure's infamous phrase that has been passed down through the annals of time. Gu Xing stifles a laugh. The contrast between the seemingly delicate flower resembling Zhou Huimin and the words she attempts to articulate is striking. Don't speak in dialect. Shun Guanshan nudges her friend with her elbow, earnestly offering her guidance. Mimicking the lip movements is not appropriate either. Oh, the quick-witted Gu Pan muses, momentarily at a loss for words. If her older brother were to lecture her, she would have promptly retorted, questioning whether he had ever truly avoided speaking in dialect. But Shun Guanshan is different. From her long-standing acquaintance with Gu Pan, she knows that this significant figure has likely never uttered such words. It is not difficult to surmise that someone who is socially anxious to the extent of having a severely limited social circle, who struggles to order food at a restaurant before entering university and refrains from engaging with strangers, would hardly resort to using vulgarities as a means of social interaction. In the face of unpleasant situations, her only outlet has been to internally grumble. Upon entering the taxi back to the Gushi community, Gu Xing, having scrolled through his social media, inquires about the plans of the two women. I'll be staying at home until the 15th before heading to IEG for my internship preparations. Gu Pan will likely go to Hu City too, primarily to secure some clients. Shun Guanshan replies in a hushed tone. Gu Pan, after liking a couple of Weibo posts, sets her phone aside. Yes, the clubs you mentioned for the Intercontinental Championship still haven't signed contracts, so I'll go and finalize those. Currently, There is a substantial flow of traffic, yet the methods for commercial monetization remain insufficient. While the leasing of web page advertisement slots is progressing swiftly, establishing a foothold within the esports circle necessitates fostering good relationships with the major ecological clubs in the industry. These teams can provide a continuous stream of stable funding and connections within the community, paving the way for numerous potential business opportunities. Then I'll be in Hu City for about a month, and by mid-August, we must head back to school, Gu Pan expresses, her tone filled with indignation. Military training is approaching. Gu Xing chuckles. This is what they call escaping from the initial trials, but not from the inevitable. One must face it sooner or later. Looking back, I would have preferred military training before the start of my freshman year, Gu Pan muses, having graduated from high school in peak physical condition. Now, after a delightful year of university life, facing military training again is truly daunting. With a short sigh, Gu Pan resigns herself to the reality she cannot change. On the bright side, military training before the second year doesn't seem so bad. Had we gone for drills last year, Guanshan would probably have fainted right there. Don't underestimate others. Shun Guanshan's face flushed as she furtively glanced at Gu Xing. My physical fitness is no less than yours. This was indeed the truth. After a year of rigorous training, she could easily run 3 to 5 kilometers without difficulty. During a night run, she even managed to snag a J Cho album. The Eighth Dimension, for Gu Xing. Upon returning to the Gushi community, the trio enjoyed a warm dinner at home before hastily washing up and resting after their exhausting travel. The following day, Gu Xing was dispatched by his father to inspect their new residence. The house, which had been handed over before the onset of summer, required only the arrangement of furniture and cabinets, as it was fully renovated. The necessary procedures had been completed, all rooms were decorated, and the formaldehyde had mostly dissipated. Gu Xing had not participated in selecting the furniture, but had requested a dedicated space for live streaming. Now that the internet connection was established, the computer, microphone, and camera were all in place, much to his satisfaction. The new house was undoubtedly a significant upgrade from their current, old dwelling. Simply put, the new abode was impressive. With some free time, he decided to open the live streaming room to test its functionality. Within mere seconds, a multitude of viewers flooded in. Hello. Gu Xing tested the microphone. Greetings, everyone. I might be streaming from this location during the off-season, he announced, spinning the camera around to share this joyous news with his audience. This is the new house of the streamer. It's currently quite spacious, so please excuse any echoes. The barrage of comments was overwhelming. Has Xinggu moved into a new house? Is he still in Jinhai? I failed to snipe him offline the other day. How frustrating. It's only natural. It would be absurd for a player of his caliber not to afford a home. He has several championships under his belt, and his prize money alone would likely suffice for a full payment. Let us not be too absolute. I recall a world champion in Go who is still paying off a mortgage. This house isn't large enough. Why not live in the Thompson Riviera? The grand houses offer views of the Huangpu River. Is it possible? Gu Xing replied, momentarily at a loss for words upon reading the last comment. That I simply cannot afford the house you mentioned? He had taken a day off. Apologies for the inconvenience. Upon waking, his throat felt as if it had been scraped with blades, and his body ached all over. By the afternoon, he felt slightly better, with only a persistent cough remaining. He had managed to write a few thousand words, but by evening, his condition worsened again. Sitting in a chair, he felt pain throughout his body, and closing his eyes brought a sense of heaviness to his eyelids. This illness was truly perplexing. The quality of what he managed to write under such circumstances was likely to be low, so he decided to take a day off. His partner's symptoms were more severe, yet neither of them had a fever, leaving them uncertain about the situation. For 04, renovation plan. As Gu Xing made this declaration, the live stream was flooded with question marks and skepticism. He had originally intended to shift to another topic, but seeing the disbelief from his viewers, he felt compelled to calculate on his fingers. The Thompson Riviera starts at 6 figures per square meter. Even the cheapest unit costs at least 3 to 4 million. And the down payment alone exceeds 10 million. To be candid, I can't even afford the down payment right now. Gu Xing chuckled helplessly. Do you all have a misunderstanding regarding the income of esports players? Our income is comprised of 4 main components. The base salary provided by the club, commercial endorsements, the remuneration from live streaming platforms, and the performance bonuses based on our achievements, he elaborated. The base salary is self-explanatory. Mr. Ding is quite generous and has increased my pay several times. However, as a newcomer last year, I wasn't able to earn much. The commercial endorsements are decent. Yet we aren't celebrities, and the quantity and quality are not particularly high. Most endorsements in the gaming industry pertain to peripheral devices, which have a limited reach, resulting in a modest income. I only stream for 40 hours a month, and my primary occupation isn't that of a streamer, so it's evident that the earnings aren't substantial. Gu Xing cleared his throat, revealing a proud expression as he continued. The final component is the bonuses. I'm not boasting, but last year, I was likely the highest-earning League of Legends player in this regard. Having won the Summer Championship, the accumulated bonus income is estimated to be around 500,000 RMB, making him a prominent figure in the League of Legends scene. Yet, Riot hasn't dispersed my winnings. His expression swiftly changed, his right fist striking into his left palm as he grumbled vehemently. The championship bonuses have yet to be paid out, not to mention the income from the champion skin. Given Riot's operational efficiency, it seems unlikely that he would receive that straightforward bonus by the year's end. The distribution of skin royalties could potentially take an eternity. As far as Gu Xing knows, Easyhoon has yet to receive his share from the S5 champion skin. Furthermore, we are all taxed at the highest rate, Gu Xing stated. The amount I actually take home is not as exaggerated as you might think. He maintained a rational mindset. Even if the money in hand were sufficient for a down payment, I wouldn't invest in such a high-tier property. The loans would be excessive. As a professional player, our careers are brief, and in the event of unforeseen circumstances, having limited cash on hand is quite precarious. Gu Xing has been impoverished since childhood and could never fathom spending millions to enhance his living experience. Isn't it more appealing to purchase in Yongqing? Spending significantly less for a better value. Gu Xing caught sight of a message urging him to climb ranks quickly and leaned back in his chair, stretching and yawning. I won't be streaming games today. Let us just chat instead. The Intercontinental Tournament has just concluded, and surely you'll allow me some time to rest and unwind? This excited the viewers even more. Having watched Gu Xing play games for an extended period, the routine had become somewhat monotonous. Now with the addition of a heart-to-heart segment, they eagerly participated, bombarding the chat with an array of peculiar questions. Do you read comments on gaming forums? Gu Xing glanced around and spotted that query. Of course. I visit sites like Kog'Maw and the like. I essentially surf the web there daily. The chat erupted with question marks once more, reminiscent of Uzi's reaction. They all felt that, given Gu Xing's personality, he hardly seemed like a troll. As long as the online persona doesn't bleed into reality, it's perfectly reasonable. Gu Xing replied matter-of-factly to the confusion. As a professional player, frequently engaging with the community and assessing public opinion is a sensible means of building resilience against pressure. Wouldn't you agree? The barrage of messages filled the screen, and he could only address a select few. I have heard that the criticisms on the forum can be rather harsh. Will you be affected by them, Brother Xing? Gu Xing chuckled, absolutely not. Most forum users are generally quite friendly towards me. There are indeed some detractors, but it's evident to anyone with discernment that their tactics are rather primitive. For instance, when someone claims I lack talent, how could that possibly get to me? He spread his arms like a small bear. Any reasonable viewer knows that's simply not true. The comments section erupted in laughter. Currently, the consensus in the community regards Faker and Gu Xing as the pinnacle of talent. Both achieved championship titles in their very first year as professionals, undeniably reaching the peak of their careers upon debut. The criticism only serves to provide me with some amusing anecdotes. Gu Xing expressed his genuine thoughts, of course. I don't advocate for all professional players to engage in such banter on the forums. Not everyone is suited for that. The netizens in the chat channel were quite adept at interpreting meanings. What does this imply? Suggesting others' resilience is inferior to Brother Xing's? In light of the previous context, Brother Xing remarked that the criticism merely provides him with humor, so venturing into the forum is quite harmless. The critics, whether they attack his skills or accolades, have no substantial ground, yet other players may not share this level of achievement. Understood, the trolls in the forum disparaging Brother Xing's abilities are clearly misguided, and he remains unfazed. However, criticizing lesser players is a different matter, as even they are aware of their shortcomings, making it far easier to be affected. Indeed, as the saying goes, lies cannot harm, but the truth is a sharp blade. Shocking. The first person in LPL history openly belittles the skill of less competent professional players, declaring that they are unworthy of engaging in the forum. Gu Xing felt a sense of helplessness. Your interpretations are rather exaggerated. That's not at all what I meant. Perhaps I should refrain from speaking further to avoid complicating things. He attempted to slide his chair back towards the small refrigerator to grab a can of cola, which had been won in a lottery when he moved in, and he had simply placed it in his new home. However, as he leaned back, he found himself stuck. He hadn't purchased an ergonomic chair for his new home, but rather a standard office chair without wheels. As a result, despite his efforts to lean back forcefully, the chair remained obstinately still. Feeling embarrassed, Gu Xing could only pretend nothing had happened and stood up to open the refrigerator door. The netizens, however, were far less forgiving, and their keen eyes quickly turned to mockery in the comments. Gu Xing opened a can of cola and, upon seeing the state of the chat, decided to employ the same tactic he used with his sister to divert the audience's attention. He skillfully shifted the topic. I see someone in the comments asking, Brother Xing, will you continue to play after achieving the Grand Slam? I heard on the forum that you will only take a year off and will return to Rihua University in September. The audience flooded the screen with doubts. Who asked that? Brother Xing's ability to fabricate comments is quite impressive, pure nonsense. To lie without a hint of guilt. Is this not a classic case of whitewashing? Trying to deceive us, are you? You can't be serious about returning to school, Brother Xing. Without you, how will LPL survive? Upon witnessing their reactions, Gu Xing knew he had successfully diverted their attention. Though it may appear that the online community has unveiled the truth behind the barrage of comments, once the discussion begins, the previous embarrassment of the individual concerned naturally fades from memory. With an air of triumph, Gu Xing achieved his objective and, in a light-hearted mood, responded, at present, I have no plans to return to campus. I can take a leave of absence for a maximum of 2 years, and I will simply apply for a 1-year extension as the summer vacation draws to a close. The last time Gu Xing made the decision to suspend his studies, he had yet to attain any notable accomplishments, only a silver trophy from the LPL Longyuan Cup. This time, as the sole Grand Slam player under the new global tournament format, he has achieved both fame and fortune, leaving little reason to obscure his success and return to university as an ordinary student. He is acutely aware that his mathematical prowess does not suffice for a distinguished career in scientific research. Hence, pursuing a career as a professional player seems quite appealing. As he concluded his statement, Gu Xing heard the sound of a key turning in the lock. Moments later, 2 petite heads peeked into the room. Are you live streaming? Gu Pan inquired softly. Yes, Gu Xing waved her over. Just come in. It's fine. Gu Pan hesitated for a moment, but then rushed into the room with a takeout box. She realized her misstep and quickly corrected herself. We went to the Zhuangyuan building to buy lunch. She mentioned that you quite enjoy it. I had no idea. Shen Guanshan scratched her cheek. Gu Xing shot his sister a sidelong glance. You're unaware of many things. The Zhuangyuan building in Yongcheng is a renowned establishment, with an average meal costing 200 to 300. In his childhood, the Gu family's financial situation did not permit such indulgences. After earning his own income, he frequented that restaurant primarily with his girlfriend, while he would take his parents and sister to another esteemed eatery, Ninghai Shifu, where the family relished the braised pomfret with rice cakes. Moreover, Gu Xing's vacation was limited, and he preferred not to revisit the same restaurant consecutively. Gu Pan, of course, was oblivious to this. Do you want to greet them? Gu Xing asked his sister. There are quite a few viewers in the live stream. Gu Pan, unperturbed, confidently approached the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Gu Qichu's sister. Thank you all for your unwavering support of him. Today, she wore no makeup, thus appearing less glamorous. However, her natural beauty and the warm smile gracing her lips made her remarkably approachable, resembling an amiable neighbor girl. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged dramatically. Wow! I thought Brother Xing was joking when he said his sister resembled Zhou Huimin, but she truly does. Brother Xing, you should stop live streaming and let your sister take over. Big brother-in-law. Mist's nickname is being snatched away by Brother Xing. Woe is me, bringing the villain. Where's Brother Xing's partner? I want to see who this divine being is. Holding back laughter, Gu Xing glanced at Shen Guanshan, who was struggling to unpack her meal and fervently gesturing her refusal to appear on camera. Noticing this, Gu Xing did not press his socially anxious girlfriend to make an appearance. We shall conclude the live stream here for today. He bid farewell to the viewers. I anticipate streaming once more before the end of the holiday, and I will notify you in advance. Just as the excitement reached its peak, the stream abruptly ended, leaving the audience in a state of confusion once again. Gu Xing disregarded the viewers' reactions and directly cut off the stream. The desk you use for streaming is quite long. Gu Pan remarked. surveying the layout of her new home with great curiosity. What will you do with the remaining space? Oh, you don't need it, right? Gu Xing replied casually. Well, that's fine. I can always switch to a shorter one later. Don't. Gu Pan affectionately linked her arm with Shen Guanshan's. Let's pick out 2 computers together later and sit side by side to compete. Seeing her friend nod, she turned to Gu Xing and said, Thank you for what you did earlier. Gu Pan, possessing emotional intelligence that rivaled her brother's, understood the reason behind his allowing her to appear in the streaming room. It was, in essence, a favor that paved the way for her impending negotiations in Shanghai. Without this appearance, she was certain that her discussions with the club regarding the contract would not go smoothly, and encountering attempts to lower the price would not be unusual. Now that the club's management was aware of her identity, they would certainly refrain from imposing excessively harsh conditions, if only for Gu Xing's sake. Gu Pan was acutely aware of her brother's immense popularity, which was unparalleled in the domestic League of Legends scene. No other competitors could hold a candle to him. Given that League of Legends is currently the most popular title in the esports arena, it follows that Gu Xing is undoubtedly a prestigious name in the industry. Major clubs would surely afford him a modicum of regard. Gu Pan felt she had benefited from Gu Xing's influence, but she did not feel embarrassed about it. Ever since last summer when her brother had a disagreement with her over clearing her shopping cart, she had successfully shifted her perspective. After all, they were family. Why not take advantage of the connection? She could always show her brother some extra kindness once she reaped the benefits. Where did you buy the Herman Miller? Gu Xing asked, handing a piece of cake to his girlfriend while inquiring of Gu Pan. Send me a link later. The chairs at home aren't very comfortable. I can purchase it, Gu Pan replied, picking up some eel slices. I just found out that they primarily cater to B2B business. If you buy in the company's name, you can get a significant discount. For individual customers, the retail price of a chair could exceed 10,000 yuan, but through corporate channels, it would be around 6 or 7,000. Having secured a good deal, Gu Pan eagerly took on the responsibility. Could you buy one for me too? Shen Guanshan glanced at her. I'll transfer you the money later. Absolutely, Gu Pan agreed, helping to retrieve a box of snails. By the way, how's your French coming along? Guanshan? Gu Xing cast a concerned look her way. It's going all right. It's not particularly difficult, just a bit challenging to adjust to the connected speech, Shen Guanshan replied. By the end of the year, I should be quite proficient. Her calm and relaxed tone indicated that French was hardly a challenge for Shen Guanshan. By the way, what do you plan to do during your week off? Gu Pan looked around. It seems like the new home is nearly organized, so it shouldn't take too much time. Gu Xing already had plans. I need to go to the mall to buy a couple of short-sleeved shirts. Otherwise, I won't have enough clothes at the base. Summer clothes require more frequent washing than those of other seasons, so it's essential to have a few extra on hand. Perfect, Gu Pan nodded. I am planning to purchase 2 suits. Let us go together then. As she spoke, a long sigh escaped her lips. Starting a business is truly no easy feat. One must don formal attire when venturing out. Gu Xing momentarily lost his composure, remarking, What can be done when you are so young? It is simply the way things are. With her youthful visage, should she opt for casual wear, she would appear no different from a high school student. Engaging in business negotiations with such an appearance would undoubtedly be ineffective. Only formal attire could serve to somewhat mask her youthful shortcomings. Alas, our natural beauty has no platform to shine, Gu Pan lamented narcissistically, then turned to Shen Guanshan, suddenly struck by an idea. Guanshan, she exclaimed in a feigned sing-song voice, sending shivers down Gu Xing's arm. How about you join me at the mall later? I'll pick out a couple of stylish outfits for you. Looking this beautiful deserves some dressing up. Shen Guanshan had been quietly listening to the banter between the siblings while grappling with her own thoughts. She was taken aback when the conversation abruptly shifted to her. She instinctively shook her head in denial, as she had never been fond of ostentatious adornments and was resistant to Gu Pan's suggestion. However, a glance at her boyfriend's intrigued expression caused her to waver slightly. With a remarkable memory, Shen Guanshan recalled the embarrassing experience of selecting a suit for Gu Xing for an award ceremony last year. Realizing that aesthetics and she were hardly on speaking terms, every outfit her boyfriend wore struck her as equally handsome. Despite Gu Xing's reassurances, she recognized that her conduct diverged significantly from that of her peers. Prior to their relationship, she thought little of it, believing that her looks were not a currency she relied on. Why waste time on fashion when she could tackle more academic challenges? Yet, after solidifying their relationship, her perspective began to shift. Since Gu Pan had proactively suggested a change, perhaps seizing this opportunity to transform herself would be a commendable choice. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Gu Pan was elated, excitedly shaking her friend's arm. Wonderful, wonderful. Just wait until tomorrow. I will pour all my expertise into you. However, Shun Guanshan's focus was elsewhere as she exchanged a glance with Gu Xing, both of their lips curling into involuntary smiles. The following day, at the Ida shopping center. Quickly, try on this outfit. Gu Pan handed Shun Guanshan a meticulously chosen ensemble, ushering her into the fitting room. Shun Guanshan now wore a glum expression, the buoyancy of the previous day entirely absent. After entering the mall, she had been trying on clothes for nearly an hour without pause. Regret washed over her. She was truly regretting this decision. Shun Guanshan had never endured such torment before. Typically, she would rotate between loose garments in black, white, and gray, selecting a few quality pieces to take home, and her solo shopping excursions rarely exceeded half an hour. Now, under Gu Pan's command, she felt like a marionette, compelled to obey her friend's every directive. Oh dear, I have long desired to play the role of stylist, Gu Pan declared, hands on her hips, her tone brimming with pride. As a child, I dreamed of owning Barbie dolls but lacked the means. Who would have thought adulthood would grant me the chance to fulfill that dream? What do you think of my sister's fashion sense? She proudly asked. Standing tall as she sought approval from Gu Xing, isn't it particularly impressive? The clothing styles of Gu Pan and Shun Guanshan were entirely different. Her wardrobe was a treasure trove of various outfits. Although most were inexpensive finds from Taobao, Gu Pan managed to don a new ensemble each day, adorning herself in a manner that radiated youth and vibrancy. Her understanding of fashion far surpassed that of her brother and sister-in-law. Gu Pan, basking in her own satisfaction, awaited a response from her brother, but after 2 seconds of silence, she turned to Gu Xing, only to find him staring blankly ahead. What are you looking at? She followed his gaze, exclaiming, oh my. Shun Guanshan stood at the entrance of the fitting room, her hands clasped nervously, her demeanor somewhat awkward. She wore an oversized pure white t-shirt, true to her usual style, which accentuated her fair complexion. However, her lower half had transitioned from loose-fitting sweatpants to form-fitting pencil pants. To be fair, pencil pants had a moment of popularity during their middle school years, but they had gradually fallen out of favor. Gu Pan had only managed to dig out this one pair. She understood why pencil pants were deemed outdated. They were notorious for being body-type selective. The fabric clung tightly to the legs, making them unflattering for those who were either too heavy or too slender. Nevertheless, as her close friend for 19 years, Gu Pan was acutely aware of Shun Guanshan's physique. With long, straight legs and shapely calves and thighs fitting together seamlessly, pencil pants looked absolutely stunning on her. Your eyes are practically glued. Gu Pan chuckled, playfully tapping Gu Xing's head before rushing over to inquire about Shun Guanshan's thoughts. How do you feel about this outfit? A loose top paired with fitted bottoms and contrasting colors creates a strong visual impact. Shun Guanshan tugged at her t-shirt, still adjusting to this kind of attire, realizing it would take some time to acclimate. However, overall, she was quite pleased. The amount of skin exposed was minimal, and the overall style was casual enough to be acceptable for her. She glanced at her boyfriend, seeking his opinion. Gu Xing nodded enthusiastically. You look truly beautiful. Just pack the chosen clothes, and I'll handle the payment. No, there's no need, Shun Guanshan quickly replied, pulling out her phone. I have enough money on me. Although her parents were divorced, she had never lacked for material comforts, receiving a generous monthly allowance. Additionally, with her scholarship supporting her, she had managed to save a substantial amount after her expenses. While the spending levels at the shops on Yida Avenue were indeed high, she could easily afford it. Seeing his girlfriend's determination, Gu Xing understood that resisting would be futile and allowed Shun Guanshan to pay. While waiting for her, he took out his phone and began browsing online. As he opened Weibo, he noticed a trending topic related to League of Legends. LPL Intercontinental Championship documentary, another one scheduled for tonight. What's going on? I felt better yesterday, but after stopping ibuprofen this morning, it flared up again, leaving me dizzy and shivering. I suppose I'll have to postpone for another day. My apologies. The overdue updates will be addressed once I recover. I must admit, I feel rather cowardly. As the documentary unfolds, Gu Xing eagerly clicks to see what the Intercontinental competition will reveal. Once the emblem of the LPL region fades, the video delves into the main content. The opening scene focuses on the airport, capturing the enthusiastic greetings exchanged among the four teams' players upon their encounter. Gu Xing observes himself on screen, effortlessly mingling with each participant of the Intercontinental event. Sure, Sunming, you've been performing quite well lately, haven't you? Even snagging the title of Best Support for the week. The player named Xiaoming can only chuckle in response. Thanks to Suning. If it weren't for that upset against you, I reckon the award would still belong to Duan Gu. The LPL's weekly best, as the name suggests, selects 5 players who have excelled in their respective positions based on the overall performance of all 12 teams during that week of regular competition. Traditionally, VG would consistently have 2 or 3 players featured on the list. However, due to VG's solitary match against Suning in the 3rd week, their disappointing performance left them without a single player on this year's weekly best list for the first time. The vacant support position was claimed by Shi Sunming. RNG, in Group B, radiates confidence, triumphing over every opponent and securing a dominant position in the weekly best player count with a flawless record. In the video, Gu Xing turns to see the mischievous Ming Kai. Ming Kai, stop staring at me with those eyes. One might think we have a vendetta. Upon hearing Gu Xing's jest, Ming Kai lunges to grab his neck, attempting to pull his friend down to the ground. Laughter fills the waiting room, creating an atmosphere brimming with joy. Yet, not all relationships were amicable at that moment. For instance, when the management of E and EDG met and shook hands, their smiles appeared exceedingly stiff. The official narrative did not deliberately amplify the previous tensions between the two teams, as both are currently popular. Revisiting old grievances in the documentary would seem rather untimely. However, they could not simply edit out the footage, as that would only heighten viewers' suspicions regarding the relationship between the two teams. Thus, they hastily released a group photo before swiftly transitioning to the next segment. Despite the fast-paced editing, Gu Xing's keen eye catches the underlying tension. He is not alone. Many online viewers noticed this as well, engaging in lively discussions in the comments. Haha, I can see E's manager's expression. He looks like he wants to swallow Abu whole. New viewers might wonder, do these two have a history? It's not a simple story. Both clubs and these two individuals have their share of grievances. Can you guess why EDG prohibits players from dating? Hee, what a hellish joke. The documentary then shifts scenes to Kaohsiung, showcasing vibrant outdoor shots that encompass the lush greenery and the bustling night market characteristic of the tropical region. Alongside the playful antics of the four teams as they gather at the airport, the overall tone remains quite harmonious and relaxed, interspersed with interviews featuring the players. When it was Liu Shiyu's turn to face the camera, he candidly expressed the team's aspirations for the current Intercontinental Tournament, stating, reaching the finals would be deemed a success. Gu Xing, seated in the mall's lounge area, nearly lost his composure. This had indeed been an internally established baseline, yet hearing it from Xianghua felt somewhat off. Goodness. Gu Pan, who had been observing, couldn't help but comment, is his emotional intelligence really that low? If he had said, our psychological expectation in the LPL is to secure the runner-up and contend for the championship. Our opponents are formidable, but we will strive to win every match. Wouldn't that have sounded far more compelling than the runner-up is a success? She pondered in confusion. Gu Xing reflected for a moment before offering the most rational explanation. If he could articulate it that way, he wouldn't be Xianghua, the audience. Upon hearing Xianghua's objective, refrained from mockery or derision. The reasoning was simple. The LPL had triumphed, and RNG had not lost a single match. In the realm of esports, results ultimately speak volumes. As long as there is strength, everything can be negotiated. Despite Xianghua's assertion that the runner-up is a success, countless netizens praised his humility in the comments. The documentary then transitioned to July 6th, the day of the tournament's commencement. Notably, the video did not emphasize the incident in the audience during the opening ceremony. Gu Xing was not surprised. This was something that only those in the know could comprehend, while others would remain oblivious. However, the editing team effectively captured the overall atmosphere. When the Joker appeared in the hero selection screen, the documentary's perspective primarily focused on the players' area and backstage. Within the team's lounge, the voice of VG resonated. Let us pick the Joker. Watching the video, Gu Xing suddenly realized that his tone had been somewhat gritted. Are you sure you want to play that hero? Yu Wenbao expressed disbelief. Lock it in. Gu Xing declared resolutely, today, we must utterly humiliate our opponents. He then reassured his teammates with the words, don't worry, I've got this win secured. At that moment, the barrage of comments exploded. Impressive, very confident. that thin veil of a 4v4 match, to be honest. This game is a perfect stress reliever to enjoy with lunch. Finishing my takeout, I must watch and eat, and the flavor, let me tell you, is absolutely divine. I'm different. I'll scientifically surf the web to find the area where the bent congregate, then wildly send the link to this match, accompanied by a line saying, "If you harbor a deep-seated hatred for VG, come and witness their shocking defeat against SN. Fishing? You guys are the best at it." I'm convinced. The reactions from the members of the other 3 LPL teams were equally genuine. Gu Xing still plays the Joker? Uzi was taken aback. Oh my goodness, wait. Xiaobai stood up, looking at the television screen in disbelief. You're really brave to pick that. In the documentary, Xiye, sipping on Wangzai milk, stared wide-eyed, completely unaware that the drink had overflowed from the corner of his mouth. This scene elicited laughter from numerous netizens. Gu Pan barely managed to keep her composure, primarily due to the exceedingly naive, round face of Xiye, which rendered his actions quite comical. The scene shifted, revealing Gu Xing seated in a dimly lit post-production interview room. A voiceover punctually emerged. Was there pressure on your shoulders when selecting the Joker for the opening match? In the footage, Gu Xing, resembling a teddy bear, shrugged. How could there be no burden? He candidly admitted. If we were to lose the match, our situation would become increasingly awkward. The opening match aimed to impart a lesson to the opposing team, with the choice of the Joker intended to showcase their prowess. Should they inadvertently lose, VG and LPL would undoubtedly be subjected to relentless ridicule during the subsequent Intercontinental Tournament. Yet, if given the chance to choose again, I would still select the Joker, Gu Xing asserted resolutely from the dim room, for I possess ample confidence in leading the team to victory. The scene flashed back to the Rift, where the Joker was engaged in a frenzied display of carnage. Each Q ability, deceptive tricks, executed by Jacques, who instilled trepidation in the opponents, while the switch between his true and false forms left the Flash Wolves utterly bewildered, accompanied by sinister laughter. The Joker was already on a rampage. As Gu Xing leapt over the Flash Wolves jungle to hunt down Betty, he exuberantly proclaimed in the team voice chat, "Look at me." The Joker dashed through walls with his Q ability, arriving beside Betty while still cloaked in invisibility, brandishing the VG emblem whilst dancing. The level of taunting surged to its zenith. The voice chat erupted with merriment. "Xiao Gu, you truly are remarkable." SB rejoiced, "Yes, yes, yes. We must humiliate our opponents thoroughly." As the visual feast concluded, VG swept through with unrelenting force, soon positioning themselves before the Flash Wolves nexus. The team collectively surged toward the fountain, intent on eliminating the respawned Betty. Gu Xing instructed his decoy to absorb damage, leading the charge himself. Just as the Joker prepared to strike Betty down with his poison dagger, Kuro hastily targeted the nexus. Viewers of the documentary engaged in banter within the chat, repeatedly spamming, "Hurry and push, Xiao Gu is about to die." However, the good times were short-lived. Following VG's triumph over the Flash Wolves, the documentary's mood took a sharp downturn, showcasing the dismal performance in Group E. The accompanying commentary from LPL during that period echoed painfully. Faker's ultimate ability wreaked havoc, utterly dismantling Team E's formation. Ziv, controlling the crocodile, rolled in from the side, executing a flawless combo that eliminated the Big Brother in an instant. The cacophony of despair was palpable, rendering it almost unbearable to watch. After suffering defeats to SKT and HQ, the Spring Split runners-up faced an unforgiving start to the tournament with 2 consecutive losses, an utterly unacceptable outcome. The despondent expressions of Team E were laid bare before all spectators, casting a shadow of low spirits over the lounge. "Were you all that dejected at the time?" Gu Pan inquired softly, inching closer, glancing at her while holding his phone. Gu Xing replied, "It was quite normal. We initially believed Team E could secure some points, but their sudden decline was a disaster for LPL." The documentary transitioned to the interview segment featuring Xiye. After the championship, Su Hanwei reminisced about the past, his tone imbued with a sense of helplessness and pessimism. Losing to SKT was anticipated before the match, but losing to HQ was truly unexpected. The oppressive atmosphere of the video reached its zenith at this point. Then came the exhilarating 2 sets of BO5. In the semifinals against the LMS region, LPL triumphed in all 3 matches, decisively advancing to the final showdown. What must the E players have felt upon realizing they would not compete in the semifinals? Upon hearing this question, 957 displayed a shy smile. Naturally, There was disappointment when we first received the news. After all, there were 4 teams from the LPL region, and we were the only ones without the opportunity to face LMS in the semifinals, which inevitably felt disheartening. However, our head coach Homie mentioned that once we reached the finals, he would assign even more formidable tasks to E, making the absence from the semifinals somewhat more palatable. 957 chuckled. As the documentary transitioned to the finals chapter, it deliberately replayed an interview clip of KT's coach Lee Ji-hoon, who humorously remarked that if they lost the finals, he could swim back to his country. The director even provided a close-up shot of the opposing coach, vividly capturing Lee Ji-hoon's expression of unrestrained delight. The barrage of comments from viewers was relentless and filled with laughter. After winning the Intercontinental match, I was so engrossed in celebrating that I forgot. Did KT manage to swim back home? The veteran general on the stage, surrounded by flags. Ultimately, KT is just a bit unfortunate. It was the only team in the finals that emerged victorious, which is commendable in itself. The mystery is solved. It turns out SKT intentionally lost to E to see their rival KT embarrassingly swim back home. KT, so you lot from BYD are just putting on a show, aren't you? The jibe at KT's head coach was merely a segment from the LPL coaching staff. The duration was brief, as many of the strategies discussed were not suitable for public broadcast. We deliberated over our lineup until 4 in the morning before the finals. Huahu recounted sincerely. Everyone was fired up, eager to prove themselves in front of K. The documentary even showcased the voice communication from VG when they found themselves at a disadvantage at the start of the first finals match, sparking considerable discussion among viewers. The VG players remained inexplicably calm, seemingly unaffected by the pressure. Their performance was akin to a stabilizing force, silencing the anxious atmosphere in the IPL backstage lounge. After EDG's defeat, RNG was eager to demonstrate their prowess before the Dragon Ball. When LPL first secured match point, the backstage lounge was already abuzz with voices. They were guaranteed at least a tiebreaker match. VG, as the most crucial weapon, undoubtedly had a high chance of victory. The camera once again focused on the dimly lit room where Xiye waited. I was no longer afraid before going on stage, Su Hanwei remarked with a smile. Even if we lost that round, we had our big brother VG ready to step in for the decisive match, so there was no overwhelming psychological pressure. When facing SKT, I simply wanted to repay all the grievances I had suffered in the past few days and vindicate E. After he made his entrance, the combination of Galio and Kog'Maw relentlessly pressured SKT, gradually encroaching upon their survival space. Cheers erupted from the LPL backstage lounge. Each time the Colossus of Justice descended from the heavens, it stirred a wave of excitement within the room. As SKT faced a devastating team wipe, he surged towards the enemy's nexus, and the members of the 3 IPL teams were engulfed in uncontainable exhilaration. Their faces adorned with radiant smiles as they embraced one another in fervent joy. The main footage concluded with a poignant scene of the representatives from the 4 teams in the LPL region each extending a hand to raise the champion's trophy. Following a brief blackout, the screen illuminated once more, ushering in the interview segment. Xing, what do you believe is the greatest takeaway from this Intercontinental tournament? The camera focused on Gu Xing, seated with hands crossed, who quipped, "Of course, it's the Grand Slam. Just kidding." He then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "What left the most profound impression on me during the Intercontinental tournament was the spirit of unity and collaboration. Before the tournament, many did not hold high hopes for IPL. Yet we ultimately triumphed. This was solely due to our collective resolve and mutual progress. That is my personal greatest takeaway from this event." As the documentary gradually drew to a close, Gu Xing had yet to fully reflect when his girlfriend briskly returned with a small receipt in hand. "Come on. Let's hurry and grab a bite," Gu Pan said, rubbing her stomach. "I'm absolutely famished." After collecting their garments, the trio sought out a seafood restaurant within the mall. "This fish is enormous," Shun Guanshan remarked in awe as he observed a sturgeon sprawled across the ice during the ordering process. Gu Pan surveyed it and shook her head repeatedly. "How many pounds is this? We can't possibly eat just this one dish. If you 3 would like to order. Our kitchen can prepare the fish in 4 different styles," the waiter suggested, with various cooking methods for each part. "Wait, for styles from 1 fish." Gu Xing interjected unexpectedly. The waiter, momentarily taken aback, pondered for a moment before responding, "Yes, 1 fish, for styles. What kind of fish is this?" Gu Xing pressed. "Sturgeon," the waiter replied. Gu Xing paused, contemplating. "If Guanshan wants it, Then it's settled. He decisively declared. Apologies for the delay, as my condition of hypersomnia has been quite severe. I estimate I have only been awake for about 4 to 5 hours throughout the day, only to feel drowsy again by 8 in the evening. How long will this last? It has rendered me utterly fatigued. As they finished ordering, the trio continued their conversation while heading to wash their hands. Given that we are currently in the fishing ban period, the available seafood is exceedingly scarce, Gu Pan lamented. For most residents of Yong City, seafood is a staple of their dining experience, and going without it for a few days leaves one feeling quite unsettled. Gu Pan, who usually studies in the capital, primarily relies on the cafeteria or takeout, making it rare for her to encounter fresh seafood. After finally returning home for the holidays, the fishing ban meant they were left with frozen goods or river catches, which naturally felt insufficient. Once the fishing ban is lifted in a few days, let's have a housewarming feast at Xiye. I've heard their crabs are quite delectable. It will serve as a delightful treat, Gu Xing proposed. Zhenrongji is a renowned chain restaurant from the neighboring city of Taizhou, boasting numerous branches across the nation. In Ningbo, it has established its presence adjacent to the city library. Gu Pan felt invigorated upon learning that a delightful meal awaited her before departure. Her spirits lifted. She found even the sight of fried fish nuggets more appealing as she returned to her seat. However, upon glancing up, she was met with the sight of two individuals across the table, entwined in an intimate embrace. Turning her head slightly, she discovered that her adjacent seat was occupied solely by a shopping bag filled with clothes. Let us keep it together, Gu Pan remarked, crunching on the crispy fried fish. Could you tone down the affection in public? Shen Guanshan, caught off guard by her teasing, felt a tinge of embarrassment as he tucked a stray strand of hair behind his ear, yet he remained resolutely close, showing no intention of creating distance. Gu Xing, oblivious to the banter, wrapped his arm around his girlfriend's slender waist, the scent of her body wash wafting towards him, a delightful fragrance reminiscent of oranges. With his other hand, he swiftly scrolled through his phone, perusing online news. By the way, where are you two staying after you head to Shanghai? Gu Xing inquired casually. Gu Pan responded matter-of-factly. During our internship at Vision Punch over winter break, we rented a hotel apartment, so we'll be going back there this time. Sounds reasonable. Gu Xing conceded, momentarily stumped for a more suitable accommodation solution. When I return to Shanghai, I'll buy a car to serve as your mode of transportation. Please don't buy that Mercedes S-Series. I beg you. Gu Pan exclaimed with a grimace. I truly can't drive that. Gu Xing pondered for a moment before opening a webpage on his phone. What about an SUV? I think this model looks quite decent. Upon hearing this, Gu Pan eagerly leaned in. She didn't mind the idea of an SUV. In fact, she found it quite cool and stylish for a woman to drive a larger vehicle. However, her enthusiasm quickly dissipated when she saw the price, her expression shifting dramatically as her brows furrowed in concern. You're talking about cars worth millions. What happens if I accidentally scratch or dent it? Gu Xing assured her. I'll pay for the repairs. Still, the same condition applies. You must be the driver whenever I use the car. How often can a professional player actually drive? Gu Pan calculated the benefits in her mind, deeming it a fantastic deal akin to enjoying the privilege of a luxury vehicle for free, and she readily agreed. As their conversation continued, the dish of fish prepared in 4 different styles was served. Shen Guanshan quietly poured them fish soup and delicately sipped from his bowl. This afternoon, I'll buy 2 pairs of shoes, Gu Pan declared, showing no signs of fatigue after a morning of shopping, her enthusiasm unabated as she shared her plans. Then I'll accompany Guanshan to get a new hairstyle. Shen Guanshan raised her head, her interest piqued. What about my matters? Of course. The transformation plan is far from complete, Gu Pan insisted, determined to engage in a real-life dress-up game. A new hairstyle is of utmost importance. I think I look perfectly fine as I am, Shen Guanshan said, running her fingers through her short black hair, perplexed by the need for change. Gu Pan sought to alter her perspective. There are distinctions even among short hairstyles. If you insist on going to the hair salon at Yinyuan, just look at the ends of your hair. What do you mean by the Yinyuan hair salon? Gu Xing interjected, curious about this newfound term he was unfamiliar with. In every university campus, there exists a barbershop, and it seems that the one at Peking University is situated beside the 31st dormitory. This establishment prides itself on offering affordable services with a high turnover rate. An average haircut takes merely 7 to 8 minutes. One can only ponder the quality of such rapid service. Gu Pan extended her arm, playfully tousling Shun Guanshan's dark locks across the table. Thus, it has earned the moniker of the hair ruin shop of Yinyuan. Isn't it more convenient to get a haircut on campus? Shun Guanshan had her own perspective. It saves considerable time. Plus, there's no obligation to engage in conversation, which perfectly aligns with my personality. She dreaded encountering overly zealous staff trying to upsell products, being somewhat socially anxious. She found it challenging to refuse when seated in a barber's chair, unable to move freely. Although the employees at the Yinyuan hair ruin shop might not possess exceptional skills, their reticence was a redeeming quality. Shun Guanshan felt no pressure as she sat there, enduring the swift snips of the scissors. Gu Pan was determined to transform her future sister-in-law thoroughly. Just listen to me today, and I assure you will be satisfied. Faced with no alternative, Shun Guanshan, frowning, finished her lunch and, under Gu Pan's guidance, wandered through the mall. Gu Xing bore no complaints. It was a rare occasion to accompany his girlfriend and family for an outing. Wherever they ventured, as long as he could see them together, he was content. How about we just stay here? Shun Guanshan was on the verge of surrender. While her stamina held up, her ingrained shopping habits did not involve hasty comparisons. To her, all the salons in the mall seemed relatively similar. Don't go to this barber shop. Gu Pan urged her forward. You surely don't want to end up with a golden eye, do you? Just a couple more steps, and we will arrive. At last, when Shun Guanshan settled into the barber's chair, she finally exhaled in relief. Her only task now was to relax and let others take charge. Gu Xing, laden with shopping bags, took a seat and observed with interest. Just a blunt cut, keep it short, and absolutely avoid thinning, Gu Pan instructed the stylist. The length should reach the middle of her neck. The barber seemed to appreciate such a straightforward customer, allowing him to focus solely on his work without unnecessary deliberation. Half an hour later, Shun Guanshan emerged with a freshly styled haircut. Not bad, right? Gu Pan's eyes sparkled. The ends have been left with some length. You can tuck them in to frame your cheeks, making your face appear smaller. Though honestly, it's already quite petite. She turned to her older brother. What do you think? From the moment Shun Guanshan finished her haircut, Gu Xing had been scrutinizing his girlfriend with keen interest. It looks fantastic. It's quite a change from before, he remarked, his eyes reflecting admiration. With the new hairstyle and a shift in her wardrobe style, Shun Guanshan felt remarkably rejuvenated. She was quite pleased. Her friend's styling resonated well with her personality. Typically, she preferred to minimize the time spent on her appearance, opting for a casual style. Gu Pan's coordination was impeccable. Impressive. Shun Guanshan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. After a long day of work, is it too much to ask for a cup of milk tea? Gu Pan grinned while playfully pinching Shun Guanshan's smooth, fair cheek. I'll go buy it. What would you like? Gu Xing volunteered to get up. Just a Yangji Ganlu will do. Gu Pan cradled her milk tea as she made her way back to the Gushi community, savoring the refreshing chill that provided a temporary respite from the sweltering summer heat. Passing by her family's small supermarket, she couldn't resist stepping inside to bask in her mother's effusive praise for Shun Guanshan, emerging with a contented smile. Shun Guanshan, cheeks flushed, silently held a cup of red bean milk tea. Following his mother's wishes, Gu Xing retrieved a Kirin melon from the supermarket, intending to chill it at home before sharing it. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Gu Xing cleared his throat. Gu Pan, please take the watermelon inside. I need to discuss something with Guanshan. His sister shot him a knowing glance, her expression a blend of understanding and silence, as she accepted the watermelon and trudged into the house. Satisfied with her reaction, Gu Xing turned to Shun Guanshan, who looked at him with curiosity. What is it? She inquired. The narrow hallway of the old community felt even more confined as they stood close together, the gentle warmth of their breath brushing against the nape of Gu Xing's neck, igniting a subtle thrill. Meeting her clear, innocent gaze, Gu Xing realized Shun Guanshan genuinely believed he had something important to discuss. It's nothing serious, he deflected. I just haven't been to your place in a while, and thought we could chat. Trusting him, Shun Guanshan fidgeted with the starfish charm on her backpack, retrieving a set of keys to unlock the door and invite her boyfriend inside. Gu Xing's eyes scanned the room, noting the dust covers draped over the living room sofa, exuding a cold, unwelcoming atmosphere. Following her gaze, Shun Guanshan offered an explanation as she changed her shoes. I've only been here for a week, and it seemed too much trouble to take off the dust covers. Come on, step inside. She gestured towards the inner bedroom. I have air conditioning in my room. After changing his shoes, Gu Xing obediently followed her into the secondary bedroom. The moment the door closed, the atmosphere shifted, becoming somewhat charged. The old air conditioner dutifully hummed, dispersing cool air that whisked away the thin layer of sweat from their brows. Even if Shun Guanshan was somewhat oblivious, she sensed a hint of intimacy in the air, a delicate flush blooming on her ears. Yet, she did not resist. Rather, there was a subtle anticipation, her eyes fixed on him. Gu Xing sipped his lemon juice, pondering Shun Guanshan's apparent naivete. It was clear she was not entirely unaware. But when she did pose some rather amusing questions, it was this state of being understanding yet seemingly oblivious that was utterly captivating, the allure heightened to its peak. To delve deeper would feel too mundane. To remain too shallow would seem excessively naive. That balanced state was just right, and Gu Xing relished it. What is this? He noticed a new certificate on Shun Guanshan's honor wall. Oh, it's a first prize from CMC. She downplayed it. Not really significant. CMC refers to the National College Student Mathematics Competition. You can participate in your freshman year? Gu Xing appeared as curious as a child. I heard from Ding Ran that their school allows second-year students to register for the exam, she remarked. The registration guidelines do indeed state that, Shun Guanshan replied. His gaze cast down at his toes, which had curled up after a long day of fatigue. Nevertheless, he continued to address the inquiries. However, registering right after enrollment does not pose any issues. As long as one has completed the exam material, awards can still be attained. After all, first and second years are considered lower grade levels, and the difficulty is not particularly high. What about compared to Galio? Gu Xing pressed incessantly, displaying a relentless curiosity. Shun Guanshan took a deep breath and sipped her red bean milk tea. Well, Galio is indeed a bit more challenging. CMC offers nearly 600 spots for finals each year. The number of opportunities far surpassed those of Galio. Gu Xing, feeling a surge of pride, placed her hands on her hips. Looks like my silver medal is quite impressive after all. Shun Guanshan glanced at her nearly empty milk teacup before lifting her gaze to meet Gu Xing, who was lost in reverie about her high school glory days. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Do you really care for me?" With a direct approach. Gu Xing's attention snapped back, focusing on her. Today, Shun Guanshan, having completed her makeover, looked particularly enchanting, gazing up at him with eager eyes. Gu Xing felt no reason to suppress his desires any longer. The temperature in the room, which had just cooled thanks to the air conditioning, began to rise once more. Shun Guanshan leaned back in her chair, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her fingertips first unconsciously tugged at his shirt, then shifted to gently caress the slightly protruding vertebrae of his neck, absently stroking the area. As Gu Xing leaned closer, a shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to inquire, "What is the matter?" A hint of dreamy confusion flashed in Shun Guanshan's usually rational eyes, partially obscured by her golden-framed glasses. Yet Gu Xing noticed it. "Nothing," she murmured softly. "I just wanted to touch." And then, Gu Xing pressed further, "What is the difference in sensation?" Shun Guanshan pondered for a moment. It feels quite large and firm." Fortunately, her prefacing softened the description. Otherwise, Gu Xing might have doubted her intentions. "Aside from that, I can smell sweat when we kiss," she stated with utmost seriousness. Her remark left Gu Xing momentarily speechless. On such a hot day, after diligently running errands, it was only natural to sweat, wasn't he? "Quickly go shower," Shun Guanshan urged him. "I need to freshen up too. My clothes are practically sticking to me." Reluctantly, Gu Xing departed from her home. The days of vacation passed swiftly. Without the burden of training, life felt incredibly relaxed for a professional player. Each morning, he would rise early to practice in the canyon, maintaining his skills before engaging in social activities, helping out at home or accompanying his parents to the mall to pick up essentials for their new house. Alternatively, he would stroll along the streets with Shun Guanshan, relishing grilled squid from night market stalls, or wander to the drum tower to gaze at the calm waters of the Yongjiang River flowing quietly under the night sky. Life could only be described as delightful. Of course, Gu Xing did not forget his earlier promise to his audience regarding the live broadcast. In the new home, he was in the midst of installing a trophy display cabinet of the same model he had ordered, the noise quite overwhelming. Although the internet at his old residence was no longer the unreliable iron communication, the configuration lagged behind. Playing games was manageable, but live streaming posed a challenge. After much contemplation, Gu Xing ultimately decided to set the streaming location in his girlfriend's bedroom. "Why has the background changed again?" he queried, gazing at the rapidly scrolling comments. "Because we are at my girlfriend's house, and her computer is more efficient," he replied. Shun Guanshan sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, cradling a box of cut watermelon, using a plastic fork to feed herself. Would you like some? She offered, spearing a piece. This watermelon is quite sweet. Gu Xing did not decline, turning to open his mouth wide. Shun Guanshan had initially intended for her boyfriend to take a fork, but upon seeing his eager expression, she sighed softly and adopted the role of a caregiver, offering a piece of watermelon to his mouth. Since she was not in the frame, the audience could only see her delicate hands holding the fruit box throughout the feeding process. Nonetheless, the viewers in the live stream became inexplicably excited. Brother Xing's girlfriend looks gorgeous at first glance, even without showing her face. Are you all going to read her palm? Honestly, just from her voice, she doesn't seem to fit the cute stereotype. This watermelon is sweet, sweetness galore. Doesn't her voice rival that of Zhou Shuyi? If she's better than Zhou Shuyi, your standards are rather low. To be frank, the background doesn't look like a girl's room. Brother Xing hasn't found a big, adorable girl, has he? Gu Xing caught sight of the last comment and couldn't help but glance back at the arrangement of his girlfriend's room. It could be said that the decor did not resemble a typical female bedroom. The tones were rather cold and hard, and the overall style was minimalist and monotonous. Is that a gold medal displayed in the back? Gu Xing read the comment, taken aback by this revelation. Do you people have microscopes to watch the live stream? The camera he adjusted did not have a large view. Remarkably, viewers could discern the various awards and memorabilia that Shun Guanshan had placed in the farthest corner. Confirmed. It's a gold medal. Gu Xing was fed another piece of watermelon by his girlfriend. It must be from the 2014 National High School Competition. In their cohort of high school students who participated in competitions, it was rare for anyone to attend only one session. Gu Xing, during his first participation, was not even in the provincial team and could only secure a second prize in Zhujiang. Shun Guanshan, on the other hand, possessed a remarkable talent in this regard. She had garnered a national gold medal in her second year of high school, although she did not enter the training team. The gold medal hanging in the background was indeed awarded at the end of 2014. The comments began to flood in with questions. I can only say that my girlfriend's competition trophies are not fewer than those in my professional career. They are not merely for decoration. Gu Xing teased with a smile. You all should have a rough idea. The game has started. Let us not dwell on that issue. He redirected the conversation, shifting his gaze to the client interface. Wait, why am I not playing as the jungler? Gu Xing was assigned the mid lane position. As soon as his ID appeared in the team chat, the channel erupted with excitement. Several random teammates greeted him warmly and even tried to arrange for him to switch positions. Without an accelerator installed on his computer, Gu Xing could only navigate the rift, feeling as though he had returned home as the players recognized him. The world champion engages in his primary role as a jungler. One might assume he would effortlessly secure a victory. However, an unexpected twist arose during the ban pick phase. The jungler expressed his lack of proficiency in the mid lane, prompting teammates to frantically type in the chat, urging him to select Lulu for the mid lane and muddle through the match. Unfortunately, time was running short. As the countdown for the ban pick drew to a close, Gu Xing nonchalantly opted for the champion known as Chicken. Let him jungle. I see his record is filled with Lee Sin, and it seems like Li Xing, the master of this champion, is quite relaxed. Considering that position was never his to begin with. While chatting with the audience, he couldn't resist boasting. Today, I shall reveal to you the prowess of the mid lane Chicken. As imparted by Easyhoon, the jungler promptly locked in Li Sin, whose in-game name was Zhang Xuanfei. Gu Xing donned the S5 championship skin of Lord Ho, and, while enjoying a slice of watermelon provided by Shun Guanshan, concentrated fully on the rift, having not played in the domestic server for quite some time. His rank was not particularly high, hovering around the Diamond 2 tier. Moreover, Gu Xing was not exaggerating his proficiency with Chicken. He had indeed learned a considerable number of techniques from Lord Ho. The opponents in this casual match were no match for Gu Xing. Within 5 minutes, he utilized his soldiers to incapacitate the enemy, leaving them utterly helpless. Just as he was about to complete his goal, out of nowhere, a Li Sin lunged forth. With a swift E-flash, he astonishingly secured the kill on the enemy mid laner. Ah, this is unexpected, Shun Guanshan gasped in disbelief. Gu Xing began to question his own existence. Seriously, brother, you had to take that kill? He could somewhat comprehend Li Sin's intentions. He merely sought to help the team secure additional assist gold. Yet, the conversion of 300 gold into 150 was simply unacceptable. Not to mention that Gu Xing was playing Chicken, who relied even more on gold than Lee Sin. The absurdity of securing the kill was not lost on him. The barrage of comments reacted intensely. What does this mean? Losing the position shouldn't matter. What does it mean to come in and steal a kill? Even Hido's dagger can't match your ability to farm. Is this player throwing the game? Is he giving up his account? Stop slandering him. Zhang Xuanfei is just like that. This isn't acting. I don't understand. Who is Zhang Xuanfei? Times have changed. Even I, the 6324 watcher, no longer recognize him. Hello everyone. I am a labor reform prisoner from the Abstract Studio. Wishing you all a happy new year. Gu Xing had no time to glance at the comments. He consoled himself in a peculiar manner. Well, at least it's an assist, so it's not a total loss. It's quite beneficial for Lee Sin to secure kills early on. However, mere moments later, Gu Xing felt a sudden sting on his face. Lee Sin encountered the opposing Graves in the jungle. You've already secured a kill. There's no reason you shouldn't be able to defeat him. My friend, I want to intervene. I'll just help you keep the enemy mid laner occupied. Gu Xing thought to himself. He had noted that the enemy Graves had merely one layer of armor, rendering him a fragile target before Lee Sin. Once Lee Sin reached level 6, provided he managed his energy well, a well-timed Q could easily result in a solo kill. Graves would pose no challenge. After all, Gu Xing was controlling Chicken, who was not particularly adept at roaming, so as long as he could keep the enemy mid laner confined to the lane, allowing the battlefield to be dictated by the junglers would be deemed a success. Gu Xing had assumed that Lee Sin would undoubtedly be able to take down his opponent. As anticipated, Lee Sin executed a flamboyant maneuver that significantly diminished Graves' health. Following this, it was merely a matter of RQQ to finish him off, rendering Graves a mere snack for the team. However, when the blind monk unleashed his ultimate, it sent the nearly defeated Graves flying. Yet the subsequent Q, the sonic wave, inexplicably missed its mark. The sonic wave grazed Graves' body and soared into the void, ultimately crashing into nothingness. The player controlling Graves rejoiced, seizing the opportunity to retreat. Left with all his skills on cooldown, the blind monk could only watch helplessly as his opponent escaped. In this manner, Lee Sin had inadvertently delivered a lifeline to Graves. Unbelievable! Gu Xing exclaimed. Is this for real? How could he miss that? The Q has gone astray. He was left dumbfounded. Beside him, Shun Guanshan gaped in disbelief. If I had been in, I would have surely secured the kill. Is a Diamond 2 player at the pinnacle of the canyon this incompetent? Don't just say you would have gone in. Even a simple barrage could have resulted in a solo kill. Gu Xing was visibly agitated. He had anticipated that gifting the blind monk a kill would yield rewards, but he never expected Lee Sin to be so inept. If after using Are You Fear missing with Q, then simply use QRQ. When you were right in front of him, the Q was practically guaranteed to hit. What sort of foolish play is this blind monk exhibiting? Gu Xing muttered incessantly. He can't even execute RQQ or QRQ properly. The audience was in a frenzy of amusement. Brother Xing's partner made a valid point. Is a Diamond 2 player at the pinnacle truly this incompetent? Most absurdly. This blind monk is supposedly a specialist. Clear love, is that a hint directed at me? I'm truly at a loss. If I had gone in, that Q would have certainly landed. While you all mock the blind monk, I find it amusing that you don't understand Zhang Xuanfei. If that Q lands, he wouldn't be known as Fij. What further plunged Gu Xing into despair was yet to come. The blind monk, controlled by Zhang Xuanfei, seemed to possess some unique knack for securing kills, as by the mid-game, he had amassed half of the team's kills, his equipment lavishly outfitted. Then, as the team fight commenced, he charged headlong into the enemy formation, only to be instantly obliterated. The blind monk, equipped with a warrior jungle knife, a hydra, and a black cleaver, had not even utilized his ultimate before being immobilized by the enemy and promptly left lifeless on the battlefield. It was evident that the most well-fed member of the team had suddenly perished, rendering the team utterly incapable of engaging in the ensuing battle. Gu Xing was nearly driven to madness, muttering under his breath in English, "What a loss, such a tremendous loss. How can a blind monk play like this?" Gu Xing felt his blood pressure rising, securing numerous kills only to follow up with a second Q that leads to a fatality. I have never witnessed such a foolish blind monk in my life. He lamented repeatedly. Shun Guanshan, in disbelief, racked his brain for a seemingly rational explanation. Could it be that this blind monk intended to enter with an R and then flash kick one back? Gu Xing, staring at the black and white screen, felt utterly disheartened. That must be it. There can be no other explanation. But that's what you do when a blind monk, having fallen behind, has no other role left to play. In a dire situation, sure, a kick might be viable, but the team doesn't require him to play that way right now. A 3-item blind monk. Why can't you just protect the backline? Wait for the front line to absorb the initial round of crowd control before entering. Your role should undoubtedly be that of a durable warrior. Who decided you should initiate the engagement? He was on the verge of being utterly flabbergasted by the extraordinary performance of his teammates in a casual match. Under normal circumstances, Gu Xing would not be so petty. After all, losing a ranked match was hardly catastrophic. Yet, having narrowly escaped a solo kill only to be ambushed by a Lee Sin. Witnessing the blind monk saving and supporting the marksman, and charging into team fights only to perish, all while Shun Guanshan observed, left him feeling despondent. If he couldn't even secure a seemingly mundane match, how could he establish himself? His thoughts raced, spilling forth with a torrent of indignation. Having reached the pinnacle of the canyon at Diamond 2, one would think you would grasp this simple logic. If you wish to flaunt your skills with flashy maneuvers, perhaps you should refrain from claiming too many kills and share some resources with your teammates. It would make team fights significantly more manageable. So you've drained your teammates of all their potential, charged into the fray only to be obliterated, and after losing, you glance at your KDA. Convinced you did your best, right? Gu Xing's words cut deep, though his teammates remained oblivious. Having lost a majority of his kills to Lee Sin early on, his economic situation and equipment were now subpar. His teammates offered no room for maneuver, with Lee Sin continuing to be the first to charge in and die. Gu Xing's efforts to salvage the situation proved fruitless, leaving him to watch as the opposing team dismantled his base. Viewers in the live stream relished the spectacle. A Grand Slam discount water bottle? Can't carry me, Zhang Xuanfei. With a head like that, Fij is truly a killer. After securing kills, he just gifts the opposition. That's the confidence of Zhang Xuanfei. Let's get a glimpse of Lee Sin's ID in the live stream. I must see how this blind monk plays. To have Gu Xing so thoroughly rattled, Lee Sin has certainly achieved a monumental feat that many aspire to but few accomplish. Quickly queue up. I want that Lee Sin on my side. Gu Xing seethed through gritted teeth. The benefit of a lower tier was the remarkably swift matchmaking. Within 2 minutes, he found himself back in the BP phase, designated as the first-choice jungler by the system. When it was his turn to select a champion, he promptly locked in Lee Sin without hesitation. As he arrived at the loading screen, he noticed that the opposing jungler's ID belonged to Zhang Xuanfei. Very well, he chuckled. Today, I shall impart a lesson to the opposition. Do you not have your own jungle? Gu Xing cracked his knuckles, ready to unleash his prowess in the game. The opposing jungler was Graves, and the matchup mirrored his previous game almost perfectly. What era are we in, still playing Graves? Gu Xing scoffed. Since the glory of the mid-season tournament, Graves' standing in the jungle had plummeted. The hero's inherent strength had diminished, further compounded by the prevalence of a more passive meta, leading to a decline in Graves' pick rate in professional play. Gu Xing realized he had not encountered Graves in quite some time, and to his surprise, he found him cropping up again in the pinnacle of the canyon. It seemed that the ranked matches in the domestic server did not adhere to the evolving meta. In high-tier matches, a plethora of adept streamers, regardless of the shifts in the game, continued to play champions they excelled with, provided their characters remained viable. The same held true for lower-tier players. Individuals engage in gaming primarily to seek pure enjoyment, displaying a rather indifferent sensitivity to version changes, and opting solely for heroes they favor. Within the mid-tier ranks of this ranked match, the player base is saturated with individuals solely focused on self-interest, disregarding whether they can carry the game, and instead consuming all available resources. In such circumstances, Graves emerges as the optimal choice, possessing unparalleled wave clearing and development capabilities, and proving more effective in late-game team fights than champions like Nidalee. Brothers, just sit back and watch me perform in this match. Gu Xing proclaimed boldly in the live stream. As long as the opposing team doesn't surrender, I will secure at least 15 kills. He began by venturing into the enemy jungle, placing a vision ward in the lower blue buff area. The approach in casual matches is often not particularly meticulous, rendering Gu Xing's ward placement akin to placing it directly in front of the opponent. Nevertheless, Zhang Xuanfei did not bother to evade, revealing his jungle intentions clearly within the vision range. Gu Xing promptly opted for a reverse jungle route, clearing from top to bottom in an effort to avoid a head-on clash with Graves. He refrained from immediately ganking after reaching level 3, recognizing that this is a common gank route for Lee Sin, which experienced players would anticipate. Thus, he cleared 5 camps before heading to the bottom lane, timing his arrival perfectly as the bottom lane players, unable to contain their eagerness, hastily invited a skirmish, mistakenly believing they were safe from a gank. At this point, engaging means merely picking up kills. Gu Xing effortlessly approached the vision ward, using Sonic Wave followed by Resonating Strike to latch onto his opponents, compelling them to awkwardly twist and reposition. The key to mastering Lee Sin lies in the precision of your Q, he added with a touch of flair, when ganking. Don't rush to use it. Patience is crucial. For instance, wait until they tire of repositioning, and your Q will be guaranteed to connect. Seeing Gu Xing delay his Q, the opposing duo, in a panic, hastily used their flash. At that moment, Gu Xing unleashed Sonic Wave, striking the opponent who had just distanced themselves with flash, and followed up with the second Q to secure the kill. In standard ranked matches, playing jungle is a great way to climb the ranks, he noted, sending a warning signal to his top laner about Graves' potential movements, all while explaining to his viewers. The frequency of skirmishes is high, and opportunities abound. As long as you arrive promptly and execute flawlessly, securing kills is inevitable. Now that we've achieved a double kill, Graves is rendered ineffective. Gu Xing returned to base to upgrade to the green jungle item, purchasing 2 longswords and a control ward. Next, if we catch Graves in the jungle, a single combo from Lee Sin will undoubtedly eliminate him. Initially, we intentionally chose a reverse jungle against Graves. And now that the second round of jungle camps has respawned, where should we search for him? Gu Xing pondered aloud. Naturally, the bottom jungle. He swiftly traversed the river and successfully ambushed Graves at the enemy's Crocling camp. It appeared that the opponent's proficiency with Graves was lacking, as even his jungle clearing seemed stuttered and inefficient. Despite being on the verge of unleashing his shotgun, he clumsily interrupted his auto attacks with an ill-timed dash. Oh my goodness! Even the Graves can't jungle properly, Shun Guanshan exclaimed in astonishment. If this were Diamond 2 in the Rift, wouldn't I be ascending to Master Rank? Gu Xing could no longer bear to watch, feeling that if he continued to observe, he might forget how to play Graves himself. He promptly commanded his Lee Sin to charge forth and initiate a duel. After landing the Sonic Wave, he swiftly followed up with the second Q, landing a series of basic attacks on Graves, utilizing the remaining red buff to stick to his opponent. The 2 kills obtained from the bot lane early on were now proving their worth, enhancing Lee Sin's attack power and allowing him to dominate. Graves was rendered completely helpless, armed only with a green jungle knife and lacking any substantial damage. Having recently updated his equipment, the Frog Queen was a mere 2 stacks for a pure man, providing only mediocre resistance. In terms of combat prowess, he was no match for Lee Sin. Don't rush to place your ward, Gu Xing remarked nonchalantly. This maneuver lacks technical complexity. As long as we ascertain Graves' position, his demise is already sealed. You just burned your flash, he added. No sooner had he spoken than Graves used his flash to escape over the wall. With no other recourse, he relied solely on his flash. As his E ability was still on cooldown, Gu Xing chose to follow up with a ward placement, swinging his fists to continue pummeling Graves. As the enemy duo approached for support, Gu Xing remained unfazed, first dispatching Graves before executing Q, Resonating Strike, to kick the wall-embedded frog, using the jungle creature to escape over the wall. The adversaries could only watch as Lee Sin made his retreat. The entire kill sequence was seamless and gratifying. The level of the opposing team is genuinely lacking. Gu Xing sighed and shook his head. I haven't even exerted myself, and Graves has already crumbled. He hadn't employed any flashy techniques. He merely deduced his opponent's location and executed a straightforward combo to secure the kill. It was undeniably monotonous and tedious. If it weren't for the rules at Douyu, I'd consider having my partner play for a while. She could easily dispatch a Graves of this caliber. Gu Xing thoroughly cleared the 2 camps in the enemy jungle without returning to his own territory, deciding instead to traverse the mid lane towards the upper half of the enemy's map. I shouldn't need to instruct you on Graves' movements, right? He yawned. The lower quadrant has been thoroughly ravaged by me. Given his current state, he cannot attempt any ganks and can only farm in the upper jungle. After Gu Xing's relentless pressure, all buffs transferred to Lee Sin, leaving Graves at level 4 with no buffs and entirely devoid of ganking capability. Zhang Xuanfei had only the option of farming the upper jungle. Gu Xing charged forward without hesitation, tracking Graves down in the F6 camp. This time, It's south sufficient to drive him away. There's no need to force a kill, as the enemy mid laner could arrive at any moment. Gu Xing's plans were meticulously crafted. In a professional match, the script would undoubtedly unfold according to his expectations. Yet, he had forgotten that this was the pinnacle of the rift. The opposing mid laner might have developed doubts regarding their jungler's capabilities after the earlier jungle skirmish, hesitating to provide support, or perhaps was simply immobilized, unable to roam. The battle erupted alarmingly close to the front line of our team's sharp beak camp, yet assistance was withheld. Zhang Xuanfei displayed remarkable audacity. He was fully aware that the mid laner would not arrive, yet he insisted on engaging in a fierce confrontation with the blind monk. "What are you doing?" Gu Xing was utterly perplexed. "Are you giving up and starting to feed?" With the economic advantage laid before him, Gu Xing had no reason to decline. As he awaited the cooldown of his Q ability, he effortlessly dispatched the opponent with a well-placed sonic wave. A resounding thud echoed from Zhang Xuanfei's streaming room. "Ah, seriously?" The visibly plump streamer, with his distinct soul accent, exclaimed, "Does Li not have his own jungle?" In a fit of exasperation, he continued, "Please don't target players like this. It completely ruins the game experience." The viewers in the streaming room burst into laughter, relishing the moment when the streamer's composure faltered. This group of spectators, remnants of the now-defunct 6324 Abstract Studio, were predominantly die-hard fans, characterized by their idleness. Following the studio's closure, which came about when founder Li Gan answered a phone call on speaker mode, they embarked on a prolonged journey of wandering. Among them, Zhang Xuanfei, a former Night Watch employee, naturally attracted a multitude of die-hard fans. With nothing else to do, these viewers eagerly tuned into the stream, hoping for the demise of all members from Abstract Studio. "Come on, Gu Xing, give it to him hard. For the love of the gods. Let my brother Fei take him down. Streamer, why aren't you last hitting? You've barely farmed for a minute. Stop the hate." This is Fei's unique method of playing the death card with Graves. Little black purple, don't be too cocky. Watch out for Fei's ghostly moves that might scare Virtue to death. With a substantial advantage in hand, Gu Xing returned to base to acquire a Caulfield's hammer. As the opponent's jungle lay utterly devastated by his relentless incursions, he needed no strategy. He merely wreaked havoc at will. Theoretically, Graves holds an upper hand against the blind monk, primarily due to his high damage output in close combat and the armor provided by Pure Man. However, Gu Xing's current advantage was simply overwhelming. Even if Graves were to stack Pure Man to its fullest, he would not fear a 1v1 confrontation with the blind monk. Venturing into the lower jungle, he set about capturing the opponent. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Graves once again found himself devoid of combat efficacy. "Was that a bit too harsh?" Shen Guanshan inquired, somewhat sympathetic. Since the second round of Jungle Monsters respawned, Graves had not managed to clear a single camp. His level had been far surpassed by the blind monk. "Harsh." Gu Xing disagreed. "That was merely a couple of light touches. To be honest, it's still early." Upon reaching level 6, his killing spree became increasingly unrestrained. Whenever he spotted Graves, a swift application of his skills would result in instant annihilation of the opponent. Noticing the match's simplicity, Gu Xing decided to showcase some flair. He executed various spinning kicks directed at Zhang Xuanfei, effectively turning the match into a tutorial on the blind monk's combo techniques. After once again using a spinning kick to launch Graves into the face of his teammate for a swift elimination, the outcome of the match was entirely devoid of suspense. The viewers in the stream indulged in the spectacle, feeling they had learned a plethora of new techniques. "I will demonstrate how to play the formidable blind monk in team battles," Gu Xing asserted, embodying his teachings. "There is no need to initiate the fight. Primarily adhere to the principle of observing from the periphery, and refrain from engaging prematurely when the situation remains uncertain." Once the team battle commenced, Gu Xing positioned himself beside the backline carry, targeting anyone who dared to breach their defenses. As the enemy began to suffer losses, he seized the moment to unveil his prowess. With a swift sonic wave, he struck his opponent, following up with a second Q, unleashing a flurry of blows, and executing a dragon's tail to create an optimal space for damage. This allowed Gu Xing to confront only one adversary at a time. With the formidable equipment of the blind monk, he was truly invincible in one-on-one encounters. Upon securing a kill, Gu Xing unleashed a second sonic wave, swiftly utilizing a ward to navigate to the side. The enemy, anticipating his entry to eliminate him, was thwarted by his timely ward placement, allowing him to escape perilously. Patience is key, Gu Xing advised earnestly. The greatest folly when playing the blind monk is to engage recklessly. The essence lies in kiting. Let us place wards to delay skill cooldowns and regain energy. As the mark of sonic wave was about to fade, Gu Xing executed a second echo strike, leveraging his luxurious gear to inflict exaggerated damage. The cooldown reduction from his warrior jungle item enabled him to quickly prepare his third Q. After successfully dispatching another foe, only 2 enemies remained. The tide of battle had turned overwhelmingly in their favor. As the enemies sought to flee, Gu Xing was determined not to let them escape. Humph. Think you can run? He scoffed, maneuvering the blind monk to pursue. The sonic wave seemed equipped with a tracking system, hitting the gunner with precision. Following up to secure another kill, Gu Xing achieved a quadruple kill to conclude the match. He noted the enemy's concession and added, "The strength of the blind monk lies in his agility. Strive to avoid standing still to deal damage, disrupt the enemy formation, and victory in team battles will follow." As the enemy base exploded, the screen transitioned to the results page. Gu Xing's performance showcased 11 kills, 0 deaths, and 8 assists, standing head and shoulders above the rest. While his counterpart, the gunner, recorded a dismal 0 kills, 9 deaths, and 1 assist. The disparity between the junglers was as vast as a chasm. Gu Xing felt a deep sense of satisfaction as the chat in the live stream flowed rapidly. Goodness, can anyone tally how many solo kills Brother Xing achieved this match? 5 or 6, it seems. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen a blind monk dominate a gunner at level 5. Virtue. Have you learned how to play the blind monk yet? It's all about Lee Sin against the gunner. Why did you falter? You can't even Q properly. When it comes to overcoming gaming addiction, Brother Xing's skills are truly exceptional. Professional players in Diamond 2 are simply on a different level. It feels like they are not even in the same league. Splendid. Brother Xing's performance was a resounding humiliation. I've long held a grudge against Zhang Shu and Fei. Feeling elated after the instructional match, Gu Xing continued his lively commentary during the subsequent live stream, creating an unexpectedly delightful atmosphere. As his final live broadcast from his hometown came to a close, he prepared to join his family for a housewarming feast. Planning to embark on the last agenda of his holiday, moving into their new home. 408. Intergroup competition. Xiao Shun, do eat more. These rice cakes taste remarkably similar to our homemade ones. Xiao Shun, do try this ribbon fish, and the salt-baked conch as well. Pass the bowl to Gu Xing so he can serve you some soup. A middle-aged woman orchestrated the banquet in the private room. Gu Xing, feeling rather helpless, responded, "Mom, just enjoy your meal. With all this fuss, Guanshan wouldn't dare to eat." "What is there to fear?" Gu's mother murmured, unable to suppress her discontent. "You used to treat me like a second mother, and now you've grown distant." Shen Guanshan lowered her head, too shy to speak, her ears turning crimson beneath her dark hair. During her studies in Jinhai, following the passing of her family elder, she resided at the school and occasionally joined the Gu family for meals, enjoying a close-knit relationship with her uncle and aunt. However, when she wished to advance her once pure friendship with Gu Xing to something deeper, the presence of his parents made her feel awkward. Dining with the Gu family, who laid out a sumptuous feast, she found her intentions distracted by her feelings for Gu Xing, creating a sense of forbidden thrill. Shen Guanshan could no longer maintain an air of nonchalance. To avoid revealing her emotions, their relationship naturally grew strained. Even after they began dating, she struggled to shift her mindset. "Make sure to eat well today. There will be crabs later," Gu Xing said, scooping a spoonful of garlic and bean noodles into his girlfriend's bowl. This dish, a signature of Xiye Rongji, may sound peculiar at first, yet it offered a delightful burst of flavor. Beside them, Gu Pan gazed longingly at the array of dishes on the table, her appetite piqued. "Today, I must say, I'm truly benefiting from your connection, Gu Chi-Chu. Otherwise, I would never have come to such a restaurant." The quality of Xiye Rongji's offerings was consistently high, and the shared culinary culture between neighboring cities resonated with Gu Pan's taste. "Just so you know," Gu Xing replied proudly, "I bought a new house and even saved a room for you. You want to find a brother as good as me anywhere." As they chatted, the final main dish, crab, was served. Although July is not traditionally crab season, these crabs, having recently molted, boasted thin shells and tender meat, with a soft, sweet crab roe inside. Prepared as drunken crab, they were truly exceptional. Dubbed iced drunken June yellow, Gu Xing cracked one open and savored the rich crab flavor that spread lavishly across his palate. the half-liquid robe blooming between his lips and teeth. The ensuing clash of crab meat and wine notes created a distinctive taste experience. Everyone at the table eagerly indulged in the delicious feast, while Gu's mother casually interjected, "Gu Xing, remember to retrieve your belongings from the old house later. I didn't know which items in your room were useful, so I left them untouched." Hearing his name, Gu Xing nodded in acknowledgement. "Next month, the first batch of pomegranates will be ready. Send me your address, and I'll send you 2 jars," Gu's mother remarked. Gu Xing looked up. 2 jars of pomegranates? That seems excessive. Not at all, his typically reticent father chimed in. "You can share them with your teammates. There won't be much left after that. Seedless ones. So they're easy to peel," his mother added. With the conversation reaching this point, Gu Xing found himself compelled to agree. Gu Pan was still eagerly hoping to partake in the festivities. "Seedless? That sounds splendid. Once I head north back to school, I shall rely on pomegranates to rescue our monotonous journey." After settling the bill, it was already afternoon. Gu Xing, noticing the day was still young, decided to return to the Gushi community to pack up the remaining items. Shun Guanshan, cradling a bowl of yogurt for digestion, sat on a chair in the corner, observing her boyfriend as he tidied the room. "Let Jay Cho stay on the wall for now," Gu Xing said, packing several competition workbooks into a box. "There are still a few more that need to be taken." Just as he was about to toss in the entire collection of Dragon Tribe, he heard Shun Guanshan let out a sigh. "What's wrong?" Gu Xing paused his actions, looking at her with confusion. Having finished her yogurt, Shun Guanshan wore a wistful expression. "After you move out, I'll be the only one left on this floor. But you don't come back often," Gu Xing teased with a smile. "Besides, the new house is less than 2 kilometers away. It's quite convenient to visit each other." He had purchased the new home at Haishang International, just a street away from Gushi community, making it a short distance indeed. The decision to buy there was also influenced by its proximity to his family's supermarket, which made traveling back and forth for his parents very convenient. Shun Guanshan fell silent, gazing down at her toes, her long, fair legs swaying restlessly. She couldn't quite articulate her feelings. While it was certainly a joyous occasion for her boyfriend and his family to move out of the old community and embrace a new life, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of loneliness at the thought of being the last childhood companion remaining at Gushi community. Seeing her struggle to accept this change, Gu Xing tactfully shifted the conversation. "Have you packed your things for Hu City?" Shun Guanshan pondered briefly. "There isn't much to prepare. Just need to pack a couple of extra outfits. Once we get a car, you can practice more," Gu Xing remarked, adding a few volumes of the Death Note manga he had saved up to buy during his school days into the box, so that Gu Pan won't always tease you. "Never mind," Shun Guanshan replied, lacking confidence. "I almost failed my driving test for the 3rd subject. I panic whenever I encounter another vehicle on the road." "Don't you have that copy of Harry Potter?" Following her cue, Gu Xing glanced towards the bookshelf, where a copy of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows sat. "This was the one you gave me, wasn't it?" he said, carefully taking the book down and brushing away the non-existent dust. "That was because you and Gu Pan had a quarrel over it," Shun Guanshan chuckled. "I still don't understand why it was such a big deal." Gu Xing opened the front page, revealing the elegant signature of his girlfriend. It was likely written by Shun Guanshan's grandfather, showcasing a strong and skillful hand. "This is an example of why not eat meat porridge," he imparted. "You fail to understand our mindset." In Gu Xing's childhood, Harry Potter was a luxury among children's literature. With a price often exceeding several dozen yuan, it was undoubtedly a small fortune for a student like him. That amount could buy 2 months' worth of comic books or several volumes of Adventurous Little Tigers and Naughty Boy Ma Xiaoyao. Yet a single Harry Potter book seemed nothing more than a thin pamphlet. The Gu siblings were certainly unable to afford such luxuries. However, Shun Guanshan possessed an entire collection. During that summer vacation, Gu Pan would visit the Shun household daily to indulge in reading and enjoy the air conditioning, returning home to boast embellished tales to Gu Xing. In retrospect, it seems a trivial matter, hardly worthy of mention. Yet at that time, Gu Xing was quite incensed. Too proud to approach the 2 girls for borrowed books, and unable to tolerate his sister's audacious demeanor, he even resorted to a cold war. Such reactions are, perhaps, to be expected. In childhood, with boundless energy and a still maturing intellect, one inevitably engages in actions that, when recalled, appear rather juvenile. After 2 days of sibling silence, Shun Guanshan took the initiative to lend Gu Xing the entire Harry Potter series. "I remember my reading pace was quite brisk. I should have returned you the first 6 books, leaving only the final volume," Gu Xing scratched his head. Why didn't I return it back then? The reason had slipped his mind. The remarkably sharp Shen Guanshan quietly scoffed, because Gu Pan hadn't read the conclusion. You discussed with me whether to keep the last book in your possession. Truly, you are quite the exceptional brother. Gu Xing offered an awkward yet polite smile. Upon reflection, his actions did possess a hint of mischief. It is entirely normal for siblings to bicker throughout their upbringing. He handed the book back to Shen Guanshan, saying, You can take it back. Thank you. Shen Guanshan waved her hand dismissively. Just keep it. I've long since finished the ending, and having it with me serves no purpose. Ultimately, Harry Potter is a whimsical tale intended for younger audiences, and she believed she no longer had time to leisurely immerse herself in the magical realm. Gu Xing placed the hefty tome into a box. Meanwhile, Shen Guanshan's gaze wandered around the bookshelf before abruptly pausing. Do you still have the group photo from that year's Xiaobai Cup competition? The one from elementary school? Gu Xing's memory was stirred. You hardly studied back then. Yet your grades surpassed mine. Did you feel it was unfair? Shen Guanshan's gaze became unfocused, the framed photograph of their teacher and competitors blurred in her vision. She knew what transpired that day. Of course, Gu Xing replied with a tone steeped in nostalgia. Not to brag, but since childhood, people have called me a prodigy. I was winning various small competitions with ease. Suddenly, there appeared a child who overshadowed me, and I felt both envy and jealousy. The national silver medal he had earned, though touted as a mediocre achievement, was indeed commendable when compared to talents like Shen Guanshan. The true value of his accomplishment was not insignificant. Each province selects only a few individuals for competition throughout the year, and qualifying for the national finals already attests to being among the top contenders in the province. Many of the strongest high schools in larger cities might not even produce a candidate for the provincial team in an entire year. As a small town, Jinhai lacked the competitive resources of larger cities, and those who pursued this path were invariably the exceptionally gifted children visible from a young age. Gu Xing's claims of consistently winning were not mere boasts. Had he missed even a few championships along the way, he likely would have abandoned this path in favor of focusing solely on college entrance examinations. For coming from a modest background afforded him no margin for error. He had to tread the most stable course. During his elementary school years, Gu Xing often basked in victory, only to be abruptly overshadowed by Shen Guanshan's arrival, leaving him with a sense of psychological imbalance. Nevertheless, overall, I am quite content, he remarked, gazing at the photograph capturing the radiant smiles of his younger self and Shen Guanshan. When I return home, I shall receive a bar of Dory dark chocolate. Shen Guanshan, lost in thought, replied, and then you handed the chocolate to me. I was elated, clutching the prize as I rushed home, eager to flaunt it before my elders. She said, her tone tinged with melancholy. Do you regret giving me that piece of Dory? Honestly, I could hardly discern its flavor, perceiving only a bitter and sour taste, perhaps swallowed along with my tears. I do not regret it. Gu Xing lay beside her, his hands cradling his head, his heart filled with myriad emotions. I have always believed that gifting that chocolate was the most righteous decision of my life. In every conceivable sense, his response remained unchanged. Shen Guanshan smiled faintly. As dusk settled, Gu Xing departed the Gushi community, cradling a large cardboard box. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the verdant climbing vines outside the building. The overhead wires still loomed like a colossal net, encompassing everything within, the faded lines appearing increasingly mottled and disordered. The air was infused with the enticing aroma of cooked meals, mingled with the rhythmic sounds of a pressure cooker, perhaps celebrating a child's commendable end-of-term grades with a reward of ribs. As Gu Xing glanced back at the house he had inhabited for over a decade, he then joined his girlfriend in a taxi bound for Haichang International. This place held countless memories of his childhood, both joyous and sorrowful. He would undoubtedly return, perhaps to visit his girlfriend or assist his parents at their shop, but it would never feel like coming home. Upon returning to Shanghai on July 15th, he faced the imminent confrontation with IM the following day, the final match of the first round of the group stage. Gu Xing had fully utilized his vacation, but his training regimen had faltered, resulting in a mediocre performance in the first BO3 of the summer tournament. Fortunately, VG possessed a robust understanding of the 712 patch. Despite the exhaustion of the Intercontinental Tournament, it was not without its merits for the various teams. They had the opportunity to thoroughly analyze the patch through a week of intense competition, with 12 league teams scrutinizing each other's strategies, delving deeply into the nuances of the updates. IM, however, lacked this advantage. Their analysis of the patch relied solely on match footage, yielding inferior results compared to VG. Thus, despite the players' commendable form, their decision-making from the ban pick phase to the battlefield was consistently outmaneuvered by VG. Even though Gu Xing's performance was subpar, the team's inherent strength prevailed. Thanks to SB's formidable suppression of the opposing team's core, VG still managed to secure a narrow 2-1 victory, concluding the group stage with a commendable record of 4 wins and 1 loss. After the match against IM, Gu Xing and his teammates had no time for respite, as they swiftly prepared for the next bout. The league's regular season schedule allowed for only 10 weeks, yet VG's Intercontinental Tournament had consumed 2 of those weeks. This meant that in the remaining 8 weeks, they were tasked with completing all 16 BO3 matches, averaging 2 matches per week, leaving little to no time for rest. "Welcome to Zhongdao Plaza." The resounding voice of the commentator echoed throughout the venue. "Welcome to the live broadcast of the 2017 LPL Summer Split, where the impending clash features the titans of the Intercontinental Cup, VG and E. Both teams commenced their return to the league with victories, and currently, E is in pursuit of the top seed in Group B, RNG. The outcome of this match could significantly alter the trajectory of the group standings." Miller nodded in agreement. Let us examine the pre-match data comparison presented by E. In the initial 15 minutes, E holds an economic lead. Yet they falter in first tower and first 3 towers percentages, indicating a deficiency in their dominance during the early stages of the game. They are relying on Candy to maintain equilibrium through sporadic ganks. However, once the game transitions into the mid to late stages, E's power escalates dramatically. In instances where the game remains balanced with an economic disparity of less than 3K after 30 minutes. E boasts an impeccable record of 6 consecutive victories in this summer split, achieving a staggering win rate of 100. At this point, Miller spoke with unmistakable admiration. E capitalizes on the prowess of their dual carries, 957's teamfight contributions, and Candy's sporadic, brilliant dragon steals, showcasing an unparalleled win rate in the mid to late game, even outshining the renowned Iron Turtle, IM. It must be noted that E's statistics are particularly intriguing, clearly indicating a thorough analysis of E's playstyle, with data meticulously aligned to their strategies. In contrast, VG's statistical performance appears markedly different, ranking second in the league for early game bloodiness and first in economic snowballing within the region, yet their performance in the mid to late stages has been less than satisfactory. The commentator expressed considerable confusion. Isn't VG known for their operational finesse? Since their roster change, VG has been celebrated for their aggressive and exaggerated sidelane operations, rarely allowing opponents to gain an advantage in the mid-game. Their numerous successful sidelane split pushes have left a profound impression on the viewing audience, which starkly contradicts the data presented for E. Miller pondered for a moment before swiftly addressing the inquiry. This discrepancy likely stems from VG's current winning model. As long as they secure an early advantage, they can rapidly snowball and conclude the match, resulting in a lack of data from mid to late game. If a match extends to 30 minutes, it typically indicates that VG has been targeted and restricted by their opponents in the early stages, making victory exceedingly difficult. Including such samples may lead to data distortion. It is fair to assert that data does not always yield the most accurate conclusions. Often, online observers can be misled by statistics. The broadcast shifted focus to the players' benches. E's members were engaged in light-hearted banter, with Xiye incessantly typing on his keyboard, likely engaging in friendly exchanges with VG players. Gu Xing observed the rapidly scrolling chat channel in the custom room, Candy still deliberating whether he could secure a dragon, while Xiye's aspirations remained more modest, simply hoping that Kuro would refrain from wandering offline and allow for a peaceful development in the lane. Please ensure that all players are prepared. The host may commence the match, the softly spoken female referee reminded from behind. After obtaining the opponent's consent, SB proceeded into the first match's BP phase. The crisp, melodious chime of metallic sounds resonated in the ears of every spectator. In the competitive arena of the game, VG secured the advantageous position of selecting the red side, a decision that reflects their astute understanding of the current draft dynamics. Miller, having tirelessly commented on numerous matches since the Intercontinental Tournament without a pause, is well aware of the prevailing trends in the draft phase and is consequently unperturbed by the ongoing developments. With a firm grasp on the focal points of version 7.12, the red side has evidently gained a significant edge in professional gameplay, a scenario that is rather unusual. Historically, the blue side, with its initial ban and pick privileges, often dictated the flow of the game, compelling the red side to forfeit powerful champions to secure their own strong picks. However, version 7.12 has introduced an abundance of overpowered champions, and the heightened competition observed in the intercontinental matches has elevated the understanding of the meta to unprecedented levels. The introduction of Kalista has transformed the previously established duel between Zac and Galio at the onset of the summer season into a triad of power. Initially, each team would ban one of the two dominant champions, allowing for a relatively stable matchup. Yet, with the inclusion of the newly favored champion, the established draft strategies have become obsolete, bestowing the red side with newfound leverage. Should the blue side refrain from banning any champions, the red side can likewise choose not to restrict any, resulting in all three overpowered champions being available for selection, thereby allowing the red side to secure two of the remaining champions. If the blue side opts to ban only one champion, the red side could similarly choose not to engage in bans, leading to a scenario where each side selects one champion. To effectively eliminate all three dominant champions from contention, the blue side would need to sacrifice two bans, which would then require the red side to ban the remaining champions to achieve equilibrium. Thus, in this somewhat skewed version, the red side invariably benefits by securing an additional ban slot from the blue side. Consequently, VG had no compelling reason to impose the blue side selection upon themselves. He initiated the draft by banning Zac, while VG chose to eliminate 957 signature Kled. Miller narrated, engrossed in the unfolding draft. He then opted to ban Kalista, and VG followed by restricting Galio, commented Doimb, barely suppressing a chuckle. It must be acknowledged that E's signature strategy possesses formidable intimidation, prompting even VG to momentarily retreat from confrontation. During the Intercontinental Finals, E's protective composition centered around Galio and Kog'Maw astonished the audience, showcasing their formidable team fight capabilities. Spectators were left in awe, convinced that under Galio's shield, Kog'Maw was an invincible output machine, impervious to being eliminated swiftly. At this juncture, Galio has undeniably become emblematic of E's identity, prompting VG to eliminate him from contention to avoid unnecessary complications. E's final ban in the first round targeted Kuro, eliminating the opponent's adept champion, Taliyah, to thwart VG's efforts in establishing early game momentum through jungle and mid-lane synergy. Doimb concurred. The pre-match statistics reveal VG's proficiency in snowballing during the landing phase, whereas he excels in mid to late game management, thus shaping the drafting priorities of both teams to leverage their strengths while mitigating their weaknesses. VG's final ban of the first round was dedicated to the champion, Leona. This character, a formidable presence within the Phoenix Legend ensemble, has ascended to the pinnacle of support roles following the modification of the shielding bug, becoming AT1 support with a promising indication of rivaling Thresh. To preemptively thwart opponents from seizing this advantageous pick, Redmi has opted to ban it, thereby transferring the pressure of countering the Zyrokin duo to VG. He intends to leverage his priority pick to secure the jungle position for Kandi, ensuring a comfortable landing phase while withstanding the pressure exerted by Xing, remarked the analyst. As the commentator observed Kandi locking in Rek'Sai, he couldn't resist sharing his insights. Rek'Sai has seen a notable enhancement in strength in version 7.12, primarily due to the impact of the speed up to level 3. The champion's combat efficacy is contingent upon reaching level 3, making it a significant beneficiary of the speed up strategy. Additionally, Rek'Sai's rapid clearing of the Raptor camp facilitates the execution of this tactic efficiently. In contrast, champions like Elise, who also require level 3 to be effective, suffer from low efficiency in clearing the F6 camp, rendering their speed-up strategy potentially slower than that of the double buff Magic Toad, thus missing out on the advantages and falling behind Rek'Sai in the jungle. VG has unveiled the combination of Thresh and Varus, solidifying their bot lane duo, Miller observed, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he scrutinized the draft panel. He must make sacrifices in the remaining slots. If they do not secure a bot lane duo in the first round, they risk losing the opportunity in the subsequent draft phase. The analyst by Xiye also appeared deep in thought. He ultimately resolved to secure a top lane pick, with Ligeo's Kled now banned by VG. Xiye believed that failing to select the top laner in the first round would likely result in further targeting of 957 in the second round. He intended to allocate the remaining slot to support, thereby shifting the two carries to the second round, allowing for strategic decisions based on VG's revealed lineup. The selection of a robust top laner and a support champion aimed to fortify their team composition, creating ample space for the carries to thrive. The choice of Jarvan IV for top and Brown for support underscores a solid strategy. Miller expressed his satisfaction. In VG's final pick of the first round, they allocated the slot to the top lane champion, Renekton, an exceptionally strong choice for the landing phase, remarked the analyst, furrowing his brow. I have a hunch that VG will unveil a corresponding jungler in the second round. Even casual players recognize the synergy Renekton shares with jungle champions. The remaining junglers, whether Elise or Gragas, form top-tier combinations with Renekton. Xiye had no reason to let them slip through. With both Elise and Gragas banished, VG members could not contain their laughter. Kog'Maw, Redmi, aren't you being a bit cheeky? Gu Xing commented, astounded. You've managed to bait out all the bans with just Renekton. Redmi beamed with delight, having intentionally selected Renekton to compel Xiye to forego junglers. All available bans were allocated to Gu Xing, along with the two previously banned formidable champions, leaving E with a total of 4 banned positions. The space left for a standard draft was virtually non-existent. Redmi has strategically banished the formidable champions, Big Mouth and Ice Cold, from the roster, thereby hindering the enemy's ability to dominate team fights. Let us secure the mid lane and lock down the Snake Lady, Redmi instructed, and assign the counter role to Xiaogu. Kuro harbored no objections. He understood his position within the team hierarchy, recognizing that the final selection opportunity was of greater value to Xiaogu than to himself. He has opted for the dual carry combination of the plain and easy, remarked Wawa, a hint of pessimism in his voice. To be frank, this seems rather feeble. Both characters struggle to penetrate the front line for damage, possessing limited tanking capabilities. Should VG boast a robust front line, he could find themselves at a loss. Xiaogu addressed the situation aptly. The barrel? Exclaimed Miller, his eyes lighting up. This choice is quite clever. It can establish early momentum for the team and provide the necessary durability during team fights to create space for allies to deal damage. It not only caters to VG's pride in their landing phase, but also possesses commendable team fight potential. A perfect choice. The players exchange champions, solidifying their lineups. The blue team, E, top lane Prince, jungle Rek'Sai, mid lane Plain, and bottom lane Easy with Brown. The red team, VG, top lane Crocodile, jungle Beryl, mid lane Snake Lady, and bottom lane Varus with Thresh. From a purely compositional standpoint, ES dual marksman synergy can create interactions with Brown, and their early game can benefit from Rek'Sai's ganking prowess, Miller elaborated. However, VG's dual carries will become increasingly potent in the late game, though the downside lies in the Crocodile's peak power being concentrated in the early to mid game, nearly missing the window with the carries. It remains to be seen how Xiaogu will connect them. The audience's fervent cheers resonated continuously, the rhythmic clashing of support sticks filling the venue with palpable excitement. The broadcast camera shifted its focus to the coaches. The White Crescent wore a smile tinged with helplessness. He was acutely aware that he had fallen into Redmi's trap. By the end of the draft phase, there was no room for maneuvering, compelling him to select a composition with which his team was only moderately familiar. Conversely, Redmi appeared triumphant, his beaming smile during the handshake reflecting the unparalleled satisfaction of having outmaneuvered the opposition during the draft phase. As both coaches descended the stage together, Redmi playfully teased the White Crescent in his rudimentary Chinese, their camaraderie evident. The White Crescent, not wishing to display displeasure, forced a smile and offered a few agreeable remarks. The camera panned back, surveying the entire venue before refocusing on the players' benches. As the signal grew clearer, the summoner's rift thunderously materialized. Let us head directly into the enemy's lower jungle, Xiaogu commanded. You should not put up too much resistance. I will place a ward and then retreat. Although he possesses Brown, a top-tier support capable of holding his own in early skirmishes, they are hampered by the Plain and Rek'Sai duo, whose early combat effectiveness leaves much to be desired, effectively a hindrance. In contrast, VG not only benefits from Thresh's hook, but also boasts a stable control chain, with Varus able to leverage his passive, Vengeance, for significant attack speed, thereby overwhelming their opponents. Gu Xing finally mustered the courage to venture into the opposing jungle. It soon became evident that his assumptions were largely correct. The VG team, in a united front, advanced into the enemy territory, prompting E to retreat hastily. Unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation, this allowed Gu Xing to effortlessly place a vision ward in E's red zone before promptly departing. Although he incurred some damage from a Q ability thrown by the formidable Ezreal, overall, his mission was a resounding success. The vision ward revealed that Candy had begun his jungle path at the lower red and, after clearing it, was heading upwards. Gu Xing's spirit soared. Candy's jungle route seemed reminiscent of a fast-paced level 3 strategy. Ever since his unfortunate experience at the Intercontinental Championship under Bishin's command, he had developed a form of post-traumatic stress disorder, perceiving every scenario as a potential fast level 3 play. With his own mid and bottom lanes enjoying absolute dominance during the initial levels, Candy would find it challenging to secure the river crab after finishing the raptors. Gu Xing quickly simulated Candy's possible jungle paths in his mind. His conclusion was that Rek'Sai would likely proceed to the river crab, aiming to reach level 3 before attempting a gank on the top and mid lanes. With the use of flash, Rek'Sai would likely succeed. He promptly sent a warning signal to his teammates, advising them to remain vigilant. His mind raced as he prepared countermeasures. The art of minimizing losses is truly a skill. From Gu Xing's intel, VG's mid and top lanes were consciously allowing their minion waves to push forward, striving for stable development in front of their turret. However, the current version's strength of Rek'Sai lies in its unpredictability. Candy, having secured the river crab and reached level 3, immediately set his sights on the top lane, targeting SB. The match had yet to reach the 2-minute 40-second mark, and the top lane's Crocodile was only at level 2. Moreover, 957's Jarvan had been relentless in exerting pressure during the early game. A couple of Q Dragon Strike hits had reduced the Crocodile's health to approximately 70%. Under ordinary circumstances, the Crocodile would be safe simply by staying near his tower. Unfortunately, he was up against a Jarvan and a Rek'Sai. For them, 70% health had already crossed into kill range. Candy circled around VG's jungle, emerging from the brush behind the top turret, seamlessly tunneling in and using flash to execute a knock-up. Rek'Sai wasted no time, engaging with a flash that sent the Crocodile airborne. Leg Brothers Jarvan followed up with an EQ combo, ensuring control and damage. SB couldn't even use his flash before being taken down by Rek'Sai's true damage. This exemplified the overwhelming power of Rek'Sai in the current version. The high execution damage set it apart from other jungle champions, and with flash at his disposal, his ability to seize opportunities was unparalleled. In a tone tinged with regret, the commentator remarked, "There was no semblance of resistance. SB ultimately surrendered first blood." Cheers erupted from E's fans in the audience, celebrating their team's triumphant start. However, to be fair, it seems VG isn't at a total loss. Miller quickly glanced at the data panel. The wave in the top lane hasn't reached the tower. As long as SB uses his teleport, he can avoid losing minions. The Crocodile, clutching a flash that had yet to be used, had already expended all of Candy's skills and endured 2 hits from the turret, leaving him with merely half health. The camera shifted to Gu Xing's barrel. Brother Xing descends from the top, countering Candy's jungle route, adhering to the conventional level 3 path. After finishing the magic swamp frog, he heads towards the mid lane, seemingly intent on freezing Xiye. Miller scrutinized the battleground, yet it appears there are no opportunities. Xiye's positioning is rather cautious, and the burst damage from VG's jungle and mid duo is insufficient to eliminate the plane. While the barrel's ganking capability is formidable, its output in the early game pales in comparison to Rek'Sai. Attempting to slay the nearly full health plane in conjunction with the Serpent Woman is nothing short of a pipe dream. Nevertheless, Gu Xing chose to engage. Departing the mid lane and entering the brush, he initiated with a meat and egg combo followed by Q, rolling barrel. Utilizing his mobility, Gu Xing successfully hurled the rolling barrel at the plane's feet, 1,000 yards away from the starting point. By this time, Xiye had reached level 3. Seeing the Serpent Woman advance, he hastily activated Valkyrie Dive to retreat to the safety of the turret. However, the moment the rolling barrel made contact with the plane, Gu Xing detonated it. The explosion's slow effect effectively hindered the plane's movements. Kuro rushed forward, first using his binding, with Twin Fong relentlessly gnawing away. VG's jungle and mid duo are intent on lowering Xiye's health, and they are indeed capable of doing so. Amidst the urgency of a child's voice, the plane's health plummeted rapidly. The serpent woman unleashed Q, venomous explosion, hitting the decelerated plane and triggering Cyclone of the Storm Rider, granting a significant speed boost. Kuro pursued closely behind Xiye, chaining basic attacks with Twin Fong, generating a continuous stream of damage. By the time Xiye evaded VG's jungle and mid duo and returned to the turret, his health bar had dwindled to half. The plane stubbornly refrains from using skills. He would rather sacrifice health than relinquish his summoner spells. This was Xiye's judgment. He believed that as long as he retained his flash and cleanse, VG's jungle and mid duo could not gank him. Losing a bit of health was inconsequential. From a certain perspective, this notion held merit. Clutching both summoner spells against VG's composition, which boasted singular control methods and lacked explosive capabilities, indeed signified survival. Yet, Xiye's decision to sacrifice health to preserve his skills played directly into Gu Xing's hands. This was precisely what he desired. Now, Gu Xing signaled to the E in the jungle area, "Rue, let us clear the minion wave, and then you join me in an invasion." Kuro readily complied, humbly suggesting, "You take the minions, Gu." Gu Xing was thoroughly exasperated. "I'm playing as a barrel, not a leopard's. You take it," he insisted with an authoritative tone, using the newly cooled rolling barrel to diminish the minion wave's health. Observing that his teammate had no intention of taking the wave, Kuro finally unleashed Twin Fong, eliminating all the minions. The serpent woman's advantage lay in her wave-clearing ability. The mechanism of gaining health from killing minions allowed her to continuously cast E, using her fangs to devour the minions' lives. In just 5 seconds, an entire wave of minions was claimed by the serpent woman. The two individuals hastened towards the Winnow district, unabashedly revealing their movements, boldly ascending in plain view of Xiye. This scene was, of course, captured by the director, who swiftly shifted the camera. VG's mid-jungle synergy is commencing for the first time, a voice laced with excitement remarked. Xing Ji's earlier gank in the mid lane was not merely to disrupt. Their true intention was to diminish Xiye's state, thereby flipping the dynamic in the E jungle. Candy must cease his jungle farming, lest he faces dire consequences. Xiye found himself ensnared by the minion wave in the mid lane, unable to assist the jungle in the short term. Even if he could, it would be futile. A half-health level 3 aircraft's combat prowess was nothing short of a farce. Moreover, with the cooldown of Rek'Sai's flash still in effect and his health not particularly robust, should Gu Xing employ his E-flash to stun, a swift demise would be imminent. The top laner SB, upon respawning, teleported in and has efficiently dealt with the minion wave, reaching level 3, thus maximizing his combat potential. 957 stands no chance against him. Miller mused thoughtfully. The strength disparity in the upper half of the map is glaring. Candy has no choice but to abandon his jungle farming, relinquishing the entire area. Gu Xing's strategy proved remarkably effective. When contemplating his approach, he surmised that Candy's desire to accelerate to level 3 for First Blood would necessitate the use of his flash. This invasion was meticulously premeditated, intending to capitalize on Rek'Sai's vulnerability period, seizing the opportunity to plunder the enemy's development through counter-jungling to mitigate losses. The accelerated level 3 Rek'Sai had only farmed the red buff and the sharp-beaked birds in the lower jungle, along with a river crab. The 3 camps in the upper jungle remained untouched, illustrating the extent of Candy's anguish upon his departure. In this back and forth, why do I feel that E's pursuit of First Blood has ultimately backfired? Miller lamented. Xing Ji's move to mitigate losses is quite commendable. Under the lens, Candy clicked his tongue, his expression tinged with irritation. The bounty for the First Blood kill, combined with the assist, netted E a total of 600 gold in economic gain. The 3 groups of monsters he had relinquished were worth nearly as much, not to mention the substantial experience disparity. The profits Candy's First Blood effort earned for his team were entirely reclaimed by Gu Xing. It was inevitable that his mentality would falter. After much contemplation, Candy resolved to emulate the strategy Gu Xing employed in the Intercontinental Tournament, starvation. The number of jungle monsters he had lost was glaringly apparent, and the level gap between him and the barrel was now unavoidable. In light of this, he decided to forego farming altogether, focusing solely on orchestrating ambushes across the 3 lanes. He intended to compensate for the lost levels through the experience compensation mechanism. Candy was resolute in his decision. He promptly made his way to the bottom lane, planning to target the VG duo. However, the Ezreal and Brown combination possessed rather mediocre offensive capabilities. Without flash, Rek'Sai would hardly gain substantial rewards even if he engaged. Ultimately, he merely compelled Varus to use his healing spell to sustain himself and hasten his escape, afterward departing with ease. Candy remained unfazed. After all, with the jungle monsters nearly depleted by Gu Xing, each instance of irritating the opponent in the remaining time was, for him, a significant profit. Only when all heroes in the solo lanes reached level 4 did he set off towards his own stone beetle camp. The experience catch-up mechanism has been activated, allowing for the acquisition of up to 300 additional experience points by defeating a group of stone beetles for Kundi. The calculations in Kundi's mind resonate loudly. Gu Xing, however, is not idle. He bestows the blue buff from E upon Kuro, as he already possesses one. And the benefits for the Serpent Woman will be significantly greater. After receiving the blue buff, the Serpent Woman transforms into a spell-casting machine gun, completely dominating the mid-lane control. Rui Xing. Once you've pushed the mid-lane minions, place a ward in the enemy's lower jungle, Gu Xing instructs. Kuro complies without hesitation. With Gu Xing's assistance, he gains a substantial health advantage over Xiye and secures a brand new blue buff, making it a lucrative endeavor. Now, even if he temporarily steps offline to place a ward, Kuro can fully accept that. Swaying her serpentine tail, Cassiopeia stands in the red zone, placing a ward through the wall at the stone beetle camp. The area is devoid of any creatures. However, the marker on the mini-map indicating the stone beetle camp has not yet vanished. This is a mechanism inherent to the game. Through similar means, one can ascertain whether the jungle monsters have been cleared by the enemy. Observing that the marker remains, Gu Xing deduces that the stone beetles have yet to be eliminated. Presumably, they have been lured to the bush behind E's first tower. With the enemy jungler's position inferred, Gu Xing promptly heads towards the top lane. My bow. Prepare to freeze. The signal indicating on the way is marked in the top lane, and he loudly alerts SB. Song Jinghao has been waiting for Gu Xing's arrival. After teleporting back to lane, he successfully establishes control over the top lane with the peak performance of his crocodile. Now the minion wave is steadily advancing towards E's first tower. Once Gu Xing is in position, the two can execute a pincer attack to eliminate the prince. Miller's voice booms. SB has managed his anger control exceptionally well. 957 is trapped under the tower with no escape route. Gu Xing remains patient, not rushing to use his control abilities. Even if 957 were to scream at the top of his lungs, no one would come to his aid. The prince is akin to a fish in a barrel. Gu Xing merely needs to ensure a high success rate and complete the kill in the most reliable manner possible. Maneuvering his barrel closer, he clearly intends to close the gap. In doing so, when he unleashes his hard crowd control, the prince will have no reaction time left. 957 is acutely aware of the urgency of the situation and knows he must act swiftly. Any delay could spell his doom. The prince unleashes an EQ combo, attempting to navigate through the barrel's body to reach safety, while Brother Gu charges directly forward. If neither side takes action next, then the beer man will knock the prince down from the air. The meat egg scallion chicken is indeed a formidable force among crowd control abilities. 957 understands that he absolutely cannot be struck by the meat egg scallion chicken, or he will meet a certain demise. As the barrel lumbers towards him, 957 opts to use his flash. A flash of golden light appears. A glimmer of hope ignites in 957's eyes. As long as the barrel cannot control him, he will break free from the encirclement. However, he rejoices too soon. The barrel charges forward, increasing the distance between itself and the prince. Yet, in the very next moment after the prince uses flash, another blinding golden light appears. Gulagash suddenly maneuvered diagonally for 400 yards, returning to the side of prince. From the perspective of the spectators, the beer man executed a precise diagonal jump and retreat, utilizing his flash to reposition himself, once again colliding with 957. A dull thud reverberated throughout the venue. The prince was momentarily stunned. The audience erupted in a crescendo of gasps and exclamations. "My heavens!" exclaimed Baby, astonished. What astonishing reflexes does Brother Xing possess? He matched 957's EQ flash and managed to knock the opponent off balance. Miller remarked, incredulous, "This is utterly unfathomable." Brother Xing then unleashed the rolling barrel, accumulating power to slow the prince down, rendering him immobile. With both displacement abilities exhausted, 957 had no means of escape. SB didn't even need to use his flash. He simply walked in, activated E-body slam, and ensnared him with red rage, causing 957's health to plummet rapidly. The rolling barrel reached its maximum charge, and the damage unleashed left 957 in a critical state, ultimately finishing him off with a basic attack followed by Q. Throughout the encounter, Gu Xing endured 3 hits from the turret, yet thanks to the shield provided by Courage of the Colossus, he hardly lost any health. The VG fans in the audience waved their flags, cheering for their favored team. The chat channel was inundated with messages. Guagua, the beer man is so cool. Brother Xing's barrel play is ruthless. Can such a pig-nosed champion truly be mastered by him? That backward jump shot, can someone make a gif of it? I want to see it in the anti-bar 5 minutes later. It has to be Brother Xing. Could 957 really escape from that EQ flash? Leg Brother really hasn't watched much of Dong De Ji's streams. If the lane swap occurred, he would definitely have escaped. This wave was a significant loss for 957. Baby side. Not only did he expend his flash, but he also missed a substantial wave of minions. While Leg Brother held on to his teleport, the situation he faced was starkly different from when SB had given away the first blood. At this moment, Bin Xian had already entered the turret, and as 957 awaited his resurrection, the turret would not cease its assault, but would instead eliminate a large number of minions beneath it. Considering the 45-second duration of the teleport, by the time 957 returned to the top lane, the minions would likely be decimated. 957 bit his lip in frustration. Just as the commentators had noted, he was now in a precarious position. The top lane matchup against the crocodile was inherently challenging. And after laboriously securing an assist for first blood, he found himself having to give it all back due to Gu Xing's intervention. How would he face the crocodile's formidable presence in the lane now? Brother Xing successfully launched a counterattack by exploiting the gaps in E's formation. First reclaiming his jungle, and then executing a turret dive, rectifying the earlier disadvantage, and even seizing control of the game. Baby exclaimed with exhilaration. Candy was still contemplating methods to turn the tide. With the upper half of the map dominated by Gu Xing, he found it impossible to venture to the top lane. He had just attempted the bottom lane, but as long as Dandelion held the lantern, it was nearly impossible for a flashless Rek'Sai to catch him. There remained only the mid lane as a potential path. Upon noticing the blue buff beneath the Serpent Woman, Candy felt this might present a highly viable opportunity. He returned to the city to purchase a green jungle knife and a pair of boots, then hastened to the mid lane, aiming to initiate an attack before Gu Xing's arrival, thereby exploiting a critical timing advantage. After securing the blue buff, Kuro adopted a rather aggressive approach, positioning himself boldly in a bid to exert pressure and secure lane dominance for his team. This, however, presented an opportunity for Candy. He instructed Xiye to engage, while he himself lurked on the sidelines, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The invitation for an exchange of blows from the aircraft appeared rather bizarre at this juncture. Kuro quickly realized that there was indeed someone lurking behind Xiye. Yet, after a brief contemplation, he resolved to proceed with the confrontation. As their health dwindled midway through the exchange, the positioning of the Serpent Woman inevitably advanced, and Candy seized the moment to emerge from his own team's nest. Directing his onslaught towards Kuro, the Serpent Woman presses forward rather than retreating, continuing to harass the aircraft, exclaimed Wawa, his eyes wide with astonishment. Xiye is nearly out of health. The aircraft, having already been tended to by Gu Xing, is in a precarious state. Now, with the Serpent Woman landing 2 bites with her twin fangs, its health plummets instantaneously. The Serpent Woman triggers the Storm Rider's surge, relentlessly pursuing the aircraft, while Candy struggles to keep pace. The sluggishness of Rek'Sai, lacking flash, proves to be a significant hindrance. Under the relentless assault of the Serpent Woman, he finds himself utterly incapable of resistance. Kuro ensnares with his binding, then follows up with a venomous bite, leaving the aircraft severely weakened. Xiye, escaping the toxic mist, hastily uses flash to evade. Miller's voice quickens. The Serpent Woman follows with flash, landing a basic attack followed by twin fangs, and dives into the turret to eliminate the aircraft. Li Ruixing does not press forward to offer the kill to the turret. Instead, he turns to confront Candy. Should Rek'Sai wish to secure the kill, he must expend his abilities to inflict damage. Consequently, The kill becomes Candy's. Kuro's desires are fulfilled as he allows Rek'Sai to claim his life. On the surface, it appears that he has garnered a greater share of team economy. Yet, he is acutely aware that he has been duped. Granting a starving Rek'Sai a kill will yield no significant advantage. In contrast, Xiye loses his flash and hands over a kill, severely impacting his development. The broadcast shifts to the E-player bench. Candy pounds the table in frustration, his lips pursed. His expression dark, akin to a recreation of Gao Dui's performance at the esports Oscars. Is this guy insane? Xiye murmured. Who trades kills like this? In the minds of many, Kuro is merely a timid, compliant player, a middle lane drifter with little presence. However, it must be noted that Kuro hails from the Tigers. Even as the most stable performer on the team, he is still part of ROX. The fierce spirit ingrained within him is undeniable. Candy's attempt to exploit him as a breakthrough target undoubtedly provoked his ire. Resolutely, Kuro decided that despite the peril of being slain by his opponent, he would forcibly exchange blows with Xiye. The aircraft, having held its ground for so long, ultimately met a swift demise, leaving Xiye filled with immense regret. Meanwhile, Candy's assault yielded no tangible gains, and E's prospects in this match appear grim. For 11, want to starve? Not a chance. Let us take a moment to stabilize our position. Candy, with no other option, can only offer words of comfort to his teammates over voice chat, biding time until the mid-game, when Ezreal can fully develop. Making a comeback not entirely impossible. At present, the disadvantage is not insurmountable. If we can maintain their composure until the team's strengths in mid to late game team fights come into play, they may yet have a fighting chance. However, Candy's assumption hinges on the premise that the team can prevent VG from widening the gap. This is fundamentally unrealistic. Once VG seizes the advantage, a more ferocious wave of attacks is inevitable. After clearing the jungle camps in his upper jungle, Gu Xing returns to base, promptly producing a green jungle knife and the Bambi's meltdown. The economic boost provided by his counter-jungle assists has already filled his inventory with ample gold. With the core items acquired, the combat prowess of the barrel-wielding champion undoubtedly ascends to unprecedented heights. Logically, since both upper jungles are devoid of camps, Gu Xing should venture to the lower half of the map to continue his development. Yet, he chooses an unconventional route. Does Candy intend to employ a starvation strategy against him? That tactic was clearly one he had originally devised to vex Zhongmen. Gu Xing is acutely aware of how to counter this. He understands that if he continues to farm, once he gains a level advantage, Candy will activate the experience compensation mechanism, rapidly bridging the jungle gap through the Stone Beetle and F6 camps. Thus, Gu Xing refrains from farming. As long as the level disparity remains minimal, the effectiveness of Rek'Sai's starvation strategy will be significantly diminished. He abandons the soon-to-respawn camps in the lower half and heads towards the upper lane, preparing to strike again at 957. Currently, the situation of the upper lane minion wave is quite favorable for Smeb. After the earlier tower dive that resulted in the death of the leg brother, the minion wave has been pushed entirely under the tower, slowly being consumed by the turret, naturally forming a counter-push. The minions are gradually advancing towards VG, and 957 must step beyond the protective range of his defensive tower to secure last hits. Gu Xing, lurking in the upper lane, now has the opportunity to ambush his opponent. However, his movements are not entirely concealed. Earlier, when Candy was forced into the lower half, he had ventured into VG South Jungle to place a ward. The current ward has not detected Gu Xing's position, allowing for a simple deduction of his whereabouts. 957 becomes aware of the impending danger as the minion wave pushes forward. He lacks a flash, should he be targeted by VG's upper jungle. He could easily fall once more. The leg brother immediately begins to summon assistance, calling out to Renjie to come provide cover. Candy, glancing at the upper lane minion wave, senses that things are going awry. This wave must be addressed. Yet, with just himself and 957, they are powerless. The combat capabilities of both jungles are currently not on the same level. Should Gu Xing set an ambush, they would certainly be caught off guard. After some contemplation, Candy decides to summon aid as well. Ben, return to base and head up. We will resolve the minion wave together. In the mid lane, Xiye is still being suppressed by Kuro, struggling even to breathe, let alone leave his lane to assist. Weighing his options, Candy can only send support Ben to relieve the pressure. Upon hearing his teammate's plea, Ben utilizes the charges of his relic shield to clear the lower lane minions, then quickly retreats to a safe position, returning to base for supplies. In order to enhance his roaming efficiency, he deliberately crafted a pair of straw sandals, seeking to experience the sensation of flying. Throughout the process, his brother-in-law remained silent. To be fair, the pressure in the bottom lane was immense. The combination of Jack and Duan Deliong was undeniably formidable, each having secured their preferred champions, thus exerting considerable dominance. Bin's absence from the lane would undoubtedly exacerbate the already challenging situation for the bottom lane. However, Mystic had little choice. The team had already assigned him Ezreal, clearly indicating their intention for him to maintain a solo lane. The norm of the support roaming while he solo laned was something he had to accept. Gu Xing, having received intelligence from his bottom lane teammates regarding the enemy support's departure, immediately became vigilant. "My bow, you should bait him," he suggested, swiftly articulating his counter-strategy. This moment highlighted the significance of communication. Had Smeb struggled to comprehend overly complex Chinese, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the jungler and top laner to reach a consensus in a short time frame, leaving Gu Xing unable to ensure the flawless execution of their plan. In certain teams, if the Korean players had limited proficiency in Mandarin, executing such intricate maneuvers would be nearly impossible. Nowadays, Song Jinghao, after 6 months of systematic study, had advanced his Chinese skills, enabling seamless communication with Gu Xing during the match. His professional attitude was exemplary. Confident that the top lane would remain secure, Gu Xing proceeded to execute their strategy. Ben hastily moved toward the top lane, with Candy also rushing over. The Wii jungle and support seemed intent on ambushing Smeb. The higher brothers, unaware of the players' communication, could only interpret the unfolding events through their movements. Smeb positioned himself aggressively, even initiating a trade of blows, aiming to leverage this wave to diminish his opponent's health. Dada's voice quickened, warning that this was not a wise choice, given the Wii jungle and support lurking nearby. The crocodile was brazenly dominant. With a swift auto-attack following his E-ability to engage, he ensnared the prince, following up with further attacks and AQ, ultimately using the second part of his E to retreat. This combination of damage reduced the prince's health by half, leaving 957 utterly defenseless against the crocodile's onslaught. Filled with elation, 957 realized that without his flash, capturing the crocodile would be a daunting task. Now that his opponent had expended his E-ability, the difficulty of executing the EQ control combo was significantly reduced. Was the barrel behind them preparing an ambush? No worries, we have numbers on our side. Even if VG's jungle and support duo boasted high intensity in their 2v2 encounters, we had Braum. In small skirmishes, Braum was nothing short of divine, with a numerical advantage. We had no possibility of defeat. Seeing his teammates' positioning, 957 initiated the EQ combo to assault the crocodile. As long as he could launch it into the air, Rek'Sai and Braum would emerge from the nearby brush to apply further control. The crocodile would find itself facing an inevitable demise. As the banner of the Dembong army fell, the prince charged toward the crocodile with a dragon strike. Just as it was about to hit the giant reptile, a brilliant flash of golden light surged past. Smeb used his flash to narrowly evade the prince's EQ. Miller exclaimed in astonishment, "My goodness, did he have a premonition?" Under normal circumstances, one would not casually use flash to dodge a double strike from the prince unless the stakes were life or death. Song Jinghao's actions serve as a testament that VG had long been aware of WE's impending assault on the top lane. Reflecting on the earlier exchange by the crocodile, it is evident that Smeb executed this maneuver with deliberate intent. With the prince's EQ skill evaded, WE's jungler and support lacked the capacity to secure a kill, leaving them as mere spectators to the crocodile's escape. Although Rek'Sai possessed crowd control abilities, after losing its flash, it could not hope to pursue Smeb, relying solely on its E-ability to tunnel. The broadcast swiftly shifted focus to the mid lane, where VG's true target lay, Xiye. The excitement was palpable in the voice of the caster, as Xingge had just vacated the top lane and made a frenzied dash toward the mid lane to collaborate with Kuro in eliminating the airplane. This showcased Gu Xing's adaptive strategy. Upon learning that WE's jungler and support were en route to the top lane, he recognized his disadvantage and opted not to engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, he employed a feint to draw the enemy in deep, successfully luring WE's jungler and support to the upper lane while he pivoted to launch an offensive in the mid lane. At that moment, we had invested a significant force in the top lane, leaving their mid-lane defense alarmingly vulnerable, with only Xiye standing alone. Kandi, noticing the crocodile's use of flash to evade the prince's combo, sensed something amiss and urged Xiye to retreat hastily. Unfortunately, VG's coordination was exceedingly swift. While Song Jinghao successfully executed his ploy in the top lane, VG's mid and jungle had already decided to initiate a surprise attack on the mid lane. Kuro unleashed a toxic mist to ensnare the airplane, while Xinggu emerged from the shadows, utilizing the rolling barrel to slow Xiye down. Helpless, Xiye found himself ensnared by the barrel, with the Snake Woman following up with continuous damage from her Twin Fang ability. By the time he used Cleanse to negate the slow, his health had dwindled perilously low, and the Snake Woman, having triggered the Storm Rider's surge, relentlessly pursued him with newfound speed. Even as the airplane executed the Valkyrie dive, escape proved futile after being stunned by Xing Ji's meat egg scallion. The Snake Woman unleashed a flurry of basic attacks, culminating in the complete depletion of Xiye's health bar. Miller shook his head in disbelief. We's attempt to seize the upper hand had backfired dramatically, not only failing to capture Smeb, but also sacrificing their own mid-laner in the process. Xiye found himself eliminated twice in quick succession, severely hampering his development. How could he possibly continue to play as the airplane? The caster expressed deep sympathy for Xiye's plight. VG's mid and jungle were unwilling to relent, opting instead to advance toward the bottom lane, intending to threaten the isolated Big Brother defending the outer tower. Currently, We's top lane, jungler, and support were all positioned in the upper lane, leaving the lower quadrant alarmingly exposed, allowing VG to advance with impunity. The Big Brother reacted swiftly. Upon noticing VG's mid and jungle disappearing from the minimap, he deduced their intention to punish him and promptly sought refuge in the secluded brush near the bottom outer tower. It must be noted that the nimbleness of the blonde-haired champion was astonishing, allowing him to slip into the brush just before VG's mid and jungle could reach the bottom lane. Although Ezreal escaped death, he would suffer the loss of an entire wave of minions. The caster lamented this fate, deeming it utterly unacceptable for Ezreal. The Big Brother bit his lip, his handsome visage betraying his frustration. He could accept being left alone in lane, as well as the consequent damage to the tower. However, the loss of minions undoubtedly touched his bottom line. In the professional arena, Easy's objective is to swiftly acquire the Magic Cutlass and Ice Fist ensemble. Missing out on a significant number of minions implies a considerably slower equipment acquisition rate. We's top lane trio, comprising the jungler and support, shielded the minion wave as they pushed into VG's turret, forcing Smeb into the confines of the brush. Miller, assessing the situation, furrowed his brow, yet realistically. The losses on both sides were hardly comparable. A minor loss of minions for the crocodile was inconsequential, particularly as he had already secured a kill. Ensuring his economy remained robust, missing a wave would not yield a substantial negative impact. Conversely, We's losses were detrimental to their dual carries. For their composition, which relied on mid to late game team fights for resurgence, any hindrance to their carry's development would be catastrophic. Moreover, Xinggu could even seize the opportunity to secure a dragon, thereby accumulating advantages for the team. We's predicament grew increasingly dire. Candy's face drained of color. He felt that all his counter strategies were laid bare before VG, every move falling under the enemy's dominion. His desperate counterattack was exploited by the opponents, only deepening the team's plight. After enduring a series of setbacks, Candy resolved to take a more cautious approach. By remaining inactive, he could avoid errors. He had to comfort himself with this philosophy, preparing to act once VG initiated their offensive. As the match reached the 7-minute mark, Gu Xing returned to base after securing the Earth Dragon, crafting the Cinder Hulk jungle item, thus bolstering his tankiness. Following his replenishment, he proceeded to the top lane, aiming to exploit the vulnerability of 957. This time, Leg Gu sensed the impending danger but willingly became bait, luring Gu Xing into the ambush to create an opportunity for Candy. The demise of the prince was inevitable. The crocodile, enraged, engaged with a powerful W bite, and after activating his Art Dominus, unleashed a flurry of attacks, leading Gu Xing to sacrifice his life. Seamlessly executing him with control, Candy shifted to mid lane, utilizing his freshly acquired flash to target Kuro. The efficiency of a ganking Rek'Sai with flash is well recognized. With effortless precision, he knocked the Serpent Woman airborne, collaborating with the airplane's damage to eliminate Li Ruehan. However, truth be told. While it may seem that trading a top laner for a mid laner yielded a slight advantage for Xiye, the fact remained that Rek'Sai had expended his flash. Miller was filled with concern. How would they manage the upcoming Rift Herald team fight? By the 10-minute mark, the flashless Rek'Sai would inevitably enter a period of vulnerability. How would we withstand VG's formidable Rift Herald assault? Candy remained unperturbed, having no intention of engaging in the Rift fight. The flash usage bore little consequence. He decided instead to assist Xiye in claiming a kill. As the match progressed to 10 minutes, Gu Xing strategized, preparing to orchestrate an offensive around the Rift Herald. He discerned in advance that we had no intention of engaging. All three lanes were firmly planted under their turrets, and no vision was established around the barren pit, clearly indicating their intent to concede. Gu Xing chose not to invest excessive energy into the endeavor. The bottom lane was unnecessary. He merely needed to monitor the opponents, preventing them from redirecting towards the Rift Herald. He communicated his strategy to his teammates over voice chat. Jack readily agreed. The current situation is straightforward. As long as the opposing team does not disrupt the bottom lane, VG can effortlessly secure the Rift Herald solely based on the strength of their top and mid junglers. My boy, you should force the excavator to retreat. Gu Xing has arranged everything meticulously. If they are caught, use the flash when necessary, but do not hold it too tightly. With Smeb's flash ready and the E ability, Rampage, available, he is unlikely to face danger against We's crowd. He positions himself at the narrow pass of the river, wary of any potential attempts by Candy to contest the objective. The intimidation factor of the crocodile is at its peak, embodying the essence of an indomitable force. Gu Xing's strategy is flawless. Initially, Candy genuinely considered attempting to snatch the Herald. Dying would be inconsequential as long as they could seize the neutral resource, making it a risk-free venture for Xiye. However, upon seeing the bodyguard crocodile stationed at the river's pass, he immediately abandoned the idea of contesting. Facing the prehistoric behemoth, Candy simply does not possess the conditions to enter the dragon pit. Reluctantly, he retreats. Gu Xing utilizes Drunken Fury to secure the Herald with precision. I'll head back to base for a moment. My boy, you go place a ward in the enemy's upper jungle. Gu Xing presses B to return to the fountain, replenishing his health and acquiring a control ward before embarking again, preparing to exploit the Herald to breach We's defenses. Smeb obediently follows, placing a ward in Xiye's blue area to monitor Candy's movements. However, Candy is astute. He understands the necessity of concealing his position. Otherwise, Gu Xing will undoubtedly summon the Rift Herald on the opposite lane. At that point, We's lane would be left vulnerable without the jungler's protection, resulting in severe losses. Aware of VG's strategy, he avoids the jungle entirely, opting instead to remain in the safety of the minion wave, evading detection by his adversaries. Gu Xing has plenty of methods to deal with him. He first places a ward at his own Scuttle Crab camp before heading directly to the lower portion of the map to counter We's lower jungle. Currently, Rek'Sai is behind in levels, triggering the experience catch-up mechanism. As Gu Xing advances into We's lower jungle, he clears the Scuttle Crabs and the Spire Birds, depriving Candy of two optimal camps to catch up in experience. If Candy wishes to rapidly level up, he must venture into VG's upper area. However, Gu Xing has already established vision in his own camps, waiting for Candy to take the bait. Should the opposing Rek'Sai dare to show his face in VG's upper jungle, Gu Xing will unleash the Herald in the bottom lane, collaborating with his duo to demolish the enemy's first tower. Candy initially attempts to hold his ground, unwilling to reveal himself and provide VG with an opening. Yet, by refraining from counter-jungling, he can only watch as the gap in jungle development widens. He doesn't even dare to farm the three wolves and the magic toad in his own upper jungle, fearing that his opponents may have warded the area nearby. After enduring for 2 minutes, Candy, having gained nothing, is on the verge of breaking point. The duration of the Herald's eye has barely surpassed half. If he waits for Gu Xing to finish summoning the Herald, Candy estimates he will be left 2 levels behind. He finds himself in a quandary. Undeniably, Candy has already incurred significant sunk costs. Should he now abandon his fast, resuming his jungle farming, the 2 minutes lost in development would remain irretrievable. The Rift Herald summoned by Gu Xing would continue its advance unabated. Candy gritted his teeth, ultimately resolving to endure for another 2 minutes. Impressive, Gu Xing mused, acknowledging Candy's remarkable patience. Jack, fully impressed, remarked that if it were him, he would have succumbed long ago. You won't let me farm? Then let us all stop playing. Time dragged on to the 14-minute mark, with the landing phase still ongoing. In terms of duration, this was undoubtedly among the most exceptional in the VG Summer Tournament. Viewers in the live stream were left astounded, inundating the chat with comments. This is truly absurd. Candy is resolutely avoiding jungle farming? Not a single CS gained in 3 minutes? I can hardly believe it. Hiding behind the tower and forsaking development just to annoy Xing. I see the economic gap in the matchup has widened to 4 digits. BYD is treating Rek'Sai like a support, truly an eye-opener. Is a level 6 excavator at 13 minutes an unparalleled presence in the professional arena? That's genuinely impressive. Such a jungle style exists? Observing that the Rift heralds I had less than a minute remaining, Gu Xing resolved to make a bold move. Xing headed toward the mid lane. Wawa noticed the barrel's trajectory. Was he planning to target Xiye? However, with the dual summoners in hand and Rek'Sai lurking behind, a counterattack could spell disaster. In terms of combat capability, WE's mid and jungle were naturally no match for VG. But should they muster their strength? Even at the cost of a double kill, they would be determined to eliminate Gu Xing, which posed no significant issue. In the event of a similar scenario, Gu Xing could very well exhaust the Rift Herald's last usage time during his resurrection, rendering it ineffective. Wawa believed that forcing an engagement in the mid lane was not a prudent choice. Gu Xing, however, seemed to think otherwise, maneuvering the barrel toward the mid lane. Kuro activated his sprint, hastening forward to lay down toxic mist, ensnaring Xiye. The beer man emerged from the side, ready to stun the aircraft with his girth. Candy, having discerned Gu Xing's intentions through his listening technique, was elated and rushed over to prepare for a counter-ambush. Just as the aircraft was about to exit the ensnaring area, Gu Xing's E-flash successfully stunned it in place. Xiye's fingers hovered over the DF key. As soon as the barrel aimed to launch himself explosively toward the Serpent Lady, he was ready to cleanse the stun and flash away. Candy, determined to protect his teammates from being swiftly eliminated, tunneled over to provide support, poised to flash and knock up the enemy. The moment Gu Xing spotted Rek'Sai in the mid lane, a smile crept across his face. The plan was set. In an instant, as Candy's Rek'Sai approached, the Serpent Lady gathered her energy, unleashing a sharp shriek. Our stone gaze. The sudden casting of the skill caught E off guard. Upon witnessing the Serpent Lady's motion to unleash her ultimate, Candy instinctively clicked the ground behind him, turning his back in an attempt to evade the petrifying control. This action was tantamount to relinquishing his plan to counterattack. There is no way around it. To achieve a swift relocation and elevate the adversary, one must confront the VG mid-jungle duo directly. Should one fall prey to the Serpent Woman's ultimate ability, the petrification effect will linger for a full 2 seconds. At that moment, the VG mid-jungle could easily dispatch him. Candy, wary of the situation, opted to retreat in a defensive posture. Since Xiye had previously been in flight and was struck unconscious by Gu Xing while facing away from the Serpent Woman, he would not be subjected to her petrifying gaze. As Cassiopeia unleashed her roar, Gu Xing hurled his colossal weapon, the explosive barrel. Hops erupted forth, swiftly reaching the aircraft's rear. It was evident that he intended to blast it towards the VG mid-jungle. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiye promptly activated his cleanse to dispel the barrel's stunning effect before using flash to escape. The explosive barrel detonated with a resounding crash, propelling the aircraft down to the tower. Both VG mid-jungle have expended their ultimates, yet the outcome appears rather lackluster, Miller remarked, perplexed. In essence, it merely cost the dual Rs of Xing Ji's flash in exchange for the aircraft's summoner spells. Viewed through the lens of skill exchange, this was hardly a profitable trade. The E mid-jungle duo was equally baffled, struggling to comprehend VG's intentions. Candy pondered this, ultimately concluding that the enemy was likely intimidated by their counter-gank. Hastily deploying 2 ultimates to thwart a potential retaliation, Xing Ji's rolling barrel has severely damaged the minion wave. He turns away from the mid lane, seemingly intent on heading downwards, while the Serpent Woman effortlessly clears the minions and also makes her way down. The duration of the Eye of the Herald was nearing its conclusion. To E, VG's intentions were glaringly clear. Gu Xing had come to the mid lane to liberate the Serpent Woman, and together they aimed to descend to the bot lane, attempting to utilize a 4-2 strategy with the Herald to demolish the next tower. Candy felt a surge of anxiety. Despite VG mid-jungle's ultimates currently being on cooldown, Once they established a formation to besiege the bot lane, they could easily dispatch Xiye's duo without the need for her skills. Kundi racked his brains, striving to devise a means of escape in a short span of time. Yet, he soon realized he was caught in a dilemma. Thanks to the deployment of VG mid-jungle's dual ultimates, the mid-lane minion wave was entirely under their control. Faced with the advancing tide of minions towards the tower, Xiye found himself unable to extricate himself in the immediate term. This meant that the only one left to potentially assist the bot lane was Kundi. Kundi gazed into the obscurity of his own bot jungle, momentarily hesitating to venture forth recklessly. In the preceding 3 minutes, to counter Gu Xing's herald assault, Kundi had refrained from revealing his position, remaining vigilant on the line. With no vision established in the jungle, he feared that if he ventured in, he might fall prey to a lurking ambush from VG mid-jungle. Despite possessing Flash, Kundi was only at level 6, lacking the necessary levels and equipment, rendering him exceedingly fragile. He had just been struck by VG mid-jungle's ultimate, causing his health bar to plummet. If caught by VG, he could very well meet his demise on the spot. After a moment of contemplation, Kundi alerted his bot lane teammates via voice chat to retreat urgently, while he opted for a circuitous route to provide support. Unsure of traversing the jungle, he chose to return to his high ground, moving downward along the vertical wall. This detour would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Kundi found it exceedingly challenging to arrive at the bottom lane in a timely manner. Should the VG jungler utilize the explosive orb in the E-red zone to leap over the wall and summon the Rift Herald, it would be inevitable that they would crash into the next tower. Jiang Jia pursed his lips, believing that the utmost limit he could accept would be allowing the opponents to reduce their next tower to a mere sliver of health. He delved underground and hastened towards the bottom lane. The seismic sensing technique monitored enemy movements within a radius of 1,300 yards, yet alas, it yielded no results. Initially, Kundi was in a state of anxious urgency, but soon he sensed something amiss. Logically, the VG jungler should have already arrived at the bottom lane. However, there was still no sign of either of them. Kundi let out a slight hiss. The VG jungler was nowhere to be found in the bottom lane. Where could they be hiding? Xiye cleared the mid-lane minion wave with missiles and basic attacks, then promptly made his way to the bottom lane. As he gazed into the darkened jungle, an ominous premonition suddenly surfaced in his mind. Su Hanwei furrowed his brows and placed a ward over the wall into his F6 camp. The next moment, he nearly flung his mouse away in shock. Within the camp, the Serpent Woman and the Barrel Man were glaring at him with predatory intent. A flash of gold illuminated the scene as Cassiopeia passed through the wall. Armed with the dual cooldown reduction effects of Blue Buff and Archangel's Staff, she successfully deployed her recently cooled Toxic Mist beneath the aircraft. The Barrel Man, with his protruding belly, charged towards the aircraft. She had no means to resist. With both summoner spells on cooldown, he could only watch helplessly as the Barrel Man's rotund form approached. After being stunned, the Serpent Woman unleashed her QE combo, draining the half-health aircraft of its remaining life. The audience erupted in ecstatic cheers. VG's jungler has executed a cunning ambush. Wawa exclaimed hoarsely from the commentary booth. Their true target was never the bottom lane, but rather Xiye in the mid lane. Kundi was lured to the bottom lane, leaving the mid lane defense alarmingly vulnerable. VG seized the opportunity and successfully secured the kill. Miller sighed and shook his head. He was completely in the dark, being played around like a fool. From the God's Eye perspective, it was glaringly clear. After leaving the mid lane, the VG jungler had circled back to lie in wait at the F6 camp. Consequently, Kundi's Rek'Sai, relying on seismic sensing, failed to detect their movements, mistakenly believing that the VG jungler was heading to the bottom lane. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. Goodness, is Xinggu employing military strategy? Rek'Sai looks like a foolish pig, while VG is right beside the F6 camp. And Kundi foolishly rushes to the bottom lane. What is the point of guarding for so long? Does he think that starvation will thwart VG's attack? One can only say that the thought process was woefully misguided. He is still too young. Gu Xing chuckled. Xiao Gu, you are truly despicable, SB. Who was supervising from the top lane, let out a brief sigh, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Hey, how can you speak like that? Kuro retorted with a serious face. Xiao Gu is clearly just. He pondered for a moment, selecting an appropriate idiom from his somewhat limited Chinese vocabulary, resourceful. After Gu Xing emerged from the fray, he initiated a summoning of the Rift Herald. The barrel, with its rotund belly, began to dance, and after a brief convulsion, a purple-skinned garlic bulb descended upon the mid lane. If we breach through the mid lane, we should be able to smash into the second tower. Gu Xing provided cover for the herald. Kuro was beaming with joy. Not only had he secured a kill, but he was also about to reap the bounty from the first blood tower, clearly on the verge of soaring to new heights. The atmosphere within the VG team was one of jubilant harmony. Conversely, the E-voice chat was steeped in a heavy silence, creating an awkward tension. Candy was initially perplexed, but soon his anger flared. He felt as though his intellect was ruthlessly trampled. How could they have ventured into the mid lane? Where was their sense of honor? He had been on edge for a while, yet the intentions of VG's mid-jungle duo were entirely unexpected. Reflecting on the brief 2v2 skirmish that had just transpired, Candy realized that from that moment, his team had stepped into a meticulously crafted trap by VG. The barrel's ultimate was designed to bait out Xiye's summoner spells, laying the groundwork for a subsequent ambush. The Serpent Woman's skill was intended to force Candy back, preventing him from initiating a fight and allowing the mid-jungle duo to swiftly eliminate Gu Xing, thereby rendering the herald a mere spectator. Simultaneously, the area damage from both ultimates had decimated the minion wave, enabling the Serpent Woman to clear the minions swiftly and execute their plan successfully. Candy remained silent. To guard against VG's herald onslaught, he had even forsaken his own jungle camps, opting for starvation to defend the tower. After laboriously holding the line for nearly 4 minutes, everything crumbled due to a single oversight. The previously invested time and effort were now rendered futile. Candy's development had stagnated, leaving his economy in dire straits. Likely on par with the supports, his mind was consumed by a singular thought: I am not going to make it. Xiye felt equally frustrated, having perished once more. He gazed at the black and white screen, on the verge of tears. You all need to come and defend the herald quickly. If the second tower falls, how am I supposed to play? The destruction of the mid lane tower would directly impact his personal growth and severely compromise the team's vision, threatening even the jungle's security. The E-duo, who had retreated to the safety of the lower second tower, recognized the gravity of the situation upon hearing Xiye's plea and hurriedly made their way to the mid lane. Candy, too, cast aside his sorrow and rushed back to the mid lane. The Rift Herald collided with the tower, and in conjunction with the output from VG's mid-jungle duo, it was effortlessly demolished. The first blood tower has fallen to VG, remarked Wawa, observing the situation in the Rift. The Herald can strike the E's second tower next. VG's mid-jungle duo turned away from the mid lane, intent on targeting the top, lanes 957. The three from E's lower jungle have yet to reach the mid lane, and they are leagues away from the top lane. Miller pronounced a grim fate for the prince. 957 stands little chance of escaping. Gu Xing arrived in the enemy's blue jungle, using the explosive ball to swiftly traverse to the top lane. SB activates his ultimate a moment earlier, charging beneath the tower to corner 957. Legs made every effort to resist. However, the impact was minimal, as the root of the issue lay in his insufficient durability. In this version, the prince must first acquire the Tiamat to enhance his lane-clearing efficiency. The equipment itself lacks any resistance or health attributes, even with the golden shield. The prince cannot escape the suffocating grip of VG's mid-jungle. The kills must also be allocated to the Serpent Lady Kuro, whose economy is becoming quite extravagant, presenting an unstoppable force, exclaimed Wawa. The gold from the first tower in the top lane also needs to go to the Serpent Lady. Kuro is returning to base to complete 2 items. The strength of the Serpent Lady lies in her passive ability, Elegant Slither, which negates the need for boots. The savings can be utilized to acquire other powerful equipment, relying on the bounties from kills and towers. Kuro achieved the pinnacle of the Archangel's Staff and Zhonya's Hourglass in under 15 minutes. How do we deal with this Serpent Lady? Miller exclaimed excitedly. Soon, she alone will be capable of destroying E's frontline. As the first blood tower fell, the transitional phase commenced. Both teams shifted their focus from the bottom lane to the mid lane, with the mid laner heading to the top lane to farm, and the top laner assigned to the bottom lane. To put it bluntly, E is at a disadvantage across all 3 lanes in the jungle. Unable to gain an advantage from VG, the crocodile has now entered its power spike, wielding the black cleaver and Tiamat, suffocating 957 in the bottom lane. Thanks to this, Gu Xing effortlessly secured the team's second dragon. The economic disparity has widened to 4K. Candy's strategy of starvation has ironically trapped himself. Wawa side. Originally, the jungle matchup was unfavorable, and losing the mid tower has left him with nowhere to farm. Gu Xing's relentless pursuit of advantage is remarkable. He placed vision in Yi's jungle and immediately noticed Candy farming the red buff, presumably to assist Yi's development. Without hesitation, Gu Xing rushed over and unleashed his explosive cask. The colossal barrel slammed the red buff right in front of him, forcing Rek'Sai to awkwardly reposition to avoid being caught in the explosion. The beer man, intoxicated and furious, claimed Yi's red buff right in front of him. Miller lamented for Candy. Xing, this is utterly excessive. Is this how one plays the game? Countless VG fans fervently waved their support sticks, ecstatic and genuinely delighted by Gu Xing's audacious display. The broadcast zoomed in on Gu Xing at the VG player bench. The boy laughed heartily, his fair complexion flushed with excitement. Across the stage, Candy bore a look of distress, feeling utterly humiliated by the barrel's brazen theft of his red buff. Yet, Candy had no means of retaliation, forced to watch as the barrel loomed over him. As the match reached the 18-minute mark, Candy managed to farm a group of stone beetles, finally elevating himself to level 9. However, he was still 2.5 levels behind Gu Xing, which seemed somewhat tolerable. Yet, when the economic disparity was laid bare, it became evident that they were not even in the same league. Candy's Rek'Sai possessed only the Cinder Hulk, the jungle item, Mercury Treads, and a red crystal. In contrast, Gu Xing boasted a complete jungle item set, plated shoes, a bird shield, and a belt, showcasing an extravagance beyond compare. Certainly, it is not entirely bleak for Team E. The duration of the landing phase in this match is relatively extended, allowing the duel carries ample time to develop. The elder brother is on the verge of completing 2 pivotal items. If they can delay for a few more minutes until Ezreal's equipment is fully formed, Team E will possess an undeniable core to serve as a support point for their formation. However, before the elder brother can acquire the Ice Fist, trouble brews in the top lane. Xiye, lurking in front of the second tower, cautiously farms, steadily increasing his last hitting count, yet ultimately finds himself in a predicament. Kuro lies in ambush at the Swamp Frog camp, ready to ensnare the moment the airplane reveals itself. With a burst of speed, the Serpent Woman sways her enchanting form, continuously spewing venom. Our Petricite gaze. Xiye swiftly alters his course, evading the Serpent Woman's ultimate that would have rendered him stunned. However, the damage dealt is significant, accompanied by a slowing bind. Xiye is unable to escape the bind's range in a short period. 2 venomous fangs from the Serpent Woman leave his health at a critical low. Su Hanwei's purification proves futile, even if he alleviates the slow from the Petricite gaze. He remains ensnared by the lingering reduction in speed. At last managing to escape the bind's range, Xiye hastily uses Flash to execute Valkyrie Dive in an attempt to flee. Kuro has activated the Storm Rider's Surge, and the double acceleration allows him to swiftly catch up to the airplane. The final venomous fang seals the opponent's fate. The young girl exclaims in delight, solo kill. The Serpent Woman's damage is utterly outrageous. With 200 last hits by the 18-minute mark, complemented by substantial bounties and shared economic gains from towers, the Serpent Woman's output is insurmountable. Xiye's expression darkens as he slips into a pensive silence. Before Candy can speak, conflict erupts in the mid lane. Duke Wang conceals himself in the brush, landing a hook on the Braum, who approaches to place vision. Ben, relying on his robust resilience, attempts to independently secure vision. Yet, he falls directly into Duke's trap. Braum attempts to retreat. Thresh tosses a lantern behind him, triggering the second part of his Q to ascend. Gu Xing's lantern moves forward, leaving Braum momentarily stunned. Jack maneuvers Varus to unleash his ultimate. The corrupting chains form a chain of control, leaving Braum immobilized. Even with Ben raising his defensive door, he cannot fully withstand the damage inflicted by the adversary. Ultimately, Varus draws his bow, and with a Q, piercing arrow, detonates the withering stacks on Braum, claiming his life with percentage damage. VG rushes towards the Baron pit, intending to establish vision in preparation for the 20-minute Nashor spawn. At the very moment the Baron appears, the VG players, who have been waiting in anticipation, unleash their assault on the Baron. The attack's speed-focused Varus and Serpent Woman's duel carries obliterate the Baron at an astonishing pace. The Baron's health plummets rapidly. At this juncture, Team E's hopes for a comeback seem nearly extinguished. Nonetheless, they remain resolute in their determination not to yield. The team's jungler, Candy, has demonstrated in numerous encounters that he can snatch the Baron even under rigorous defenses. Easy painstakingly assembles 2 essential items, and the entire team slowly converges toward the Baron pit, meticulously clearing vision along the way. This single step consumes a considerable amount of Team E's energy. They were filled with trepidation, fearing that a barrel might suddenly emerge from the dark thicket ahead, delivering an intimate greeting initiated by their own bellies. During this tense moment, Mist utilized foresight to illuminate the Baron pit, allowing them to observe VG's personnel arrangement. Only after ensuring their safety did the 5 dare to advance further. Upon nearing the Baron pit, the Big Brother unleashed our precision barrage, slicing through the air. When he noticed Baron Nashor's health had dwindled to a mere 2,334 points, Candy could no longer contain himself. If they delayed any longer, VG would annihilate the Baron in an instant. Without further ado, he set off towards VG's jungle, attempting to flank the Baron pit from above and infiltrate the battlefield through a tunnel, aiming to snatch a sliver of hope with his smite against Gu Xing. As Candy arrived above the Baron pit, Brother Xing crashed into him with the barrel. Gu Xing executed an E-flash, catching Candy off guard. Our explosive barrel. The current annoyance of the barrel lies in its short cooldown for the ultimate ability. Gu Xing had previously used it while contesting the red buff, and it was already ready again. The combination of the Beer Man's E-flash followed by R is an inescapable tactic. Candy had no means of resistance and was blasted away from the Baron pit. Brother Xing picked up the lantern discarded by Duke Duan and re-entered the Baron pit, securing Baron Nashor with his smite. The cheers from the audience were unceasing. Duan de Liang flashed forward, leaving the Baron pit while using Doomsday Pendulum to pull 957 back. The team fight was on the verge of breaking out. The Serpent Lady laid down her toxic mist, attempting to ensnare her opponent, while 957 also executed an EQ combo. The Prince's EQ does not strictly count as a displacement. Rather, it is a synergy between the 2 skills. The Serpent Lady's ensnare could not bind him. 957, believing he could escape, was suddenly met with a ghostly green chain that followed closely. Duke Duan hooked onto the landing point of the Prince's EQ, and 957, unable to withstand the immense damage, seemed poised to be eliminated on the spot. Miller exclaimed loudly. Kuro's 2 toxic fangs effortlessly dispatched the poorly equipped prince. With the prince's demise, Candy was once again blasted away by Gu Xing, and realizing they were outmatched, they hastily scattered. Song Jinghao executed a daring teleport directly in front of the E high ground tower, sandwiching the enemy with his 4 teammates and encircling them. The prehistoric crocodile, upon unleashing his ultimate, wreaked havoc on the battlefield. The Big Brother merely glanced at the crocodile in the crowd, only to be fiercely bitten by Song Jinghao after a flash forward. The Big Brother used Cleanse before flashing away, yet Varus, from a distance, launched an arrow that obliterated his health bar. He was left powerless to turn the tide, and the team fight descended into chaos, with VG tearing them apart. After annihilating the opposition, VG pressed on to demolish the enemy's main crystal. For 13, do you think this can confine me? Congratulations to VG for securing the first victory of the match, exclaimed Wawa from the commentary desk. They amassed a substantial advantage in the early game and capitalized on it to sweep through E in the mid-game. From the perspective of the defeated, Miller remarked, E must thoroughly contemplate their early game decisions. Candy's early 3 gank was beautifully executed, but Brother Xing's damage control was simply extraordinary. In his perspective, while Candy's decision to capture and eliminate SB was indeed a strategic move, the subsequent handling of the situation encountered significant issues, ultimately allowing Gu Xing to seize the opportunity and turn the tide in their favor. After being countered in the jungle, Candy was forced onto a path of starvation, which ultimately led to the collapse of the entire team. Under the watchful eye of the camera, player E appeared despondent and troubled. Anyone subjected to such relentless assault would find it hard to maintain a cheerful demeanor. To his dismay, their once proud mid-to-late game operational teamwork crumbled under the opponent's formidable onslaught. Candy, in particular, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had entered the game with high spirits after securing first blood, believing he had everything under control. However, Gu Xing's counterattack was so fierce that Candy found himself devoid of any breathing room. The most disheartening moment for him was during the Baron fight. He had intended to showcase his skills in a dramatic entrance, aiming to infiltrate the dragon pit and secure the Nashor. Yet, Gu Xing denied him any opportunity, forcing him out of the pit with a swift E-flash R, leaving him unable to lay claim to the Baron. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Candy rose and made his way off the stage. Upon encountering the White Crescent in the team lounge, he could hardly contain his urgency to express his demands. Is there any way to deal with Gu Xing? That guy is far too arrogant. The White Crescent was well aware of the frustrations plaguing their jungler. Initially, Candy had merely sought to leverage his experience to catch up on levels, but he had inadvertently become a victim of Gu Xing's relentless aggression. The entire game became a struggle for jungle control, with their own territory becoming a no-go zone. To add to the embarrassment, Gu Xing had outsmarted him at every turn. Playing as the most formidable Rek'Sai, Candy found himself reduced to being toyed with by the beer man, which was understandably infuriating. After a moment of contemplation, the White Crescent finally spoke. There are indeed methods to counter the opposing jungler. Hearing this, Candy's eyes lit up with hope. Meanwhile, on the other side of the corridor, VG remained blissfully unaware of the plans he was about to implement. Gu Xing was engaged in a discussion with Hongmi regarding the issues faced in the previous game, primarily focusing on how to counter Candy's rapid level 3 gank tactics. Although he had managed to mitigate losses in a clever manner, this strategy was not guaranteed to succeed every time. With the incorporation of experience runes, the single BUFFF6 River Crab level 3 strategy was undoubtedly causing VG considerable distress. They relied heavily on Gu Xing to set the pace in the early game, and if they allowed their opponents to claim first blood in every match, the team's strength would surely suffer a crippling blow. Gu Xing attentively listened to the solutions proposed by Hongmi, while the television screen displayed the MVP selection results from the last match. The candid photo of Li Ruihang's endearing round face stood out remarkably, contrasting sharply with the alluring figure of the serpent woman behind him, creating a rather dissonant visual. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Kuro from celebrating exuberantly. "Woohoo!" he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Our first MVP of the summer season is in the bag. Could you possibly be a bit more composed?" SB rolled his eyes. "Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world." Li Ruihang, with a bear-like gesture, spread his hands, unable to suppress a grin. "What can I say? You all have been hogging the MVPs, and now that I finally snagged one, I'm naturally thrilled." Currently, the candidates for the MVP within the VG team are primarily concentrated among the jungler, ADC, and top laner, ranked in order of their performance. Kuro, who typically assumes the role of a utility player, often engages in the more arduous tasks. Despite occupying the vital mid-lane position, he seldom garners recognition from the judges. However, his performance today was so exceptional that it warranted the MVP title. With an impressive 499 gold per minute, a staggering 377 contribution to team damage, a KDA of 9.27 and 6.324 gold differential in lane, alongside an astonishing 1.634 damage conversion rate, his statistics can only be described as extraordinary. It is no wonder that Kuro was visibly elated. Jack reclined languidly on the sofa, hands clasped behind his head, exuding a relaxed demeanor. The last match was remarkably comfortable. "My friends, let's strive for even greater efforts in the next round." Yu Wenbo, in the first game, merely focused on farming and ultimately secured victory. Having minimal involvement throughout the match, his contribution was limited to providing our corrupted chains during team fights while barely inflicting damage. Had the landing phase not been sufficiently lengthy, allowing him room to accumulate damage, Jack's overall output could have paled in comparison to Gu Xing's tanky Gragas. Although his statistics were not particularly impressive, he remained unfazed, even hoping for his teammates to be more aggressive. After all, who desires to carry when one can enjoy a leisurely victory? Jack is not the type of professional player to sulk over a lack of contribution. If his teammates possess enough skill, he finds immense joy in coasting through matches without feeling the burden of resource consumption. If you wish to coast to victory, you might want to consult Xiao Gu for his approval. As long as he plays as he did in the first game, we can secure the win effortlessly. Duan Deliang remarked while stretching. To be fair, Gu Xing, your hits are quite heavy. When we left the stage, I noticed Candy's face had turned pale. Don't put the blame on me. It's not my fault. Gu Xing retorted, employing a gesture reminiscent of the Buddha's palm to deny any wrongdoing. Candy looked like that before the match. I suspect he and T rested well in the past couple of days. His tone remained lighthearted, with a relaxed smile. The first match, although presenting some challenges for VG, was overall quite straightforward in terms of victory. Gu Xing believed his performance against IM in the preceding days had been mediocre, but he felt he had regained some form, which was a cause for celebration. He thought that with such a fiery touch against victory was to be expected. However, right at the beginning of the next match's draft phase, the opponents made a bold move. VG is in the blue side for this match, starting off by banning Galio, while he targets Xing. First banning the currently powerful Rek'Sai. The commentator, Hua, explained intently. The audience erupted in whispers of amusement, recalling Candy's lackluster Rek'Sai from the previous match, and found a hint of humor in E's decision to ban it themselves. VG subsequently bans Kalista, and he takes out Zac. The three formidable champions were successively sent to the ban list, allowing both teams to proceed with a standard drafting phase. The red team allocated their remaining ban to 957's Kled, showing some respect for Legs Go. ES final ban of the first round is the Spider. Miller raised an eyebrow. 3 jungle bans? A surge of excitement rippled through the VG fans in the audience. Investing a significant number of bans in the same position suggests either a perception of the opponent's inadequacy, prompting a targeted approach, or a recognition of the adversary's formidable strength, leading to a strategic containment through bans. Clearly, Team E finds itself in the latter predicament. After the consecutive bans on Xing, VG showed no inclination to prioritize securing a jungler, instead opting to claim the powerful support champion, Leona, in an effort to restrict Gu Xing. Bai Seiyu refrained from dismantling the Phoenix Legend composition. Naturally, Hongmi seized the advantageous opportunity, securing the formidable support champion, Leona, without hesitation. He must select Xiye and, for the other position, choose Talia to counteract and restrict Kuro's champion pool. Following the opponent's initial selections, Hongmi turned to consult Gu Xing. Xiao Gu, do you think it's prudent to secure a jungler at this stage? After a moment's contemplation, Gu Xing ultimately shook his head in denial of this suggestion. There's no need. Let us prioritize locking in champions for the others, he said, cracking his knuckles. I wish to observe E's intentions. Hongmi, accustomed to Gu Xing's confidence, resolved to heed his counsel. Let us choose Varus and Syndra. We should exert as much pressure as possible during the landing phase. The duo's landing prowess is among the most formidable in the current meta. VG evidently aims to replicate their previous strategy, attempting to suffocate Team E early in the game. In the final selection of the first round, Bai Seiyu secured the champion Gragas for Candy. As the second round of bans commenced, E's strategy became increasingly audacious. Let us ban Lee Sin first. After VG has banned Thresh, he will use their final ban on. The room fell silent. Qiyana? 5 bans directed at junglers. Has he lost their mind? The audience erupted in astonishment. Lee Sin, Zac, Elise, Lee Sin, and Qiyana. 5 jungler champions lay neatly in the ban pool. The live chat exploded with reactions. Wow, such a show of strength. Goodness, he has truly gone mad. Is this effective? Don't make me laugh. Is the pressure really that overwhelming? Candy is just a coward. He was utterly trounced last game. And now with 5 bans, if he had the skills, why wouldn't he dare to confront Gu Xing head-on? It's just how it is. If Sisterly doesn't restrict junglers, wouldn't Gu Xing just hang Candy from a tree? The director zoomed in on the VG players' bench. Gu Xing bore an expression of resignation. Old Gu, it seems karma has caught up with you, Jack exclaimed with gleeful laughter. Everything is aimed at you. And now you have no champions left to choose. Truly, that's the power of Xiao Gu. Kuro's stance was unambiguous as he openly praised. Carrying a game can grant the team 5 bans. Gu Xing defended himself. To be fair, the opponents have banned 5 of my champions consecutively. We should be entitled to a free win this match, right? If he had to bear the burden of all the bans while still leading his team to victory, Gu Xing suspected he would have to demand additional compensation from Ding Jun after this match. Xiao Duan banned the opponent's Renekton. Hongmi continued to methodically orchestrate the plan. Let us not give the enemy any opportunity to select a strong top jungle duo. If E were to assemble a Renekton and Gragas combination, their control chain would be formidable, rendering VG powerless in the fight. The fourth selection by E proved to be quite robust, as they opted for the champion Braum, previously utilized by Ben in the first round, ensuring the team possessed a solid foundation. Jack, reveal your Gragas, Gu Xing urged. Let's unsettle the opposing team right from the outset. Yuanba. fearing that the situation lacked sufficient drama, promptly pre-selected the beer man. The distant sounds of excited cheers from fans could be faintly heard through the headphones. Gu Xing's previous performance with Gragas had captivated many spectators, and now, amidst E's 5 bans on junglers, they had not restricted the beer man. The reveal by VG could be seen as both a jest and a mockery. 5 bans on junglers. And what about the stellar performance of the beer man in the first round? Can you truly ban him all? Many in the audience anticipated that Gu Xing would again showcase Gragas. However, as the countdown concluded, the character displayed in the selection frame transformed into the Twilight Eye. SB has selected top lane Shun. Wawa remarked with a furrowed brow, "We need to see what hero VG will ultimately choose." Duan Deliong once again teased the audience with Gragas, eliciting a wave of excitement before finally switching heroes. "Olaf," Miller exclaimed in surprise. "I haven't seen that character in quite some time." Ever since his remarkable debut at the S6 World Championship, Olaf had quickly faded into obscurity, making only rare appearances during the assassin meta of S7 Spring, and thus did not qualify as a popular choice. VG's selection of him was indeed a shocking turn of events for Miller. This suggests a top lane Shun paired with jungle Olaf. Wawa pondered thoughtfully. It truly feels formidable. Their combined entrance capabilities are quite terrifying. Individually, the combat potential of both heroes was unquestionable, but together, their strength would ascend to new heights. When Olaf engages an enemy and activates his R ability, charging into the fray alongside Shin's ultimate, they could effectively dive into the battlefield together. The choice of the Berserker took E by surprise. Does he also have Olaf? Candy thought, a jolt of concern striking him. He counters the pig girl quite effectively. He had assumed that Gu Xing's champion pool only contained the exceptional Qiyana to handle the flame pig, forgetting about Olaf, who had frequently appeared on the professional stage last year. In a 1v1 skirmish in the jungle, facing the ignite-wielding pig girl, Olaf would slice through her with ease. With 5 bans on junglers, he had also secured a powerful character from the current meta. If, in the end, he were to be countered by Gu Xing's Olaf, Candy could scarcely fathom the wave of public opinion that would follow. "Damn it," the White Crescent Moon involuntarily muttered. "This Olaf not only counters the pig girl, but our other champions are also helpless against him." The current composition selected by E was heavily focused on control. Faced with Olaf, who becomes immune to control effects after activating his R, E found themselves powerless. "What should we select for the final pick?" Ben inquired of the head coach in his broken Mandarin. "Hurry up, we're running out of time." The White Crescent Moon forced himself to regain composure. Breaking free from his panic, "Pick Jarvan," he declared with resolute conviction. "Let's try to contain Olaf in team fights and prevent him from wreaking havoc." 957 indicated his understanding of the strategy. From a certain perspective, Jarvan was quite counter to Olaf. R, Heaven's Collapse, can confine the opponent within obstacles. If the adversary lacks mobility skills, they may very well be ensnared by the prince's ultimate, rendering them unable to enter the battlefield. Upon locking onto the prince with E, both teams exchanged heroes, finalizing their lineups. The blue side, VG, features Shun in the top lane, Olaf in the jungle, Syndra in the mid lane, and Varus in the bottom lane. The red side, E, counters with the prince in the top lane, the pig sister in the jungle, Talia in the mid lane, and Xiye with Braum in the bottom lane. VG's composition is truly formidable, Miller remarked with admiration. They are determined to assert dominance during the landing phase, boasting exceptional combat capabilities across all 3 lanes. In contrast, E possesses ample control suitable for counterattacks, and Talia's ultimate offers decent edge-catching potential. Though will their damage output suffer in the late game? Doim voiced concerns regarding their composition. Although Talia can frequently unleash her abilities to generate damage in the mid to late game, her output, when compared to traditional mages, remains somewhat lacking. The princess damage is not particularly remarkable, and the 2 control champions in the jungle and support roles merely contribute minimally by the late-game team fights. They may as well be devoid of damage. Consequently, the entire team's offensive burden rests heavily upon Xiye. For Mist, this match serves as a test of his ability to carry. Will VG secure another victory in this crucial match? Or will he reclaim a point and extend the battle to a decisive game? Let us await the outcome. The camera focused on the coaches at the center of the stage. The White Crescent wore a bittersweet smile as they shook hands. "Your Olaf is truly impressive," he acknowledged, believing that the draft strategy against Gu Xing had reached its zenith. Yet, A seemingly effortless counter from the opponent completely reversed the situation. In that moment, the White Crescent felt his face flush with embarrassment, realizing he resembled a mere jester. "Oh, not at all," Red Rice humbly replied. It ultimately hinges on the player's depth of champion pools. His command of Chinese was limited, allowing only these few words. The White Crescent understood the sentiment Red Rice aimed to convey. As a coach, one can sometimes find themselves in the dilemma of being unable to craft a strategy without the necessary resources. Many viewers criticize their draft decisions, even believing they could perform better than this group of inept individuals. Admittedly, there are indeed some coaches who merely coast through their roles. However, the majority possess at least a modicum of skill, as League of Legends is their livelihood, demanding a certain level of expertise. They often recognize how to navigate the traps laid by their opponents. Yet, constrained by the player's champion pools and a lack of tactical diversity, they are unable to select the optimal solution. A prime example would be enabling EDG to break free from an overly simplistic dual carry strategy by empowering the top and jungle roles to adopt champions with carry potential. By adding more core champions, they could overcome the deficiencies of a singular tactical approach. Issues that are clear to the audience are undoubtedly well understood by the EDG coaching staff. But can they make the necessary changes? Forcing Minkai to select a champion capable of independently carrying against world-class junglers and urging the entire team to adapt their strategy around him? That would be quite a challenge. The coaching career of the White Crescent Moon has not been brief, and he possesses a profound understanding of the crux of the issues at hand. The vast majority of players are not versatile chameleons, able to shift their styles at will. However, Gu Xing stands as an exception. His remarkable adaptability, coupled with an inexhaustible pool of champions, enables him to select a variety of heroes to meet the team's needs. This unexpectedly chosen Olaf serves as a testament to the player's individual prowess. As the two coaches departed the stage, the director zoomed in on the audience, hastily capturing the cheering light boards held aloft by VC supporters. When the rift roared to life, the cheers within the arena reverberated deafeningly. Gu Xing sat upright, issuing commands while purchasing his starting items. Form up in the river for the level 1 skirmish. Do not be afraid, try to stand in the open areas. If you see them grouping up, retreat swiftly. They won't be able to catch us. The strength of Yi's level 1 engagement was formidable. With the combined crowd control capabilities of the jungle and support duo, the Piglet and Braum, any VG player caught in close quarters would face dire consequences. Yet, the flaws were equally apparent. The jungle support's control required proximity to the enemy. Braum's Q, Winter's Bite, could be a threat. But as long as they maintained distance in an open area, professional players could easily maneuver to avoid the ice blocks. Unless one possessed an unusual attribute to connect with Braum's Q, such cases fell outside the realm of regular discussion. Gu Xing was unperturbed by the potential threat of ES grouped invasion. As long as they did not huddle in a corner and collide head-on with the opponent, the team would be quite secure. Yi's initial offensive was fierce, 5 players pushing boldly into VG's jungle. Retreat, retreat. Gu Xing signaled to his teammates. Use 2 skills to whittle down their health. He unleashed his Q, Reversal Toss, and with the long-range damage from Syndra and Varus, successfully reduced Braum's health to 13. The opposing support will definitely have to return, Duan Deliong remarked, his face lighting up with joy. We can safely secure level 2 in the bot lane. The VG duo's ability to contest in lane was already superior. Now, at 1 minute and 15 seconds into the match, Ben's health had plummeted significantly. Returning to base and re-emerging would leave him unable to arrive at the bot lane in time for the crucial minion exchange, should he choose not to return. Attempting to contest level 2 with only 23 health points against VG's duo would spell disaster. Regardless of Ben's decision, VG would undoubtedly seize control of the lane. However, Yi's response was commendable. They recognized that their bot lane was at a disadvantage early on. Without adequate protection, unforeseen complications could arise. Candy resolutely established himself in VG's jungle, planning to trade buffs with Gu Xing to ensure the safety of his teammates in the bot lane. I'll start at the opposing red buff. Gu Xing signaled as he headed towards Yi's red buff camp. Just try to endure in the bot lane. I want to have time to manage you until I hit level 4. One must commend Candy for his astute strategy in the jungle exchange. The core output of Yi's composition was the formidable Kaisa. Ensuring her safe and efficient development was their pressing challenge. Candy's tactical buff exchange successfully pressured Gu Xing into the upper jungle, safeguarding Mist's landing phase. Before reaching level 4, Gu Xing had no intention of returning to the bottom lane. Choosing to accelerate to level 4 as Olaf was a sensible decision. He needed to elevate his level before seizing any opportunities. While farming in the red zone, he deliberately refrained from using his smite, opting to put a point into his E ability, Reckless Strike, at level 2 to reduce his own health and thereby enhance his attack speed and jungle efficiency. At 3 minutes and 15 seconds, Gu Xing successfully reached level 4. Jarvan is placing a ward in the river. SB quickly relayed the information. Xiao Gu, don't attempt to gank top. There's no chance. It was evident that 957 had anticipated Olaf's rapid level 4 strategy. He had secured vision control early on. And now, as the timing aligned with Gu Xing's development, he planted a ward in a critical choke point to guard against potential ganks. Gu Xing glanced at the minimap and then switched his view to the top lane, immediately lost in contemplation. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. After placing 2 defensive wards, 957 observed no unusual activity and returned to the top lane to continue farming. The early game prowess of Jarvan and Shun was comparable, with the distinction that Jarvan possessed the Q ability, Dragon Strike, which facilitated wave clearing. During skirmishes, the long spear inevitably struck the minion wave, pushing the minions towards the VG side. This forward push of the minion wave was precisely why 957 had gone to place wards to counter ganks before Gu Xing could reach level 4. One ward was positioned in the tri-brush, and given that the entire upper jungle was under Gu Xing's control, 957 had to be wary of a potential flank from Olaf. The other ward was placed at the junction of the top lane and the river, intentionally outside the brush to avoid being too close to the lane. Had it been placed within the brush, 957 might not have had time to react if Olaf appeared. Currently, the upper half of the map was tranquil. Leg Brother positioned himself as cautiously as possible, intending to lay low for a while to evade the heightened risk of Olaf's ganks. As he noticed the enemy cannon minion's health dwindling, 957 could not resist the temptation and thrust his spear forward. Dragon Strike struck the cannon minion, filling his pockets with experience and gold, and 957 felt a sense of relief. After all, securing a cannon minion was vital for a laner. Earning that gold was a boon. However, before he could revel in his success, the opposing top laner Shin suddenly charged forward, using his E ability to taunt. Initially, 957 assumed it was a typical trade of blows, with his Q ability on cooldown and himself in a brief state of vulnerability. Thus, Smeb's invitation to engage seemed reasonable. Yet, he quickly spotted a muscular Olaf bursting forth from the lower brush. What was happening? 957 was utterly bewildered. His 2 wards had clearly locked down the gank route to the top lane. How had Olaf, with no mobility skills, managed to enter the brush right before his eyes? With no time to ponder further, he swiftly turned to retreat. Jarvan's Dragon Strike was still on cooldown, leaving him without mobility. Struck by Olaf's axe while under the taunt effect, his movements were painfully sluggish. The venue echoed with the shouts of the audience. 957 refused to surrender without a fight, activating his golden shield to slow the enemy jungler and flashed in a desperate bid for survival. With clenched teeth and a determined spirit, Leg Brother moved towards the tower. Casting a glance at the dimmed Q skill in his ability bar, fervently wishing for time to pass more swiftly. Once the cooldown of Q Dragon Strike was over, he could execute an EQ combo to retreat to safety. Alas, fate had other plans. Shun blinked forward, his soul blade striking fiercely upon the prince, while Olaf retrieved his axe, hurling Q, reversal throw, once more. Miller felt a pang of sorrow as 957 attempted to reposition. But Xing Gu's skill execution was so precise that evasion was futile. Once again struck by the vicious axe, the prince's health dwindled perilously low. Upon reaching the outer edge of his tower's range, 957 finally saw his Q skill illuminate. He hastily planted the flag, preparing to use Dragon Strike for his escape. However, in the instant the prince swung his lance, a basic attack from VG's jungler decimated his remaining health. Gu Xing delivered a decisive blow. Reckless Strike. True damage pierced through the prince's health bar. Jarvan IV collapsed, and first blood was claimed by Olaf. The excitement in Wawa's voice resonated powerfully. Xing Ji's gank route had left 957 defenseless. It must be said, his audacity was remarkable, and Miller couldn't help but admire it, especially as he had wagered correctly. 957 rubbed his brow in frustration. After his demise, he collected his thoughts and pondered how Gu Xing had stealthily maneuvered beneath his very nose into the brush. Without any mobility, and with the explosive ore behind VG's first tower yet to spawn, the truth became evident. Gu Xing had flashed through the wall, brazenly infiltrating from the VG jungle to the brush connecting the top lane and river, catching him completely off guard. 957 shook his head, vexed. This fellow's propensity for risk was outrageous. Who flashes before even catching a target? For the inherently cautious 957, Gu Xing's actions were unfathomable, a pure gamble. If he failed to secure a target, the flash would be wasted. Yet, Gu Xing capitalized on 957's habitual thinking. The average person would believe Olaf could not flash over the wall merely to deceive the enemy, but he chose to do precisely that. The outcome validated his choice. Xiao Gu, you truly are something. Smeb squinted with delight, as the opposing team had not anticipated that they could so boldly ambush the top lane. Kuro scoffed dismissively, unaware of who had just asserted that the top lane was unapproachable, urging Xiao Gu not to attempt it. Song Jinghao meticulously controlled the minion wave and opted to return to base, still retorting against his old teammates' jests at that moment. Who could have foreseen Xiao Gu's ferocity in choosing to flash first? Had he taken a conventional route, Gu Xing would not have caught 957. He likely would have anticipated the danger and fled early. Smeb praised Gu Xing's audacious approach to the ambush. During his time with the Tigers, he too had exhibited a fierce and bold style of play, perhaps even surpassing that of his own jungler. It was no joke. Gu Xing turned to farm the river crab with his head held high, proclaiming, "I'm incredibly brave, you know?" At that moment, Gu Xing felt a surge of gratitude for having taken flash. Had he opted for Ghost as usual, capturing 957 would have been impossible. The recent adjustments to sprinting have rendered it less effective, requiring a 2-second preparation time to achieve full acceleration. Coupled with the opponent's selection of Jarvan IV, a character capable of stifling Olaf with his ultimate, Gu Xing, after careful consideration, opted to take flash. To his astonishment, this choice proved invaluable early in the game. Spectators viewing the match from a godlike perspective were able to fully appreciate the astonishing gank tactics employed by Gu Xing. The live chat erupted in a frenzy. Wow, is this too fierce? Is he really going to use flash to catch someone? This is how Olaf should be played. I have already committed my flash. Let us deal with the rest later. Brutality is the essence of Olaf. Gu Xing is truly ruthless. I can't believe 957 is dumbfounded. He probably never imagined Olaf, with such a mischievous demeanor, could suddenly appear for a gank. Feeling as though he had effortlessly earned 400 gold, Gu Xing returned to base, retrieving his cooldown reduction boots and control ward before departing the fountain. Kandi had just completed his initial jungle clear, and the efficiency of Rek'Sai in the current meta was evidently not comparable to that of Olaf. Watching the data panel, he was keenly aware of how he might turn the tide. Rek'Sai's E ability, Furious Charge, now only triggers once on a single target within 10 seconds. Limiting Sejuani's clearing speed and causing Gu Xing to extend his gank timing during the first round of camps. Kandi pressed his lips together, feeling an immense psychological burden. When Gu Xing launched his ambush in the top lane, Kandi contemplated whether he should initiate a counteroffensive in the bottom half of the map to reclaim control. Unfortunately, he never found an appropriate opportunity. Kuro's positioning in the mid lane was exceptionally forward, making it difficult for the wee duo of Rek'Sai and Lissandra to secure a kill on Syndra before reaching level 6. The VG bot lane duo similarly exhibited remarkable steadiness. Upon learning that the jungle had been swapped, they maintained lane control in front of their tower. The combination of Xiye and Braum from Wii lacked initiation control, rendering them incapable of diving the tower alongside Rek'Sai. Upon witnessing Gu Xing select Olaf, Kandi dared not bring Ignite against the Berserker. Even multiple Ignites would yield no significant change in their one-on-one encounters. However, the addition of Flash would provide extra mobility, proving beneficial in both jungle matchups and team fights. The absence of Ignite left WE's explosive damage output notably lacking, making any attempt to engage the VG duo tantamount to seeking death. Finding no opportunity to reclaim the situation, Kandi resigned himself to farming, planning to return to base and replenish his equipment. Nevertheless, as one of the top junglers in the current LPL league, he possessed the requisite skill. After experiencing a setback in the previous game, Kundi was determined to vex Gu Xing in this match. After clearing the river crab, he re-entered the dragon pit, utilizing his Q ability to bulldoze into VG's jungle. There, he placed a vision ward in the brush directly opposite the enemy's red camp before returning to base to craft a green jungle knife. The director took note of Kundi's peculiar movements and quickly zoomed in on the ward placement. This ward held significance. Miller furrowed his brow, observing Gu Xing as he completed his items and began his descent. As long as he passed through the red zone, Kundi's vision would undoubtedly spot him. Gu Xing's path seemed devoid of options. At present, he possesses a distinct advantage and is unlikely to resort to fasting voluntarily, with his own jungle camp refreshing first. He is certainly inclined to explore the lower half of the map. It must be noted that the ward placement executed by Kundi is exceptionally astute. Gu Xing assumed that once the opponent had cleared the VG jungle, they would not leave wards in his territory, as the duration of early game wards is rather brief, typically around 1 minute. He believed that establishing a ward would not detect his return to farm the second round of jungle monsters. To his surprise, after finishing all the jungle camps, Kundi executed a clever turnaround, opting to place vision in the VG jungle to monitor his movements. Gu Xing was caught off guard and inadvertently exposed himself within the detection range of the enemy ward while heading to the stone beetle camp. The Wii side signaled incessantly, urging him not to reveal himself. Kundi was on his way to the upper half of the map, constantly advising the duo on the bottom lane to push the wave, clear it, and not to act as if they had seen Olaf, thus avoiding any sudden control of the lane. Having faced Gu Xing in numerous matches, Kundi was well acquainted with the playstyle of this top jungler. Any changes in the handling of minions by the lane heroes would not escape Gu Xing's keen observation. This individual has the remarkable ability to synergize lane and jungle plays, demonstrating unparalleled skill. If the Wii duo were to suddenly shift from a pushing strategy to a lane control strategy, Gu Xing would certainly receive a warning, realizing that his position was under the opponent's surveillance, thereby preparing for the next strategic move. Kundi, unwilling to squander the critical vision he had painstakingly established, specifically instructed the bottom lane duo to maintain their current line of engagement without revealing any weaknesses. The support diligently maintained the original landing situation, leaving no room for error. Once he had successfully pushed the cannon minion wave to the VG tower, he then accompanied the support to place a ward in the tri-brush before returning to his own tower to await the minion wave's return. He could not afford to mindlessly pressure the lane. It was common knowledge that Gu Xing would venture to the lower half of the map during his jungle rotation. An excessive aggression would only lead to complications. The current state of knowing Gu Xing is in the lower half, but being unaware of his exact position is just right. The seasoned veteran mystic executed his tasks flawlessly. Gu Xing, oblivious to the situation, noticed the enemy bottom lane duo retreating too swiftly and had no choice but to withdraw reluctantly. He could not force a gank. With only one unreliable control from the jungle and having lost his flash, the likelihood of successfully ganking the bottom lane was low. Instead, he opted to lie in wait at the stone beetle camp for the jungle monsters to respawn. The two wards in the bush opposite the red zone and the bottom lane tri-brush completely sealed off Gu Xing's movements. In the short term, with no sign of Olaf, Kundi deduced that he was near the stone beetle camp. Having ascertained Gu Xing's location, Kundi swiftly initiated his next plan, maneuvering his Rek'Sai across the river towards the VG upper jungle. Skirting around the scuttle crab altar, Kundi effortlessly infiltrated, placing a ward from his green jungle knife in the narrow passage leading from the enemy mid lane to the Three Wolves camp. He then quietly made his way to the mid lane. Meanwhile, Miller, always vigilant of the jungle positions, sensed something amiss. Kundi attempted to assist Xiye in pushing the lane. Previously, in their mid lane duel, Kuro had maintained a slight advantage, with Syndra showcasing formidable lane strength. The arrival of the pig girl alleviated some pressure, compelling Kuro to retreat continuously, distancing himself from the range of WE's mid-jungle duo's attacks. He certainly wished to avoid being unexpectedly caught by the pig girl SQ flash, which might allow the Lark to follow up with her W seismic shard and potentially eliminate him in an instant. Consequently, control of the mid lane was entirely relinquished to Wii. Xing'e cleared the stone beetles in the lower half of the map, and with the blue buff and cooldown reduction boots, Olaf was indeed clearing the jungle swiftly, constantly picking up axes to reduce his skill cooldowns. By this time, We's mid-jungle duo had dealt with the mid-lane player Xian and turned their attention to the lower jungle area. It seemed they intended to disturb Xing's development. However, the caster's words were abruptly cut off, his tone rising sharply. No, the two had employed a trick of misdirection, retreating to the upper half of the map after vanishing from VG's vision. Initially, VG's vision in the mid lane relied entirely on Kuro acting as a human ward. Gu Xing lacked the energy to place vision wards, having not returned to base for supplies, leaving insufficient resources, which were primarily used for gank defense, rendering the use of line wards a luxury he could hardly afford. After We's mid-jungle pushed the minion wave towards the turret, Kuro was forced to fall back, and the effectiveness of his human ward dissipated. Gu Xing caught a glimpse of the enemy's movement path for a fleeting moment, noting that Candy and Xiye were heading downwards. Little did he know, after retreating to the turret, the opposing mid-jungle duo had shifted their focus back to the upper half of the map, executing a successful deception. Kuro informed his jungler of We's mid-jungle moving downward. Adhering to a cautious principle, Gu Xing ventured into the river brush to place vision wards before clearing the feathered bird camp, ensuring he avoided ambushes. After confirming the area was secure, he proceeded to eliminate the F6 camp's monsters. Indeed, We's mid-jungle had successfully deceived VG. The caster, Miller, gaped in disbelief, as this tactic was typically one that Xing had made famous, yet today it was being turned against him by the opponents. Candy, accompanied by Xiye, ventured into VG's upper jungle area, where the state of the top lane minion wave was mediocre, making a tower dive unrealistic. It appeared they intended to sneak two camps. Under the director's lens, VG's magic toad and 3 wolves had just reset. Curiously, Miller crossed his arms, displaying a puzzled expression, as logically, this should not be the case, given that both teams had exchanged jungle areas at the start. Candy first cleared VG's lower half, while Gu Xing subsequently wiped out the monsters in VG's upper jungle area. Under normal circumstances, VG's jungle would refresh sequentially from bottom to top. However, Miller observed clearly that shortly after the feathered bird reset, the two camps in VG's upper jungle were reborn. This was illogical. It could only be said that, as a commentator, the volume of information received from the spectator's perspective was overwhelming, coupled with limited judgment capacity regarding the situation, leading to the omission of many crucial details. Candy's understanding of the situation was remarkably clear. The root cause lay in the efficiency of jungle farming. Gu Xing's Olaf had cleared the initial jungle monsters at an astonishing speed. As he prepared to launch an ambush in the upper lane, Candy could easily deduce the approximate reset times for the two camps in VG's upper jungle. In contrast, the efficiency of the jungler, Candy, utilizing the champion known as Pig Girl, is rather lackluster, perhaps a tier below Olaf. Upon reflection, he realizes that while he was clearing the lower quadrant of VG, Gu Xing was already poised to commence his own operations in the upper jungle. The respawn interval for jungle monsters is a mere 150 seconds, which indicates that the reset timing for VG's F6 is nearly identical to that of the two camps in the upper jungle. Candy adeptly capitalizes on this information. He aims to clear the enemy's upper jungle camps before Gu Xing can tackle the second round of F6 in VG's territory. To achieve this, Candy boldly ventures back into VG's lower jungle to place wards for monitoring Gu Xing's movements, while also establishing vision at the narrow passage leading to the enemy's upper jungle. He assists in clearing the mid-lane waves and executes a clever ruse to confound his opponents. Every meticulous arrangement is aimed at those two jungle camps. If he can successfully overturn them, Olaf's developmental pace will be significantly disrupted. This meticulously crafted plan naturally leads to success. Gu Xing remains oblivious to Candy's stratagem. He underestimates We's ability to devise such intricately linked tactics, gradually luring him into a trap. Both the jungle wards and the ruse following the mid-lane wave clear are profoundly deceptive. Upon finishing off his own F6, Gu Xing crosses into the upper jungle only to find the 3 wolves camp utterly vacant. He immediately perceives the gravity of the situation. Grasping his axe, he strides forward, urgently calling for his teammates over voice chat. Smeb, hearing the call for assistance, hastens into the upper jungle and is met with the sight of We's jungle and mid-lane duo engaging with the magic swamp frog. Upon the arrival of Song Jinghao, Candy activates his E ability, Eternal Frost, stunning the frog and dealing shatter damage with his auto attacks, successfully securing the jungle monster with a well-timed smite. He then utilizes his mobility skill to make a hasty retreat before VG's upper jungle team can regroup and retaliate. Candy's maneuver is indeed impressive, almost daring enough to challenge VG directly in their own jungle. The audience, filled with excitement, fervently claps their support for their favorite team. Under the camera's gaze, Candy wears a smug grin, relishing in the success of the tactics derived from the White Crescent. Though it may seem trivial to overturn merely 2 jungle camps, victories in professional arenas often hinge on minute details that ultimately convert small advantages into overwhelming triumphs. Candy's plan unfolds seamlessly, instilling a sense of intellectual superiority over Gu Xing, evoking a feeling of inflated confidence as he believes victory is within his grasp. Meanwhile, Gu Xing, having faced the setback, adopts a serious demeanor. Enjoying the role of a thief, he muses about how he will respond to Candy's audacity. With his mind racing, Gu Xing employs his various skills to weave an intricate web, preparing to ensnare Candy. With no monsters left to farm, he resolves to head to the top lane first. After Gu Xing assisted in securing first blood, Smeb's economy significantly surpassed that of 957, while also enjoying a favorable minion wave, thereby claiming the initiative in the top lane. Gu Xing's presence appeared minimal. They could hardly tower dive to eliminate the prince, at best merely aiding in clearing minion waves, which granted Song Jinghao an opportunity to return home without losses, conserving his teleport in the process. Upon returning to base, Smeb promptly acquired a Tiamat, elevating Shun's wave-clear capability and combat prowess to unprecedented heights. After aiding the top lane, Gu Xing remained industrious, directly traversing the river towards the Wei jungle. His judgment was astute. VG regained control over the upper half of the map. Miller elaborated, noting that Candy's previous incursions had cost his teammates valuable time, leaving Xiye unable to provide assistance. In pursuit of a swift resolution, Xiye had previously lingered in the VG jungle to support Candy's counter-jungle efforts, expending a considerable amount of skills and mana while also incurring delays. Now, the mid lane was firmly under Kuro's control with Syndra. Additionally, Smeb had pushed the minion wave to 957's tower, forcing WE's mid and top lanes to cower under the protection of their defensive structures. In Gu Xing's current invasion, he faced only Candy. The might of Olaf was showcased in full splendor. Gu Xing was cautious around the narrow area near the top lane at the Stone Beetle camp, wary of being caught without flash by Wei. However, the Sharpbeak camp was deemed an acceptable offering. With a precise axe throw, he successfully dispatched 4 weakened birds. Kuro utilized his telekinetic force to lift the large bird and slam it down beside Olaf, allowing Gu Xing to secure it with an E-smite. In the end, only one small bird remained at F6, left by the pig's sister, much to the delight of Wawa, while the remaining 5 were claimed by Gu Xing. Not lingering for battle, he swiftly retreated after clearing the jungle monsters. This action effectively provoked Candy's ire, achieving his intended goal. Gu Xing was well aware that Candy would not relent and was likely to retaliate in kind. As the match approached the 7-minute mark, the third round of camps began to respawn. Gu Xing continued his customary route from bottom to top. Just as he anticipated, Candy dashed to the mid lane to assist Xiye in clearing the wave, then employed the same tactics to venture back into the lower half of the map. This time, Kuro had set a ward, yet it failed to reveal WE's mid-jungle trajectory. It appeared that the opponents were genuinely moving downward. Gu Xing subtly curved his lips into a smile. When their mid laner placed the ward, Xiye observed the action clearly. We would surely circumvent the ward's detection, taking a wide detour to employ misdirection, aiming for VG's upper jungle in pursuit of further counter-jungle opportunities. The VG jungle currently harbored a significant vulnerability. The respawn times for F6 and the 2 upper jungle camps nearly coincided. Gu Xing was not equipped with a teleport, and after clearing the sharp-beaked birds, he could not immediately proceed to the upper jungle. This undoubtedly provided Candy with an impeccable opportunity for a counter-jungle. Gu Xing was confident that once the opponent tasted success, they would seize the advantageous chance. However, he had already laid a trap, patiently awaiting Candy's arrival. After eliminating the red buff, Gu Xing did not pay heed to the respawned F6. Instead, he headed straight for his own upper jungle. Brother Xing abandoned a group of monsters, determined to confront Candy in the upper jungle. Miller, foreseeing the imminent clash, raised his voice with a vibrant intensity. As Olaf charged in, he spotted the enemy piglet brazenly stealing his team's shadow wolves. To his surprise, there was also a little sparrow lurking nearby. Gu Xing let out a cold snort. He had expected to catch a petty thief, but instead, he had stumbled upon the nest. Neither of you shall escape today. Remember this, 415. I am lying in wait for you. Olaf's sudden appearance sent Yi's jungle duo into a flurry of panic. Candy, having painstakingly navigated a long route around the canyon to enter VG's upper jungle, believed he had outsmarted Gu Xing with his deception, aiming to clear 2 camps in the upper area and solidify his jungle advantage. Little did he know, Gu Xing unexpectedly altered the tempo, abandoning the intended foul. Olaf arrived in the upper jungle ahead of schedule, catching himself in the act. How could Candy not feel a surge of fear? Syndra has activated her sprint, shouted Wawa. Kuro, already prepared for the impending battle, decided to lend a hand, promptly activating his sprint and charging into the jungle. Candy, now in a state of panic, hurriedly notified his teammates to retreat, planning to escape. In a true confrontation, you would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Although Piglet and Lark could establish a control chain during a skirmish, Candy understood that they could not possibly eliminate this level 5 Olaf. For the top laner, SB possessed his ultimate ability. Should Yi's junglers dare to counterattack, Shun could provide a shield with his R skill, allowing Olaf to withstand a burst of damage. Regardless of whether SB could successfully guide his landing before 957, even if interrupted, his shield would offer Gu Xing ample protection. In the early game, Yi's junglers could unleash a powerful combo, but after enduring Olaf's extraordinary resilience, bolstered by his relentless cleaving and healing, he would restore his health. By then, Kuro's Syndra would arrive, and death would be the only fate awaiting Candy and his companion. Realizing they were outmatched, he had no choice but to retreat. Yet, the situation left them no room for escape. Gu Xing watched with disdain as Yi's junglers scrambled away. Humph, wish to flee? Why didn't you do it sooner? Brother Xing possesses a speed advantage. His tier 2 boots are now in play. Like most Olaf players, Gu Xing opted for cooldown boots first. In the current version, junglers typically relied on a pair of basic boots until completing their jungle item before upgrading to tier 2, with the exception of spiders who required magic penetration boots. Candy's Piglet was currently equipped with basic boots, a green jungle item, and a red crystal, leaving her far behind Gu Xing in terms of speed. Olaf advances relentlessly, forcing Sejuani's charge to be used with a single axe. Miller's pace quickened. Piglet has lost her immunity to slow effects while clearing camps, and now she dares not be caught by the opponent. Without the immunity to slow effects, if Candy were to be struck by an axe, Olaf would relentlessly pursue and assault her. Xiye's rumble unleashed the seismic shard, attempting to force Olaf into retreat, yet Singed merely sidestepped with a deft maneuver, evading the onslaught as Candy approached on foot, effectively blocking Yi's escape route. Ever since his prior successful counter-jungle, Candy's appetite for aggression had only intensified. He was determined to seize VG's shadow wolves, which were nestled deep within the jungle, indicating that Yi's jungler would have to traverse a considerable distance to escape. Now, witnessing VG's encirclement from both sides, Candy felt nothing but regret, immense regret. Why, he pondered, had he chosen to engage this trio of wolves? Had he opted for a singular magic toad instead, retreating would have been far simpler. Alas, there are no what-ifs. With his retreat path sealed, Syndra activated her ghost and veered towards the flank, while Olaf relentlessly pursued from behind, as VG had set a veritable snare. 957 followed closely, joining forces with Singed to assist their teammates in retreat. Amidst the fervent commentary of Wawa, the prince charged into VG's formation, proclaiming his might with R. Cataclysm. 957 trapped Singed within the obstacles located in VG's blue area and the upper river junction, then dashed to the rear flank of VG's first tower, launching the explosive fruit over the wall. While it seemed he hadn't confined Gu Xing, the narrow passage of the jungle effectively locked Olaf's path, presenting an insurmountable barrier. Gu Xing followed 957's lead, rushing to the rear of VG's first tower, yet the explosive fruit had already been dispatched, Wawa remarked. Initially puzzled until he glimpsed the status bar of the heroes in the spectator view and suddenly comprehended. His flash has come off cooldown. Gu Xing had utilized his flash at 3 minutes and 20 seconds to apprehend legs. Thanks to the 15 cooldown reduction from the Insight Mastery, his flash would be ready around the 7-minute and 30-second mark. And now, It was indeed 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Gu Xing executed his freshly recharged flash, vaulting over the wall into the upper river and striking down upon his adversary. Candy utilized his flash to evade the ability, while Xiye attempted to activate his ultimate to escape. Singe taunted, slipping out from behind the prince's obstacles, extending his control range with flash. Song Jinghao's flash nearly synchronized with Gu Xing's cooldown. Shun traced a 7 in the air, taunting as many opponents as possible. Candy recognized the peril the moment he saw Shun evade the prince's ultimate. However, he had already expended all his escape skills, and mere positioning could not save him from Shun's taunting embrace. Xiye, meanwhile, was ensnared in the process of casting our wall, restricted by the skill's mechanics. Unable to use his flash, both found themselves ensnared by Shun. Syndra unleashed a QE combo from the side, adding control to secure Yi's jungler. Wawa's tone surged with excitement. Gu Xing retrieved his axe and hurled it forth, Olaf roaring in fury as he unleashed his wrath upon the enemy. With his teammates providing ample control, the pursuit transformed into a fierce siege. This chaotic skirmish was truly Olaf's paradise. Without mercy, Gu Xing swung his axe, dispatching Rumble. So you fancy playing the villain in the counter jungle, do you? Rest assured, all malevolence shall be met with justice. Even Zhu Mei found it hard to escape, as she was ensnared by VG and handed her life over to Kuro. Miller inhaled deeply. Only E remains, with 957 managing to retreat successfully. VG executed a flawless 0-for-2 exchange, capitalizing on Xing Ji's rhythm shift to exploit their opponent's vulnerabilities and establish a significant advantage. Wawa expressed his sentiments. It truly is a devastating loss. Yi's counter-jungle attempt not only failed, but also cost the lives of their own players. One can only say that Candy's plan was overly optimistic. He thought he could replicate a previous strategy. But with Xing Ji's prowess as one of the strongest junglers in the league, he certainly possesses exceptional skills. The multitude of enthusiastic VC supporters waved their cheering paraphernalia, elated by Gu Xing and his team's fierce performance. The countless VG supporters in the live stream were equally overjoyed. You enjoy counter-jungling, do you? We'll smash your head in. Candy is addicted to invasion. He simply doesn't realize who the true master of counter-jungling is. Indeed, while Xing Gu plays the jungle core and maintains a lead of 70 or 80 CS, Candy can only rely on his smite, and now he dares to act tough. Do you dare to oppose him? Watch as my Olaf cleaves you in two. Refreshing. Kuro exhaled a sigh of relief. What a relief. He had been displeased with the opposing team for quite some time. That pig would frequently charge mid to apply pressure, making it difficult for him to play Syndra effectively. He could only watch as Xiye pushed the lane and roamed freely. Now, bolstered by Gu Xing's capture, Kuro secured 1 kill and 1 assist, feeling invigorated and triumphant. Time to catch the thief. Gu Xing beamed. Does the opposing team truly think they can come and go as they please in my jungle? A tiger does not show its might, and yet you treat me like a mere cub? Jack couldn't help but laugh. All right, my brothers, put in some effort. I'll just sit back and enjoy the victory. With openings in the jungle in both games, having such teammates meant he could effortlessly secure the win. On the E player's bench, Candy stared at the black screen, nervously chewing his fingers. A single disastrous play forced him to relinquish all the jungle resources he had previously secured from VG. As Gu Xing claimed yet another kill, his combat power would gradually ascend to its zenith. How would Candy proceed from here? He sensed a bleak future for this match. More crucially, his recent demise cost him more than just a kill. With his flash exhausted, initiating a gank in the following 4 minutes would prove exceedingly challenging. The respawn timer was not short, and considering the time it would take to return to the jungle from the fountain, it would be no less than 40 seconds. Gu Xing could easily exploit this interval to clean out Yi's jungle. Just the thought of it made Candy's heart bleed. He could no longer play the starvation strategy. His earlier invasion left Cordy's level only slightly lower than that of the mid and top lanes. To trigger the experience catch-up mechanism, Candy estimated he would need to refrain from farming for 3 to 4 minutes, a cost far too great to bear. Furthermore, it is worth noting that during the previous match, the relentless tactics of the opponent left Gu Xing in a state where he could not farm for several minutes, etching an indelible mark on the tender psyche of Candy. Traumatized by this experience, he now hesitates to embrace a strategy of starvation. The paths available to Candy are few, and one could assert that there exists but a singular route: to expend every effort in safeguarding his elder brother in arms, creating space for development, and awaiting the ADC to acquire the necessary equipment to guide the team towards triumph. What shall we do about the Rift Herald? Xiye inquired of his teammates, his tone tinged with despondency. To be frank, anyone in his position would be on the brink of frustration. Each time Candy ventured to assist in pushing the mid lane, he inadvertently siphoned off a substantial amount of experience from the bird-like champion. Meanwhile, Xiye endured the hardship of accompanying the jungler in attempts to invade, wasting precious time without reaping any benefits. Consequently, having been captured and swiftly eliminated by VG, he found himself with nothing to show for it. Paying the ultimate price, a true bloodbath. Xiye was deeply vexed. Reflecting on his prior escape choices, he recognized flaws in his decisions. In a moment of panic, he had hastily activated his ultimate ability, forgetting that his flash was available, and thus found himself trapped in an embarrassing position, unable to use it, ultimately succumbing to Shun's taunt followed by a lethal strike. Amidst these compounding factors, Xiye found it impossible to feel any joy. As for the Herald, Candy clenched his teeth. Let us just concede it. 957's eyes widened in disbelief. Are we truly conceding? After selecting this particular composition, it was evident that Team E aimed to launch an aggressive strategy in the early to mid-game, striving to counter VG's snowballing momentum through direct confrontation. The Rift Herald represents a pivotal neutral resource in the early stages, and logically, Team E should secure it or, at the very least, engage VG in battle to exchange kills and bolster their economy. Yet Candy opted to concede. Indeed, we must concede, Candy articulated his thoughts. Olaf is currently too formidable. If we engage in a fight for the Herald, and he breaks through, we will all be left in dire straits. Olaf is an exceptionally strong pick in the current meta, particularly countering Team E's composition. Moreover, with Gu Xing holding 2 kills and potentially returning with a completed jungle item, how could Team E hope to prevail in a skirmish for the Herald? 957 remained silent. As his teammates pointed out, they would find it exceedingly difficult to contain Olaf. By around the 10-minute mark, his ultimate ability would be off cooldown, allowing for a possible attempt to confine Olaf and restrict his movements. However, the conditions were excessively stringent, and should they proceed in that manner, 957 would likely have to sacrifice himself. Upon careful consideration, it was indeed the best course of action to relinquish the Rift Herald. Let us play it safe in the bot lane. I will assist Su Hanwei with the blue buff first. Candy's mind raced as he devised their next strategy. Then, I will head towards the upper half of the map, while you two allow the opponents to push the lane. Candy intended to feign an effort to contest the Rift Herald, attempting to deceive VG. If VG sought to secure the Herald, they would inevitably need to shift their duo to the upper half, and the key to a successful ambush lay in pushing the lane unscathed. Candy planned to lure VG's duo into complacency, waiting for the opportune moment to strike back. After assisting Xiye in securing the blue buff, he dispatched the magic swamp frog and the 3 wolves, successfully reaching level 6. As he made his way to his jungle area, he noticed the camps were conspicuously empty, likely having been cleared by Gu Xing. It was apparent that enemy vision was established there. Determined, Candy rode his steel mane around the vicinity, subsequently placing a ward in the barren pit to create the illusion of attempting to contest the Rift Herald. Gu Xing was indeed deceived. This was primarily due to Candy's reputation for outrageous attempts to contest dragons. Whenever a faint opportunity presented itself, he would take a gamble. His previous actions only reinforced this notion. Moreover, the barren pit was particularly favorable for the red side, allowing a swift transition from their jungle area into the pit with mobility skills or explosive fruit, thus providing Candy with the space to contest the Herald. Through the ward he had placed in the E-jungle area, Gu Xing observed Candy's movements and was convinced that the latter intended to descend and contest with him. Having already used his flash, Olaf found himself powerless against the presence of the pig girl above the barren pit, left with no choice but to rush in and activate the fruit first, which caused Gu Xing considerable apprehension. The ward positioned in the enemy's red zone revealed the pig girl advancing upward, prompting Gu Xing to signal to SB while preparing to rotate players, bringing the duo to the upper half of the map as protection. However, just as he instructed his teammates in the bottom lane to prepare for a push, Gu Xing suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Upon reflection, Candy's recent appearance in the E-jungle had indeed felt rather deliberate. Could the enemy truly be unaware that he had placed wards after invading their jungle? When he witnessed Candy employing misdirection earlier, his reaction was far from sluggish. Gu Xing discerned that his opponent was intentionally crafting this scenario and decided to rotate twice within his vision range. But what was the purpose? To suggest he aimed to contest the Herald? Such a notion was evidently unrealistic. Regaining his composure, Gu Xing dismissed that route of engagement. Candy's intentions would undoubtedly remain concealed from VG's vision. The remaining strategies were simply to ambush either mid or bot. As for invading the jungle, Gu Xing doubted Candy would have the audacity to confront him again. After careful consideration, he resolved to withdraw from the barren pit and stealthily shift downward. Ultimately, he positioned himself near his red zone, thereby safeguarding both the mid and bot lanes, ensuring his teammates' security. As the VG duo concluded their push against the cannon minions, they regrouped and advanced upward. Upon receiving this information, Candy immediately felt invigorated and prepared to take action. Earlier, he had feigned an approach to the top lane in full view of VG, only to reroute back to his base to evade enemy detection and swiftly re-enter the lower half of the map. Candy's intent was to launch a surprise attack, ambushing the VG duo as they made their way to the barren pit. This tactic was not unfamiliar. Following the rework of the Rift Herald, it became a contested territory, with duos often pushing lanes before rushing to assist their team in controlling the map. Many disadvantaged junglers would deliberately lie in wait along the path, specifically targeting the opposing bot duo for elimination. Candy employed the shell of this strategy, yet the essence contained subtle differences. He sought to deceive Gu Xing, instilling the belief that he genuinely aimed to contest the Herald, utilizing misdirection to catch the enemy off guard. From his perspective, the plan was exceedingly successful. He instructed his duo to hasten towards the mid lane, aiming to launch a siege to annihilate their adversaries. As Candy observed the emergence of Virus and Low in the river's brush, he inhaled deeply and cast our frostbound prison towards Jack. The chain swiftly soared towards Yuanba. The distance between them was minimal, leaving the enemy with virtually no time to react. Candy was convinced that Jack could not evade it. However, just as the chain was about to strike Virus, the opponent unexpectedly utilized Flash to escape. "My goodness!" exclaimed Wawa. Jabe, after returning to base for supplies, relinquished his long-held ultimate to provide a shield for Gu Xing's Olaf, allowing his teammates to charge forward like rabid dogs, forcing E to retreat from the first tower. Accompanied by the roar of the Rift Herald, E's defensive gate crumbled into ruins. The economic disparity between both teams has widened to a staggering 3K. With VG entirely in command of the situation, Miller shook his head repeatedly. The earlier offensives yielded insufficient returns, and E opted for a composition that falters in the late game, ultimately failing to survive the landing phase. 416, the rabid dog Olaf. Witnessing his team's continuous retreat, Candy felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had not anticipated that his gank targeting the VG duo would fail. His prepared ultimate was evaded by Jack's flash, and Gu Xing's timely arrival plunged him into an inescapable predicament. It was evident that the opponent had preemptively sensed his gank intentions. Candy was astonished, yet begrudgingly admired Gu Xing's adaptability. Though this individual might suffer losses, he was unlikely to fall into the same trap twice. Not only did he evade the ambush, but he also turned the tables, ensnaring Candy in his own trap. With the team now facing a significant disadvantage, Candy found himself at a loss. As the commentators noted, the team had selected a composition favoring the early to mid-game, only to be ruthlessly overwhelmed by VG, making any subsequent attempts to reverse the situation exceedingly arduous. Nonetheless, he could not afford to remain idle. That would be tantamount to awaiting inevitable demise. Candy feigned composure and strategized with his teammates. "Let us focus on developing steadily. I'll try to assist Su Hanwei with the minion wave, then roam to relieve some pressure." After the first tower was demolished by the Rift Herald, both teams entered the final phase of the transition period. Currently, Xiye was farming in the top lane. Although he had the previous tower's cover, he could push the minion wave past the midline, which was not entirely advantageous for Talia. Moving to the side lane meant that Talia could only influence the mid lane with our seismic shove, rendering her impact limited. Moreover, Talia was at a disadvantage against Syndra, lacking control over the lane. These factors left Xiye feeling quite constrained. However, providing assistance was the best course of action Candy could conceive. To turn the tide, They must rely on Yi's synergy between the mid and jungle. Attempting to gank solo would yield minimal results, especially since Candy's ultimate was on cooldown and his crowd control capabilities were restricted. Assisting Xiye was indeed the most prudent decision. As Candy ascended the lane, he unleashed Wrath of Winter to assault the minion wave, prompting Kuro to strike with fervor. Utilizing telekinetic manipulation, he seized a sphere of magic and hurled it at the rock sparrow, subsequently employing Q to summon another sphere, while weaklings, Begone, propelled them all outward. Xiye, reliant on his positioning, found it exceedingly difficult to evade, and upon being struck by the magic sphere, succumbed to a state of dizziness. Kuro unleashed his ultimate, with 5 spheres consecutively striking the rock sparrow, rapidly depleting her health. Miller exclaimed, his eyes brightening. Syndra is exceptionally well equipped. This damage has reduced the rock sparrow's health by more than half. Li Ruixing exhibited an audacious confidence, aware that Candy, having expended his ultimate, could not secure his demise. Thus his approach was particularly reckless. Now, Yi's mid-jungle was rendered awkward by Syndra's ultimate, with the rock sparrow now below half health. She evidently lacked the capacity to roam and assist, and should she endeavor to confront the enemy duo guarding the mid lane, she risked falling prey to 2 basic attacks from Jack, swiftly followed by a Q that would send her to her demise. Yet, if she refrained from roaming, wouldn't Candy's excursion to the top lane be in vain? A failed venture with no rewards, coupled with sharing Xiye's minion experience, would further hinder the rock sparrow's development. Candy seethed with frustration, yet found himself devoid of suitable solutions. Kuro, the seasoned veteran, astutely discerned Candy's intention to ascend the top lane and deliberately utilized his ultimate to diminish the rock sparrow's health, thereby thwarting Yi's plans for an off-lane roam. In utter resignation, Candy was compelled to vacate the top lane. In the brief moment of Candy's departure, Gu Xing ventured to the bottom lane, emerging from the brush behind Yi's turret, poised to execute a tower dive to eliminate 957. VG's top and jungle have both readied their flashes, and Leg Brother is about to suffer again. Dawa internally declared a death sentence for 957. Both in terms of equipment and levels, the prince was comprehensively suppressed by Shun. Faced with the encirclement of VG's top and jungle, there was but a singular path to doom. A sense of dread enveloped 957. He was utterly oblivious to Gu Xing's arrival behind him. The dual loss of control over the mid-lane turret left Yi bereft of vision in the river, completely unaware of Gu Xing's whereabouts. As 957 gazed upon the approaching Olaf, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Shin utilized E and Flash to ensnare the prince, allowing Olaf to unleash a flurry of strikes. Despite 957's desperate attempts to replicate a REQ escape, Gu Xing was able to flash and follow suit. The prince struggles in his dying throes, attempting to flash backward, but Brother Xing retrieves his axe and hurls it once more, striking true. Miller's tone crescendoed as he spoke the final words. Olaf's throwback effect was markedly evident. Once struck by the skill, 957 found himself unable to move. Shun, ensnared within the prince's ultimate, could not escape, ultimately leading to Brother Xing claiming this kill. Dawa exclaimed, his delight palpable. VG's top and jungle grouped together to demolish the enemy's next turret, and they might seize the opportunity to capture the first wind dragon. Given the trivial nature of the dragon's attributes, neither team had focused on it early on. Gu Xing, it seemed, merely took the dragon in passing, idly seeking something to occupy his time. The audience erupted in unceasing cheers, witnessing VG's relentless advance, the fervent roars of countless supporters surging through the arena. The economic disparity between the two sides has widened, Miller remarked, glancing at the data panel. Brother Xing has commenced a robust incursion into the E jungle, and the combat prowess of both junglers is simply not on the same level. Candy dared not even cast a glance at Gu Xing, fearing being relentlessly pursued by Olaf. Thus far, he had failed to execute a single effective gank and was significantly lagging behind Gu Xing in jungle farming, yet to even assemble the smite jungle item. In contrast, Gu Xing, aside from his jungle item and cooldown reduction boots, also possessed an additional piece intended for the synthesis of the righteous glory. The disparity in combat strength between the two junglers was starkly pronounced. Most critically, VG's 3 lanes were all pressing forward, forcing Yi's 4 members to remain tethered to their towers, unable to venture into the jungle to assist Candy. Isolated and unsupported, Kandi had no choice but to relinquish all jungle resources, capitalizing on Olaf's terrifying jungle speed. Gu Xing swiftly cleared the enemy jungle and then scoured for the whereabouts of the pig girl, denying her any opportunity to mount an offensive on all 3 lanes. The time left for the opposing gank was alarmingly scant. However, Kandi, being one of the top junglers in the LPL, possessed a keen instinct and managed to seize an opening amidst the chaos. The pig girl deliberately left a pack of 3 wolves, charging fiercely towards the upper lane. Wawa, ever vigilant of Kandi's movements, promptly recognized the anomaly. The wave situation in the top lane is not particularly favorable for Kuro. He had to linger in front of the E-tower to push the minions entirely into the tower. The cannon minion became the greatest hindrance for Li Ruixing in pushing towards the tower. Syndra's speed in clearing the cannon minion was not particularly swift, costing a few precious seconds. It was during this fleeting moment that Kandi seized his opportunity. The pig girl surged from the side, her ultimate evaded by Syndra's flash, only for her to retaliate with a Q flash to knock her up. Miller quickened his pace. Xiye utilized his rock surge to push Syndra back, following up with his stone formation and stone penetration to severely deplete Syndra's health. The equipment of Yi's mid-jungle duo was rather average, and their skill burst damage did not eliminate Kuro. Li Ruixing did everything he could to buy time for his team. The EQ combo left the opponent momentarily stunned, enabling him to activate his ghost and create distance. Xiye unleashed his ultimate, sealing off the enemy's retreat and closing in on Syndra. The final series of stone penetrations successfully whittled down Kuro's health bar. Thanks to Kandi's gank, he finally secured their first kill at the 16-minute mark of the match. The audience in Section 60 let out a collective sigh of relief. Their initial confidence had waned. Seeing VG perform in such a manner left even the most optimistic fans disheartened. In the eyes of Section 60, securing a kill was a silver lining, far better than being completely wiped out. However, their momentary joy dissipated within mere seconds as their hearts plummeted. After clearing the enemy's 3 wolves, Brother Xing rushed towards Yi's mid-second tower, where Wang Yi unexpectedly emerged from the side, dashing forward with his R. The distance between the two was not insignificant. Yet the rapidity of Luo's 3-hit combo, coupled with Duan Deliang's sudden ambush from the shadows, left Yi's duo utterly unprepared. Lucifer's charm captivated the two, and the brother-in-law, in his attempt to break free from control, was sent soaring into the air by Lucifer's strike. Miller's voice surged to a frenzied pace, akin to a Gatling gun, pouring forth his commentary. Yet, even with such fervor, he struggled to keep up with the rapid shifts in the battlefield. The brother-in-law's purification proved futile as he was lifted off the ground, left helplessly watching as Vel'Koz shot forth his corrupting chains, binding him to the spot. Olaf charged in, unrelenting, swinging his axe with reckless abandon. Although Gu Xing was clad in heavy armor, his high level allowed him to inflict devastating damage upon the fragile opponent. The brother-in-law's health plummeted dramatically. Ben, in his quest for the Eye of Ladin, neglected to craft Mercury's treads, and in his state of diminished resilience, he found himself immobilized by Lucifer's control. Just as he recovered from the charm, Vel'Koz's corrupting chains ensnared him once more. Ben could only deploy his arc Glacial Rift in a desperate attempt to deter the VG team, raising his door to block incoming damage. Alas, the effort proved insufficient. The immobile Braum shield lacked effective damage mitigation. Jack's healing accelerated, evading Braum's ultimate as arrows flew towards Xiye. Mist's previous purification had some effect, significantly reducing the duration of control for the next 3 seconds. He unleashed his R Storm's Edge, soaring into the air, repositioning himself to retreat, then employing E-Hook and Flash to ensnare the pursuing VG members. Yet, just as the feathers were about to strike Olaf, the Berserker turned crimson. R Dusk of the Gods. Immune to control, Olaf ignored Xiye's hook and relentlessly charged forward. Xinggu is going berserk, Q into E, shattering Xiye. Duan Deliang's deft manipulation of Lucifer brought him close to Olaf, witnessing the demise of his loyal companion. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to confront Braum instead. Ben, all alone, found it exceedingly difficult to escape. His durability simply could not hold up. The excitement in Wawa's voice was palpable. Jack, after triggering his passive, exhibited an absurd attack speed, successfully piercing through Braum. Gu Xing tanked the turret throughout, leaving him with merely a sliver of health. His opulent equipment granted him substantial defenses, ensuring that even under turret fire, he suffered little harm. Emerging from the turret with composure, Gu Xing hurled an axe at the enemy minion wave. The VG jungle trio can now advance to push the E mid-tier tower, Miller mused, resting his chin on his hand. It seems he came out at a loss. Candy delayed too long in the top lane, expending his skills haphazardly, ultimately failing to secure a turret while inadvertently losing another mid-tier tower in the process. Originally, Xiye had the opportunity to push VG's top tower. However, the assault on mid compelled him to return for defense. Otherwise, following the death of the Yi duo, Gu Xing could have pushed straight to the high ground. In retrospect, ES 2-for-1 exchange resulted in the loss of a tower. Candy felt a profound sense of despair. In a disadvantageous situation against a well-coordinated team like VG, the torment was relentless, leaving no space for a counterattack. The sporadic flaws that were discovered were intentionally revealed by VG. The more proactive Candy became, the greater the disadvantage for his team. However, a passive approach would lead to a slow demise. The two paths available to Candy were mere dead ends. As VG methodically devoured their resources, the enemy gradually plundered the jungle and turret resources. They lost their ability to retaliate and were left at the mercy of the opposing team, who began to build momentum. By the 25-minute mark, the economic gap had widened to 9k. VG has pushed all three lanes, leaving SB's Shun to split push in the bottom lane while the rest prepare to congregate at the Barren Pit. Wawa observed that the situation was bleak for E, noting, "They cannot deal with the persistent split push from Shun on the flanks. And the four in the front are too fearful to move towards the Barren Pit due to their poor vision in the jungle." Ultimately, E decided to bring 957 over, opting for a frontal engagement. The broadcast shifted focus to Shun in the bottom lane. SB, leveraging his Hydra, is pushing the lane with remarkable speed and is about to demolish the enemy's second turret. Miller's voice resonated with urgency. He has little time left. If this drags on, VG might not even contest the Baron, allowing SB to single-handedly take down the enemy's bottom inhibitor, leading to even greater torment for E. Once VG acquired super minions, they would exert immense pressure on E's base, likely forcing them into a dilemma between the bottom lane and the Baron. Time was of the essence. The elder brother utilized foresight to illuminate the Barren Pit, discovering that Nashor's health was down to 4,399 points. He quickly coordinated with his teammates, preparing for the impending clash. They understood that VG would not commit fully to the Baron, primarily to avoid being outmaneuvered by Candy and due to Shin still split pushing in the bottom lane. They had to take matters into their own hands. Candy attempts to seal the Barren Pit with his QR shot, successfully hitting Jack. Given that E's composition relied heavily on knockups, Yu Wenba chose not to take cleanse, and Duan Deliong had not constructed a Zonius. Jack, having been knocked up, was perceived by E as a blatant opportunity. With unparalleled courage, the prince flashed forward, executing a double EQ to launch Jack into the air, followed by his ultimate, Cataclysm. The structures ensnared VG's duo, simultaneously sealing off the Barren Pit entrance, making escape nearly impossible for VG's members. SB has demolished the enemy's second turret, providing ultimate support for Virus, Wawa exclaimed, raising his voice. Xinggu flashes out of the Barren Pit and plunges into E's formation. In a bid to eliminate Jack, who was trapped at the Barren entrance, E's members surged into the river. Gu Xing could complete the engagement solely with his flash. Justice and Glory activated. E's remaining three members in the jungle are all afflicted with slow. Ben hastily unleashed his ultimate. Olaf let out a fierce roar. Bria, the brawny Olaf, muscles rippling, unleashed Ragnarok, rendering vision control obsolete, charging at E's double carries like a rabid dog. Feathers filled the air. Kaisa cried out, soaring mid-air, entering an untargetable state. The elder brother casts his ultimate in an attempt to escape, but she suffers a heavy blow. The Rock Sparrow, unlike Xiye, possesses no escape skills. Its rock thrust proves ineffective against Olaf. After being struck by the Berserker's axe several times, its health bar dwindles to nearly nothing. In a state of panic, Xiye uses his flash, only to retreat straight into Olaf's Q, reckless throw, becoming ensnared in a slow. Brahm's protection is utterly ineffectual, and Ben finds himself in a most awkward predicament. His passive, concussive blow fails to stun Olaf, and his ultimate cannot achieve a knock-up. The defensive measures against melee damage are lamentably limited. Ben trails behind Gu Xing, powerless to intervene, merely watching as Olaf relentlessly assaults the Rock Sparrow. Witnessing his mid laner being taken down, is this not a form of NTR? The commentator, Wawa, exclaims passionately, Brother Xing's Olaf shows no regard for anyone else, fixating on the backline for relentless slaughter. Even though the big brother evades Olaf's initial onslaught, he ultimately cannot escape death. Olaf's terrifying pursuit capabilities are on full display, and with Xiye's mediocre equipment, she fails to eliminate Gu Xing with her feathers. Duke Duan activates his ultimate to enter the fray, using Dancing Duo to shield the AD carry while charming the enemy jungler, then unleashing Grand Entrance to charm Xia. Even the cleansing from the big brother proves futile. The ignite from Luo, combined with Olaf's axes, is sufficient to send him back to the fountain. The audience erupts into a deafening roar. What kind of Olaf is this? Wawa exclaims in disbelief. He single-handedly annihilated the entire E-core. With both E-carries down, they lack any offensive capability, Miller proclaims. The top and jungle duo failed to eliminate Varus, while Jack stands firm, dealing damage behind the prince's barriers. The backline of E is thrown into chaos by Gu Xing, completely neglecting to focus on Varus. The damage from top and jungle is woefully insufficient, allowing Yu Wenba to heal himself and survive. Upon landing, Song Jinghao immediately uses taunt while deploying his sword formation to absorb enemy attacks, creating a favorable environment for Jack to deal damage. In collaboration with Kuro, the trio decimates the opposing team. With only Brown left, he stands no chance, ensnared and slain by Brother Xing's axe. Wawa shouts hoarsely, after an overwhelming team fight. E faces total annihilation, allowing VG to rally together and push straight through the mid lane to destroy the enemy's nexus. Time freezes at 25 minutes and 57 seconds as the base explodes into a shower of fireworks. For 17, public opinion is a concern. Congratulations to VG for a clean and decisive 2-0 victory over Wii. Wawa's fervent voice resonates throughout the venue. They have maintained their excellent form from the Intercontinental Tournament, making a strong start in Group A and securing the top position in the inter-team competition. Miller's tone is equally exuberant, as indicated by the pre-match statistics. VG excels at snowballing in the early to mid-game, expanding their lead and strategically focusing on the Baron to swiftly convert their advantage into victory. He feels immense joy for VG, not only for the swift conclusion of the match allowing him to leave early, but also because their style of play is genuinely delightful to behold. Once a flaw is detected, the team swiftly converges, executing a breakthrough with a speed that is nothing short of astonishing, gradually constricting the developmental space of their adversaries. Like a tempestuous storm, their ferocious offensive truly captivates the audience. Countless supporters, drawn to VG's aggressive playstyle, gather below, joyfully celebrating the home team's triumph. The director shifts the camera to the VG player bench, where Gu Xing removes his headset and high-fives his teammates in jubilation. Xiao Gu, your Olaf is remarkably ruthless. Kuro exclaims, his face aglow with excitement, as if he himself were the one who carried the team to victory, swiftly dispatching the opposing carry. Oh, why don't you all contribute? Gu Xing stretches lazily, lamenting that despite being banned 5 junglers, he still had to shoulder the responsibility of winning the match. Jack, who has enjoyed a streak of effortless victories, beams with delight, recalling the saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Old Gu, if you're not carrying, do you expect a rookie like me to do it? Gu Xing finds himself at a loss for words in response to Yu Wenba's assertive remarks. He can hear the resounding, impassioned commentary of Wawa echoing throughout the venue. It is noteworthy that despite severe limitations during the drafting stage, Gu Xing still undertook the mantle of carrying the match. The truth is, simply targeting him in the ban phase was insufficient to restrain his prowess. The defeated Wii players also hear Wawa's words, their expressions reflecting their frustration. They realize that their strategies were not merely confined to the ban phase, but also imposed restrictions during the game itself. Kundi frequently assisted Xiye in pushing lanes early on to liberate the mid laner, and then, employing a deceptive maneuver, attempted to invade VG's jungle, a meticulously prepared gambit by the White Crescent. Yet, it ultimately failed. After a fleeting success, Gu Xing's reaction was remarkably swift, allowing him to regain his composure and retaliate. From the spectator's perspective, it appeared as if we had no coherent plan within the match. As the VG players approached the stage to shake hands, the Wii players had no choice but to compose themselves. Well played, Gu Xing praised Kundi with a smile, feeling that his performance surpassed that of the Intercontinental Championship. To be fair, although VG dominated both matches, Kundi still managed to pose significant challenges for Gu Xing. It took multiple strategic mind games for Gu Xing to decipher Kundi's movements. Within the entire league, few junglers possess such capabilities. Kundi wore a bitter expression, reflecting on the defeat. In the end, we still lost, he muttered in frustration. How can your adaptability be so rapid? He believed that against an ordinary jungler, his strategies would undoubtedly leave the opponent bewildered and vulnerable. Yet, Gu Xing's counterattacks were astonishingly swift. It's simply a matter of practice, Gu Xing shrugged, offering a simple explanation. His countless experiences in the virtual canyon were not in vain. He had internalized various intricate tactical principles, allowing him to devise countermeasures at remarkable speed. With renewed determination, Kundi left, not forgetting to issue a fierce warning. Just wait, I will refine my approach, and this time in the playoffs, I must arrange for you. Jiye reminisced about the events of the spring finals, where the team's maiden championship opportunity was decisively thwarted by VG, a deep-seated vendetta that demands retribution. You may not even have the chance to encounter us. Gu Xing's attitude is dismissive, and I have heard similar remarks countless times, with not a single individual succeeding in the end. As he uttered these words, his demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. Kong Di gritted his teeth, feeling quite displeased, yet lacking any reasonable counterargument. Up to now, Gu Xing still maintains an unblemished record of winning every league championship he has participated in. Many players seek vengeance against him, yet none have succeeded in toppling his reign. Gu Xing remains as steadfast as ever, comfortably seated upon his throne. As the two brushed past each other, Jack was still criticizing Xiye. Su Hanwei, during their handshake, wore an expression of helplessness. However, given that he was the one who lost the match, he found himself at a loss for words. The Higher brothers incessantly chattered from the commentary booth. Although we did not clinch victory in this match and temporarily lagged behind RNG, they still harbored hopes of contending for the top spot in Group B, contingent upon their performance in the intergroup matches. Alternatively, they could delegate the responsibility of reclaiming the top position to VG. As long as VG could ensure a winning raid against the other competitors in Group B, it was not impossible for them to elevate We back to the first place. The VG players took center stage, bowing in gratitude to the audience, once again receiving a thunderous ovation from their fans. Gu Xing returned to his position to tidy up his equipment, finally receiving the long-awaited notification for a post-match interview. Since the Intercontinental Tournament, he had not had the opportunity for a formal interview on the main stage, and nostalgia inevitably flooded his mind. Kuro took it upon himself to relieve the team leader of the burden of carrying the equipment, graciously taking the keyboard and mouse backstage, leaving Gu Xing to stand at the corridor, watching the television. The screen displayed the MVP selection results. As expected, Gu Xing saw his portrait on the screen. In stark contrast to the bare-chested and fierce Olaf behind him, Gu Xing appeared remarkably refined and amiable. Participation rate, 71. Team damage taken percentage, 355. Economic deficit against the opponent, 4,285. Damage-death ratio, 807. To be frank, the statistics were not particularly explosive, at least not when compared to Gu Xing's previously outrageous figures. Nonetheless, the judges still decided to award him the MVP title, citing that the hidden benefits he accrued for the team were simply staggering. Despite being banned 5 junglers, he still managed to carry the entire team, a feat indeed terrifying. His 4 teammates incurred no costs, yet secured their favored champions. Gu Xing regretted not having his phone with him at that moment, unable to witness the exuberance in the pressure relief bar. Eagerly awaiting Rin Dong's arrival, he hastily ascended the stage to partake in the interview. After a self-introduction, Boom Yeji posed the first question to Gu Xing. How does he feel after the sweeping victory in the first match of the intergroup competition? Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Xing replied, I am quite satisfied. My personal performance against IM in the last match was not particularly stellar, and I was somewhat apprehensive about my performance today. However, I was pleasantly surprised by my recovery. We could not contain me. Rin Dong played the mediator with great finesse, noting that perhaps due to just returning from a break, his performance in the previous match was slightly subdued. The second query arose regarding his old adversary, Candy. Could Xing provide an assessment of Candy's performance today? Quite commendable, he replied sincerely. Some of his strategies are worthy of my review and study. However, His audacious pre-match claim to seize a dragon from my grasp suggests that, from this perspective, Candy must be utterly defeated. Laughter erupted from the audience. Candy had engaged in over a dozen battles against Gu Xing, yet had never managed to wrest a single neutral resource from him. His prideful tactic of punishing opponents utterly failed to take effect in the face of Gu Xing's prowess. Rindong glanced at the scorecard during the second game. We had allocated all 5 of their band slots to the jungle position. How did Xingge feel upon witnessing such a move? Truthfully, it was quite amusing. Gu Xing remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as his tone lightened. I am uncertain why we chose to do so, but it has proven ineffective. To think 5 champions could confine me is rather fanciful. Rindong smiled knowingly, confident the other teams, after witnessing Gu Xing's performance today, would refrain from investing heavily in banning the jungle position. The final question arose as he turned to Gu Xing. Which team did he most desire to face in the inter-team competition? Gu Xing pondered briefly before responding. That would be RNG. They are currently leading Group B, showcasing formidable strength, not to mention several familiar faces. Xiaobai has been incessantly claiming this is his version. I must test its strength. The audience erupted in cheers at such audacious remarks, with support for VG ringing out from the stands. Rindong could not contain his laughter. Gu Xing, seemingly unfazed, waved to the audience before returning the microphone and hastening to the backstage lounge, eager to join the celebratory festivities. He picked up his phone, entering a familiar interface and exhaling a sigh of relief. It felt good. Just as he had anticipated, the celebration was underway in the lounge. The scoring thread was filled with aggressively charged comments, as the fans remained unabashedly candid. In Candy's comment section, users uniformly posted 0 scores. Discounted. Banned 5 junglers only to be outperformed by Xingge? What a farce. Bullying Xiaohong in the Intercontinental match was acceptable, but targeting Xingge? Have you ever faced a beating? Candy is just like this. Aside from punishing, he knows nothing else. You're just the great prince of Xingge, aren't you? Solely there to pay respects. Stop the forced negativity. The great prince of Xingge is undoubtedly Ghost Foot 7. Who dares contest 777 for a position? Are you ready to toss your account away? Gu Xing was left utterly speechless. One could only remark on how swiftly the sentiment in the lounge had shifted. Just a week prior, we was celebrated as champions of the LPL Intercontinental competition, with even the most critical fans offering applause and cheers. Yet now, we had become the target of ridicule, a mere punching bag for VG. Gu Xing diligently sought his own comment thread. In a matter of moments, his rating responses surged to triple digits, a testament to his remarkable popularity. Wow. Just pulling out an Olaf at the last minute, and you can carry? Xingge is truly a god among gods. It can only be said that the pool of heroes is exceedingly vast. One cannot ban them all. Even Olaf is selectable. If Brother Xing were to play Nidalee next, I would not be surprised. Is this an artistic renaissance? The memories of S6 are haunting me. The post-match scoring thread from the game against IM 2 days ago reflected my poor tone. Today, the crowd is sparse, and I humbly bow before you, Brother Xing. You are magnanimous. Let us consider this matter settled. Gu Xing grinned as he finished reading the comments, and he overheard Smeb chattering away in Korean on his phone. He tilted his head, curious about the situation. What is going on? Gu Xing asked. Song Jinghao instinctively replied in Korean, but upon realizing Gu Xing was inquiring, he quickly switched languages. Wang Hu is in a foul mood. Gu Xing cocked his head, perplexed. But I thought Longzhu's recent performance was quite good. Indeed, Song Jinghao replied. 2 consecutive victories, managing to keep pace with the top tier of LCK opponents. However, the substantial deficit left by Longzhu prior to the international tournament means that even with consecutive wins, they can barely maintain their ranking. After all, the strong teams at the top are also winning, making it difficult to close the gap. So why the bad mood? Gu Xing couldn't comprehend. You wouldn't understand. We in the domestic scene criticize him quite harshly, Kuro sighed, shaking his head. The more they win, the fiercer the trolls become. He elaborated on the reasons. And Gu Xing finally grasped the situation. Longzhu's reputation among the LCK community has nearly been obliterated. Initially, during the mid-season invitational, the entire region had high hopes for them. Yet they stumbled their way into the finals, ultimately delivering VG their first MSI championship trophy. Then came the international tournament, where Longzhu played 3 matches and failed to win a single one. After SKT was deemed the biggest culprit, the LCK netizens recalled Longzhu's dismal performance. Had it not been for this team losing to RNG, our region could have at least contended for a decisive fifth game. Not a single victory. First losing to Flash Wolves, then to VG, and finally handing RNG an easy win. What a disgrace. The LCK netizens scorned Longzhu's abysmal showing, perceiving them as a team skilled in domestic skirmishes yet inept in international clashes. Now that Longzhu has returned home and performed admirably, the viewers are increasingly displeased. What does this imply? They were so generous at the international tournament, and now they return to the league to start winning? Do they wish to secure a ticket to the World Championship just to deliver warmth? Compared to the domestic trolls, the LCK netizens may not excel in the nuances of Chinese, which is profoundly rich, but they certainly surpass in sheer vitriol. They can engage in offline confrontations and take action without hesitation. Recently, some members of Longzhu have received death threat letters, frightening several newcomers. The players, now under intense scrutiny, are afraid to even check the forums, fearing it might lead to a decline in morale. Someone is stalking you, Gu Xing exclaimed, raising his voice. Goodness, Xiaobai. You are quite the magnet for attention. Peanut, feeling immensely embarrassed, repeatedly waved his hands. That individual is from Nantong, and our orientations are quite different. Song Jinghao initially felt a degree of sympathy for Xiye washing, but upon hearing this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Why not consider joining the LPL next season? The fans here are exceedingly friendly. He extended an invitation to Xiye washing. Gu Xing noted Smeb's serious demeanor, which did not appear to be feigned, and could only mutter to himself. The warmth you feel from the fans is a result of VG's impressive performance. Why not try losing a few matches? I'll think about it when I return. Xiye washing scratched his head, looking quite troubled. He had become a mainstay within the team, yet he had only officially been a starter for a year and a half, which would still classify him as a newcomer in other teams. Faced with such immense public scrutiny, it was indeed rather challenging. Gu Xing felt helpless in this regard, primarily because he had never experienced such a media frenzy and could not truly empathize with Xiye washing's feelings. Xiao Gu, make sure to leave a bit later. Jin Yibo entered the room to remind him. The central video reporter has scheduled an interview. Just head to the adjacent room when the time comes. Long time no see. Journalist Hua. Gu Xing strode into the room, extending his hand toward the reporter with a warm smile. Every time he encountered the reporter's name, he was reminded of a very famous journalist from history. Upon seeing Gu Xing, the reporter felt a refreshing breeze, quickly rising to shake his hand. I believe it's been about half a year since we last met. After the conclusion of the S6 World Championship, the central video reporter had interviewed Gu Xing, resulting in a widely discussed article online. Gu Xing nodded slightly in agreement. It hasn't been too long. Reflecting on it now, I suppose I must thank you for your kind words. Journalist Hua let out a hearty laugh upon hearing this. At the end of their last interview, he had made a polite remark about looking forward to their next meeting. At that time, Gu Xing had jokingly stated that he would wait until he secured his next World Championship title before accepting another interview. The reporter, seasoned in his craft and possessing remarkable emotional intelligence, had replied, "With your talent, how could you possibly settle for just one championship?" What had begun as mere flattery turned into reality, as within just half a year, Gu Xing had once again clinched victory in a world-class event, even achieving a Grand Slam. It was precisely because of this that the higher-ups, noticing Gu Xing's rapidly growing popularity, had arranged for another interview with Central Video. The reporter reminisced about it, still finding it somewhat surreal. After some light-hearted banter, the atmosphere in the room became cheerful. As the camera was turned on, the reporter cleared his throat and adjusted his demeanor. Let us officially commence the interview. Seeing Gu Xing's agreement, he began the discussion. Given that the audience for esports is generally younger, and Central Video does not maintain the same level of formality as traditional news broadcasts, the reporter smoothly eased into the topic with a light tone. As a Grand Slam champion under the age of 20, your accomplishments in the esports realm have already surpassed countless peers and even older professional players, to the extent that you could be regarded as a prodigy beyond the esports community. With a hint of playful sarcasm, journalist Hua continued. Having entered the professional arena for merely a year, may I ask, player Gu, how have you adapted to the transition from student to top-tier competitor? To be honest, not yet, Gu Xing replied, his hands raised in surrender as he opted for candor. Sometimes, I feel a sense of bewilderment upon waking up, occasionally thinking I need to shoulder my backpack and head to class. This year of my professional career often feels like a dream. It is only when he immerses himself in a match that he can genuinely appreciate the fruits of his labor over the past year. The reporter from Hua nodded in agreement with Gu Xing's sentiments. I had similar thoughts when I first started working, he said, before posing another question. Although your debut in the professional scene was brief, you have amassed a considerable number of trophies. I believe many are curious about the feelings that accompany lifting those cups. Could you share that with us? Gu Xing did not need to ponder. The memories of his championship victories flooded his mind. In our game, toppling the enemy's base signifies victory. The moment we dismantled the opponent's main crystal in the decisive match, I was utterly dazed, my mind a blank slate, he recounted. I could hear the meaningless roars of my teammates over the voice chat, while outside, the exaggerated cheers of thousands of spectators reverberated, causing my eardrums to vibrate. After a brief moment of daze, an overwhelming joy surged forth. The adrenaline coursed through me, making my heart feel as though it might leap from my chest. And the ground beneath my feet felt as if it were giving way. Gu Xing found himself enraptured each time he recalled those moments. It is evident that it is indeed a captivating experience, the reporter from Hua smiled. If given the chance to start anew, would you still choose to be a professional player? This was a customary question in interviews. For many who have achieved success, this question often yields predictable responses. Most would opt for the same path, though entrepreneurs like Jack Ma might express regret over founding Alibaba. Gu Xing paused for a moment. Let me clarify. He carefully chose his words. Does starting anew mean being reborn, or living life afresh, without any memories? The reporter from Hua was momentarily taken aback by Gu Xing's counter-question. Let us go with being reborn. If I were reborn, who would still play games? Gu Xing chuckled, a hint of resignation in his tone. Wouldn't it be better for me to focus on my studies or venture into business? Esports can be lucrative. However, if one were to be reborn with the memories of their past life, anything would seem less burdensome than this industry. Training for over 10 hours a day feels like a life or death endeavor, fearing that emerging talents might catch up and threaten one's dominance. What's the point of that? That makes sense. The reporter from Hua acknowledged, realizing the inappropriateness of his question, and swiftly shifted to the next topic. With the growing popularity of esports, many young individuals see professional players showcasing their value on stage and yearn to embark on that path. What are your thoughts? Would you recommend they follow in your footsteps? Gu Xing shook his head. My stance remains that academics should take precedence. It is the most prudent choice. The esports industry relies heavily on youth and is fraught with uncertainties. Most spectators only see the surface glamour, like myself and my teammates, who are considered relatively successful players in this sphere. In reality, many more are eliminated and remain in the obscurity of the shadows. He counted on his fingers. There are dozens of teams in the National City Hero Championship and more than a dozen in the LSBL. This group of players constitutes over 90% of the professional scene, and, to my knowledge, their remuneration is not particularly high. Even the LSBL family is quite eager to discern the differences between professional players and ordinary office workers. The interview by Central Video carried a hint of promotional intent, primarily targeting those unfamiliar with esports. Gu Xing recounted effortlessly, typically, I rise at noon, engage in 2 rounds of training matches at 2 and 7 o'clock. And some teams even practice an additional round at 10 in the evening. After the scrims, we usually participate in ranked matches, often extending until 2 or 3 in the morning. It is not uncommon for particularly industrious players to practice until dawn, keeping training hours above 13. As for vacations, it depends on the schedule. During international tournaments, there will be no time off, as everyone's goal is to clinch the championship, leaving no opportunity for rest. He explained succinctly. During the regular season, however, there is some leisure time. For instance, VG has a day off tomorrow, generally allowing for 1 day of rest per week. The journalist from Hua exhibited a look of realization. That does sound quite taxing. Do you often find it monotonous? Gu Xing answered candidly. Of course, it can be tedious, as staring at a computer screen every day is inherently dull. However, having chosen to become a professional player, these are responsibilities one must bear. Besides, we earn a living from it, so a bit of fatigue is inconsequential. Whenever he recalled the numerous zeros following the figure in his contract, his exhaustion would dissipate in an instant. The journalist from Hua smiled. Apart from the financial rewards, what motivates you to continue competing at a high level? The desire to win, Gu Xing replied sincerely. In any competitive endeavor, to reach the pinnacle, one must possess an insatiable hunger for victory. Players who are content to merely coast through will never sustain excellence. In my first year of professional play, I was focused on accumulating various accolades. Driven by this desire to win, to train diligently day after day, unwilling to lose any match due to laziness, knowing that it would lead to lifelong regret. Given Gu Xing's current level, even with meditation training, there would be no immediate impact on his dominance in the jungle role. His absolute prowess might diminish, yet relatively, he would still remain the foremost jungler. Nonetheless, Gu Xing refrained from such practices, fearing that negligence and complacency might jeopardize his victories. For decades to come, he would carry the burden of such remorse. Fortunately, I achieved a grand slam in a remarkably short time, Gu Xing remarked with a smile. Returning home to see a cabinet filled with trophies fills me with profound satisfaction. The journalist from Hua pressed further. It is well known that you have achieved the grand slam goal that countless professional players have yet to realize. Do you still find motivation to strive onward? His penchant for collecting achievements in gaming led him to complete his goals, after which he had little desire to log back into the client. Certainly, Gu Xing replied with a sense of certainty. It is not solely for the sake of profit. Another achievement awaits me, beckoning for my challenge. The Global Championship in 2017 is being held domestically, marking a first, and it may very well be my final opportunity to claim a title on home soil. I will undoubtedly cherish it, Gu Xing stated gravely. Moreover, this year's World Championship concerns a potential consecutive victory. Thus far, no professional player has accomplished such a feat, and I am eager to defend my title successfully. With the interview concluding, the journalist from Hua expressed his satisfaction with the entire process. Having interacted with several esports professionals, he perceived Gu Xing's eloquence as remarkably refined, placing him far ahead of his peers. Consequently, the interview required minimal editing and was suitable for direct online publication. I hope to interview you again by the end of this year, the journalist remarked playfully as he stood to leave, and I trust you will continue to excel, living up to everyone's expectations. It's a promise. We shall meet again then, Gu Xing replied with a beaming smile, bidding farewell to the journalist and cameraman with a handshake. After wrapping up the interview with CCTV, Gu Xing returned to the team's lounge to request leave from the team leader. Are you going back with E? Jin Yibo exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of international joke is this? My sister has signed a contract with E. Gu Xing explained helplessly. I intend to meet her. And we might as well have a meal together since we have a day off tomorrow. No way. What are you doing going to their club? Jin Yibo firmly opposed. Not a chance. Gu Xing was the club's prized asset. If he were to be lured away to E during the transfer period, how could he explain that to the owner? Lu Wenjun lazily interjected. Oh, come on, Jin, let him go. What are you afraid of with E? They can't afford someone like Gu. Laughter erupted in the lounge. E's reputation for being financially challenged was well known. During the Intercontinental competition, they often witnessed the manager and team leader of E exploiting the brother team's resources, collecting unwanted hotel meal vouchers from other teams for their own use. Given their shared experiences, even their support materials were co-branded, with E seeking to benefit without cost. While it sounded absurd, it seemed entirely reasonable when attributed to E. Furthermore, each team had a small MVP bonus mechanism, varying in amounts, with E setting theirs at a mere 1,000. This was 50% less than VG's. To top-tier professional players, such a sum was trivial. It wouldn't even suffice for a meal at Galio, serving merely as a token of encouragement. Yet, when he was on the verge of victory, internal rivalries ignited, as players vied for the MVP title. It was evident that ES roster was quite economical. Their top and mid-lane players hailed from their own training academy, while the bot lane consisted of a Korean import unwanted by LCK and an obscure support acquired through a trade with IG. The players were on contracts that barely compensated them, and for them, 1,000 was a significant sum. One could easily surmise that E's investment in the League of Legends training division was akin to that of a miser, reluctant to part with even a single feather. Expecting them to pay 1,000 was difficult enough, let alone 1,000,000 to acquire Gu Xing, unless they could somehow print money. Gu Xing stifled a laugh as he packed his backpack, then traversed the corridor in search of the esports training department. Xiye was savoring a bottle of Wangzai milk, and upon spotting him, alerted his teammates. The hitchhiker has arrived. Su Hongwei shot a glance at Gu Xing, winning, yet still seeking a free ride. Impressive. How can you speak like that? Gu Xing feigned sternness. Feeling cheeky, are we? If I don't keep a close watch today, I might just catch you in mid lane and give you a thorough lesson. The thought of military training consequences made Xiye timid, rendering him speechless. Who would have thought we would experience being freeloaders? Kong Di nudged the manager, Little Beast, teasingly. What are your thoughts? Little Beast, visibly perturbed, replied, it's merely a ride. It doesn't incur additional fuel costs, hardly qualifies as freeloading. Stop making wild assertions. Besides, we are all comrades here. Hitching a ride is but a minor favor. As the group boarded the bus, members of the esports training department clamored for photographs with Gu Xing. His social anxiety flared as he found himself engaged in continuous chatter, his mouth never pausing. From discussing the LPL ranking situation to the latest scrimmage outcomes, and then delving into each other's understanding of the current meta, Gu Xing was fed a handful of seeds by 957, munching and enthusiastically conversing. I believe Rumble's rework makes him quite powerful. Why isn't he being picked lately? Kong Di inquired from beside him. The recent 712 patch brought significant changes to Rumble, particularly with a considerable increase in the cooldown of Q, Fiery Feast. While his damage to minions was reduced by 25, however, his base damage saw an enhancement, and the values of 2 of his E abilities were adjusted to better suit combat. Overall, Rumble's landing strength had improved, making it feasible to bully tanks in the top lane. If you're playing Rumble in the LPL, do you look down on junglers? Gu Xing tossed the seed shells into the trash. If I see an opponent's top laner pick Rumble, I will make it my mission to gank him 5 times without fail. Moreover, there aren't many Rumble specialists in the LPL. It's merely a few players, like SB, who could be considered one. Mouse might be half of one, but VG lacks tactical depth, and given EDG's playstyle, which focuses on nurturing the mid and bot carry, there's no way Mouse would be allowed to play Rumble. Since neither of them uses him, his overall pick rate in the region is naturally low. Conversely, the LCK has a considerably higher usage rate. Kong Di seized upon the inconsistency in his argument. VG doesn't have a Rumble strategy? Who are you trying to fool? Such a clever lad, attempting to throw us off with smoke and mirrors. Xiang Renjie was visibly displeased. SB is undoubtedly a master of Rumble, demonstrating exceptional proficiency, ranking among the best globally. VG's former top laner, Zhu Xiaolong, was also a Rumble specialist, having shone brightly during the S6 World Championship. Gu Xing had previously nurtured Longu, so it stands to reason that tactical arrangements would be made around SB. Gu Xing, unfazed by the exposure of his fabrication, remained composed, taking a sip of iced cola before changing the subject. By the way, Kong Di, why does your face look so pale? He inquired with concern. You're not coming down with a cold, are you? Please don't pass it on to me. Get lost. Kong Di retorted, shoving him away. However, even until the end, Xiang Renjie did not explain the reason behind his recent fatigue. The good news is that Gu Xing's recent attempt to deceive has been disregarded and forgotten, leaving no one concerned. As the bus made its way to Base E, laughter and joy filled the air among the passengers. Utilizing his formidable social skills, Gu Xing successfully lifted the spirits of his defeated opponents. The League of Legends division of Team E is situated in the outskirts of Fengxian, separated from VG by the Huangpu River. As the vehicle came to a halt, Gu Xing, with his backpack in hand, was utterly astonished by the sight of Base E. What is this? He exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. Unlike most clubs, which often resemble villas, Base E's unique decor was astonishing. If VG's base exuded a warm and homely atmosphere, it could only be described as otherworldly. The exterior was painted in a charming shade of pink, adorned with intricate patterns, resembling a princess's castle. Welcome to the magical fairy castle, Little Beast proudly boasted to Gu Xing. What do you think? ISNTR base, one of a kind? Rarely at a loss for words, Gu Xing found himself momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the spectacle before him. The E members nearby averted their gazes, their faces flushed with embarrassment. While some of them enjoyed using pink keyboards and headsets, it did not imply they could accept such a whimsical decor style. There's also a vegetable garden in the courtyard, Little Beast explained to Gu Xing. A vegetable garden? Gu Xing queried in bewilderment. Indeed, Little Beast replied cheerfully. The players can water the plants when they are tired from training. It's quite effective for stress relief. Xiye chimed in with sarcasm. I suspect it's just to save on vegetable expenses. The caretaker often sneaks in there to pick cucumbers. Nonsense, Little Beast retorted, glaring. We at E are not lacking in vegetable funds. Thank you very much. Humph, Candy scoffed, if it weren't for E shamelessly showing up at M3's base for free meals. I might have believed that even rain couldn't deter you from coming over for a bite, gobbling up food like there's no tomorrow, leaving Shan to lose several pounds. Little Beast, caught off guard, felt his face flush. E and M3 are family. Is that considered freeloading? Due to the S5 regulations prohibiting the same club from possessing two teams in the top league, the original EA had to be renamed M3, essentially flipping ES name. Most of the players were originally from ES youth training, such as Candy and Shan Niru. The bases of both teams were adjacent, facilitating interaction. In retrospect, it was indeed rather shameful that he had the audacity to mooch off the meals of their former junior. Seeing Little Beast's awkward expression, Gu Xing suggested, "I'll stay outside. I'll leave as soon as my sister comes out." "All right," Little Beast agreed, accompanying Gu Xing while engaging in casual conversation. "By the way, what made you decide to create an esports data website?" "There was a data team." Gu Xing explained the origins of ES establishment, just as Gu Pan, dressed in formal attire and carrying a briefcase, strode out of Base E. "Here." He waved enthusiastically. Well, Gu Pan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "The sun must be rising in the west today. Gu Qi, you actually came to pick up your dear sister?" "With nothing to occupy my time." Gu Xing volunteered to take the document bag. "It's the perfect opportunity for you and Guanshan to enjoy a meal together." Given the tight schedule of the VG team, he was uncertain he could spare much time to care for the two ladies. So he seized the splendid chance for a gathering. "I have made a reservation at a local cuisine restaurant, which has received quite favorable reviews." "Sounds great." Gu Pan nodded enthusiastically upon hearing about the delicious food. However, when she turned to glance at Xiao, her expression shifted to a more formal smile. "Thank you for your assistance. The terms have been established, and I look forward to a pleasant collaboration in the future." Xiao extended his hand to shake Gu Pan's, engaging in some polite small talk, assuring her that she could reach out to him should she encounter any difficulties, as his voice carried some weight in the esports community. Although there was a match today, Xiao did not personally attend to them. Yet Gu Xing's identity as the sister of a professional player was enough to elicit his warmth. The Gu siblings hopped into a ride-hailing vehicle, their destination set for the Tencent building. Speaking of which, the design of the E-base is quite outrageous, Gu Pan remarked as soon as they settled into the car. "When I first laid eyes on the Magic Fairy Castle, I nearly doubted if I had arrived at the correct location. Are you really unable to accept it?" Gu Xing looked at her in astonishment. "I thought girls generally adored pink." Gu Pan huffed slightly. "That is a stereotype. When have you ever seen me donning pink attire?" She pulled out the contract from the document bag, and, upon seeing the figures, her bright eyes narrowed in delight. "This is wonderful," she exclaimed joyfully. "Once this money comes through, I shall buy myself a nice outfit." "Weren't you just shopping for clothes when you returned home?" Gu Xing observed his sister closely. Dressed in formal attire and wearing lipstick, she had shed her image as the girl next door, creating a slight sense of distance. However, this suited Gu Pan perfectly, as it blurred the concept of age, preventing others from mistaking her for a college student. "Not enough," Gu Pan replied, clearly unsatisfied. "I can't just rely on one formal outfit for everything, can I? I need a new bag as well. This one is a bit too plain. Let's go shopping today." Gu Xing offered immediately upon sensing her desire. "I'll cover the expenses. You can get new clothes and a bag." As Gu Pan opened her mouth to respond, Gu Xing, utilizing his skills as a professional player, anticipated her thoughts. "Don't worry about it being free. Just pay me back once your bonus arrives." Gu Pan hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. "All right, thank you." As the ride-hailing vehicle came to a stop near the Tencent building, Shen Guanshan happened to finish work and jogged over to open the car door. "How's it going?" Gu Xing inquired with genuine concern. "Are you settling in well at the company?" Shen Guanshan slid into the back seat, leaning against her boyfriend and exhaling deeply. "It's only been 2 days. The work intensity isn't too high, and the tasks are quite simple." Gu Xing wrapped his arm around her waist. "What exactly are you responsible for? Do tell me." It turns out that logging into the Alliance requires TGP, which stands for Tencent Gaming Platform. Initially, it only supported games that were self-published. But now they wish to upgrade TGP and rename it EGA to accommodate a broader range of game types. Shen Guanshan playfully toyed with her boyfriend's long fingers, saying, "It's somewhat akin to the games from other manufacturers on Steam, where they earn a share of the profits, you understand? As for me, I merely need to organize the data from the internal beta version of the League of Legends project and submit it to the department head." She bent Gu Xing's fingers into a scissor shape, extending her slender fingers to mirror the pose, capturing the moment with her phone for her own amusement. Gu Xing allowed his girlfriend to play with his fingers, even deriving enjoyment from the process. Every time Shen Guanshan's cool fingertips brushed against his skin, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his veins, reaching the depths of his heart. Doesn't that mean there's no overlap with your actual field of study? He inquired, puzzled by his girlfriend's words. Shen Guanshan was quite accepting of this. It's an internship, after all, as Sisterly mentioned. Besides, as a mathematics student entering my sophomore year, finding a job that aligns with my major isn't easy. Mathematics, being a versatile discipline, is often considered a panacea in the realm of science, equally suitable for careers in computing or finance. However, Shen Guanshan had yet to graduate, and the mathematical knowledge acquired from textbooks was largely inapplicable to her internship, which primarily involved menial tasks lacking in substantial value. I initially suggested that Guanshan come to E to assist with data work. Gu Pan chimed in from the passenger seat, but you insisted on not coming. I wanted to observe from various perspectives how League of Legends operates, Shen Guanshan explained. The IEG platform is quite impressive. Tencent Interactive Entertainment is a significant division within the conglomerate, spanning gaming, literature, animation, and film, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a behemoth. Shen Guanshan had joined the data science department of the League of Legends segment under IEG. Next week, I should finally be assigned some specialized content, she expressed with great anticipation, and I'll be able to access various data from the domestic server. Shen Guanshan playfully patted Gu Pan on the head, saying, once I grasp the information, I'll drop by you next year when I have time. Make sure to save a spot for me. How could I not save a spot for you? Gu Pan grumbled. Tonight, I'm counting on your boyfriend to buy me clothes and a bag. Upon arriving at the restaurant that Gu Xing had reserved in advance, Gu Pan eagerly snatched the menu. I'm starving, let us order. Due to historical and geographical reasons, the cuisine of Yong City entered the Shanghai market quite early, leading to a fusion that influenced the evolution of the local cuisine. However, the two culinary styles remained markedly different. The Yong City cuisine is characterized by a savory and salty flavor, with dishes such as marinated mud snails and pickled crabs that are almost inedible without rice. In contrast, the local cuisine tends to be on the sweeter side, emphasizing rich sauces. After deliberating for some time, Gu Pan settled on smoked fish and braised pork before handing the menu to Gu Xing and Shen Guanshan. Do you eat stir-fried crab with roe? Gu Xing selected dishes according to his girlfriend's preferences. It should pair nicely with toast, and there's also yellow fish noodle soup. What is this? Shen Guanshan asked, pointing to the dessert section. Pearl water chestnut? Gu Xing paused for a moment. Is it a dessert made from the hooves of a little horse named Pearl? Oh, what are you doing? Shen Guanshan laughed at his explanation. It's not that kind of hoof. After much effort, Gu Xing finally placed the order. Just as he set down the menu, he noticed Gu Pan furiously tapping on her phone screen, engrossed in a WeChat conversation. Her speed was astonishing. He could hardly comprehend how she managed to navigate the 26 keys with such finesse, rarely making mistakes and achieving an impressive accuracy rate. What are you busy with? He inquired, puncturing his cola with a straw and taking a refreshing sip that invigorated his spirits. I'm sending congratulations to Xiye Tunin, Gu Pan replied without looking up, and discussing the future development trajectory of E. Shen Guanshan, taken aback, asked, what do you mean? Isn't your data business thriving? The past month had unequivocally demonstrated that E's strategy of aggressively bidding was astutely on point. League of Legends was at its peak, and LPL boasted an alarming amount of traffic that far exceeded the advertising rates. Each match consistently attracted hundreds of thousands of simultaneous viewers online, with some high-stakes clashes nearing 1 million. In comparison, the bidding amounts for advertising slots seemed trivial. E was reaping substantial rewards. The advertising spaces they acquired brought a steady stream of visitors to their website, coupled with the comprehensive and distinctive data analysis project that Gu Xing had contributed to. They successfully drew a significant number of netizens. With traffic soaring, they had undeniably established themselves as the premier professional esports data website in the country. Still not enough. Gu Pan scratched her head in evident frustration. Visitors come in to check data, then leave immediately. We can't retain them at all. We want to develop something intriguing to stabilize our traffic and encourage visitors to linger on the site as long as possible. Unable to devise a suitable solution at the moment, she chose to set aside her concerns as a sumptuous array of dishes was placed on the table. Prioritizing filling her stomach first, Gu Xing picked up a piece of smoked fish, savoring the delightful contrast of its crispy exterior and tender flesh, followed by an explosion of subtly sweet juices in his mouth. Today, a reporter from Central Video came to interview me on site. He shared amusing anecdotes from both inside and outside the arena with his girlfriend. One of the questions was downright hilarious. The socially anxious Shen Guanshan was a competent listener, and this quality was magnified in Gu Xing's presence. Really? She perked up, her interest piqued. Do tell. He actually asked me if I would continue to be a professional player if I were to be reborn, Gu Xing recounted, momentarily pausing. I nearly burst out laughing at that. The two women exchanged knowing smiles. It was clear that such a scenario was improbable. If I were to be reborn, I would first persuade our dad to help me buy lottery tickets and bet all my New Year's money on them. Gu Pan began to dream aloud about her unfulfilled aspirations for wealth. Gu Xing chuckled, You buying lottery tickets? Can you even distinguish which team LeBron James plays for? This question left the basketball novice Gu Pan flummoxed. Lakers? She guessed, mentioning a team name she had heard in the news. With your level of knowledge, you might as well bet on the wrong team. Gu Xing laughed uncontrollably. How could LeBron possibly be with the Lakers? Who is the star of the Lakers? Gu Pan murmured softly, then waved her hand dismissively. Don't interrupt me. Although I cannot distinguish between basketball stars and teams, I can certainly place bets on the World Cup. I distinctly remember Germany's 7-1 victory over Brazil in 2014. She puffed out her chest with pride. The news was abuzz with reports about that match, and Mr. Zhang downstairs cursed the German team for an entire week. Ah, yes, Gu Xing replied, placing the freshly cooked braised pork at the center of the table. He then turned to inquire of Shen Guanshan. If you were to be reborn, what would you choose to do apart from making money? Shen Guanshan pondered for a moment, her gaze drifting over her boyfriend's fair and handsome visage. After eliminating any inappropriate thoughts from her mind, she finally responded, First, I would pass the selection for the training team, then aim for a spot on the national team to secure an IMO gold medal. The training selection in her senior year had ended in disappointment at the final hurdle, marking one of the most regrettable moments in Shen Guanshan's 19 years. If given a second chance, she would undoubtedly alter that timeline. However, if you do that, the esteemed individual who barely made it into the national team would be eliminated. Gu Pan reminded her friend with concern. Shen Guanshan felt torn. That does seem to be the case. Noticing the conversation had stalled, Gu Xing quickly interjected. Why not try a piece of the braised pork? It's quite delicious. This restaurant, specializing in local cuisine, boasted braised pork as its signature dish. The glistening, red-hued pork belly in the bowl was cut into perfectly uniform pieces. Upon tasting a morsel, Shen Guanshan's eyes squinted in satisfaction. How is it? Isn't it divine? Gu Xing beamed, pleased with his choice of the impeccable eatery. The experience was akin to an explosion of flavors in her mouth. The fatty meat was rich, yet not greasy, the lean parts tender rather than dry. The aroma surged to her senses, and even her breath carried the delightful scent of the braised pork. With a limited vocabulary, Shen Guanshan struggled to articulate her thoughts, ultimately summarizing it in 2 words. Delicious. Eat more, Gu Xing encouraged. Let's pack 2 more portions to take back to the apartment for you both to enjoy later. Gu Pan disregarded the brother-sister duo's casual banter, scooping a spoonful of crab meat onto her toast, relishing the exquisite fusion of rich crab flavor with the crispy bread. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she froze mid-bite, her pale hand clutching the toast suspended in the air. What are you doing? Gu Xing asked, bemused by his sister's sudden stillness. Are you under a time-stopping spell? Gu Pan brushed off her brother's teasing, her gaze gradually sharpening. You mentioned you were interviewed by a reporter from CCTV, right? She asked lightly. Indeed, Gu Xing replied, puzzled. That was 5 minutes ago. Why are you asking me again? I never realized your thought process was so slow since childhood. Perhaps I should stop calling you Gu Myufan and instead refer to you as Lightning Sloth. Shen Guanshan chuckled from the side. No, wait. Gu Pan refocused her attention, her eyes shimmering under the overhead light. I've just thought of a way to engage the online audience. We could include esports interview content. She animatedly expressed her thoughts. Let's acquire credentials as media personnel, attend the backstage group interviews at each competition, and extract insights directly from the players. Dressed in formal attire, Gu Pan's makeup leaned towards an intellectual style, yet at this moment, she exuded a childlike exuberance. Most of the netizens willing to log on to to check the team players' data are fervent enthusiasts of the events, so they must be quite interested in player interviews. Gu Pan had a clear target audience in mind. Casual viewers who occasionally watch a match are merely seeking entertainment. They are unlikely to visit E to check data or show much interest in players' offstage affairs and in-game communications. It is the dedicated enthusiasts who form the backbone of E's traffic. This demographic is not particularly large among the vast player base. However, given the staggering fundamental base of League of Legends, which can easily attract hundreds of thousands of viewers, retaining this group would signify success for E. Including post-match interviews to enrich the content and enhance the website's offerings could yield exceptional results with minimal effort. Shen Guanshan, with his expansive thinking, began to contemplate these ideas in depth. Pan, you could also incorporate some hero strategies, perhaps recruit some top-tier players or professional teams to contribute. High-quality strategies will undoubtedly retain this audience. Currently, the number of casual gamers in the country is not exceedingly high, yet the game's engagement is remarkably strong. Within the community of dedicated enthusiasts, many players participate in ranked matches, and strategies that aid in climbing ranks are an effective means of keeping them engaged. Gu Xing offered an additional suggestion. I noticed there are strategies on TGP as well, given their substantial traffic. E must carve out a niche market to distinguish itself from TGP to attract players. Indeed, Shen Guanshan concurred with Gu Xing's perspective. I reviewed TGP's current data during my work today. Their daily active users hover around 10 million, an astonishing figure. As the functionalities of the skin-changing and infinite vision boxes have been restricted, TGP has become an indispensable option for an increasing number of players when logging into the game. It allows them to check their performance metrics, such as KDA, and view official announcements. Coupled with Tencent's backing, TGP's advantages are glaringly evident. Rest assured, Gu Pan reassured. Patting her chest, we do not expect to directly compete with TGP. We simply aim to share in the spoils. I will reach out to professional teams to discuss the possibility of them regularly contributing strategies specifically for E. She turned to Gu Xing brother. Gu Xing sighed softly. He instinctively knew that when his sister used that term, she was calculating something in her mind. I have extensive connections in the industry and can assist you in contacting the management of various clubs, but favors do not come without cost. We must compensate them appropriately. Gu Pan promptly assured, do not worry, I will not take advantage. As long as the team provides hero strategies, we will pay them. Eagerly, she served Gu Xing some braised pork with public chopsticks, saying, if it's delicious, you should have more. Gu Xing was not averse to lending a hand within his means. After all, she was his sister. Family members do not speak in separate tongues. I purchased a car, and it should arrive next week. Gu Xing shifted the topic. Gu Pan, your driving skills haven't deteriorated, have they? Driving? I'm quite adept. Gu Pan proudly declared. If you don't believe me, ask Guanshan. I passed my road test with perfect scores on my first attempt. As Shen Guanshan spread crab meat onto a slice of bread, he nodded in agreement. Gu Pan has always been a proficient driver, far superior to me. By the way, what kind of car did you buy? Gu Pan, the designated driver, inquired with keen interest. A Maybach GLS, an SUV. You do enjoy driving larger vehicles, don't you? Gu Xing replied, savoring a piece of braised pork from his bowl. It conveniently bears the Mercedes emblem. Maybach was acquired by Mercedes a few years ago and is now considered a sub-brand. The total price of the GLS Gu Xing purchased exceeds $100,000, comfortably within his budget. However, he couldn't afford a pricier Rolls-Royce Cullinan, especially since the S-Series bonus hadn't yet been received. Gu Pan was not well versed in automobiles, but she had perused some extracurricular literature. It's the kind of car that Chu Zihang's father drives in Dragon Clan, she exclaimed excitedly. Oh my goodness, that is a sedan, a different category, Gu Xing replied leisurely. Yet, there is a commonality, both of you are drivers. Eager to drive her new vehicle, Gu Pan disregarded her brother's sarcastic remarks and merrily dug into her rice. After satisfying their appetites, the trio headed to a nearby mall to shop. How does this look? Gu Pan emerged from the fitting room, adjusting the formal attire she had just donned. Gu Xing, who was engaged in a tender exchange with Shen Guanshan, turned to assess his sister. She had changed into a light brown suit, featuring a slightly loose shawl collar and a double-breasted design that accentuated her slender waist. Paired with white trousers, she appeared tall and elegant, her makeup complementing her powerful aura. Stunning. Shen Guanshan, often at a loss for words, could only express her admiration in the simplest terms. However, her body language was rich, as she stood up to embrace Gu Pan affectionately. Watching his short-haired girlfriend and his sister, clad in suits, share laughter and beauty. Gu Xing felt a mix of emotions. What was amiss? All right, that's enough. He cleared his throat, separating the two women. Shall we select a bag to go with this ensemble? Gu Xing hadn't even glanced at the price tag. Nevertheless, Gu Pan insisted on peeking at the price tag. After confirming that the cost was within her acceptable range, she exhaled in relief and followed Gu Xing to the checkout. How wonderful it is to have such a brother. Gu Pan mused. Once I start earning money, I'll buy clothes without glancing at the price. Gu Xing shot her a sideways glance. Your sentiments have certainly changed since a year ago. Last year, just before he left home, Gu Pan often quarreled with him, and they would frequently bicker, unable to stand each other's presence. Shen Guanshan, linking her arm with her boyfriend's, laughed heartily. Growing up alongside the siblings, she had witnessed their playful banter countless times, even to the extent that a single extra chicken leg at dinner could ignite a dispute. Gu Pan, with a thick skin inherited from Gu Xing, remained unfazed by the teasing. In this moment, she entwined her arm with Gu Xing's, her eyes sparkling as she defended herself. The primary conflicts back then revolved around family matters, yet the present circumstances diverged significantly. Gu Pan discerned this clearly. The discord between the siblings had primarily stemmed from the uneven distribution of familial resources, whether in material provisions or emotional support, despite their parents' earnest efforts to maintain equilibrium. Achieving complete fairness remained an elusive goal. Children, being inherently sensitive, would readily notice any discrepancies. Consequently, the siblings had quarreled throughout their childhood. After Gu Xing left home to pursue a professional career, Gu Pan also moved northward for her studies, thereby dissolving the familial resource conflicts. With no grounds for further disputes, their relationship naturally mended. Moreover, during this period, Gu Pan had frequently relied on Gu Xing's connections within the esports realm to pave the way for her endeavors. Turning a blind eye to her brother's occasional sharp-tongued remarks, Gu Xing glanced at his girlfriend on his left and his sister on his right, truly embodying the literal meaning of looking left and right. Both were linked to his arms, creating an increasingly peculiar scene. Gu Xing sensed the curious gazes of passers-by in the mall were somewhat askew. Xinggu, one bystander exclaimed incredulously, "It really is you." The trio turned in unison to find a young couple waving at them. "I thought I recognized you, but I didn't dare confirm it until I saw your sister," the young man exclaimed enthusiastically. "Wow, Nicole really knows how to flatter," Gu Pan chuckled, reciprocating with a compliment. "No wonder you landed such a beautiful girlfriend." "Xinggu, I've been your fan for 10 years. The young man proudly displayed his VG team jersey, even turning around to point at the Virtue logo emblazoned on the back of his neck. Gu Xing relaxed, amused. "Goodness, does anyone actually wear jerseys out in public?" Shen Guanshan whispered to Gu Pan from behind her boyfriend. Gu Pan shook her head, stifling a laugh. Gu Xing took the pen from the fan and signed his name flamboyantly on the jersey. He then turned to the girl beside him. "I'm also an old VC fan," she exclaimed, her demeanor lively. "Though I'm not wearing a jersey, could you sign my support banner? I'll be attending the match when I return, and I want to show off to the surrounding fans." She opened her backpack and pulled out a support banner adorned with cartoon portraits of the entire VG team. Gu Xing was not surprised. He had exchanged a few words with the couple while signing. Realizing they had watched the VG match at the mall before dining out and leisurely strolling to digest their meal, preparing to return to their school soon. "Are you both from the same school?" Gu Xing inquired, genuinely pleased to encounter fellow alumni, which prompted him to become even more talkative. "There are fans of yours everywhere on campus now," the young man exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. "If you return to school, I bet you'll be inundated with students seeking your autograph on the way to class." Gu Xing felt no inconvenience. Instead, he beamed with joy, thinking how delightful it would be to be regarded as a celebrity. He was acutely aware of his popularity within the student community. Although Fury University is renowned as one of the top 3 prestigious institutions in the country, it is not devoid of students indulging in gaming. During Gu Xing's participation in the national finals, he encountered numerous exceptional talents, each harboring their unique gaming preferences. Some favored Dota, others League of Legends, and a few were avid Counter-Strike enthusiasts. There were even dedicated Gal game players, whose playful manner of speaking was quite striking. Gu Xing found himself questioning the caliber of geniuses he had inadvertently competed against. Upon reflection, he too was a gamer, which alleviated his concerns. For many of his peers participating in the national finals, gaming served merely as a source of entertainment, a delightful diversion amidst the rigors of academic life. The emergence of individuals like Gu Xing, who pursued gaming as a profession, was indeed a rarity. As a prominent esports star returning to Fury for his studies, it was likely that he would soon be approached by numerous admirers seeking autographs and photographs, until the novelty of his presence on campus eventually waned. While Gu Xing engaged in conversation with a group of young men, a female fan eagerly approached Shun Guanshan, inundating her with questions, her enthusiasm palpable. "Hello, you are stunning. I read on the forum that you and Brother Xing were childhood neighbors. I envy you both. Where did you get your hair done? That blunt cut looks fantastic. I wish to have a similar style." The barrage of inquiries left Shun Guanshan feeling quite uncomfortable. However, the fans' excitement was understandable. Shun Guanshan possessed a somewhat aloof countenance, with sharp features that conveyed a hint of aggression, yet she herself was plagued by social anxiety, blushing even at the prospect of conversing with strangers. This stark contrast elicited a charming reaction from the fan. Fortunately, after a year of university life and some practical experience, Shun Guanshan had made modest improvements in her social skills, managing to engage politely in the exchange. Noticing his girlfriend's discomfort, Gu Xing seamlessly took over the conversation, allowing Shun Guanshan to breathe a sigh of relief. The couple, not wishing to monopolize the fans' time, soon departed, satisfied with their signed memorabilia. After capturing a photograph with the couple, Gu Xing watched them leave. Upon reaching the luggage section, Gu Pan, weighing the cost-effectiveness, selected a spacious backpack priced at 2,200 yuan amidst the array of high-end items. "I see there's an Hermes store downstairs. Why not take a look?" Gu Xing suggested. "Don't joke around," Gu Pan replied, her expression somber. "Do you think my sister has the means to indulge in such luxury?" I still haven't adjusted to our family's improved financial situation. Her upbringing had instilled in her a value system prioritizing cost-effectiveness, a principle that remained intact even after venturing into university entrepreneurship. The clothes and bag she purchased today represented the most significant investment she had ever made in her wardrobe. Had it not been for her frequent need to visit various clubs for contract negotiations and promoting esports, she would have never considered spending 2,200 yuan on a bag, let alone in Hermes. "To be honest," Gu Xing sighed, "there's no need for you to be overly frugal. We have sufficient funds at home." Times had changed. The Gu family was not excessively wealthy, but they were no longer living with the same stringent financial constraints as before. Gu Pan, however, disagreed. "That's your money. It has nothing to do with me, Gu Pan. Had it not been for your insistence that the future bonus would cover the cost of this attire and bag, I would not have ventured to the shopping mall today." She cast a sidelong glance at the perpetually silent Shun Guanshan beside her and added, "Spending your money hardly feels burdensome. Once someone marries you, I suppose this amount will be credited to your account." "Who says I will?" Shun Guanshan's face flushed crimson. "Do not slander me. Am I truly that petty?" Gu Pan chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Oh dear. I didn't even specify who that someone is, yet you readily assumed the role." Shun Guanshan's complexion deepened in hue, nearly reaching a boiling point, and she turned her head away in disregard. Gu Xing stifled a laugh as he settled the bill. Gu Pan, upon reviewing the total amount, took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. "This is the first time I've accumulated such significant debt," she lamented, fully aware of the effort required to earn it back. She glanced over at her brother, who appeared unfazed after completing the payment, and felt an inexplicable irritation gnawing at her. "Just wait. One day I shall compel you to regard me with respect." She patted Gu Xing on the shoulder, declaring, "When that day comes, I will support you." Gu Xing merely cast her a disdainful glance. This time, it was Shun Guanshan who shot her a sideways look. "You always speak of earning money, but just how much do you intend to make, Pan Pan?" Gu Pan pondered for a moment before revealing her ambition. "Once I have amassed 30 million, I shall call it quits." To her, 30 million was no trifling sum, even for Gu Xing, with his formidable income potential. Accumulating that amount during his peak career would be commendable. If Gu Pan were to possess 30 million, she could purchase a detached villa along with a luxury car in the city of Ningbo before the housing market skyrocketed in 2017. The remainder could be invested wisely, ensuring her financial security for the rest of her life. Gu Xing contemplated for a brief moment. "You are still young. 30 million is insufficient. Aim for 300 million. He advised in a solemn tone. "With 300 million, you would never have to worry again." Gu Pan felt an urge to strike her brother playfully with her bag. Yet, recalling that it was a new purchase costing her 2,200, she refrained and instead playfully punched him in the back. Are you trying to play the role of a disciple here? Gu Pan gritted her teeth. Shen Guanshan erupted in laughter. After escorting the two women back to their hotel apartment, Gu Xing finally returned to Haowang Mountain. The VG base was ablaze with lights, and the members of the training department he had abandoned had already concluded their meal. As Gu Xing pushed open the door to the training room, he was greeted by Jack's incessant chatter. "You little Shiba Inu, why don't you go fight him?" The first part of his statement was still in authentic Korean. One can only say that the ability to conceal language is a highly potent form of communication. Under the influence of Korean assistance, Jack had now proficiently mastered the nuances of Korean slang, and within the team, he could deliver a set of Chinese curses with impressive flair. "I am truly at my wit's end with this Brown," Yu Wenba bellowed, his voice booming enough to echo throughout the training room. "Are you a pig? Just hiding behind me with a shield?" In a particularly good mood today, Gu Xing approached Jack from behind, adopting the stance of an amused spectator. Upon seeing his jungler, Yu Wenba's tone shifted to one filled with vigor. "This Brown is utterly useless. Others stand in front of their ADCs, while he seems capable of cowering behind the marksman." It was evident that Jack was quite displeased. Duong Deliong was currently engrossed in the wildly popular game PUBG. With the holiday season at hand, no one seemed to mind his deviation from League of Legends. Just as he landed, he found himself eliminated and turned to console Jack, advising him to take it easy. After all, it was normal for a support player to lag behind, especially someone like himself who was as rare as a lantern in search of a guiding light. Initially, Duong struggled to keep pace with the daring team member Yu Wenba. Fortunately, his prior experience alongside Imp, coupled with his own swift reflexes, enabled him to follow Jack into the fray, ensuring the ADC's survival. However, Jack was quick to clarify, stating that this support player was merely detrimental, failing to advance during their skirmish while retreating with his shield, leaving him stranded. Duong was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed there was little he could say to defend this situation. Gu Xing, observant as ever, recognized the ID of the support player and mentally recalled that it was most likely Bao Lan. Jack vehemently disagreed, insisting that it was impossible. "I have him on my friends list. Doesn't his ID literally spell out Mei Meng Lan in Pinyin?" Gu Xing confirmed this hunch, noting that the individual had likely changed his nickname recently, as he had encountered him just the day before. Being somewhat socially anxious, it was not surprising that Gu Xing maintained decent relationships with all LPL team members, easily finding common ground for conversation. Jack raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that his friends' list was extensive, and since Bao Lan was not in his team, he seldom paid attention to any ID changes. "So, Bao Lan, you're level 2 and already a liability, huh?" Jack's tone turned harsh upon encountering a familiar face, demanding that Bao Lan advance. In the past, Jack would not have been so impatient for a mere ranked match, yet he was merely 20 victories away from reaching the coveted rank of challenger. If they could secure victory in this match, Yu Wenba would reclaim his title as the strongest challenger once the rankings refreshed at midnight. Bao Lan responded with a question mark. The typically indifferent Jack was now rare in his determination, quickly relenting. "Bro, just consider it a favor. Take a couple of steps forward." Bao Lan, indeed possessing a dual nature, upon receiving Jack's request, managed to muster the courage to advance with his makeshift shield. Gu Xing, perplexed by the support player's thought process, returned to his seat to boot up his computer, intending to play a couple of ranked matches to maintain his skill before taking a break. With no training matches to occupy his time, he certainly did not forget to stream to extend his viewing hours. As usual, the moment he activated the stream, countless viewers flooded in, and the barrage of comments overwhelmed him. "Wow, just finished a match and he's already streaming? What a workhorse. I'm in tears. Xinggu is just too diligent. Why isn't Shin Imo mentioning feed me? I can't bear to miss that phrase. Can someone tell Jack to lower his volume? I nearly went deaf with my headphones on." Gu Xing adjusted the microphone volume down. He briefly explained that he had carved out time to stream today due to an upcoming tight schedule, which might limit his opportunities to broadcast frequently. He then logged into the Korean server client to enter the ranked queue, taking the time to respond to the questions posed in the comments. Today, what prompted the choice of Olaf? It was the composition of the teams. To speak candidly, the opposing formation is quite vulnerable to Olaf's unrestrained incursions, which is why I opted for him. While some players select their champions based on their hero pool, my approach diverges. I assess the lineups of both sides to discern which roles our team is lacking and which champions the enemies would fear. With a sense of pride, Gu Xing remarked that, as a streamer, he need not worry about champion proficiency, for he is adept with all of them. Were this statement made last year, he would lack the confidence, as his mastery with champions like Gragas was not particularly high. However, now, after a year of honing his skills in the professional arena, he possesses ample self-assurance. As the notification signaled the arrival of the other 9 players, Gu Xing clicked the agree button and entered the ranked lobby. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that his team was comprised entirely of familiar faces. 421. The bottom lane has always been reliable. Leveraging his connections, Gu Xing swiftly confirmed the identities corresponding to his teammates' IDs. In the Korean server, players' nicknames are directly displayed by their positions, allowing Gu Xing to ascertain their lane distributions. The top laner, SB, a good friend, rejoined him as a teammate in this casual match. The mid laner was the renowned Hidianbush, Lee Sang-hyuk. The ADC was Uzi, and the support was the recently matched Jax Balon. "Oh my goodness," Gu Xing exclaimed with delight, "my brothers, with 4 top-tier professional players alongside our jungler. I can't fathom how we could lose. This lineup could seamlessly compete in the highest echelons of league play without any issue." Beside him, Song Jinghao stretched lazily. "Gu, you carry this game, and I'll just sit back and await an effortless victory." As he spoke, he picked up a bottle of beer. Having finally reached a holiday, SB was determined to treat himself, enjoying a couple of beers purely for relaxation. "Jinghao, at this rate, you're bound to lose," Kuro teased, leaning over to peek at Gu Xing's screen. "I'll be on the opposing side, specifically targeting the top lane." He discerned from Gu Xing's draft that VG's top and jungle were indeed on the other team. Song Jinghao, with a face of indifference, retorted, "No worries. Even if you manage to secure an opportunity to ambush me, it won't guarantee your victory." With this composition, SB doubted that even a couple of deaths would hinder their ultimate triumph. He was not the type of player who required constant babysitting in ranked games. If a few sacrifices could lead to victory, he would gladly make them. "Humph," Li Ruixing scoffed. "Do you think you have 5 top-tier professionals while we do not?" When the battle commences, the outcome remains uncertain. He employed an idiom learned from his mentor, listening to his mid and top laners banter in clumsy Chinese. Gu Xing reclined comfortably in his chair, the exceptional support of the Herman Miller backrest allowing him to ease his eyes shut. After a couple of rounds at the mall with his sister and girlfriend, he could feel a slight fatigue in his body. It was high time to prioritize physical fitness. Previously, while preparing for the S6 World Championship in America, Gu Xing indulged in late-night runs. However, upon returning home, he gradually abandoned the practice. The demands of professional gaming necessitate prolonged periods of sitting, and it is inevitable that one's physical condition may deteriorate. Even though Gu Xing was in peak health during his student days, he could not withstand a year of neglect. He resolved to resume his fitness regimen, believing it would prove invaluable in the future. As Gu Xing's thoughts wandered, it was his turn to select a champion. The opposing team lacks significant crowd control, and their jungler has chosen Rek'Sai, he mused, scrolling through the roster of champions. "I think I shall play Elise. She should perform quite well." In this current version, Rek'Sai is predominantly a champion suited for the early to mid-game, and with the removal of her area knock-up ability, her impact in late-game teamfights diminishes greatly, even with flash available. Coincidentally, Elise also excels within the first 15 minutes of the game. In terms of establishing rhythm, she arguably surpasses Rek'Sai. When it comes to one-on-one confrontations in the jungle, Elise holds her own against Rek'Sai as well. Thus, it can be said that Gu Xing's decision to engage Rek'Sai with Elise is a sound strategy. Upon entering the loading screen, the chat in the livestream erupted with excitement. "Wow, the bottom lane duo on the opposing team is quite intriguing, Deft and Miko. Oh no, I never expected to see these two together in Xing Gu's stream. Can the shippers kindly step aside? But I must admit, both of them are formidable. Oh dear, is Xing Gu really going to lose? Isn't Uzi usually dominated by Mr. Dai? Switching supports in LPL has done little good for him." I searched their IDs. It appears that the top jungle duo on the opposing team is Ma Run and Ikuz. This all-star match is going to be spicy. Ianga. This plea for assistance came from Uzi, who had adopted a Korean server ID in homage to the legendary player, Guo Jiaoqi, while Gu Xing was securing kills. Kuz was not idle, maneuvering Rek'Sai to ambush the bottom lane. Uzi was eager to seize this rare opportunity for an all-star match. Yet his old habit of hastily pushing the lane in a bid to suppress the opponent resurfaced, leading to his downfall. It must be noted that Kuz thrived in the solo queue environment. His struggles in professional leagues stemmed from the infrequency of skirmishes. The synergy between lanes and jungles was relatively sound, and pushing lanes recklessly often came with teammates providing protection, leaving minimal opportunities for the jungler to secure kills. However, in ranked games, skirmishes occur every minute, and coordination with teammates often relies on signals, which inevitably leads to oversights and exposes vulnerabilities. This allows Kuz ample opportunities to launch surprise attacks. The initial plan to capture Uzi was executed with great success. Uzi, positioned aggressively, found himself ambushed by Kuz, who tunneled in from the brush behind the turret, delivering a swift strike that, in conjunction with the duo of Deft and Miko, easily claimed his life. Only the slightly more cautious Baolon managed to escape, swiftly retreating to the safety of the turret, preventing the enemy from extending their advantage. However, the minion wave in the bottom lane remained firmly under the control of Deft and Miko. Aware of his impending demise, Uzi frantically attempted to clear the minions, but alas, his low level rendered his clearing speed inadequate, and he ultimately failed to eliminate the enemy minions before succumbing. The lane was stalled, which was undoubtedly fatal for Uzi, a player who heavily relied on early game aggression to secure an advantage. The length of the bottom lane made Uzi anxious about being caught again by Kuz upon his respawn, compelling him to seek assistance from the jungler. After a brief consideration, Gu Xing made a decision. Then it settled, he called out to Kuro. "I 1T gank you this game, but you'll owe me later." "No problem," Li Ruihong replied joyfully, feeling he had nothing to lose. Besides, it was merely a jest. Even if Gu Xing were to gank mid a couple more times, he would still have to nurture Li Xianghe in the future on the battlefield. Kuro calculated that he had effectively gained a freebie. Gu Xing felt he had not lost out either. He was already slated to provide support in the bottom lane, having assisted mid laner Faker once. If Li Xianghe failed to establish a significant lead, it was hardly his fault. Jack, seated behind Gu Xing, sighed and shook his head in sympathy for Kuro upon seeing the chat content. "You used your flash on me," SB suddenly shouted with gusto. Gu Xing switched his screen to the top lane, where Song Jinghao's Fiora executed Q lunge against the low-health Ma Ran's prince, who, fearing the pressure from Dan Xia, was forced to use his flash to escape. "Was that so hard to see?" SB exclaimed, his voice inadvertently rising in excitement and exhilaration after drinking. Seeing the top lane gaining an advantage through superior landing, Gu Xing felt relieved. He turned and dashed toward the bottom lane to reunite with Uzi, who had respawned. However, Gu Xing concealed his position, remaining motionless in the brush. "Blue brother, go up and bait them," Battlefield reporter Jack anxiously implored from behind. In the canyon, Baolon maintained his usual cautious positioning, this time playing Braum, perhaps triggering some muscle memory as he seemed to shrink behind Uzi, adopting a notably defensive approach. In Jack's view, this was unreasonable. Why would a tank not engage forward? How could the opponents possibly act? "Don't shout," Gu Xing murmured to Jack. "Braum is on the 5th layer. If Braum advanced a couple of steps, it would surely raise the opponent's suspicions. Such a forward position would suggest a hidden threat nearby. Now, with Braum lurking at the back, he could effectively distract the enemies." His cautious demeanor implied that there was genuinely no one behind him, and in the absence of teammate protection, Braum could only tentatively move forward, which was entirely reasonable. Thus, it was quite possible that Kuz would mistakenly believe Gu Xing was absent from the bottom lane, prompting him to initiate an assault on the duo. Should Gu Xing successfully ambush them, he might achieve fruitful results. Even if he failed to catch anyone, Gu Xing would not suffer losses. Uzi had pushed the minion wave to the enemy tower since the onset of the landing phase, and after the duo secured a kill, they were focused on controlling the wave, leaving no energy to place wards in the brush. Gu Xing's movement remained concealed. If he could not catch the opponents, he would simply act as a shield for Uzi to clear the wave. "Impressive," Yu Wenbo exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "So, Old Wang is truly remarkable. I misjudged him earlier, thinking he was merely a fool." He was engulfed in profound self-reproach. Gu Xing, noticing the temporary calm in the bottom lane, seized the opportunity to glance back at Jack. Just moments ago, he was calling him Blue Brother, and now he had switched to calling him Old Wang? Gu Xing, familiar with Jack's naming conventions, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. As expected, Kuz indeed arrived at the bottom lane. Having tasted success, he was eager to exploit Uzi's vulnerabilities, striving for an early advantage to secure victory in the match. Lacking flash, He relied on Miko's Thresh to execute a flash hook with his E ability, the death sentence, to catch his prey. Swiftly retrieving the lantern thrown back by the jungle and arriving at the battlefield in a flash. He charged straight at Uzi without needing to tunnel. Soon after, the Cobalt Blue-Brown positioned himself beside Uzi, raising his shield to absorb incoming damage, landing a close-range Q ability, Winter's Bite, on Rek'Sai. Cuz was bewildered. He had just sent Uzi airborne. Did he truly believe that a single Brown could fully stack his passive and stun him? In his dreams, suddenly, a thick, white, sticky substance burst forth from the brush, ensnaring Rek'Sai and rendering him stunned. Cuz was taken aback, trembling with fear. When had this foe crept into the bushes? He had failed to notice any footsteps while he was underground using his tremor sense. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Cuz felt a chill of dread wash over him. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself trapped in an inescapable predicament, stunned and unable to attack Uzi. The combined damage from the duo of the Spider and Brown was significantly mitigated by the shield. When Uzi landed, he still had 60 of his health intact. The initial wave of damage had failed to eliminate Uzi, and the Spider-Brown support duo's power in this skirmish was nothing short of terrifying. Cuz recognized his imminent defeat. However, retreating was not a feasible option. Both he and the jungle had no flash. How could they escape? Gu Xing unleashed his self-destructing spider along with his Q ability, transforming into a giant spider that clawed at Rek'Sai. Instantly, he stacked Braum's passive to its limit on Rek'Sai, and with the spider's early-game explosive damage, he had already brought Cuz's health down to the brink. Observing this, Braum no longer focused on Rek'Sai, leaving the kill for Uzi, who flashed forward and dealt a basic attack, applying another layer of mark on the jungle's head, though sometimes hesitant. Retreating after using his crowd control and preferring to dance around in the air, he had exhibited a tendency to abandon allies. Nevertheless, having played for IG for such an extended period, Braum retained a measure of audacity deep within his character. Now, he was determined to secure Miko's capture. Gu Xing swung his web up into the air, landing beside the jungle, and with a basic attack that increased his attack speed. He reset his next attack in conjunction with Braum's second strike, stacking his passive to stun the opponent. Ultimately, the kill was claimed by Uzi. With the double kill in hand, Uzi's expression transformed in an instant, bursting into laughter. He was also streaming. While his popularity did not match Gu Xing's, he was undeniably a prominent figure in the streaming world. Oh my, Gu Xing is truly remarkable. A single counterattack has propelled me to new heights, Wu Zi generously extolled. He truly deserves the title of the world's #1 jungler. Since the Intercontinental Tournament, the bond between Wu Zi and Gu Xing has grown considerably, with Wu Zi frequently praising him during his live streams. Not only has Gu Xing alleviated his stress, but he has also graciously provided him with 2 kills. Undoubtedly a significant favor. Initially, Wu Zi was caught by Cuz, which left him quite irritable. Among the elite players, his ranking score is undeniably on the lower end. The root of this issue lies in both his playstyle and mentality. While his skill is undoubtedly top-notch, he plays far too aggressively, pressing forward relentlessly without regard for nearby teammates, resulting in countless captures without any alteration in behavior. If teammates don't show up, he'll defiantly face his demise. In casual games, few junglers are constantly vigilant about coordinating with their teammates. Everyone tends to play their own game. Wu Zi often finds himself targeted by the opposing jungler due to his conspicuous ID and audacious positioning. Moreover, his mindset is rather poor. Wu Zi holds excessively high expectations for his support and jungler, which could be described as nitpicking. He easily falls into a negative mindset upon witnessing even minor mistakes, leading to a state of frustration. When the jungler neglects the bottom lane or when the support frequently roams, it often triggers similar scenarios. Wu Zi's playstyle and mentality elevate his expectations too high, requiring teammate cooperation. However, this isn't a professional match, it's just rank play. A casual game for professional players to unwind. Should I be the one to carry? Who do you think you are? If you want to AFK, by all means, do so. It's merely 20 or 30 ranking points. Who can't afford to lose that? Wu Zi is acutely aware of his shortcomings, yet he finds it challenging to amend them. He reflects deeply, only to repeat the same mistakes in subsequent games. He initially believed that being caught by Cuz would result in a repeat of familiar misfortunes. Given the presence of numerous professional players in the match, including the esteemed Gu Xing and Faker, Zi endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor and attempted to rally his teammates. To his surprise, it actually proved effective. Gu Xing's offensive maneuvers in the bottom lane yielded immediate results. Now it was Zi's turn to beam with joy. Next, we must put in extra effort, so as not to betray their trust. Zi motivated himself, planning to seize an opportunity for a kill. However, he didn't anticipate that Gu Xing's nurturing of the bottom lane would require no effort on his part. A minute later, the Spider Queen reappeared in the bottom lane, strategically timing her gank as a wave of minions pushed towards Zi, targeting Miko with lethal precision. With no flash available, Tianyi was doomed once captured by the spider. Zi claimed another kill, simultaneously pushing Mr. Dai out of the experience zone, and he was overjoyed. From a hellish start of 0 to 1 and being stuck in a bad lane, he now held 3 kills with a bounty, all within a mere minute and a half. Gu Xing expertly managed the resources, ensuring that Zi was thoroughly nourished. This is rather embarrassing, Zi chuckled. Brother Xing, you're too kind. With a jungler of such caliber, how could I possibly lose? Viewers of Zi's stream flooded the chat with various comments. Is he really calling him Brother Xing now? If I remember correctly, it has been several months since Zi became a prominent figure. This title is quite unique to him. Zi truly lacks resilience. When faced with defeat, he resorts to calling for help. Had it not been for Xing Gu's presence, he would have been obliterated by the pilot long ago. I recall when Zi was caught by Cuz, you did not come forth to champion his cause, did you? Unfortunately, the quality of teammates is a matter of luck. And luck is indeed a facet of skill. After all, who could have anticipated Zi would encounter Xing Gu? Zi's excitement was palpable, leaving him no time to pay attention to the barrage of comments. In the team chat, he typed, "Thanks, Xing Gu," as he pounded on the keyboard. Top lane is set, a 1v1 showdown. What are you doing here? This is unfair. Having had a few drinks, Song Jinghao's emotions were quite volatile, and he was displeased with Cuz's approach to the top lane. Gu Xing suppressed a chuckle as he assisted Zi in securing another kill, simultaneously pushing down the enemy's next tower. "It's alright, I'll lend you a hand, and then we'll be even," he offered. SB didn't hesitate to refuse. "No way. The enemy is playing dirty. If I stoop to their level, wouldn't that make me just like them?" In the face of a vengeful opponent, he upheld the principles of fair play. However, in the fierce battles among top-tier players, a single death can be exceedingly difficult to recover from. For Song Jinghao's Fiora to turn the tide, he needed at least the two-piece combination of the Trinity Force and the Hydra. Before SB could complete his build, the opposing team had already begun to crumble. After Gu Xing assisted Faker once, it was only natural for him to seize control of the mid lane. Coupled with Li Ruihong's inherent fear of the formidable Li, he was pressed to the point of suffocation. Li Sanghyuk knew precisely how to secure victory. Shedding the flamboyance of his S3 season's overwhelming assassination prowess, he now exuded a sense of understated brilliance. He did not aspire to dominate the lane, only to maintain lane control. Playing Rise, he roamed to provide support, exerting immense pressure on the side lanes and jungle. Gu Xing and his team played with remarkable ease. After gaining an advantage, Zi's prowess and positioning was unmistakably superior to that of Jack, proving to be exceptional as he aggressively engaged and dealt damage. His reflexes were indeed swift, dodging crucial enemy control with a flash, his execution a visual delight, effortlessly leading the team to victory in team fights. Such impressive microplay, Jack remarked as he observed Zi's almost surreal kiting with Varus, unable to suppress his admiration. "Isn't that hard on the wrists?" Just a glance made his fingers tingle. Varus, leveraging his passive vengeance, approached the attack speed cap, yet Zi's kiting displayed no signs of stuttering. It was fluid and seamless. It must be damaging to his hands. "I wonder if Zi takes care of them," Gu Xing thought, finding nothing particularly astonishing about this flawless kiting. He had witnessed L achieve extraordinary kiting with the 50 attack speed version of Kog'Maw, an operation that transcended mere script and became a reality under the deft fingers of Ji Songbin. "Slow down the push," SB exclaimed. Realizing he hadn't even had the chance to participate before the skirmish concluded, his anxiety mounting. "My Hydra isn't ready yet. Who is waiting for you?" Gu Xing and his team surged forward with great momentum. Playing solo is like this. After all, the outcome in solo queue hardly concerns you. "Are you still not accustomed to it, my beau?" SB exclaimed in frustration. The anticipated revenge plan was thwarted by that pesky Rek'Sai, leaving them at a disadvantage. In the confrontation against Ma Ran, Song Jinghao had only managed to force out an enemy flash without securing a single kill. Just you wait. Song Jinghao seethed, his chest heaving with anger, yet no one paid heed to his thoughts as Gu Xing and the others pressed on to obliterate the enemy's nexus. We got it, Gu Xing exclaimed joyfully as he collected his points, glancing at the data panel before seeking out Kuro. This is unacceptable. You've been completely dominated by Faker. Yet it was not untrue that Kuro had fallen victim to Faker's early aggression. Kuro thought bitterly. Though such words would never escape his lips, for fear of casting aspersions on Gu Xing ultimately, it's our excavator who played poorly, Li Ruihang lamented. He barely secured any kills throughout the match, merely frolicking in the jungle while you look at Xiaogu's spider. The pressure is palpable, a pure jungler gap. Jack nodded in agreement. Old Li, your rhetoric is always on point. Even this you can twist into praise for old Gu? Hee, Kuro replied with a hint of pride. What can I say? It's a gift. As the group engaged in merry conversation, SB, feeling neglected, resorted to guzzling down his drink. The bitter liquor burned his throat. A familiar pain. After a day of rest, VG embarked on a new journey, preparing to face OMG. This year, the light of the stars finally emerged from the aftermath of the explosion that had rocked the S5 team. By leveraging youth training draws and acquisitions, they formed a formidable domestic duo of double CS, complemented by Xiao Wu and top laner Xiong, resulting in a commendable overall strength. Among them, In's exceptional landing prowess had once posed significant challenges for Kuro, even achieving a notable play. Regrettably, their team coordination was lacking, yet under Gu Xing's leadership, they managed to turn the tide twice in unfavorable situations, ultimately achieving a comeback and clinching their second victory in the inter-team competition. VG's next opponent was IG, who had made a name for themselves with their youthful vigor during the summer split. For 22, hide, continue to hide, they urged. Hiding away until today we shall discuss the current patch, Hongmi announced from the center of the training room, flanked by computers and a tactical whiteboard. Riot has released patch 713, and the official notice indicates that our match against IG will implement it. It is worth noting that this patch is of considerable significance. The VG players seated around him nodded in understanding. It is well known that Riot conducts two major updates each year, at mid-year and year-end. These updates coincide with the new season, preseason, and mid-season patches, dividing the year into two segments through patches and event planning. In truth, if one were to delve deeper, the first and second halves of the year are not devoid of fluctuations. Within the spring and summer phases, there are significant patch updates, whose influence, while not on par with the major preseason and mid-season updates, still alters the gaming environment. This spring's major patch 74 from Riot Games focuses on diminishing the once dominant assassins during the preseason by collectively reducing the effectiveness of armor penetration items. This adjustment aims to curtail the output capabilities of assassins and mitigate their threat to fragile backline champions. One could say that this is characteristic of Riot's approach. The designers had recently implemented a change delaying burst damage, modifying the mechanics of assassins. Consequently, during the first half of the spring season, the performance of assassins in both ranked play and professional leagues was nothing short of terrifying, with champions like Kha'Zix and Rek'Sai reigning supreme over the Rift. Naturally, Riot was reluctant to immediately acknowledge that their updates to assassins had resulted in a distorted food chain within the game. Instead, they attributed the issue to the overpowering nature of armor penetration items, concluding that such items emboldened these assassins. The designers subsequently weakened these items, leading to a precipitous fall from grace for assassins, particularly Kha'Zix and Rek'Sai, while simultaneously allowing misfortune to assert her dominance in the latter half of the spring season, which had profound implications for the mid-season invitational. Patch 713 is poised to be a pivotal update for the summer season, directly influencing the competitive environment for the latter half of the year. First, let's discuss the overpowered champions from previous patches, said Homie, as he activated the projector to display the patch notes. Galio's base armor has been reduced, and the base damage of his Q, Winds of Justice, has been lowered, while his ability power scaling has been enhanced. Evidently, the former adjustment aims to increase Galio's difficulty in the early landing phase, while the latter seeks to diminish his advantage when building full tank. The total reduction of Galio's base armor by 3 points may seem negligible at first glance, yet it significantly impacts his survivability. Given that armor is a prime example of diminishing marginal returns, each point of armor becomes increasingly vital during the early landing phase when values are low. Moreover, Galio is inherently a melee champion. When he occupies the mid lane, he is inevitably susceptible to harassment from ranged adversaries. The reduction of one armor point will directly diminish his landing prowess. The decrease in damage from his EQ combo primarily affects his control over the lane. As a quintessential roaming mid laner, it is imperative for Galio to quickly clear the minion wave in the mid lane to facilitate his support for teammates. The nerf to his primary wave clear tool, Q, Winds of War, subtly undermines Galio's roaming potential. To be frank, this nerf stings quite a bit, Gu Xing mused, resting his chin in his hand. However, I don't foresee any substantial problems, Kuro remarked, demonstrating a clear understanding of Galio's mechanics. As long as the numerical reductions aren't overly harsh, he can still find his place in the game. Gu Xing, akin to Faker's epiphany during the Intercontinental Tournament, recognized that Galio's strength lies in his mechanics, making him exceptionally suited for the competitive stage. Indeed, Homie nodded in agreement. Now, let us turn our attention to another overpowered champion, Zac. His Q, Stretching Strike, has had its casting range for the second hit reduced from 300 units to 200 units, slightly diminishing his control strength. Within Zac's skill set, his E is primarily used for closing the gap to initiate fights, making it challenging to directly control enemies from a distance in professional play. In this context, the revised Q, Stretching Strike, becomes a crucial component of Zac's control chain. Often, players, in their quest to ensure skill accuracy, will strategically position their initial Q ability on minions or jungle monsters, subsequently utilizing the empowered auto-attack version of their second Q to effectively control their opponents. The recent reduction of skill range by 100 units undeniably imposes constraints on Zac's control mechanisms. With both Galio and Zac being nerfed, won't that alter the dynamics of the draft phase? Jack exclaimed with enthusiasm. Excellent. I've long harbored discontent towards those two. Since the summer season began, these champions have firmly established themselves in the ban list. Teams daring enough to unleash them have often faced dire consequences, as exemplified by SKT's struggles during the Intercontinental Tournament, where they were overwhelmed by the E-based strategies. Not only Yuwenba, but also many professional players have grown weary of the monotonous ban pick patterns, craving a sense of novelty. Now, with the overpowering champions being weakened, it is only natural that they may be liberated from the ban list. Galio should be temporarily removed from the top-tier position. Homie responded to Yuwenba. However, Zac's status remains uncertain, as he pressed the keyboard to switch to the next patch notes. There have been changes to jungle equipment. Gu Xing immediately perked up upon hearing his role. Homie began explaining the patch details to his teammates. Firstly, the jungle knife now offers an enhanced mana regeneration effect. Gu Xing lifted his gaze. Previously, champions who constructed jungle items received a 180 base mana regeneration bonus while in the jungle. This figure has now increased to 225. At first glance, it may seem trivial. However, for most tank champions, whose auto-attack output is generally modest, their jungle clearing primarily relies on abilities. With few exceptions of characters that are mana efficient, most struggle with mana sufficiency. The enhancement to the mana regeneration capability of jungle equipment undoubtedly enables tanks to thrive in the jungle. Next, the modifications to the Smite jungle knife, including the Bambi's Crutch, have been introduced. Originally priced at 1,100 gold, the patch has reduced its cost to 900. A 200 gold reduction with only an 80 health point sacrifice. Do not underestimate the trade-off of 80 health points for 200 gold. For tank champions, they are more than willing to accept it. Homie was confident in his assessment. Theoretically, the basic item, Ruby Crystal, valued at 400 gold, offers 150 health points, meaning that the price for 80 health points should be slightly above 200. However, we must remember that champions building Smite are predominantly frontline tanks. Unlike carry roles that can amass significant gold to enhance their own development, tanks' role within the team inherently leans towards functionality, akin to blue-collar workers, providing ample crowd control and durability for the team to succeed. Thus, the primary concern for frontliners is to acquire the most equipment in the shortest time possible, bolstering their early to mid-game strength. The reduction in the cost of tank items translates to a significant boost for them. With an early acquisition of Smite, tanks may even pressure fragile ADCs in the early game. In addition to the base attribute adjustments, The equipment itself now inflicts an increased burn damage bonus of 100 to non-hero units, up from 50, whether it is clearing lanes or jungling. Efficiency will experience a significant enhancement. The improvements to the residual giant's jungle knife are particularly pronounced, remarked the Redmi glasses. The health points are reduced by 75, and the price is lowered by 200 gold. Furthermore, the additional health increment rises from 15 to 20. Gu Xing let out a slight hiss. If the adjustments to Bambi's residue have rendered tanks more formidable, then the updates to the residual giant statistics elevate tank junglers to a revered status. Exchanging 75 health for 200 gold is a fair trade. Considering the economic conditions and practical needs of tanks, this represents a modest gain for frontline heroes. However, the latter enhancement of additional health points is undeniably exaggerated. If one were to craft an item granting 500 health, it would essentially provide a free 100 health. Coupled with the amplification of blue recovery in the jungle, it is evident that the priority of tank junglers will undergo a transformative leap in professional competitions. Now you understand why I assert that Zac will remain popular in the jungle on the competitive stage, right? Redmi shrugged. Even if he lacks a blue bar and misses out on the benefits of blue recovery, the enhancements to the residual jungle knife are a tangible boon for him. Zac's inherent characteristics dictate that the higher his health, the more his form expands. The residual jungle knife aligns exceptionally well with warrior classes. How ruthless. Kuro, who had just been elated by the unban of Galio, suddenly fell silent. Does Riot have to keep targeting Gu Xing? He was profoundly dissatisfied with the direction the designers were taking. The bolstering of tank junglers equated to a direct diminishment of Gu Xing. Despite Gu Xing's extensive hero pool, capable of selecting both squishies and tanks, when it comes to the ability to carry, one must still rely on jungle cores. Should frontline junglers become prevalent, it would be challenging for Gu Xing to play a core role in this meta. How then can tank support achieve victory? Li Ruihang's frustration only deepened. League of Legends designers. If Gu Xing can't carry, are you going to win for me? Redmi continued to unveil the patch notes. The adaptive helm's health attribute has been increased by 50, and the abyssal mask has also received enhancements. The designers have abandoned pretense. Their intentions are transparent. They are determined to strengthen tanks. Gu Xing furrowed his brow. Damn it, SB muttered, echoing a phrase he had recently learned from a member of the Lightning Wolves. They might as well delete all warrior heroes and only allow tank heroes on the roster. Song Jinghao faced a predicament identical to Gu Xing's. He prided himself on being a versatile warrior, mastering various top lane champions. Capable of both carrying and surviving, he possessed a solid understanding of tank heroes as well. Yet, the issue remained. It is inherently difficult for tanks to carry the entire team. Excluding particular cases as general examples, frontline support lacks the damage output, rendering their role in team fights inferior to that of carry positions. With the designer's recent changes, tank heroes have ascended, posing a direct threat to VG's proud upper jungle strength. Since last year's transfer period, anticipation for VG's upper jungle has been palpable. The combination of the top-ranked player from the 2S6 World Championship and the FMVP forms a system that could rightfully be considered the strongest upper jungle globally. However, allowing the two to engage in tank games would hardly exert influence over the overall situation. Homie attempted to soothe the team's emotions. The 713 patch is not entirely bad news for us, he said, a smile gracing his lips. The trials we endured in the first half of the summer season have finally borne fruit. As soon as the patch notes were released, the VG training room erupted with thunderous cheers. Well done. Duan Deliong clenched his fists, releasing his inner emotions through a shout. Riot's designers better brace themselves. Fantastic. Yu Wenba's smile was so broad it nearly skewed his face. This is the day we've been waiting for. Even the previously troubled Gu Xing burst into laughter. The patch details that prompted this collective transformation among the VG team pertained to changes in support items, specifically the ancient coin. Riot had finally grown weary of the scene where the bottom lane's protective support items clashed in a melee and decided to introduce a modicum of unpredictability into the support ecosystem. The designers could not possibly buff the long-range poke supports that Duan Deliong had mastered. At least, there were no indications of changes to the Spell Thief's edge. Thus, the ancient coin remained the sole option. In version 2713, the gold reward for picking up the ancient coin increased from 20 to 25, while the mana restoration improved from 8 of lost blue mana to 15. when players upgraded the ancient coin to high-tier items such as the Nomad's Medallion. The gold reward would soar to 40. This enhancement thrilled the VG players immensely. Fortunately, we kept our dual protection support composition under wraps, Gu Xing said, beaming with joy. If we had deployed it during the summer season, the designers would have surely nerfed it. His comment received unanimous agreement from the VG team. They had already witnessed Riot's ruthless tendencies. The midsummer patch exhibited Riot's unscrupulous suppression of strong teams in vivid detail. As Gu Xing stated, had they revealed their trump card earlier, the designers would not have hesitated to target the soft support composition. And the enhancement of the ancient coin would have been a mere fantasy. After a prolonged wait, the moment of fruition had finally arrived. And the excitement among the VG members was entirely understandable. This is undoubtedly splendid news, Kuro said with satisfaction. Can we use it? Homie furrowed his brow in contemplation. I suggest we wait a little longer, he shared his thoughts. Our aspirations for regular season performance are not overly ambitious. We might as well save this trump card for the playoffs, when the designers will be powerless to weaken it. The playoff version is fixed. By the time VG reveals their long-cherished trump card, Riot will have run out of options, leaving them to execute their strategy to the fullest. The group exchanged knowing glances, emitting a quiet laughter that resonated eerily in the confined space. This encapsulates the essence of the 713 patch, Redmi summarized, reorganizing the logical framework. The two dominant champions, Galio and Zac, have both been weakened, with Galio being removed from the permanent ban list. However, Zac benefits from the overall enhancement of tank champions in the jungle, likely maintaining his stable position. The remaining overpowered champion, Skarner, has not experienced any nerfs in the 713 patch, but due to the enhancement of Ancient Coin, he will most probably also leave the ban list, Redmi elaborated. Excluding multifunctional supports like Thresh and Rockin, who possess more complex roles. Characters such as Lulu and Karma do not synergize well with Skarner, at least based on the current version's understanding. Skarner requires lane pressure and is best suited for hard engages. If not, he should partner with resilient, short-range protectors. Pairing him with squishy supports like Lulu and Karma limits Kallista's ability to excel in skirmishes. Moreover, as tanks increasingly dominate the top and jungle positions, the AD carries will be compelled to select champions with superior damage output, Redmi confidently remarked. Kallista's damage in team fights is not particularly high. She may very well be rendered obsolete by this patch. Overall, Varus appears to be a stable choice for the bot lane, exhibiting versatility in pairing with various supports. His percentage damage and rapid tank shredding capabilities are noteworthy, he analyzed. The once popular Ashe is unlikely to find a place in the professional arena. Gu Xing nodded in agreement. Although Ashe had not yet become the underwhelming figure she would later be, her skill mechanics inherently limit her damage against tanks. A single locket of the Iron Solari can render her ineffective. Hawk's Flight was her key weapon for dominance in the competitive scene. However, in the aftermath of the 713 patch, its utility seems diminished. In the gritty environment of the jungle, the vision provided by Hawk's Flight is undoubtedly valuable, allowing the jungler to capitalize on information discrepancies for offensive maneuvers. Yet, the 713 patch evidently favors tanky junglers. Even if Ashe were to use Hawk's Flight to ascertain the enemy jungler's position, what then? Should they rely on champions like Rek'Sai to challenge the barrel-wielding jungler in a solo duel? While Hawk's Flight has its merits, it no longer justifies excessive investment of BP resources. Its priority must be lowered. At this juncture, Gu Xing raised his hand to contribute his insight. I believe that Elise remains an excellent choice in the jungle matchup. Elise has not fallen victim to the designer's sweeping nerfs, maintaining her strength. Isn't that a bit ambitious? Lord Ho expressed doubt. Elise's presence in late-game team fights is rather minimal. Compared to sturdy frontline tanks, Elise indeed lacks presence in team engagements. It's merely about the offensive pressure, Gu Xing countered. However, the benefits Elise brings to the team are substantial, as long as she can set the pace. The team stands a good chance of victory. As I perused the contents of the 713 patch notes, I noted with interest that the bounty for eliminating the Vanguard has been elevated from 25 to 100, thereby enhancing the significance of the Vanguard in gameplay. It is evident that opting for a tanky jungler will not yield the same resource control as the Spider. Redmi cast an approving glance, concurring with Gu Xing's assessment. Indeed, aggressive jungle champions have been severely constrained by the tank meta. To distinguish oneself, one must adopt an extreme approach. Characters like Lee Sin will undoubtedly find it challenging to feature in the 713 version, given their unstable gank potential and the necessity of reaching level 6 for crowd control. The Spider and Rek'Sai are perhaps among the few non-squishy tank heroes capable of making an appearance in this new version. The early ganks of these two champions exemplify a brazen ruthlessness. Once presented with even the slightest opportunity, they can swiftly secure kills. Therefore, Gu Xing. While you practice tank junglers in your recent ranked matches, do not neglect these two heroes. They will invariably prove useful, Redmi urged. He then surveyed the other team members in the training room. Next, we shall discuss the remaining updates in the 713 version. The core logic of version 713 is to clarify the status of tanks, yet the specifics extend far beyond this. Redmi must dissect the version meticulously for his team, fearful of omitting crucial details. The VG players listened intently, striving to comprehend the new version to refine their champion pool accordingly. The version seminar continued well into the night. Yet the curtain for version 713 was just beginning to rise. VG must brace itself for a fresh challenge. 423, a novel strategy. The entire VG team stood at the ready, promptly immersing themselves in training for the new version. However, the adjustment proved to be exceedingly challenging. What on earth is going on with you all? Came the disgruntled mutterings of Xiaobai from his phone. The quality of this practice match is utterly subpar. Kuro chuckled awkwardly, but remained silent. Gu Xing sat in his ergonomic chair, gazing at the training room whiteboard, which detailed the recent practice match results. It must be said, VG's performance in the scrims was less than stellar. Having faced Dragon Ball for an entire day, VG's win rate plummeted to below 40. Upon reflection, this was indeed the first occurrence this year. It was no wonder Xiaobai lamented the quality of their practice matches. Noticing the silence from the VG players, Peanut pressed his advantage. Ha ha ha, so you all have your off days too? He crowed triumphantly. Our Dragon Ball team is finally on the rise. Dragon Ball's recent performance has been outstanding. Ever since their return from the Intercontinental Tournament, they have surged forward, unbeaten thus far. Peanut had been rattled by the criticisms from the Inven forum for several days, but he was finally regaining his composure. Does it affect our Dragon Ball team's victories? He mused. The more the Korean netizens fumed, the more determined he became to win. Upon hearing the taunts from the younger members of his former team, SB felt a wave of dissatisfaction. Are you still looking down on VG? If you dislike it so much, why not find a more suitable team to join? Xiaobai detected the irritation in Song Jinghao's tone and quickly shifted to a playful demeanor. Oh come on, can't I tease you just a little? You once mocked Dragon Ball quite a bit, brother Jinghao. You cannot be so hypocritical. The scheduled training match must proceed. Which teams are we set to compete against? Although Peanut's words were laced with ridicule towards VG, he could not bring himself to cancel the training match. After all, it was VG that extended a helping hand during Dragon Ball's most challenging times, assisting them in regaining their form and even developing the Jin strategy. Despite the fact that Jin was nerfed after VG utilized it in a single match, it is undeniable that VG indeed provided significant support to Dragon Ball. Peanut believed in being grateful and could not abandon VG simply because of their recent decline in training match performance. That would be akin to being a fair-weather friend. Furthermore, if they did not schedule a match with VG, whom else could they train with? It is worth noting that Dragon Ball currently boasts an undefeated record in the LCK. Yet their win rate against VG hovers just above 60%. The proverbial skinny camel is larger than a horse. VG's undeniable strength made it difficult for Peanut to find an adequate alternative. Tomorrow, we must face KT, Peanut remarked as he perused the schedule. Upon our return in the evening, we can engage in another round of training matches to help VG find their rhythm. Thank you. Gu Xing expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Normally, training matches would not be scheduled on the same day as a competition, as players need appropriate rest after a long day. Peanut's willingness to propose an overtime training session to assist VG in refining their strategy was commendable, granting much-needed respect. Gu Xing felt a twinge of guilt, as the other party was unaware that VG had concealed a dual support strategy within their lineup. Although the team had previously showcased the strengths of this strategy to Dragon Ball at the beginning of the summer season, they subsequently abandoned it, with no trace of the dual support style appearing in either training or competitive matches. Due to the structural composition of their roster, Dragon Ball was unable to replicate VG's approach, leading them to disregard it. They assumed VG had encountered difficulties or perhaps faced issues of adaptation, forcing them to abandon the dual support strategy. Are you able to schedule a training match like this? Will the coach agree? Song Jinghao asked curiously. Shouldn't you report to him? It doesn't matter, Peanut replied nonchalantly. Is there anything wrong with us working overtime for a training match? The Dragon Ball players had begun to lose faith in coach Kim Jong-soo. They noticed that he seemed ineffective, particularly after the team suffered devastating defeats in international competitions. Not only had the Korean online community lost confidence in Dragon Ball, but the players also ceased to unconditionally respect the coach's authority. While their performance in several matches against the LPL was mediocre, the players felt that even if they were at fault, the coach bore some responsibility as well. Dragon Ball was once again on the rise, utilizing strategies born from Khan's innovative ideas, which had little to do with Kim Jong-soo. The roster included both novices like mid and top, as well as seasoned veterans like Xianming. In a world that often prioritizes seniority, Kim Jong-soo was at a disadvantage. All right, Kuro waved at Peanut through the phone screen. See you tomorrow. After concluding the video call, Homie, who had been diligently reviewing the training match footage, finally rose to speak. Our performance in the recent training matches has been rather mediocre. He surveyed the room, keenly observing the expressions of each VG player, as if attempting to deduce their psychological states through their visages. What pleased Homie immensely was the calm demeanor exhibited by the VG players. Their mental fortitude remained unshaken despite the decline in match results. The team members were not devoid of emotion. Rather, they had acclimatized to this rhythm. Even Jack, the least experienced among them, had faced the designer's iron fist on several occasions. The various strategies employed by the developers over the past year had become second nature to the entire VG squad. However, to speak candidly, the average state of our training matches was anticipated, Homie remarked. If we were able to disregard the nerfs imposed by the developers, that would indeed be peculiar. Riot's relentless bolstering of tanks in version 713 aims to diminish our dominance in the top and jungle roles, forcefully bestowing the responsibility of carrying the game onto the dual carries, which poses significant challenges for VG, especially considering we must also conceal our dual protect soft support system. It had been previously noted that VG's dual carries employed a subcore strategy. To establish an absolute core, it currently necessitated the use of a dual protect setup, complemented by soft support to ensure a conducive environment for Jack's output, while allowing Yu Wenba to fully unleash his formidable damage potential. However, VG, keen on keeping their trump card hidden, was hesitant to utilize it indiscriminately, wary of it being pilfered and prematurely deployed in the competitive arena, thus inviting further scrutiny from the developers. With insufficient resources to protect the ADC, Jack faced considerable difficulty in advancing during team fights, making him vulnerable to being swiftly eliminated by enemy fire. Given the constraints on the top and jungle roles, and an ADC unable to fully express his capabilities, it was unsurprising that VG's training match results were subpar. Nonetheless, today's training match was not entirely fruitless. Homie smiled as he spoke. Thanks to Longzhu, everyone received a valuable reminder. What accounts for Longzhu's continuous victories in the current LCK? He rhetorically questioned and answered. Because of Jace. Homie presented the recent hero statistics of Khan to the team. Since the conclusion of the Intercontinental Championship, Khan has played Jace in 5 matches, achieving victory in all while maintaining an average damage output of 777 points, contributing a staggering 361 to team damage, leading an economic advantage by 35-22, and boasting a 44 minion lead in the first 15 minutes. Truly a dominant performance. Upon revealing the intelligence provided by E, a cacophony of discussions erupted within the VG training room. Goodness, are those statistics even attainable by a mere mortal? What a terrifying Jace. Khan is undoubtedly formidable. Could he be considered the top Jace in the LCK? I have witnessed his 2 matches, where he relentlessly pressured his opponent, often leaving them unable to even gain experience. Hey, Mike, would you dare to challenge him? SB, hearing this, immediately stood tall and proud. Just kidding. MSI didn't just let him off easily, did they? I thought Khan wouldn't be a big deal back then. In this moment, and in another, Homie cautioned him against arrogance. During the mid-season tournament, Jace was unavailable for Khan, and his prowess was considerably diminished. His landing strength is formidable, and when he secures Jace, he can be regarded as a historical powerhouse. Khan first emerged in the professional realm with the moniker of a Jace specialist. The renowned captain of Piltover's 2nd Battalion is also notorious for his landing abilities, often rendering his opponents incapable of self-sufficiency. In the 5 matches this summer in the LCK, Khan has nearly dominated every opponent with Jace. However, today we are not here to discuss Khan's brilliance with Jace. Homie promptly redirected the conversation, but rather to analyze this champion. Why did Khan abandon Jace during the MSI to the Intercontinental Cup? This question could be answered by SB, because from the mid-spring split onward, armor penetration items were weakened. Coupled with the fact that Jace himself was also adjusted by the designers at Riot, rendering him insufficient to exert pressure on opponents in the early to mid-game. Upon closer inspection, Jace can be seen as an innocent victim of circumstance. The designers initially aimed to indirectly weaken assassins, unintentionally affecting Jace, who also relied on armor penetration items. After suffering significant nerfs, Captain has found it increasingly challenging to assert his dominance on the battlefield, remaining in an awkward state of obscurity. It was only after Khan returned from the Intercontinental Cup that he once again unleashed Jace to wreak havoc. Indeed, Homie concurred with SB's perspective, but have you considered why Khan suddenly reversed course after the Intercontinental Cup and brought Jace, who had fallen from grace, back to the stage? Gu Xing, of course, was unaware that he had inadvertently inspired Khan during the post-match handshake. Is it because tank heroes are in vogue? He speculated. The frontline poses no threat to Jace. Jace heavily relies on skill execution, in the hands of a specialist. This champion fears characters with longer ranges or those close combat heroes who cannot be easily dispatched yet possess high execution potential. Pure tanks find it challenging to exert pressure on him. It is often said that the skills of frontline bruisers yield commendable damage output, but that is merely the extent of their capabilities. When it comes to burst damage, tanks simply do not measure up. They excel at utilizing shields or healing methods to sustain themselves in lane, gradually gaining control through relentless trading. However, tanks typically lack the range to approach Jace and initiate a trade. They may find themselves severely wounded before they even reach the captain. That's correct, Homie nodded. Among the regular tank top laners, only Poppy possesses a certain degree of resistance. The two-tailed little cannon possesses face-engaging capabilities and, with steadfast presence, can block Jace's Q ability in hammer form. While the landing phase may be challenging, once the Ice Fist emerges, leveraging the percentage damage from Q, hammer shock, she might just secure a solo kill. At the S6 World Championship, many blue-collar top laners utilized her against Jace. The results varied, but overall, among tank champions, only Poppy could achieve such feats. Another contributing factor is the increased price of the Doran shield. Bruisers equipped with defensive items can only start with a single health potion, making it incredibly difficult to withstand pressure in lane. Against Jace, a single potion is hardly sufficient. At this moment, there are no runes like Wind of Revival available, leaving the heroes in the lane with limited options for enduring pressure, making it easy for Jace to reduce their health. Subsequently, the second lieutenant can leverage the lane control in the upper lane to choose to freeze the wave near the tower, allowing the jungler to roll in and snowball. Ultimately, Khan's audacity to apply pressure in the top lane is closely tied to the efforts of the jungler. Homie elaborated. He knows that Peanut will be there to protect him. Jace is particularly wary of jungle ganks. In professional matches, the margin for error is minimal. If he gets ganked and killed a few times in the early game, it could squander the critical golden period of lane dominance, potentially rendering him ineffective. Especially since Peanut excels at playing Elise, a tempo jungler capable of aggressive ganks. Their synergy often rips open a gap in the top lane. Homie shifted his tone, speaking with fervor to uplift team morale, but we, VG, possess a similar top jungle setup. Jinghao and Xiaogu, in terms of strength, can match or even surpass that of Dragon Ball's top jungle. He turned to the two. Why can't we utilize Jace? Gu Xing fell into contemplation. If the top laner could select Jace, it would undoubtedly alleviate the team's pressure significantly, by making SB the absolute core of the team. The dual carries could return to their rightful roles, allowing Song Jinghao to shoulder the burden of damage output. The entire VG would then operate within their familiar territory. In the current version, Jace's only flaw lies in the immense pressure he faces offensively. Should the game extend into the late stages, the opposing tank champions would surely shine in team fights, using their sturdy frames to shield against Jace's enhanced cannon, exerting influence over the situation that exceeds that of the second lieutenant. However, Gu Xing deemed this cost acceptable. The principle is akin to that of the jungler Elise. With VG's rapid assault advantage, as long as they can snowball quickly, they can secure victory before Jace's power peak concludes. Song Jinghao also considered Jace to be an excellent choice. Let us do it. He wholeheartedly agreed. I'll pull out Jace shortly to regain my touch. SB had previously been proficient with Jace, having utilized him extensively during his time with the Tigers. Upon joining VG, he had frequently selected him during the spring season, forming the sharpest blade of the team alongside Gu Xing, piercing deeply into the enemy's heart. However, after a long hiatus from playing, he felt somewhat rusty. Song Jinghao needed to warm up before he dared to bring the second lieutenant onto the stage. Homie ultimately made the decision, in the 7.13 version. Let's develop a protective system centered around Jace. With the immediate issue resolved, the atmosphere in the training room suddenly lightened and became jovial. Gu Xing specifically initiated a custom game, selecting several suitable junglers to practice farming and various techniques for aiding the top lane. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that he returned to his dormitory to wash up and rest. As he pushed the door open, he spotted his friend S figure. Xinggu, you even bought a CD player? Ding Ran inquired with keen interest, glancing at the desk. He was currently enjoying the summer break of his freshman year, with his parents busy with work, so he decided to spend time at his brother Ding Jun's place. Yes, Gu Xing replied, retrieving a change of clothes from the wardrobe as he made his way to the bathroom. Guanshan gifted me an album, so I bought a CD player to listen to before bed. After obtaining Gu Xing's consent, Ding Ran activated the CD player to play the final battle. He childishly leaned over the table, mimicking the song's prelude. You know, this CD player sounds remarkably different from QQ music. Ding Ran mused, lost in the auditory experience. The treble is sweet, the mid-range precise, and the bass profound. In short, it's simply transparent. You've watched too many undercover films. I suspect it's a psychological effect, Gu Xing replied casually while adjusting the spray nozzle. Isn't it said that anything under 10,000 yuan is merely for sound? Perhaps. Ding Ran said, stretching lazily on his bed. Do you feel confident about your match against IG tomorrow? I thought your performance in the training match was rather average. Of course I do, Gu Xing answered without hesitation. Even if we lose every training match, I still believe I can win on the actual stage. Ding Ran felt reassured. Resting his hands behind his head, and reminded his friend, I just saw the roster released by IG. Tomorrow's lineup is a toss-up between Cuz, Zest, and the young prodigy. The jungle has two options, Audi Cuz or the Shining. Due to the mid-laner's restrictions, the jungle cannot solely comprise Korean imports, necessitating a rotation. IG manages to showcase an extraordinary variety in these three positions. During the first half of the summer split, IG consistently elevated the Audi Cuz's combination. If they won, they would continue with it. If they lost the first game, they would evaluate whose performance was the weakest and substitute them to observe the water cooler. If the ADC falters, that's easily rectifiable. Yet, if there is an issue with the jungle, a complete swap is required. This comical scenario often drew derision from the audience. As the tournament progressed, the initial jungle combination's performance lagged significantly. Audi's individual prowess was already questionable, and Cuz was thoroughly outmatched by Gu Xing, leading to inconsistent performances on the stage. When the jungle duo combined, they achieved an astonishing 112. It was evident to all that their capabilities were lacking. Furthermore, Gu Xing clearly had the upper hand over Cuz. Before the match, it was widely anticipated that IG would deploy the Shining as the starting player. The draft has begun. Zhe Yuan's loud exclamation drew her focus back to the arena. The draft board was prominently displayed for all spectators. 424, an unexpected decision. IG possesses the priority for this match and has secured the blue side, promptly banning the versatile Varus. Zhe Yuan announced. With the version transitioning to 7.13, the blue side regained dominance in the draft. This shift was primarily due to the nerfing of the once dominant champion Galio, allowing it to be temporarily removed from the ban list. Skate shoes, while favored by the current tank-supporting meta, had seen a decline in popularity due to their limited teamfighting output, thus not necessitating a ban. In specific compositions, they remained powerful. Yet their status was evidently not as lofty as before, akin to Galio's current standing. Consequently, among the three formidable champions, only the nerfed pseudo-supermodel Zac remained. Its strength now in question. There is no need for the blue side to bear the burden of additional fixed bans. Naturally, it will be more advantageous than the red side. To err on the side of caution, Homie refrained from releasing Zac. IG's second ban was directed at the Spider, a champion that Xinggu excels with. In an effort to alleviate some pressure from Ku's jungle, observed Su Xiaoyan, surprised by the ban information displayed on the BP panel. I thought that in version 713, the spider would fall from grace, yet its priority in professional play remains remarkably high. This marks the inaugural day of competition for version 713. Her limited understanding of the matter is entirely reasonable. However, IG's head coach, Mafa, is well aware of the spider's strengths and possesses a clear insight into Gu Xing's capabilities. This spring, Ku's, a rising talent, was rendered ineffective by an aggressive playstyle. Allowing Gu Xing to secure a jungler with such formidable single-point burst potential as the spider could indeed spell trouble. VG promptly banned Syndra, a champion that Ro-Ji excels with, to prevent him from exerting excessive pressure during the landing phase. Song Yijin displayed a look of resignation. To be fair, Syndra is not particularly formidable in this AP-heavy version. Her late-game team-fighting output pales in comparison to champions like Jace and Orianna. Yet, every team facing IG deliberately targets Syndra, primarily because the other members of IG do not pose a significant threat, thus avoiding unnecessary use of bans. If Ro-Ji is neutralized, the entire team effectively becomes silent. Ironically, Song Yijin's playstyle emphasizes landing, making the excessively dominant Syndra his most threatening weapon, and banning her is entirely justifiable. Mafa, furrowing his brow, paced behind the player's bench. Following the dismissal of Chris, the burden of BP and training pressure fell solely on him, leading to an overwhelming sense of stress. Mafa, primarily engaged in training, is not well versed in BP, and his style can only be described as conventional. Now, witnessing Homie's targeting of Ro-Ji, he momentarily found himself at a loss for a countermeasure. Perhaps we should ban Thresh, suggested Song Yijin. I've noticed the opposing support frequently employs him with considerable effectiveness. As a quintessential support champion, Duan Dalian's proficiency with Thresh is unquestionable. Moreover, its skill set allows for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, making it a formidable presence among supports. Lacking a better idea, Mafa acquiesced to Ro-Ji's suggestion and placed Thresh in the ban slot. In retaliation, Homie eliminated Braum. This champion is too cumbersome for Duan Dalian and poses excessively high power in small skirmishes, capable of safeguarding backline allies with great efficacy. Although Jack had previously encountered a Braum with a shield maneuvering backward in a casual match, one cannot guarantee that the opponent will consistently make mistakes. Thus, banning him is the most reasonable choice. Su Xiaoyan eagerly shared her observation. The Xiye duo has been left unbanned. The Phoenix Legend is undoubtedly the sole two combination currently dominating the bottom lane. Possessing the ability for self-preservation, Xiye, paired with the unassailable initiation prowess of Rakan, augmented by their synergistic mechanics, allows the Xiye duo to unleash an insurmountable effect when united. Galio is also outside, murmured Ziyuan, analyzing the ban pick situation. It appears IG has been set up. The situation is rather grim. With Xiye, Rakan, and Galio being three formidable champions, IG could only select one, leaving the others to be claimed by the red team. Upon witnessing the red team ban Braum, Mafa realized he had been outwitted. VG was evidently strategizing against him. The red team executed their countermeasures flawlessly, making the most of their final ban slot, turning the tables and forcing IG into an exceedingly difficult predicament. Aware of the challenging situation, Mafa felt the relentless countdown pressuring him to make a swift decision. Compelling himself to remain calm, Mafa fell into deep contemplation. He was reluctant to allow the Xiye combination to fall into enemy hands. His own player, the young Xiye, was already not particularly strong in the lane. And if VG South bot lane secured this powerful duo, they might easily dominate the lane. In contrast, the recently nerfed Galio in version 7.13 seemed less critical to Mafa. After much deliberation, he decided to seize the stronger champion Rakan from the Xiye duo, leaving Xiye for Galio. Without hesitation, the red team promptly summoned both champions. This was precisely what they needed. Through adept maneuvering during the ban pick phase, they had successfully reversed the tables. This feels great, exclaimed Jack, joyfully patting his belly. This match is going to show the opponents just how formidable Xiye truly is. No one in the team disagreed. Yu Wenba had previously showcased his proficiency with Xiye at the beginning of the summer season, and his skill was indeed impressive. This champion's inherent mechanics synergized wonderfully with Jack. Our Blade Caller provides an untargetable state, complemented by the Featherstorm, significantly ensuring Xiye's output environment. Jack possessed an acute sense for damage output, but lacked defensive capabilities. Xiye is one of the rare ADCs endowed with self-preservation abilities. Her skill set made her exceptionally compatible with Yuwenba. Redmi cautioned, Jack, do not underestimate. If they have Rockin, he might initiate and eliminate you in an instant. Oh, have no worries, Jack confidently assured. I'm far too familiar with Xiye. Does he think he can best me with his mediocre skills? Dream on. Gu Xing cast a skeptical glance at Yuwenba. Some players, upon perceiving their opponents as inferior, become overly aggressive, disregarding their enemies as mere targets, reveling in a style that is rather aesthetic when it comes to crushing weaker foes. Conversely, some players, upon recognizing their opponent's strength, adopt a defensive posture, striving to meet the challenge in their best form. Jack undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. If he believed you were weak, you had already lost half the battle. Yuwenba often fell victim to overconfidence, leading to untimely defeats. Gu Xing worried that Jack might again be outsmarted by Xiye. Before he could voice his concerns, Kuro shouted, Wow, Kuz is really daring to pick that. Li Ruixing was brimming with enthusiasm. Gu Xing looked up to see the champion selection screen, revealing Rek'Sai. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. How bold? Kuz, has he not received enough education? Kuro ignited the flames. Sales consultant, step up and show him a thing or two. Make him regret it. The selection of the excavator evoked a fervent response within the venue. Even in the live streaming room, numerous viewers engaged in discussion, causing a sudden surge in the barrage of comments. I see Uz has lost his mind. He can't truly believe that possessing a signature hero surpasses Xing Gu's prowess. Can he? I recall during the spring tournament, Kuz chose the excavator, only to be routed by Xing Gu's Qiyana, fleeing in disarray. Who would have thought he would use it today? If Kuz doesn't outperform today, it's already a success. To be fair, I admire Kuz. He dares to pick Rek'Sai in front of Xing Gu. It's quite reasonable. As the saying goes, the best way to conquer fear is to face it head-on. How else can he prove himself without picking Rek'Sai? Kuz, adjusting his rune talents, felt his hand tremble upon grasping the mouse, seemingly devoid of feedback. A mere tilt of the head from the chicken could catch a glimpse of his jungler's reaction. Don't be afraid, he reassured while locking in his choice of Skarner. I'll help you in the jungle. Song Yijin feared that before the match even commenced, his teammate would experience a mental breakdown. Exactly. The young spirit quickly comforted the jungler. With Rookie, what is there to fear? He can carry effortlessly. Kuz took a deep breath to calm his nerves. Yesterday, the team had strategized their BP situation, discussing there's potential synergy between the top and mid lanes. If the two could coordinate their ultimates effectively, they might wreak havoc. Orianna was also a hero that Song Yijin excelled with, so there was no issue in selecting her. Only Xing Ji's counter position remains to be filled. Ziyuan eagerly glanced at the BP board. Let us see what champion he selects to counter Rek'Sai. The character that appeared in the hero selection frame left him utterly astonished. Tree? The IG players whispered amongst themselves. What is going on? Audi, with a round face, was stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. Did the opposing team make a mistake? The chicken was equally perplexed. Since the launch of version 7.13, he had yet to witness a tree in the jungle. Kuz gasped in apprehension. A foreboding sense crept into his mind. Could it be that I am the one who will suffer? The appearance of the treant also stirred a significant uproar in the audience. Goodness, the tree can jungle. Is Xing Gu starting something new? A scientific experiment? EDG is ecstatic. Mingkai opened the live stream just to see Xing Ji's performance. If the tree performs well, they might replicate it in a couple of days. This is truly impressive. This is the first time I've seen a tree capable of jungling against an excavator. Who knows? Xing Gu surely can't play tree with Ignite, right? In a pure 1v1 duel, Rek'Sai should have the advantage. While the barrage of comments continued, the director timely presented the recent changes to the tree. In version 7.13, the tree's base health increased by 25 points, his ultimate's range has been enhanced, and the cooldown has been reduced. Su Xiaoyan read from the script. To be honest, this buff is indeed substantial. With the talent veteran Scar, the tree can venture out with nearly 600 health points in its bare form. This talent is a staple choice among tank characters, offering a straightforward and powerful attribute enhancement. Investing talent points to the maximum yields a 4 increase in total health. For tanks, the cost-effectiveness of this talent far surpasses that of other runes. Furthermore, when one considers the additional health bonuses from the Crystalline Giant's Jungle Knife, it becomes evident that this is an enormous boon for the tree. Su Xiaoyan articulated her analysis with clarity, stating, Makai can easily achieve an extraordinary level of durability when it comes to jungle clearing efficiency. The tree's AoE percentage damage from its saplings ensures it is far from slow in the jungle. Her enthusiasm grew as she spoke, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This strategy from Xinggu seems genuinely viable. The players exchanged heroes, solidifying their team compositions. The blue team IG featured a top lane Jarvan, jungle Rek'Sai, mid lane Orianna, and bot lane Janna with Ezreal. The red team VG comprised a top lane Jace, jungle Makai, mid lane Galio, and bot lane Xia with Alistar. Overall, IG's composition is quintessentially IG, Ziyuan remarked with a clever analogy. They aim to conclude the battle swiftly, banking on their early game to withstand VG. Su Xiaoyan pondered for a moment before responding. In contrast, VG's composition boasts a robust control chain, yet I can't shake the feeling that it lacks damage. I believe the lack of damage isn't a significant issue, Ziyuan expressed his viewpoint. After all, IG's composition isn't particularly tanky, featuring only 2 semi-tank characters in the top and jungle roles, which VG can certainly handle. Especially Jarvan. Despite his seemingly high durability, he finds himself in a rather awkward position against Jace. His initial itemization will likely be Black Cleaver and Hydra, and by the time he completes the Gargoyle Stoneplate, it will be at least around the 27-minute mark, Ziyuan reasoned. Moreover, considering he is landing against Jace, his development will undoubtedly be delayed. In summary, both sides aim to conclude the match before it transitions into the late game. Otherwise, the top lane Jace becomes ineffective, and the ADC Kalista loses her potency. Behind IG's player bench, Mafa felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. Upon witnessing Makai in the jungle, anxiety stirred within him. The root of his concern lay in the information gap. He had not received any intel on Makai's jungle role prior to the match, and assumed it was merely a secret weapon upon seeing Gu Xing select it. Naturally, he was left flustered and bewildered. After a brief moment, Mafa steadied himself, offering calm encouragement to his teammates. Everyone, stay composed, just play normally. Facing a Makai jungle isn't a significant problem. With the diecast, IG had no choice but to press forward. In stark contrast, the VG players appeared relaxed and unfazed. Xiaogu, are you ready? SB teased with a grin. If you can't figure this out, you might just become the school beauty. Quit barking, Gu Xing shot back. Just wait and see how I carry this game. The Makai jungle strategy was a tactic VG had pilfered during a practice match against KT 2 days prior, where it had proven remarkably effective and helped the team dominate VG. Upon observing the clever strategy, Gu Xing decided to adopt it for his own use. The coaching staff and players of VG are not omniscient. Even the premier professional teams globally number at least 10, all engaged in refining strategies and experimenting with the meta. Occasionally, appropriate borrowing of ideas proves necessary. The reason IG remained oblivious is quite simple. They were unable to arrange training matches with top LCK teams. Although Song Yijin had once departed from KT, years have passed, and the team has undergone a complete overhaul of players, resulting in a tenuous connection. Even if the coach, Li Jian, remained, KT's aspirations are firmly set on the league championship, leading them to primarily schedule matches against teams of equal caliber that have participated in international competitions. Even when they occasionally seek practice against lesser teams, they generally refrain from crossing regions. IG's response to the 713 meta was somewhat delayed, catching them off guard as Gu Xing executed a strategy that had been pilfered and sold back to them. Everyone remember the review of yesterday's scrims. Hongmi emphasized before removing his headset. Let us aim for a quick resolution and test Jace's strength. With assurances from the team, he felt reassured and confidently made his way to the stage to shake hands with Mafa. Gu Xing cracked his knuckles, and as the loading screen appeared, he began devising his offensive strategy for the game's opening. The cheers from the fans resonated thunderously, faintly penetrating his noise-canceling headphones, only to be completely overshadowed by the booming sound effects of the Rift's arrival. Group up for the bot lane, Gu Xing commanded. The opposition may place wards in the brush. His judgment was well-founded. VG's composition was a quintessential protection system, necessitating that Jace be comfortable for the team to function effectively. Logically, Gu Xing's initial jungle route would commence from the bottom, thereby facilitating SB's pressure. Consequently, he could not afford to neglect the landing situation in the lower half of the rift. The duo IG secured comprised of Skarner and Rockin, whose combat prowess and wave-clearing ability at level 1 surpassed that of VG's Xiye and Alistar. With capability and space at their disposal, Gu Xing was confident that IG Spot Lane would not forego the opportunity to push for level 2, to ensure a safe acquisition of level 2. Establishing a ward in the brush was imperative. Once the ward was placed, Duan Dalian's Alistar would find it challenging to engage, lest he risk being pressured by IG's 2 long-range champions. Should the support retreat, the parallel positioning principle of the bot lane would be compromised. And if Jack attempted to contest the lane, his position would become perilously vulnerable. It is worth noting that Skarner is regarded as one of the most formidable ADCs in terms of early chase potential. Should Jack falter during the level 2 contest, he might expose himself to being struck down by Kalista, whose E ability, Rend, could inflict significant damage and reset cooldowns, potentially leaving you win boss severely weakened. Thus, Gu Xing was certain that Baolon would come to secure that ward. He deliberately led his team to ambush there at the earliest opportunity. Observing the match from a godlike perspective, Ziyuan remained unaware of Gu Xing's strategic mindset. The positioning of IG appears relatively scattered, seemingly indicating a desire to adopt a defensive stance. Their level 1 team composition lacks the potency required to invade VG's jungle. Cuz, utilizing the rather ineffective Rek'Sai, alongside the underwhelming strength of Orianna at level 1, would be utterly misguided to lead an incursion into VG's territory. Baolon stationed himself at the river's edge, vigilant against potential incursions from the opposing side. As Su Xiaoyan observed the cameraman focusing on Luo, she began to narrate his movements. At 1 minute and 10 seconds into the match, Baolon has yet to spot any enemies and seems intent on placing a ward in the bottom lane. But he is walking straight into VG's trap, exclaimed Su Xiaoyan, her tone rising sharply. VG has already grouped together, lying in wait within the brush of the bottom lane. The few spectators in attendance gasped as they witnessed Baolon inching closer to the impending ambush, their cries echoing through the arena. Unbeknownst to Baolon, he was en route to his doom, still preoccupied with contemplating his team's forthcoming offensive strategy. According to Cuz's plan, IG aimed to leverage Gu Xing's route from bottom to top to create opportunities. Once the tree reached the upper quadrant, VG's lower half would inevitably be left vulnerable. Cuz would then have unhindered access in the lower jungle. The duo in IG's bottom lane pushed the minion wave toward VG's turret, anticipating an easy tower dive for a strong kill as Rek'Sai arrived. After all, the young player was adept with the skateboard shoes, renowned for her unparalleled tower dive capability in the early game. To execute this plan of a wave manipulation and subsequent tower dive, it was imperative for IG's duo to secure level 2 first, thus gaining control over the wave to gradually push it forward. To ensure the success of this strategy, Baolon arrived at the bottom lane just before the minion wave crossed paths, poised to place a ward in the brush. However, just as he approached, a formidable Alistar burst forth from the foliage. With a swift motion, Alistar swung his robust arms, accompanied by a flash of golden light, colliding with Luo and sending him soaring into the air. Duan Wangye utilizes Q Flash, leaving Baolon no time to react. Ziyuan thought to himself, internally condemning Luo to execution. Luo, being inherently fragile, had believed that the bottom lane would remain advantageous, armed with the recently buffed ancient coin, which provided no health bonuses. Ultimately, he fell prey to VG's trap. Gu Xing followed up with Q, Thorn Smash, maintaining control and sending Luo careening skyward once more. The collective damage from 5 players descended upon him, depleting his health bar in an instant. First blood has been drawn, Ziyuan proclaimed with fervor. Just over a minute into the match, Baolon has already surrendered his first life. The kill was claimed by Jace's hammer, a rather unfortunate turn of events for IG. Baolon was left in a state of bewilderment. Why had all 5 enemies been lying in wait in the brush? Had they been overly influenced by the antics of Demacia? Meanwhile, Audi, witnessing Baolon's demise, felt a pang of dread. This was dire. Why was the first blood attributed to Jace? Baolon's turmoil extended beyond the loss of first blood. I didn't get the ward placed, he exclaimed, his typically soft voice rising as he alerted his teammates. Upon observing VG's 5-man ambush in the brush, he promptly abandoned his intention to ward. After the trinket is placed, it does not vanish into invisibility immediately. Rather, it disappears from enemy vision after a brief interval of 2 seconds. During this fleeting moment, the 5 members of VG can easily destroy the ward with a mere 3 attacks. Consequently, Bao Lan refrained from placing a ward in the brush by the lane. This indicates that IG not only granted first blood bounty to Jace, but also neglected to establish a ward for the crucial level 2 advantage in the bottom lane. By the time Bao Lan resurrects and returns to the bottom lane, the minion wave has already shifted, and the opportunity may have slipped away. Cuz sighed in frustration. At the time of the mishap with the support, he was stationed at the river. Upon seeing Gu Xing's silhouette appear in the bottom lane, Cuz contemplated crossing the river to invade VG's jungle for a forced buff exchange at the start. However, he hesitated. While a buff exchange would allow Cuz to gain control of the upper half of the canyon, thereby preventing Jace from exerting pressure, it would yield little beyond that. Even without applying early pressure, Jace, armed with the 400 gold from First Blood, could still afford a moment of leisure, maintaining an advantage over Jarvan. IG's bottom lane could hardly withstand Gu Xing's onslaught. How could a Kalista, who had started even, possibly play without applying lane pressure? Cuz could only adhere to his original plan, hoping that his bottom lane duo could secure level 2 as intended. The voice chat within VG was filled with jubilant exclamations. How about that? Gu Xing eagerly sought recognition. Am I not impressive? I told you the opposing support would definitely come. Amazing. SB beamed with delight. What a thrilling experience. Having secured 400 gold effortlessly, he returned to base to procure a longsword and replenish a potion, enhancing his combat prowess to its zenith. Ready to exert pressure on Audi in the lane, Gu Xing returned to the jungle, commencing his usual routine by clearing the blue buff in the lower half of the map. As the commentators noted, Makai's jungle clearing speed is not particularly slow. It was precisely this aspect that Gu Xing valued, prompting his decision to adopt this champion. Thanks to Makai's passive regeneration, he sustained minimal damage while successfully dispatching the blue buff. After reaching level 2 and acquiring his E-skill, Gu Xing chose not to continue farming, but instead ventured to place a ward at the choke point leading to VG's blue area via the river. Only then did he proceed to the upper half of the map. Meanwhile, the contest for level 2 in the bottom lane had escalated to a fever pitch. It became evident that the absence of a ward in the brush had significant consequences. As soon as Duan Deliong entered the lane, he concealed himself in the brush. Bao Lan could no longer afford to place a ward alone. Xiye was acutely aware of the situation and was poised to approach the brush. In those 2 seconds, he and the hiding Alistar could swiftly eliminate the trinket before it became invisible. The brush was untenable, and the position at the minion wave's intersection would be trapped by the opponents, making it exceedingly difficult to secure level 2. After conferring briefly with Xiaobai, Bao Lan resolved to place both trinkets in the brush. With 2 wards and 6 health points, VG's duo would undoubtedly struggle to clear them. By seizing vision in the brush, Bao Lan felt emboldened to advance. However, during the time it took IG's bottom lane to establish vision in the brush, Xiye seized the opportunity to land 2 hits on Bao Lan, following up with a Q double-edged for some added harassment. Even so, this did not impede Bao Lan's pursuit of level 2. Without flash, Duan Deliong's Alistar dared not confront IG's duo aggressively. Fearing being caught and pursued to his demise by the slippery shoes of the enemy, he took 2 steps back, relinquishing the initiative to the opponent. Simultaneously, Xiao Duan reported the known information to Gu Xing. The opposing bot lane has no vision. With the placement of 2 wards, the items of IG's duo would take 3 minutes to recharge. Gu Xing pondered for a moment, understanding the situation clearly. On the commentary platform, Ziyuan was unaware of the psychological warfare between the players, merely observing the situation unfold. Rek'Sai started in the top half, leveling up to 3 with the blue buff, the magic toad, and the red buff below. Cuz had not brought any experience runes in this match. He had to rely on conventional methods to reach level 3. The absence of experience runes was a strategic decision based on the team compositions. Gu Xing, playing the Treant, although it was Cuz's first encounter with this champion, he could deduce that it was a purely tanky hero. Being tanky implied a lack of emphasis on personal growth, focusing instead on map control and assisting teammates. This would likely trigger the experience catch-up mechanism. Cuz was concerned that if he carried the experience rune, it could be exploited by Gu Xing, ultimately becoming a tool for the opponent's victory. Moreover, he recognized that the tactical focus of both team compositions was vastly different, likely leading to a mismatched start. Cuz planned to ambush the VG duo. Thus, the top jungle area would inevitably be vacant, potentially exposing him to Gu Xing's invasion. Should he choose the fast level 3 route, specifically through the single buff and the river crab. The jungle would provide Gu Xing with ample resources. He did not wish for the opponent to secure too many jungle camps, allowing the Treant to gain economic advantage, which was why he opted not to carry the experience rune, instead following a conventional route to clear the blue buff and magic toad, leaving Gu Xing with merely a trio of wolves in the top jungle. Cuz is moving towards the bot lane. Su Xiaoyan closely monitored Rek'Sai's movements. He seems intent on diving the VG duo. IG's bot lane has begun to accumulate waves after establishing lane control. Ziyuan interjected, his expression growing serious. If the excavator arrives, there truly seems to be a chance for a successful tower dive. The control from the jungle support duo, combined with Kallista's high early damage, made diving a feasible endeavor. Suddenly, the director shifted the camera to the Treant. After finishing the F6 camp, Gu Xing did not head straight up, but instead turned back down. Ziyuan noted this previously unnoticed detail, astonished. He actually went to farm the wolves? What an unusual jungle route. The Treant summoned his son, utilizing Q, Thorn Strike, and the smite damage to defeat the Shadow Wolf, reaching level 3. He then made his way to the bot lane. A counter-ambush, Su Xiaoyan exclaimed. Gu Xing sensed that IG was attempting to dive the VG duo, which is why he adjusted his direction and returned to the bot lane to set up an ambush for Cuz. Whispers of discussion arose in the audience. Loyal fans had witnessed Gu Xing's counter-ambush performances before, yet they remained awestruck. From their viewing perspective, they could not discern where IG had faltered, as Gu Xing had detected an unseen danger. The director shifted the focus back to Rek'Sai, who had already infiltrated the VG jungle, making her way towards the grass behind the enemy's next tower. Cuz harbored concerns that the VG duo had established vision at the juncture of the lower lane and the river, prompting him to excavate a tunnel from his own red zone into the dragon pit, subsequently traversing the lower river. He remains utterly oblivious. Brother Xing had previously placed a ward at the narrow passage leading to VG's blue zone. Su Xiaoyan was consumed with anxiety. Cuz movements have been completely deciphered by VG, and Brother Xing is now resolutely committed to ambushing from the rear. The IG players are entirely unaware. They pushed the cannon minion wave forward, eager to engage. Cuz even found himself cheerfully envisioning the subsequent plans following a presumed kill. He held unwavering faith in Gu Xing's movements in the upper half of the map. Upon entering VG's lower jungle, he noted the blue buff camp was devoid of activity. Mid laner Ro Ji, confident in his lane control, had previously placed a decorative ward in the VG Raptor camp, finding that the F6 camp had also been thoroughly cleared. Coupled with the earlier timing of Gu Xing's first blood in the lower lane, it was easy to deduce that the tree was on a route from blue to the upper jungle. Cuz was certain of his assessment. Maneuvering Rek'Sai away from the rear brush beside the enemy's next tower, targeting the VG duo huddled under the tower. The excavator flashes in, launching Xiye into the air, while Rockin follows up with Grand Entrance. Aiming to complete the chain of control, Ziyuan showcased his commentary prowess, his pace accelerating dramatically, yet Lord Duan's reaction was astonishing. First, he utilized his horn to repel Rockin, seizing the opportunity to reposition himself beside his marksman, using Earth Shatter to send Rek'Sai flying. Duan Delion, despite being only level 2 with his flash still on cooldown, strived to shine brightly, contributing to his team. With 2 sequences of control executed flawlessly, the situation was reversed in an instant. Body Slam pushed Rockin aside, rendering the blue team's chances of reaching Jack's futile, and the control from Grand Entrance failed to materialize. Q. Earth Shatter sent Rek'Sai airborne, preventing IG's currently most potent jungler from inflicting damage on Jax. Yu Wenba's space for survival was thus created, prompting him to hastily cast his healing spell. Though he bore the ignited mark from his former adversary, he benefited from a movement speed boost that aided his retreat. As he moved backward, Jax unleashed Q, double strike, tossing feathers forward. Brother Xing has arrived. With Ziyuan's exclamation, the visage of the twisted Treant emerged at the periphery of IG's vision. Cuz's heart raced, causing him to falter momentarily. Hadn't the tree been clearing the upper jungle? Why was it now in the lower lane? Cuz realized the impending danger. He frantically opened his mouth, attempting to alert his teammates to retreat in his rudimentary Chinese. The young player had just thrust 3 spears into Xiye, failing to diminish her health below half. Upon seeing Gu Xing's approach, he recognized his inability to secure a kill and hastily retreated. However, Baolan's escape was a fraction too slow. Gu Xing, unhesitant, flashed in with twisted advance towards Rakan. Baolan was paralyzed with fear. He worried that if he used gleaming quill or flash to escape, the treant would follow closely behind. In that scenario, he might inadvertently obstruct Kid's escape route. Baolan could only watch as the treant transformed into a mass of moving roots and approached him. Q Thorn Strike. Xing Gu sent Luo flying backward, crashing into his own duo. Xiao exclaimed softly. Hook. The earlier dual blades had left behind 2 feathers, combined with the feather blades from the basic attack, creating exactly 3. The hook propelled the feathers to sweep across the bodies of the IG jungle and support, ensnaring both in place. What a magnificent hook. Su Xiaoyan's tone was filled with delight. VG's next tower is still bombarding, and IG's jungle and support can't escape. The turret struck down Rek'Sai, then locked its sights on Luo. The turret, fully primed, dealt terrifying damage. The child, fearful of being caught in the crossfire, hurriedly fled. He was wary of VG's formidable control chain this match, opting for Purify instead of healing. As a result, Kid could do little to assist his struggling teammates beneath the tower, unable even to offer a token gesture of comfort. Baolan has been ignited by Duke Wang. Knowing he cannot survive, he simply refrained from using his flash. Ziyuan's exuberant voice echoed throughout every corner of the venue. Ultimately, it was Jack who secured a double kill. Xing Ji's ambush was a resounding success. The fans' fervent cheers nearly lifted the roof. In the online streaming room, the barrage of comments was vividly authentic. Damn. I declare IG can start throwing in the towel. Cuz's attempt to dive under the tower was indeed like a grandma sneaking into bed with grandpa. Quite amusing. It seems Cuz's task this match is to crumble all 3 lanes. Current progress. 13. Xia's 2 kills at the start still playing with hooks. While others have gear better than skate shoes, who is actually the one under pressure? In the backstage lounge, Mafa sat in the center with his hand covering his forehead, his demeanor extremely troubled. Manager Su Xiaoluo wore an expression of utter displeasure. How could there be a jungler with such a mindset? From the outset, he had fixated on that bot lane tower dive kill plan. Not a hint of adaptability. The substitute Gu Xing, tall and robust, sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Isn't the intent to attack the bot lane too obvious? Ning questioned, perplexed. Why be so stubborn? The Shy silently rubbed his chin. He understood Cuz's thought process quite well. It was simply being obstinate. The Shy himself was no different. Or rather, this was a common flaw among many ranked players. They often analyze the lineup before the match and then determine a clear main strategy. For instance, in this game, IG aimed to win by assisting the bot lane. How to assist? Undoubtedly, the best way was to dive early to help the child secure kills. Not only would they lose their lives, but they would also suffer a loss in minions, making it a double loss. In this back and forth, Kid successfully established an advantage. And from there, it was simply a matter of protecting him to continue the fight. Cuz was doing just that. From the beginning, he had been committed to that philosophy, never wavering. As for other strategies, Cuz either hadn't conceived any or had chosen not to implement them. Stubbornly fixated, he was determined to pursue the tower dive route. This tactic genuinely works wonders in casual ranked matches, consistently proving effective. The reason is simple. In ranked games, communication among teammates is infrequent, and most players only focus on their own performance. Techniques such as counter-ganking are seldom employed outside the professional arena, implying that few would dare to obstruct him. In the absence of counter-ganking, a straightforward approach like Cuz can yield significant benefits. By diligently cultivating his prowess, Cuz can effortlessly secure victories in ranked matches. This highlights one of the inherent flaws of the ranked gameplay system. The outcome hinges on offensive strength rather than defensive strategies. As long as one can identify vulnerabilities and exploit them, triumph is virtually assured. As a prodigious jungler of renown, Cuz finds it challenging to adapt swiftly. Previously, during an all-star match in the Korean server, he encountered Gu Xing, where his rigid approach led to his downfall when Gu Xing countered his gank. This scenario has now seemingly repeated itself. Cuz remains perplexed about which aspect of his plan went awry. He can surmise that VG likely had preemptively placed vision wards in the river, allowing them to anticipate his movements. However, even accounting for this, the time from his exposure to the initiation of the tower dive was barely 10 seconds. After spotting him, Gu Xing, even if he hurried to the bot lane, should not have been able to traverse from the upper jungle to the battlefield in time. Where, then, did the miscalculation occur? Across the stage. The VG players revel in laughter. Gu, old Gu, your nose is sharper than a dog S. Jack, fully convinced, swiftly clears the minion wave beneath the tower with his teammates' assistance, returning to convert his gold into equipment. The entire process of planning and executing the countergank was orchestrated under Gu Xing's leadership, leaving Yu Wenba in awe. Kuro hastily interjects, Jack, what gives you the audacity to speak to Gu in such a manner? I apologize, Jack stammers. Gu Xing beams with satisfaction. One can only say the opposing jungler is rather inexperienced, he boasts, thinking he can challenge me? He should return to practice. Initially, Gu Xing placed vision wards in the river after clearing the blue buff, primarily to serve as a precaution. If the bot lane duo faced a tower dive threat, they could retreat to safety in the nearby brush. His intention was to assist Jace in the top lane to extend their advantage. However, subsequent information prompted Gu Xing to reconsider. A brief report indicated that the IG duo had invested their only 2 vision wards in the lane brush, with Balon sustaining some health loss, determined to secure control of the brush and achieve level 2 first. This revelation raised Gu Xing's suspicions. Would a typical bot lane duo expend such resources merely to seize level 2? With all their wards spent, the bot lane had no vision control just 3 minutes prior. It became evident that IG must have ulterior motives. Gu Xing then speculated that Kuz genuinely intended to engage the VG duo and swiftly returned to prepare for a countergank. Indeed, his intuition proved correct. A successful countergank resulted in the enemy jungler and support being eliminated, yielding a tremendous advantage for VG. Gu Xing then returned to clear his swamp frog, periodically checking the top and mid lanes. Since SB noticed Kuz's presence in the bottom lane, his gameplay has become exceedingly aggressive. Although Audi was already trailing by 400 gold, the proud harassing ability of Jarvan IV paled in comparison to that of Jace. Song Jinghao possessed 2 potions, complemented by the life steal from Adoran's blade, showcasing a superior lane presence over Jarvan IV. With a significant gap in personal prowess, SB completely seized the initiative in the top lane. In the mid lane, Kuro faced considerable pressure from Rooster during the early levels. It must be said that Song Yijin's landing skills are remarkably robust, as he continuously forced Kuro to struggle for breath. Li Ruihong opted for the Dark Seal and a refillable potion as his starting items, quickly exhausting his health potion. After clearing the 4th wave of minions, he returned to base to purchase Adoran's ring, utilizing his teleport to rejoin the lane. Consequently, Galio's landing pressure significantly diminished. Kuro's expertise in his specialized champion is quite commendable. Following the design changes in patch 7.13, which reduced the damage of Galio's Q, Winds of Justice, he diligently practiced in custom games, ultimately mastering the champion. The combination of Doran's ring and Dark Seal, along with his runes, allowed him to amass 45 ability power. Upon reaching level 4, Galio possessed a level 2 Q, Winds of War, enabling him to utilize his passive to eliminate 3 ranged minions with a single blow. This dramatically enhanced his wave-clearing efficiency, and as a melee champion, he no longer had to expend energy dealing with ranged minions, a significant boon for Galio. Even the wave-pushing capability of Orianna was suppressed by Galio. Before Orianna's Q command, attack, leveled up, her skill cooldowns were relatively lengthy, and her damage output was inadequate. Compared to Galio, she simply could not push the lane effectively. Consequently, control of the mid lane gradually shifted into Kuro's hands. Gu Xing felt quite confident in the strength of his mid and top lanes. Observing that VG held complete lane control in the upper half of the map, he planned to exploit any openings to ambush Rek'Sai. After clearing the magic frog and swiftly dispatching the bottom scuttle crab, Gu Xing tossed a sapling into the river bush and placed a ward at the dragon pit entrance before returning to base. In the current patch, Makai as a jungler is exceedingly troublesome. The key lies in his sapling toss. If not thrown into a bush, the sapling only lasts for 30 seconds. However, according to the patch notes from version 7.11, if the sapling is planted in a bush, its duration is extended, lasting for 3 of Makai's bonus health. This means that if Makai has 1000 bonus health, the sapling can persist for a full 60 seconds, providing utility similar to that of a ward while also explosively annoying the enemy. Thus, the priority for Makai as a jungler is to quickly acquire the Frostfang jungle item. With sufficient health, his vision control capabilities will increase exponentially. Therefore, upon returning to the fountain, Gu Xing buoyed by his 3 assists from jungle camps and the scuttle crab. Acquired the Frost Fang. The power of the patch 7.13 began to manifest, as the price of Frost Fang was significantly reduced to 900 gold, allowing him to purchase it upon his first return to base. For the Great Tree, the priority is exceedingly high, even surpassing that of the green jungle knife. The molten residue grants an impressive 200 health points, extending the duration of saplings in the brush by an additional 6 seconds. Coupled with its inherent enhancement to the hero's combat prowess, the molten residue is unquestionably worthy of being prioritized for purchase. Furthermore, following its modification, the additional damage it inflicts upon non-hero units has escalated from 50 to 100, signifying a substantial increase in jungle clearing efficiency for those who opt to acquire it. With threefold enhancements, there is no reason for the tree not to procure it. In comparison, the green jungle knife only provides 2 trinket wards, which are of lesser significance than the saplings for the Great Tree. Once equipped, the tree ventures into the upper jungle area, intending to clear the stone beetles and reach level 4 first. The clock is here placing a ward, Kuro notes on the minimap. The ward is positioned at the junction between the VG sharp-beaked bird camp and the upper river path, a strategic location indeed. After all, placing vision in the upper river brush would create false sight, rendering it less effective than positioning the ward closer to the VG jungle area. The tree adapts accordingly. Maibua and Kuro focus on pushing the lane. Just a moment, he succinctly outlines his strategy. As the absolute core of the team, the tree's command receives unanimous approval from the two. Zun, situated in the commentary booth, remains fixated on the unfolding situation, anxious not to overlook any detail. After finishing with the stone beetles, Brother Xing circles back to his own F6 camp and proceeds into the upper river. He deduces from the available information. Is he planning to invade the jungle? The magic swamp frog in IG's upper jungle is about to respawn. After clearing the minion wave, Jace promptly heads towards the upper river, while Galio in the mid lane accelerates his push. The meat chicken has nearly drained Kuro's health, rendering him incapable of halting Galio's advance. Witnessing this, Zun becomes even more convinced of his assessment, with both the upper and mid lanes pushing simultaneously. The tree's incursion into IG's jungle is unmistakably an invasion attempt. However, Brother Xing's movements have been detected by IG. Zun furrows his brow. The meat chicken had previously placed a ward at the VG jungle's upper river entrance, successfully spotting the Great Tree's whereabouts. Under his watchful eye, the Great Tree, lumbering and slow, makes its way into the upper river brush. Oh dear, Zun gasps in disbelief. The information accessible to the commentators is also partially available to Cuz. Coincidentally, due to that ward, he observes the figure of the tree entering the upper river. Meanwhile, VG's swift minion clearing in the mid lane does not escape Cuz's notice. His assessment aligns with Zun's. The health of IG's heroes in the solo lanes remains relatively stable, and the tree's flash is still on cooldown, making a tower dive impractical. An invasion of the jungle is the most logical option. Cuz weighs his options for a moment, hesitant to confront the level 4 tree equipped with molten residue head-on. Setting aside whether he could win a 1v1 against it, the disparity in his teammates' support strength is evident. Audi struggles to secure last hits under the upper tower, while the meat chicken's mana is nearly depleted. Even if he were to venture into the jungle to assist, the strength of IG's mid and upper lanes pales in comparison to that of VG. In the early stages, control proves to be invaluable. As long as the enemy is restrained, it signifies a pressure-free output. Yet, VG's jungler and support are brimming with crowd control. Cuz, hesitant to engage directly, resolves to concede his upper jungle to his ally, Gu Xing, while he himself maneuvers within the lower quadrant. Initially, Cuz intended to place wards within his upper jungle to scout the enemy's movements, but time was not on his side. Upon respawning, he found only a trio of wolves remaining in the upper jungle, which he promptly cleared, aiming to farm his way down and replicate his previous tactics to safeguard the bottom duo. Consequently, he currently finds himself in the lower area, and returning to the upper jungle is evidently impractical. Cuz must adapt to the existing circumstances and venture into the enemy jungle to exchange resources. During the skirmish in the bottom lane, Gu Xing's presence revealed the jungler's route, deduced from the changes in the jungle camps. Cuz anticipated the imminent respawn of the shadow wolves in VG's upper jungle. Thus he recognized that counter-jungling would yield considerable rewards. Without hesitation, he set forth. noting that his duo could push the lane, and made his way to VG's lower jungle. The river crab altar still stood, and Cuz took care to disguise his approach. Wishing to remain unseen by VG, utilizing the deceptive vision provided by the swift crab altar, he stealthily entered the enemy's territory. After a brief advance, he found himself mere walls away from the wolf camp. He first unleashed his Q ability, Primal Surge, upon the shadow wolves. The shockwave struck with precision. Cuz infiltrated the camp, bursting forth to send the monsters soaring. His claws had just begun to tear into the shadow wolves when an imposing and menacing figure emerged from the narrow side path, none other than the twisted Treant. Cuz's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked upon the tree before him. Wasn't it supposed to be counter-jungling in the upper area? How had it teleported to the lower quadrant? This was beyond comprehension. He scarcely had time to process this shock, nor the energy to ponder further. The immediate concern was to devise an escape. The moment Cuz took a step, the Treant swiftly unleashed Twisted Advance, ensnaring him in place. Subsequently, a Q ability, Thorn Strike, sent Rek'Sai deeper into VG's jungle. At this juncture, Cuz's ears were filled with his teammates' urgent warnings. VG's mid and support were offline, rushing to aid in the jungle. Among them, Galio, already possessing lane control, could respond with remarkable speed. The bottom lane duo of Xiye and Alistar lacked lane priority. Yet Duan Deliong recklessly abandoned Jack, leaving him to fend for himself beneath the tower, disregarding the minions entirely, determined to rush back to assist in their jungle. In an instant, Cuz found himself surrounded. It was only then that he grasped the peril of his situation. The shadow wolf camp lay far too deep. Escaping would require a lengthy journey. Finally, once his abilities were off cooldown, he once again burrowed underground, excavating a tunnel to evade the Trent's assaults. However, the Treant would not let him slip away so easily. The jungle teemed with brush, and Gu Xing could trigger enhanced effects with mere tosses. In the current patch, saplings boasted a base movement speed of 400, outpacing even a digging machine. The sapling detonated upon contact with Rek'Sai, its terrifying slow rendering his movements agonizingly sluggish. Kuro's Galio charged forward with his E ability, channeling Duran's shield to prepare a taunt. The unyielding Rek'Sai found himself utterly powerless against the taunt, rendered immobile. Duan Deliong approached, eager to secure an assist. With a ferocious charge, he propelled Rek'Sai into the face of a tree. Gu Xing showed no restraint, swinging his heavy fist downwards, landing another Q ability, Thorn Strike, and claiming the kill. The arena reverberated with Ziyuan's anguished voice. Cuz has fallen for the trap, he exclaimed. In his desire to invade VG's jungle for resources, he unwittingly stumbled into a meticulously crafted snare. Su Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. I must say, Brother Xing's strategy is remarkably intricate. He anticipated Cuz's incursion and deliberately laid a web of traps in VG's lower jungle, waiting for Rek'Sai to wander in. The director neatly unraveled the sequence of events, providing a replay of VG's trap setup. Gu Xing first feigned a passage through the vision set by the opposing team in VG's upper jungle, brazenly entering the river while creating the illusion of an impending invasion into IG's territory, accompanied by the top and mid laners. However, upon entering the river's brush, he swiftly evaded IG's sight and returned to base. Simultaneously, he marked the VG lower jungle, signaling his teammates to prepare for defense. He placed a control ward and arrived just in time to ambush Rek'Sai at the three-wolf camp. What a cunning move by Brother Xing, Ziyuan marveled. He made Cuz believe he was about to invade, luring him into swapping jungle camps, while the ambush had already been set. They were simply waiting for Rek'Sai to step into the trap. From the very beginning, Cuz has been entirely at Brother Xing's mercy, his psyche completely manipulated, leaving him utterly defenseless. The waves of excitement from VG fans surged through the venue, crashing against the walls, creating an uproar. The viewers in the livestream channel exhibited their sharp-tongued wit. Goodness, Brother Xing's intellect is astounding. This is the art of war, not just a game of strategy. Cuz, the sole jungler, clearly lacks understanding of Sun Tzu's principles and has fallen into a well-laid trap. I can't help but feel that Cuz resembles a stone golem, lacking in wisdom and utterly oblivious. What on earth is wrong with this jungler? Why is he so fixated on the three-wolf camp? I simply don't understand why IG insists on fielding Cuz. Is he somehow connected to Su Xiaoluo? In the backstage lounge, Su Xiaoluo's previously half-faded expression darkened entirely. He had no special ties to Cuz. He frequently shared amusing anecdotes with his teammates. The opposing excavator is truly too young. Unable to remain composed. Look, he's panicking again. Gu Xing struggled to contain his laughter at the end. To him, Cuz was a quintessential naive, displaying an exceptionally childish demeanor, akin to unpolished jade. With a mere nudge, Cuz would eagerly comply with his suggestions, exposing all his vulnerabilities. In the professional arena, Gu Xing contended with seasoned veterans, always engaging in a dance of deception, where every movement was laced with an air of cunning stratagem. Unexpectedly encountering Cuz, one is met with a gaze brimming with naive simplicity, devoid of any semblance of caution, which naturally elicits a sense of delight. It is as if one is graced by a certain innocent beauty. Had he confronted a seasoned veteran, he would undoubtedly have refrained from recklessly venturing into VG's jungle to exchange resources. The truly impeccable approach would have been to wait, to allow Audi to finish managing the minions advancing towards the tower, and for the top laner to retreat between the first and second towers, placing a ward over the wall into the swamp frog's lair to monitor Gu Xing's movements. Should he have indeed observed Gu Xing counter-jungling, it would not have been too late for Cuz to invade. Yet, Cuz disregarded all such considerations, allowing the singular mindset of a rank-style play to dominate his thoughts. Charging headlong into VG's jungle, IG's aggressive and fierce style rendered Cuz's gameplay rather rudimentary. His lack of synergy with his top lane teammate, with whom he struggled to communicate, resulted in both playing their own games independently. The truth proved that haste makes waste. Cuz succumbed to defeat twice in quick succession, and now the rhythm of the game was entirely lost. Gu Xing's offensive continued unabated. He was an expert at striking when the enemy was down. Ignoring his own 3 wolves, he hastened to the bottom lane to alleviate pressure on his duo. Gu Xing believed in reciprocation when it came to support. Just moments ago, Duan Deliang had forsaken the bottom lane minion wave to assist Gu Xing in the jungle, leaving Jack isolated under the tower and losing a considerable number of minions. Naturally, Gu Xing felt compelled to return the favor, providing some assistance to the bottom lane. The arrival of the tree forced IG's duo to temper their aggression, ceding control of the bottom lane, albeit temporarily, to their opponents. Aware that both he and Duan Deliang lacked flash, a forced engagement was impractical. However, he could still be a nuisance. He cast a sapling into the triangular bush at the bottom lane, utilizing its vision to spot a true sight ward, promptly dispatching it. The IG duo could only seethe in silence, helplessly watching as Gu Xing dismantled the ward and departed the bottom lane with 30 gold to his name. Subsequently, Gu Xing made his way to IG's Rift Herald camp, tossing another sapling into the adjacent bush. Even without a green jungle item, the presence of the sapling could still be employed to monitor Cuz's forthcoming movements. Having accomplished all this, Gu Xing returned to his own upper jungle, clearing the F6 camp before heading straight to the top lane. His audacity stemmed from the saplings previously placed in the lower area, which had detected the presence of Rek'Sai. The vision indicated that Rek'Sai had cleared the swamp frogs in IG's upper jungle before descending to the lower half. Yet, before he could act, he was ambushed, losing a significant portion of his health to the sapling explosion. The damage inflicted by the bush sapling could only be described as terrifying. A single sapling throw dealt 258 of the enemy's maximum health as magic damage. When tossed into a bush, that damage doubled, resulting in an astonishing 5,016 maximum health output. Cuz Rek'Sai had only just acquired a green jungle item, lacking any defensive equipment. The percentage damage from the sapling obliterated nearly 20% of his health in an instant. What truly instilled fear in Cuz, however, was not merely the damage itself, but rather the exposure of his position. This signified that his teammates within the canyon were no longer safe. Gu Xing could utilize his own trail to determine the direction for launching an offensive. Cuz hastily reminded his teammates, urging them to retreat a couple of steps in a bid to return to a safe position. It's too late. The voice of Audi echoed with urgency. Where are my teammates? I need assistance. Cuz switched the view to the top lane, witnessing Jace transform into hammer form and strike down. The slow effect from Q, skyward leap, rendered the prince immobile. Earlier, in cannon form, Jace had activated Hypercharge, achieving a terrifying attack speed, smoothly executing auto attacks with his colossal hammer against the prince. Audi's health continuously dwindled. If it were merely Jace engaging in a trade of blows, it wouldn't have been catastrophic. However, suddenly, from the brush connected to the river, a treant emerged. Audi's situation became precarious in an instant. Noticing that Jace delayed his crowd control, and with his movement speed significantly hampered, Audi realized he was at a severe disadvantage as the distance between him and the colossal tree diminished. If Gu Xing closed the gap, Audi would undoubtedly suffer a grave consequence. He could no longer afford to wait. Using Flash to create distance from Jace, he attempted to escape under the tower with an EQ combo. Yet, a flash of golden light appeared. Jace pursued him with a flash just as he raised his spear to flee. From beside the prince, the second lieutenant of Piltover swung his heavy hammer. Thunderstrike. The hammer struck the prince, forcibly interrupting his EQ combo mid-air. Gasps filled the arena. Goodness! Su Xiaoyan exclaimed that Jace's timely flash disrupted Audi's escapability. Audi felt utterly defeated. The prince's EQ combo was easily interrupted, and unfortunately, Jace's E skill was one of its counters. Deprived of his only means of escape, Audi was left vulnerable. Brother Xing has bound Audi, and Thorn Strike will slam him right in front of Jace. Ziyuan shouted. Switch back to cannon form, and send the prince packing with a surge of energy. VG has completely seized the initiative on the battlefield. IG is on the verge of collapse. An urgent notice. Please bookmark the new address. Free reading 427. Do you think I lack damage? Witnessing the growing disadvantage within the team, Cuz was in a state of panic, akin to an ant on a hot pan. So far, the entire IG team had yet to secure a single kill. Cuz was flustered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Many newcomers tend to feel nervous on the professional stage, and he was no exception. The situation was even more dire for him. His fingers trembled incessantly, leading to numerous ineffective maneuvers with the mouse, hampering his jungle efficiency. Cuz was burdened with more than just the outcome of a single match. He carried the weight of his future career. He didn't have to ponder. He knew the management in the backstage lounge must be deeply dissatisfied. After being ambushed and caught like a thief while attempting to swap resources in the jungle, if Cuz were a high-ranking executive determining the roster, he would certainly not employ such a jungler if he wished to turn the tide and alter the management's perception of him. There remained but one path, to stage a comeback and secure victory against VG. Yet, how easy could this path be? Under immense pressure, Cuz's mind was blank, momentarily unsure of what actions to take. Let's go protect Kalista in the bot lane, he suggested, cautiously voicing his thoughts. No way, the young player exclaimed, refusing the idea. Do you think we aren't suffering enough in the bot lane? That tower dive turned into a disaster, gifting 2 kills to Xiye. Now our duo, who initially held the advantage, can only strive to avoid a complete collapse in lane. Kid was reluctant to have Cuz return to the bot lane. If they were to repeat past mistakes, who would take the blame? You should assist in the mid lane, Kid urged, offering a strategy. As long as we can nurture Rookie, we might turn the tide. Are you sure? Cuz's heart was filled with trepidation. After being psychologically outmaneuvered by Gu Xing, he had become skeptical of everything. In summary, it boiled down to 6 words. First doubt, then belief. Seeing his young jungler's uncertainty, Kid instinctively stood tall. What nonsense! Is Rookie not capable of carrying us? You can question me, but dare not doubt the carry potential of Meat Chicken. I will surely teach you a lesson. Cuz realized his mistake and meekly agreed, hastening towards the mid lane. Theoretically, relying solely on Orianna and an almost collapsed early-game Rek'Sai, the damage output would be insufficient to eliminate Galio. However, Song Yijin had been performing well in his lane. Upon discovering his inability to push the lane as effectively as Galio, he shifted his strategy. Instead of focusing on controlling lane priority, he aimed to pressure Galio's health. Although Galio could easily dispatch ranged minions with a Q followed by a passive strike, dealing with melee minions remained a challenge. To contest lane control, he had to engage with basic attacks. Otherwise, relying solely on the high cooldown of his Q, Justice Punch, he would struggle against the long-range mage. As a short-range champion, Galio's forward basic attacks would provide opportunities for Orianna to whittle down his health. Song Yijin repeatedly used basic attacks to connect with his Q, command, attack, to chip away at Galio's health. Currently, Galio's equipment was average, lacking sufficient durability. After being worn down by Meat Chicken multiple times, his health had dwindled to half. Now, the combined burst damage from IG's mid-jungle duo was enough to send Kuro to his demise. As the match approached the 6-minute mark, Cuz seized the opportunity to tunnel from the side towards the mid lane, preparing to strike Galio. Su Xiaoyan's voice was urgent. Without hesitation, Kuro used his flash. Rek'Sai's flash was still on cooldown, leaving a gap between him and Galio. As long as Kuro maintained a straight path, it was impossible for the excavator to catch up. Only Orianna could provide crowd control. With a serious expression, Meat Chicken focused intently, initially hesitating to unleash his ultimate. Song Yijin understood that Galio held his E-Justice Punch, and if executed correctly, it could negate Orianna's R. Galio's E-skill had a mechanism akin to Jinx's W during the skill's channeling. It could ignore enemy crowd control and forcefully take flight. If Song Yijin employed a control mechanism devoid of preliminary motion, akin to the Grasshopper's ultimate ability, Grasp of the Underworld, the adversary would have no justification for evasion. However, the distinct wind-up of Clock's ultimate ability, Command, Shockwave, necessitates a preparatory duration before it manifests. Kuro, poised at the brink of the Shockwave's emergence, could unleash Divine Judgment to collide with Clock's ultimate during his own skill animation. At that juncture, although Galio would be swept into the air, he could still charge forward to escape. Consequently, Song Yijin hesitated to deploy his ultimate. Nevertheless, he found himself devoid of superior means to restrain Galio. The robust chicken had trained with IG for 2.5 years, brimming with audacity. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to initiate R, Command, Shockwave, in a bold attempt, gambling on Kuro's potential lapse in reaction, thus failing to execute Divine Judgment at the opportune moment. What if it succeeded? Rookie promptly flashed QR, unleashing his ultimate, while Ziyuan exclaimed with fervor that Kuro's reaction speed was astonishingly swift. As he sought to evade the shockwave with Divine Judgment before it even activated, the fleeting interval in which Galio could trigger the evasion effect with E was minuscule. Kuro's timing was indeed premature. As the animation for Divine Judgment concluded and Galio crouched to escape, the shockwave officially materialized. The effects of crowd control dissipated, sending Galio's hefty form soaring through the air. The forward displacement of Divine Judgment was interrupted, compelling Kuro to halt his advance. The IG jungle duo rejoiced exuberantly. Song Yijin was overjoyed, astounded that his gamble had proven correct. He immediately activated Command, Noise, to decelerate his opponent, charging towards the bloodied Galio alongside Cuz. Galio, channeling the Duran shield, fortified himself with damage mitigation. The revamped Galio's most vexing skill is undoubtedly W, Duran Shield. Its passive grants the hero a magical shield, rendering lane confrontations against mages considerably more favorable. The active effect not only facilitates seamless control via flash, but also diminishes the damage he sustains. Both magical and physical attributes are mitigated by the Duran Shield. Furthermore, upon activating W, Galio becomes immune to crowd control, allowing him to maintain his charge. Consequently, when Cuz attempted to launch him with Burrow, Galio absorbed a significant amount of damage. As the charge culminated, the Duran Shield taunted the IG jungle duo. They were relegated to relying on basic attacks to damage the bloodied Galio, while the robust chicken, despite holding Cleanse, opted not to use it. For all his skills were on cooldown, and utilizing Cleanse would still necessitate basic attacks for damage output. The courage of the Colossus endowed Galio with substantial shielding, and Ziyuan urgently remarked that Kuro seemingly could not be vanquished in the near term. As a tank imbued with crowd control, Galio synergizes remarkably with courage of the Colossus. Perhaps the bestower of this talent is, in fact, the Justice Colossus himself. Even though the courage of the Colossus has undergone meticulous scrutiny by designers post-creation, facing multiple nerfs, its potency remains. At level 6, should Galio find himself near an enemy hero, he gains a shield equivalent to 18 of his maximum health. The enemy jungler provided Kuro with over 100 points of shielding, a crucial factor at the 6-minute mark. During the taunt, IG found themselves utterly helpless against Galio. Basic attacks failed to even breach his shield. However, that was not the crux of the matter. After all, Galio had been pinned down, having used both his flash and E-skill, leaving him with no means of escape. The issue arose from Kuro's prolonged delay. From the moment he spotted Cuz emerging from the brush near the mid lane, Li Ruixing squandered nearly 10 seconds. In the realm of professional play, such a delay can be fatal. Xinge has arrived, exclaimed Su Xiaoyan. The visage of the treant materialized at the edge of the battlefield. 10 seconds is ample time for Gu Xing to traverse from the vicinity of the stone golem to the mid lane. The treant hurled his saplings into the brush, ensnaring Rek'Sai as he vaulted over the wall. Amidst Ziyuan's fervent shouts, Gu Xing swung his branch, using Q, Thorn Strike, to forcefully launch the excavator away from Galio. Cuz was in a frenzy. Just as he recovered from the taunt, he found himself ensnared by the treant. After sending Galio airborne, he had not a moment to act independently. He sought to finish off the low-health Galio with Bite of the Wild. Yet the Trent's recent Thorn Strike had propelled Rek'Sai far from Galio's reach. Lacking a mobility skill, Cuz was unable to pursue. The casting range of his abilities was already limited. He pounded the keyboard in desperation, but Rek'Sai in the canyon remained unresponsive. Rookie aimed to chase down Galio, but the sapling detonated, slowing his advance. Song Yijin decisively used Cleanse to break free from the control and surged forward, tossing out his Q skill. It must be noted that Rooster's performance with Orianna was commendable, showcasing remarkable skill precision. Despite Kuro's best efforts to evade, he could not escape the relentless pursuit of the doll. Yet, with a basic attack, the doll failed to eliminate Galio. The health bar of the Justice Titan was nearly devoid of color, yet he stood resolute. Ziyuan's keen eyes caught sight of the hero status bar in the lower left corner, prompting an immediate outcry, 7 health points. Can Kuro really survive this? His astonished tone reverberated throughout the venue. Seizing the moment while Orianna was momentarily immobilized after her basic attack, Li Ruixing continued to advance, creating a slight distance. Rooster still yearned to pursue. If he could just wait for his W to come off cooldown, he could secure the kill on Galio with the boost. However, just 2 steps into his pursuit, a sapling sprung forth from the brush in the river. It was unclear when Gu Xing had placed it there. The Trent's health had now recovered, and the sapling's duration was long enough to catch Rooster off guard. Rookie realized that aggressively chasing forward would be futile. Once the sapling detonated, the slow would impede him. Furthermore, Smeb, having secured lane control, had already come to assist. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yijin had no choice but to retreat. Indeed, Kuro managed to escape. Ziyuan could hardly believe his eyes. Despite all efforts from IG's jungler and mid laner, they failed to send him back to safety. The director's camera shifted to capture the intense clash between the 2 junglers. Su Xiaoyan, visibly excited, noted the impressive damage dealt by Xinggu, who was on the verge of obliterating Rek'Sai. Cuz, already lacking in durability, had fallen twice in quick succession, leaving him woefully under-equipped. Presently, he possessed nothing but a solitary green jungle knife. In stark contrast, Gu Xing boasted superior levels and gear, with the burning effect of his item inflicting excruciating pain upon Rek'Sai. The sturdy trunk of the treant relentlessly battered Cuz. The twisted treant was renowned as the hero with the highest base attack speed in the entire league. During the early game, when reliance on skill damage was minimal, rapid basic attacks translated to formidable combat prowess. In a final strike, Gu Xing dispatched Rek'Sai, turning his attention towards the clockwork mage. Song Yijin felt a sudden pang of dread. IG's jungler and mid laner were pursuing deeply, positioned near the brush above mid lane, a daunting 2,000 yards away from their own turret. With no flash and no cleanse, how could he escape? He could only watch helplessly as Gu Xing closed in. Galio retreated to a safe position, activating the honey fruit in the river to restore his health with 2 fruits before unleashing his ultimate, aiming to assist Xinggu in capturing the chicken. Kuro, brimming with confidence, activated R, Hard Bear Emergence. The champion skin's emblem materialized beside Gu Xing as 2 whirlwinds converged. Galio leaped into the air, his body crashing heavily beside the treant. The clockwork mage was sent soaring. Song Yijin was engulfed in despair. No matter how skilled he was, he required space to maneuver. Galio's ultimate entirely sealed off any chance of escape. VG's jungler could have slain the clockwork mage purely through damage, but ultimately, the kill was claimed by Gu Xing's Q. Su Xiaoyan's voice rose in excitement as she recounted the events. Despite Gu Xing and Kuro controlling 2 tanks in the early to mid-game, a tank's basic damage output could easily overpower squishier champions. With the double kill, the Trent's performance was nothing short of stellar. Could a frontline hero truly soar to such heights? Ziyuan exclaimed dramatically, his demeanor reminiscent of a certain esteemed predecessor. However, Su Xiaoyan critically assessed IG's kill as overly forced. Their damage output was simply too slow. Even with Kuro's errors, his defensive maneuvers were commendable. The Durandal shield coupled with the courage of the Colossus ensured he survived the onslaught. In truth, had that combination of skills failed to eliminate Galio, a retreat should have been initiated. She sighed, shaking her head, yet most were unwilling to resist the temptation of low health, even with Xing Ji's arrival to assist. Who could have anticipated that Galio would survive with a mere 7 health points remaining? Ziyuan seemed to favor IG's choice in critical moments. It is impossible to calculate damage to the precise number. If they could eliminate Kuro, a trade of 1-for-1 would be entirely acceptable to IG. Should Kuro fall, then Galio would be unable to unleash his ultimate and cooperate with the Treant to take down Song Yijin, allowing the chicken to escape, thereby altering the tide of the game entirely. Through his own relentless efforts and the timely assistance of Gu Xing, Kuro, against all odds, managed to survive, causing the outcome of the jungle mid-confrontation to decisively tilt in favor of VG. Within the player lounge, his exhilaration was palpable. "Gu, you are indeed my savior," Kuro exclaimed, his voice brimming with fervor. Initially, he had intended to flee, having mistakenly failed to use Righteous Punch to negate the ultimate ability of Oriana. In that moment, panic consumed him, as he believed his demise was imminent. To his astonishment, Gu Xing traversed a considerable distance and reached the mid lane just before Kuro's health was entirely depleted. With a binding technique that forced a displacement using Q, he incapacitated Cuz, preventing the opponent from even executing Devour. Kuro narrowly escaped death and ultimately re-emerged with his ability to eliminate the tanky Oriana, leaving him in a state of unparalleled euphoria. His gaze towards Gu Xing was filled with fervent admiration. "What do you think, Gu Xing? Wasn't my support exceptional?" Under normal circumstances, a jungler witnessing their mid laner in peril would refrain from forcing a rescue, as by the time they arrived, their ally would likely be lost. Logically, Gu Xing should have aimed to mitigate losses by attending to the side lane or jungle. However, he refused to abandon Kuro, believing that his teammate could hold on until he arrived. The outcome proved Gu Xing's decision to be astoundingly astute, as this remote assistance led to the downfall of IG's mid-jungle duo. Kuro, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "Incredible. I knew I chose wisely." Li Ruihong couldn't resist boasting to his teammates, "Jekwa, did you see that? This is the reward for supporting Gu Xing, something you can never replicate." Although Qiu Yuanbo feigned indifference, he was inwardly envious. The sounds of excitement from VG fans filled the arena as they waved their support sticks fervently, cheering for their favored team. In the livestream, countless admirers were also rallying in fervent support. "Wow, what a brutal bloodlock. How is Galio still alive? This is truly outrageous." Xingge has 3 kills in under 7 minutes. Their 1TB a tanky tree emerging from the ground. Well there? Cuz performance has collapsed 3 lanes progress. Jiang Adagawa Cuz. Wherever he goes, his teammates fall. Truly a harbinger of death. To be fair, that description sounds reminiscent of Biohazard Chris. Cuz, despondent, stared blankly at the monochrome screen, feeling utterly lost. As noted in the comments, after repeatedly failing his teammates, most junglers would begin to wallow in confusion, questioning their own abilities. Regrettably, Song Yijin was filled with frustration, feeling it was all just a hair's breadth away. He could not discern whether it was fate or the opponent's precise maneuvers at play. Ultimately, he could only lament that Galio was destined to survive. Yet, given another chance, the tanky champion would still charge forward without hesitation, unleashing all his damage upon Galio. In the world of IG, retreat was simply not an option. Before Cuz could contemplate his next move, ominous news reached him. The bottom lane had fallen to an enemy ambush. Due to a delay in the first 15 minutes of the match, the commentator is only now observing the skirmish in the bot lane. Duke feigns a retreat with minimal health, yet he does not actually flee. Instead, he makes a circuitous return to the brush, lying in wait. As the IG duo attempts to push the wave towards the tower, he swiftly emerges to execute a dazzling flash WQ combo. Ziyuan's voice booms with excitement. As Dan's flash cools down from its earlier usage, he employs it once more. Despite having a mere 200 health points, he boldly engages the enemy. Kid, known for his lackluster reflexes, is caught off guard, compounded by the fact that he never anticipated Dan would remain in the lane with such low health and dare to counterattack. He is slow to activate his escape abilities and is subsequently launched into the air by Ali Star. Xiye's wake combo releases 3 feathers, locking the enemy champion in place. As Duke ignites, and Kid is eliminated in an instant. Although VG's bot lane duo struggles in terms of lane control, their burst damage is far from negligible. They immobilize Kid, unleashing a devastating barrage that swiftly sends him to the fountain. In his final moments, Kid attempts to trade with a QE skill, hoping to take down Duke, but Alistair's shield from Courage of the Colossus absorbs the damage, leaving him with a sliver of health after enduring Callista's spears. Su Xiaoyan expresses deep regret for IG, while Balon hesitates to engage, knowing that his ignite had already been used in the previous skirmish against Duke, leaving him powerless to prevent the latter's escape. How could this Riven continue to play? Ziyuan's frustration is palpable. It feels as though he is ready to pop the champagne early, as IG has failed to capitalize on their lane advantage and instead finds themselves outmatched by VG. By mid-game, they are struggling to even maintain lane control. The inherent disparity in strength between the two bot lane duos is evident. Jack had previously secured 2 kills, his development surpassing that of Kid, resulting in significantly higher damage output. Being outplayed in the lane was entirely expected. The tactical core of IG has essentially been dismantled, and Su Xiaoyan believes the outcome is all but decided. Looking to Smeb's dominance in the top lane, it becomes clear that he treats the prince with utter disdain. As the director shifts the camera, we see Jace mercilessly pummeling the prince. Leveraging his speed advantage, Smeb relentlessly harasses the prince with auto-attacks in cannon form. When his opponent attempts to retaliate, Smeb swiftly dodges, executing a precise 90-degree maneuver that renders the prince's EQ combo ineffective. Audi is left reeling from the relentless assault. Should his health plummet too low, Jace seamlessly transitions to hammer form to deliver a crushing blow. Hampered by the slow from the opponent's celestial jump, his life bar dwindles rapidly, and by the time he considers escaping, it is far too late. Jace's lightning strike interrupts the prince's EQ, delivering a punishing blow that leaves Audi severely weakened. Transitioning back to cannon form, 2 more auto-attacks seal the fate of his foe. Ziyuan's spirits soar. Dan is about to breach IG's defenses. Gu Xing feels a sense of satisfaction. His prior efforts have borne fruit, as the advantages he helped his teammates establish continue to grow. It is hardly surprising. If VG were to contend against an undermined version of IG, they would simply return the championship trophy. Top-tier professional players can amplify even the slightest advantage into an overwhelming lead without any concern, as their teammates can obliterate the opposition with ease. He did not spend his idle time diligently farming in the jungle. Instead, he took the opportunity to create some delightful surprises for Cuz. As the match reached the 10-minute mark, Gu Xing successfully secured the Rift Herald under the cover of his teammates in the top side, albeit at the cost of a Soil Dragon in the bottom lane. Upon learning that the Soil Dragon had been slain by IG, he also discerned Cuz's movements. Without hesitation, Gu Xing rushed towards IG's upper jungle, where he began to plant small saplings. Equipped with the Smite of the Abyssal Giant, a burning gemstone, and Mercury's treads, his ensemble granted him an impressive base health of 500, including the additional 20 health from the Smite and the 4 total health from the Veteran Scar. Gu Xing's total health approached the monumental threshold of 1900. With nearly 700 points of bonus health, each sapling would thrive in the brush for a remarkable 50 seconds, comparable to the duration of a trinket ward. Having completed his preparations, Gu Xing concealed himself behind the wall leading to the upper river in IG's blue side, patiently awaiting the big catch. Meanwhile, Cuz's mind was clouded, his thoughts muddled by Gu Xing's antics, causing his cognitive speed to noticeably dwindle. Unaware of the intricate web Gu Xing had spun in the upper jungle, he finally managed to muster enough confidence to advance to the upper side with Bambi's Smite. However, the moment he stepped outside his blue buff camp, a sapling erupted from the ground. The subterranean vision range of Rek'Sai was a mere 250 yards, and as soon as it spotted the sapling, evasion was utterly impossible. The sapling detonated, dealing magical damage equal to 16 of maximum health, eliciting furious roars from Rek'Sai. Lacking resistance items, even an abundance of health would be of little consequence. The sapling's percentage damage was undeniably potent. Yet, Cuz remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. VG's mid and top were all present in their lanes, seemingly uninterested in aiding the jungle. The damage from the sapling was trivial. He reasoned he could simply farm 2 camps to recuperate. However, from an omniscient perspective, one would realize that Gu Xing's ambitions extended far beyond merely using saplings to chip away at Rek'Sai's health. Our nature's grasp, the realm of trees descends. Makai summoned colossal roots that spread across the screen towards Rek'Sai's location. Cuz, still oblivious to the looming threat, was now blind as he emerged from the ground. The gigantic roots were not observable by the tremors, and Kuz remained unaware that Gu Xing was merely a wall away. Ziyuan let out a soft gasp. Rek'Sai was about to be ensnared. But what was Gu Xing's intent? Surely, a pure tank like him would not contemplate a solo kill on Rek'Sai. At this thought, Ziyuan chuckled softly, only to realize that he had unwittingly spoken a grim truth. Gu Xing was indeed serious. As the roots entered Rek'Sai's field of vision, Kuz finally reacted. But it was too late. With no escape route available, even using flash would not save him from the colossal grasp of nature's grasp. Before he could respond, he found himself trapped in place. Xing Gu deftly tossed a sapling into the thicket adjacent to the blue buff camp, leveraging his superior movement speed to close in on Rek'Sai. With a swift activation of W, twisted advance, he positioned himself beside the formidable creature. The burning effect of the molten giant, combined with the damage from the second sapling, reduced Rek'Sai's health to below 50%. Unrelenting, Gu Xing continued to swing his staff, delivering basic attacks upon the burrowing beast. Could it be? Ziyuan gaped, watching as Rek'Sai's health plummeted dramatically. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Kuz attempted to escape using flash and burrowed into the tunnel, but Xing Ji's reaction was swifter. Almost simultaneously, as Rek'Sai emerged from the freshly excavated tunnel, the Treant unleashed a powerful punch into the ground with Q, Thorn Smash. With that single blow, he sent Rek'Sai hurtling out of the tunnel. My goodness. Xing Gu utilized the forced displacement effect of the Treant's Q skill to pursue his prey. Su Xiaoyan was taken aback. He was truly intent on securing a kill. With the raw damage from his primary ability, the Treant's punch had reduced Rek'Sai to a sliver of health. Was he really about to achieve a solo kill? Ziyuan's voice grew increasingly high-pitched. This was nothing short of astonishing. Kuz, stripped of all escape options, found himself isolated and defenseless in his own jungle, helplessly watching as the Treant pounded away at his dwindling health bar. What am I witnessing? Ziyuan, filled with excitement, waved his arms. The Treant had secured a solo kill on Rek'Sai, an unheard-of feat. Kuz had been thoroughly outclassed and reduced to mere background decoration. The audience erupted in euphoric cheers. Even the staunchest VC fans began to question their understanding of the game. In popular perception, the Treant is merely a durable tank jungler. How could he possibly achieve a solo kill against the legendary Rek'Sai, known for her prowess in the jungle? It defied logic. Backstage in the IG lounge, Gu Xing expressed his disbelief. What on earth is happening? Who dares to venture so boldly into the jungle? The Shy rubbed his chin, freshly shaven. He had not engaged with his jungler's comments. Impatient, Su Xiaoluo rose and left the room, seeking a moment of solitude. In the Player S area, Kuz cradled his head in disbelief, unwilling to accept the recent events. Being single-handedly eliminated by a traditionally non-aggressive jungler was a profound humiliation. His eyes glazed over. He was utterly dazed. The onslaught from VG was far from over. After dispatching Rek'Sai, Xing Gu emerged from the space between IG's first and second towers, preparing to flank and decisively eliminate Prince. He was not alone. Galio accompanied him. Kuro had now firmly established control over the mid lane, pushing the minion wave before converging into the jungle. Gu Xing swaggered toward the prince, who was filled with dread. Please, do not approach. As he noticed the encroaching circle of danger forming around him, he realized that if he did not retreat, his fate was sealed. Just as he unleashed his EQ combo in an attempt to bypass the Treant, Makai transformed into twisted roots, preventing him from evading the prince's control. Stand united. Galio crashed down with a thunderous impact. Smeb's Jace unleashed a devastating combination of attacks, eliminating the prince. Xing Gu summoned the Rift Herald, poised to push straight through to the first tower. Under the aegis of their vanguard, VG's mid lane and jungle players wreaked havoc, effortlessly breaching two of the enemy's top defensive towers with an unstoppable momentum. The economic disparity between the two teams ballooned to a staggering 5,000 gold. The suspense of the match evaporated entirely, tipping the scales of victory in favor of VG. IG, devoid of morale, resorted to their familiar mode of reckless aggression, seeking to exchange their lives for kills from VG. This only served to accelerate the pace of the game. In a mere 19 minutes, VG shattered the economic gap, surpassing 10,000 gold. Following a decisive team fight in the mid lane that resulted in the annihilation of their foes, they seized the opportunity to dismantle the enemy's base. HLES performance was truly abysmal. Will they fail to even qualify for the playoffs? Thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 428, a formidable new version. 1-0. Ziyuan proclaimed with vigor. VG has taken the lead, clinching the first small victory. The conclusion came astonishingly swiftly. Su Xiaoyan remarked with admiration, I must say. IG's brawling playstyle has proven remarkably effective in hastening the match's tempo. Both teams had selected compositions aimed at securing an early to mid-game victory. And with IG repeatedly sacrificing themselves, the game progressed at lightning speed, with Nashor not even making an appearance before their swift defeat. VG's snowballing capability is formidable. Once they gain even a slight advantage, they can swiftly dismantle their opponents. Ziyuan chuckled as the camera cut to VG's player bench, where SB wore a face of resigned discontent. Although VG's composition revolved around Jace, he did not play a decisive role in this match. Xing assisted in establishing an early advantage across all lanes, allowing VG to overwhelm IG. Su Xiaoyan concurred, sometimes. Victory does not hinge on the optimal use of a composition. The dynamics of the game can shift dramatically, introducing myriad variables. Ideally, VG's composition should have seen an advantage in the top lane, while the bottom lane struggled against the relentless pressure of the enemy. By the mid-game, IG's Kalista would group to push mid, while Jace would apply lane pressure on the side, subsequently shifting to the front to leverage his QE abilities to chip away at the enemy's health and gradually seize vision and neutral resources, thereby facilitating a path to triumph. However, the script did not unfold in that manner. SB had yet to exert his influence, and the suspense of the match was utterly extinguished. The oppressive performance of Jace was limited to merely enhancing his damage presence through his abilities. Before the match, Song Jinghao had harbored lofty expectations, believing he could seize the MVP title. Yet, the higher the hopes, the more profound the disappointment. SB sighed, my friends are simply too formidable. I can't even find space to showcase my skills. Jack approached, draping an arm around his shoulder, teasingly quipping, isn't winning effortlessly a good thing? Do you expect us to hold back, allowing you to carry 4 burdens? Song Jinghao pondered the situation carefully. Then let everyone continue to carry. I would rather bask in an easy victory. Occasionally, a match where one single player bears the weight of a team can serve as a testament to personal prowess. If every match unfolded in such a manner, SB might well find himself in a state of despair. Kuro, meanwhile, enthusiastically praised Gu Xing. Your tree is simply phenomenal. He exclaimed loudly, swept up in the exhilaration of victory. With a single move, old tree's roots, you've effectively sealed IG's fate. Upon hearing those words, Gu Xing stumbled slightly as he descended the stage. He promptly grasped Kuro's collar, averting potential embarrassment, and cast a bemused glance at his mid-laner. Who taught you that term? Jekwa. Kuro, oblivious to the underlying issue, beamed with pride. The old tree's roots are intertwined, perfectly suited for the big tree. Isn't the metaphor vivid? Seeing Gu Xing's gaze shift towards him, Jack's smile nearly faltered. What does that mean? Duan Deliang glanced around, bewildered, unable to comprehend what had gone awry. He could not grasp why their jungler reacted so intensely. Gu Xing, momentarily at a loss for words, pondered before saying, I can only say that those who understand will understand. For those who do not, there's nothing to be done. Just refrain from using that term in public in the future. It could lead to trouble. Though Kuro did not understand the reason, he heeded Gu Xing's words and readily agreed. Duan Deliang turned to Yuanbao, whispering his curiosity about the term the old tree's roots. Jack, being a renowned teacher from Huanggang, relished imparting knowledge and promptly explained the extended meaning of the phrase to his supportive ally. Duan Deliang nervously rubbed his earlobes, and seeing the teasing expression on Jack's face, he awkwardly chuckled, thus closing the topic. The VG team, akin to autumn leaves swept away by the wind, triumphed in their first match, their spirits undeniably elevated. On their way back to the lounge, they chattered animatedly about the operational details of the game. In stark contrast, the IG players were enveloped in an unmistakable atmosphere of despondency, not even lasting 20 minutes. Anyone would feel a loss of face, especially Cuz, the main culprit within the team, who dared not lift his head as he descended the stage, embodying a lowly demeanor, almost wishing to bore a hole into the floor with his gaze. Seated on the lounge sofa, he hunched his shoulders and tightly crossed his legs, adopting a posture that exuded guilt like a sinner caught in wrongdoing. The television screen in the room displayed the post-match damage statistics. In a mere 19 minutes of gameplay, Kuz inflicted a meager 577 points of damage. In stark contrast, Gu Xing racked up an astonishing 140 points. A figure utterly incomprehensible for a jungler playing as a tank. The subsequent MVP selection results were predictably unambiguous. In the fixed photo, Gu Xing faced the camera, his chin slightly raised, exuding an air of arrogance, his hand grasping the fabric of his jersey, where a dazzling golden star stood out prominently. The economic lead of 641, damage taken at 415, successful ambushes in the first 15 minutes at 5, and a vision score of 137. These statistics may seem unremarkable at first glance. However, considering Gu Xing's role as a predominantly tanky character, the combination of position and data reveals the sheer magnitude of his performance. Kuz glanced up to steal a look at the formidable presence he had nurtured, only to quickly lower his head again, overwhelmed by shame. Intertwining his hands in a display of unease. Describing his demeanor as restless would be most fitting. During the earlier match, the club had turned up the volume to listen to the players' in-game communications. Consequently, after the match concluded, the audio signal automatically switched to the live broadcast, leaving the IG lounge resonating with the commentators' voices. Ziyuan chattered incessantly. Kuz's performance in this match was truly mediocre. He was ambushed at the start, and his invasion was thwarted. After finally catching Kuro in the mid lane, his damage output was alarmingly slow, allowing the enemy to buy enough time for Xingye to arrive. Overall, whether in terms of tempo control or jungle route planning, Kuz lags far behind Xingye. Even with his most adept champion, Rek'Sai, he failed to gain any advantage in the match. Su Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, especially when the game reached the 11-minute mark. Kuz was single-handedly eliminated by Xingye's monstrous tree, which is frankly outrageous. The excavator, after all, is a warrior. Being outperformed in a 1v1 duel by a tank was unheard of. Kuz's limited proficiency in Chinese did not hinder his understanding of gaming-related discussions. As the two commentators dissected his shortcomings, his hands began to tremble involuntarily. The pain was excruciating. The Rek'Sai he prided himself on was carelessly dispatched by an enemy tree. For someone who nearly idolized the excavator, this was utterly unacceptable. I hope he can adjust his mindset for the next game and recover as much as possible, Su Xiaoyan remarked. Before she could finish, Ziyuan adjusted his earpiece to receive an update from the director. Oh, a change in circumstances, Su Xiaoluo burst into the room. In the next match, Gu Xing, you will be teaming up with the Xiye. Upon hearing this, Kuz's already drooping head sank even lower, resembling an ostrich. Only his pale knuckles, exposed, testified to the psychological turmoil he was enduring. Gu Xing was overjoyed, jumping 3 feet into the air and cheerfully extending his hand towards the Xiye. Having partnered with Jiang Qinglu for 2 to 3 months, their bond had deepened through the rotation system. The Xiye smiled shyly. Although he usually appeared cold and ruthless, a smile instantly transformed his demeanor. His expression, awkward yet charming, belied his typically stoic nature. He was somewhat introverted, but, seeing his jungler's friendly gesture, he reciprocated and shook hands with Gu Xing. And what about me? Kid asked, unabashed. Su Xiaoluo pointed to the fair-skinned boy who had just entered, Estazon. The young prodigy felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, unable to formulate a rebuttal. His performance in the first match had been mediocre at best. While Kuz's failed tower dive had hindered his ability to establish dominance in the bot lane, the reality remained, even if Kuz had 99 faults. Did the young prodigy bear none of the responsibility? He had not managed to secure an advantage with his Kalista, despite the enemy tower remaining over half health until the end of the landing phase. As the pivotal core of the team, such performance was evidently inadequate. The young prodigy was compelled to confront reality. Mafa, responsible for team adjustments, remained silent, allowing Su Xiaoluo to take charge. The team manager, having followed Wang Xikong for a long time, wielded far greater authority within the makeshift club than he did. Furthermore, Mafa believes that the rotation of players is beyond question, as those relegated to the bench performed rather mediocrely, if not poorly, in the first match. A change in the lineup is therefore inevitable. Est rubbed his hands together, his youthful face alight with excitement. The prospect of facing the strongest team in the league, VG, heightened his heartbeat even before taking the stage. Shenlong, have you been smoking again? Baolon frowned. I can smell the smoke on you. The mention of his name made Est chuckle sheepishly. I did, but not entirely. I only took a couple of puffs before returning. Despite his youth, he is quite the seasoned smoker, needing a cigarette to invigorate himself during breaks. Let us not dwell on that. Gu Xing clapped his hands vigorously, gathering his teammates around him. When we step onto the stage, let us show VG our strength. Otherwise, they might genuinely think we can't last even 20 minutes. His voice abruptly trailed off. Realizing the implication of his words, Gu Xing quickly rephrased, in any case, let us just give it our all. After uttering this, he silently congratulated himself for his quick thinking, successfully averting any internal conflict. After all, the reason IG faltered at the 20-minute mark was largely due to Kuz, whom he had rotated with. They were not well acquainted enough to joke freely. However, despite his swift correction, it was clear to all that Gu Xing had a different thought in mind. While his social intelligence might not be as high as that of his predecessor, the seasoned player, his approach to both life and gameplay was remarkably consistent. In terms of emotional intelligence, he may be slightly superior to his predecessor, but not by much. The team's elder brother, Ruji, cheerfully encouraged the new teammates. Let us go all out and aim for a third match. The group stacked their hands together, chanting in unison to rally their spirits. When Gu Xing returned to the stage, he was met with applause and cheers from the audience. He could hear Ziyuan's commentary. According to the data provided by Yi, the Xiye and Ning currently form the most lethal top jungle duo, their playstyles harmonizing in an aggressive manner that can only be described as formidable. Among them, the Xiye ranks highly in average damage per minute, team damage contribution, and damage conversion rate. Strangely, despite having played numerous games with champions like Gangplank and Renekton, how does he manage such damage? Ziyuan pondered, thoroughly perplexed. The new version's power is astonishing. It is well known that top laners generally struggle to match the damage output of the long-range dual carries. Excluding champions like Rumble, Jace, and Kennen, most heroes fall short on the damage charts. Yet, the Xiye consistently exceeds expectations. Gu Xing stifled a laugh as he glanced at Jack. Isn't the Xiye somewhat akin to you? Always inexplicably racking up high damage. Duan Deliang added, if you two were on the same team, what do you mean by that? SB interjected. Are you looking down on me? He tugged at Duan Deliang's collar and ran off to the side for a private inquiry. Yu Wenbao waved his hand, declaring, when it comes to inflicting damage, one must never hesitate during crucial moments. Muster all your strength and charge forward. I can't stand those who cower behind their teammates, contributing not a shred of damage. Upon arriving at the player's bench, he overheard Su Xiaoyan introducing Gu Xing. Ning's playstyle is exceptionally aggressive, ranking among the top in the entire league for jungle countering, and he excels at ganking, with his number of ambushes in the first 15 minutes only surpassed by Xianghua and Xingge. The second match appears to be a clash of titans, with IG deploying their most formidable offensive lineup, aiming for a head-on confrontation with VG. Jack turned to Gu Xing, teasingly inquiring, so, old Gu, feeling the pressure? Not at all, Gu Xing replied, donning his headphones to shut out most external noise. Next up, let us welcome our new jungler. He picked up a paper cup from the table, still half full. Normally, players would receive a refill backstage after each match. However, Gu Xing hadn't replenished his drink this time, due to IG's swift defeat in the first game. Within 20 minutes, he had obliterated his opponents, having only taken a couple of sips from his beverage. Do you see this? He directed the cup toward Jack. There's still half left. By the end of this game, it will surely remain unemptied. His demeanor exuded immense confidence. Kuro, positioned between them, without a second thought, praised, impressive, given Gu's abilities. Crushing the enemy should be a matter of moments. Good grief, Jack muttered under his breath, you've managed to show off again. The referee timely interjected, please prepare, as the second match is about to commence. Gu Xing straightened his posture. Moments later, the BP panel illuminated. In the second match, VG holds the side selection privilege, opting for the blue side and banning Syndra right away. Ziyuan raised his voice. IG has chosen to ban Talia, as both mid laners are wary of each other's signature champions, thus opting to eliminate them all. The second ban went to Elise, a character known for her strategic prowess. Yet, based on information gleaned by Homie from me, it was revealed that Elise was a favorite of Gu Xing during his tenure in the secondary leagues, boasting a commendable win rate. To err on the side of caution, he decided to ban her. IG has also banned Duan Wanya's signature Thresh, Ziyuan remarked, slightly furrowing his brow. It's worth noting that they have yet to ban Zac. The formidable warrior Zac stands as the sole overpowered champion of the 713 version. It's evident that the red side, responsible for the counterbans, would ultimately take action. However, IG's initial 2 bans did not indicate any intention to restrict Zac. Logically, this overpowered hero should have been prioritized for banning. After all, it occupies a fixed ban slot. If left to the end, there would be no way to counter unexpected situations. IG's BP strategy left Ziyuan perplexed. The camera shifted to the IG player bench, where Gu Xing was shaking his leg, deep in discussion with his teammate Mafa. Mafa sometimes struggles to comprehend certain aspects and finds himself needing to seek out Song Yijin to serve as a translator. His face reflects a clear disapproval, yet ultimately, he chooses to acquiesce. Within the LPL region, the impact of players on the BP ban pick process is considerable, rendering even Korean coaches ineffective. Furthermore, Mafa's inherently placid disposition leaves him lacking in assertiveness. Gu Xing, possessing a more dominating personality, contributes to the current predicament. Homie ponders over IG's BP strategy, contemplating. It seems they intend to let Zac through. Are they aiming to secure Xiye and Rakan? Kuro shares his perspective. Perhaps they plan to select Galio and Rakan, thus opting for a pick over ban approach, while simultaneously countering my champion pool. This version of G is characterized by a lack of output deficiency. The Xiye's terrifying damage output significantly alleviates the pressure on the tank. Song Yijin no longer needs to exert himself to deal excessive damage. Selecting Galio to serve as the team's frontline is entirely logical. Homie, what do you think about using Zac? He asks, turning to solicit Gu Xing's opinion. No problem, Gu Xing responds earnestly, as long as I get Zac. I can dictate the pace of the game. Observing the countdown nearing its end, Homie decisively states, let us secure Zac and ban Kog'Maw. His percentage damage is unparalleled in the league. The transition is smoother than that of Vayne, and with Galio's protection, he will enjoy an expansive environment to deal damage. IG has banned the prominent Alistar, who performed outstandingly in the previous match, Ziyuan remarks, a hint of tension in his breath. Zac has truly been left open. Homie, witnessing Alistar being sent to the ban list, is not particularly surprised. To be fair, Alistar is not among the most sought-after support champions in the current meta. However, he possesses a distinct advantage over similarly positioned powerful champions. Initiation. He can synergize with Zac to breach enemy formations instantaneously. It is entirely reasonable for IG to prevent VG from overwhelming them by banning Alistar to diminish their initiation capabilities. VG decisively selects Zac. Su Xiaoyan observes the BP panel. IG promptly locks in Rakan and Galio, effectively completing their control chain. Realizing this, Homie is determined not to allow IG to secure the legendary Phoenix, swiftly claiming Xiye, a champion that Jack excels with. The remaining position is assigned to the support, Danliang. Leona? Ziyuan muses briefly. That's also a commendable choice, especially considering the plethora of banned and contested support champions, leaving limited options. Leona is one of the few hard-engaged supports available. Su Xiaoyan concurs. Moreover, Leona counters Rakan, enabling the team to seize the initiative. The Sunlight Girl's Q, Shield of Daybreak, is a devastating blow to Rakan, who must engage to unleash his control. With Rakan's recent popularity, many players have been researching how to counter him. The consensus is that among hard-engaged supports, Alistar and the Sunlight Girl yield the most effective results. As IG's initial selection round neared its conclusion, there remained but one pick available, prompting speculation about whether they would assist Est in securing the formidable Varus. Before Zhe Yuan could finish his thought, an unexpected champion materialized within the IG hero selection frame. Kiana, he exclaimed, Li Zygon's demon god. The hero was locked in, instantly eliciting a wave of astonished gasps from the audience below. Ning has chosen the champion that Xinggu excels with to confront him. Su Xiaoyan could hardly contain her excitement. The young calf fears not the tiger. On screen, Gu Xing exuded boundless confidence, chatting animatedly with his teammates, seemingly unaffected by the pressure of this high-stakes battle. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded. Ning has gone wild? Isn't this the moment we've been waiting for? Using your strongest champion to defeat him. Don't be ridiculous. Will Xinggu lose to IG? Dream on. You deluded child. How did the last player who picked Kiana in front of Xinggu fare? I sense Ning's career might soon parallel Cuz. Daring to select her. Do you even comprehend how to play Kiana? Stop the hate. Ning, who originally mastered ADC, would naturally be capable of wielding Qiyana. Another marksman, right? Gu Xing appeared quite taken aback. Turtle, Jack chuckled, reveling in the spectacle. A provocation, a blatant provocation. You win, boss, stoked the flames, old Gu. If I were you, I wouldn't let this slide. No need for you to say, Gu Xing replied in a steady voice. Today, I must leave a lasting impression on Gu Xing. Kuro ground his teeth in frustration. Just wait. During the match, I'll prioritize the jungle and hunt down their jungler. What caliber of player are you to choose Qiyana like Xinggo? For 29, am I playing against myself? The entire audience was swept into a fervor by Gu Xing's champion selection, as he had locked in Qiyana, Gu Xing's most proficient character, even possessing a championship skin. Surely, Ning wouldn't dare to use a championship skin against Xinggo, would he? Zhe Yuan chuckled, pondering whether this narrative had taken an intriguing turn. At that moment, the director interjected with information. Su Xiaoyan noted, in version 713, Riot Games made slight enhancements to Qiyana, the passive mark, which originally required completing a stacking task to gain 75 range, has been modified. Now, achieving 3 marks grants the range bonus, thereby enhancing Qiyana's mark acquisition benefits. The damage from W, Spirit Wolf Frenzy, has been increased from 0.5 of current health per mark to 1, and the base damage of E, Frightening Intent, has been augmented by 20 points per level. After the overhaul of Qiyana in version 711, it was once led by professional players, led by Gu Xing, who set the pace. To quell their discontent, the designers pledged to appropriately bolster Qiyana in subsequent patches. In version 712, Qiyana received a modest increase of 3 base attack power and improvements to both the sprint speed of the Wolf Spirit in W, Spirit Wolf Frenzy, and the mana cost of her E skill. The extent of these enhancements can only be described as negligible. The outcry against Riot on the internet has only intensified. Hence, the designers have once again strengthened Qiyana in version 713. At first glance, it seems that Riot Games has made a commendable effort. Not only has the adjustment to the passive ability expedited the evolution of Qiyana, but her damage output has also seen a significant increase. However, Gu Xing is acutely aware that this enhancement does not alleviate the predicaments faced by Qiyana. With the removal of the mechanism that allowed basic attacks to inflict percentage damage, how Qiyana will deal with tanks has become a formidable challenge. Given the designers' increasing emphasis on bolstering the frontline presence of tanks in the current patch, the viability of Qiyana appears rather bleak. Gu Xing's mind races as he meticulously pieces together the drafting strategy of IG. The opposing team has intentionally left Zac available for VG to select, while securing a powerful mid-support duo to initiate engagements, intending for Qiyana to confront the formidable Xiye. This indicates IG's profound confidence in countering Zac. Gu Xing's competitive spirit is ignited. He is eager to observe how Gu Xing will manage the Xiye matchup. As the second round of drafting commences, IG directs their focus towards the yet-to-be-chosen mid and top lanes, banning champions such as Camille and Orianna, who can synergize with Zac to create effective team control. Redmi's counterplay is remarkably composed. He targets the remaining potent ADCs, Varus and Kalista, to restrict West's champion pool effectively. IG opts for Tristana, granting their marksmen a measure of self-protection while creating ample space for damage output alongside Qiyana. Ziyuan articulately notes that there is a crucial detail to consider. IG's bottom jungle possesses an extraordinarily long range. Qiyana can enhance her attack range based on her passive stacks, while Tristana's range increases with levels. If the game drags into the late stages, the safety and output range of the double marksman composition may leave VG in a precarious position. Tristana boasts the longest base attack range of 669 units, with an impressive growth attribute. Coupled with Qiyana's potential to reach a maximum attack range of 750 units, IG's dual marksman could be described as terrifyingly formidable. Looking at VG's current selections of 3 melee champions, one can easily conjecture the difficulties they will encounter in the late game. VG chooses the mid-lane champion Jace, seemingly aware of their issues with range and sustained damage output, and intends to bring in Corki to alleviate some of the pressure. Ziyuan nods in agreement. Currently, the strong mid-lane champions have all been banned. Champions like Ryze, once a notable presence, have seen their power plummet, rendered nearly useless against tanks, and thus are no longer viable selections. Moreover, Gu Xing has chosen the tanky champion Zac, necessitating that the mid laner contribute some damage. Jace is indeed the optimal choice. For the final top lane selection, Smeb decides on the versatile Croc. The counter position is reserved for the Xiye, who is afforded the respect he deserves by Song Jinghao. Refraining from picking an overly aggressive champion like Jace, opting instead for a more conventional choice to confront the opponent. The Xiye, eager to showcase his skills, seeks counsel from his teammates and coach in Korean upon seeing Smeb's selection of Croc. Can I play Nar? In the realm of professional gaming, the choice of Dinosaur Boppy against Crocodile is indeed a commendable one, as long as one withstands the initial onslaught from Crocodile. The emergence of Nayer's colossal form via the Grand Hammer can easily turn the tide. At that moment, one can slow Crocodile with basic attacks, triggering the 3-ring acceleration, thus effectively ensnaring Rek'Sai in a trap. Should this selection be made, the Xiye would possess boundless opportunities for expression. However, Mafa holds a differing viewpoint, suggesting an alternative pick. Our team already boasts a surplus of marksmen, and selecting Nayer may not be suitable, especially considering the subpar effectiveness of our Nayer strategy, which is susceptible to being exploited by VG. The core mechanism of Nayer lies in his shape-shifting ability. In team battles, the durability and crowd control offered by the large form of Nayer undoubtedly surpass the contributions of his smaller counterpart. Hence, the paramount concern of the Nayer strategy is ensuring that he transforms at the opportune moment during combat. It is evident that this necessitates a high degree of timely communication within the team. Should the battle fail to commence smoothly after Nayer enlarges, and he subsequently diminishes in size, the intensity of combat will significantly wane, leaving the team vulnerable to breaches from adversaries. Regrettably, the Xiye's current language proficiency is insufficient. He can communicate effortlessly with his compatriot, but with the remaining 3 teammates, it is akin to a clash of languages. He can only rely on rudimentary English or translation tools to convey his ideas. The timing to initiate a battle is fleeting, and a mere delay of 2 seconds could lead to missed opportunities. Mafa believes that if they encounter a weaker team, selecting Nayer poses no issues, as victory seems assured. However, what caliber is VG? Any slight exposure of vulnerability would be ruthlessly exploited by the opponents. Mafa is not willing to take that risk. Thus, the Xiye contemplates his hero pool, considering Prince, as he and Jin could synergize well in engaging the battlefield. Jiang Qinglu's playstyle is profoundly team-oriented. Despite harboring a desire to dominate his lane, he is equally committed to contributing to the team's success. After a brief moment of reflection, Mafa agrees to this choice. The combination of Prince and Galio is simply exquisite, with their ultimate abilities synergizing remarkably well. The compositions of both teams are now officially confirmed. Blue side VG, top lane Crocodile, jungle Zac, mid lane Plane, bot lane Xiye, and Leona. Red side IG, top lane Prince, jungle Qianjue, mid lane Galio, bot lane Tristana, and Rockin. One must concede, I personally feel that IG's composition is slightly superior. Zhe Yuan offers a balanced assessment, stating that both sides possess merits. Yet the output potential of the dual marksman in the jungle is more advantageous. In contrast, VG's Plane and Xiye face considerable challenges in surviving the enemy's counter-engagements. Su Xiaoyan concurs with Zhe Yuan's perspective, albeit with a degree of caution. Ultimately, the focal point during the landing phase remains the junglers. Whether Ning can swiftly accumulate marks after securing Qianjue, and the performance of Ngu with the version's strongest hero, Zac, remains uncertain. For VG to secure victory, they must amass a substantial economic advantage before the match drags into the late game, enough to disregard their composition's limitations. The broadcast camera shifts to the center stage, where the spotlight flickers incessantly as both coaches shake hands in a display of sportsmanship. Impressive, Xiang Yuan, Redmi sincerely praises, the BP was executed excellently. Though he does not believe that the VG lineup is inferior to their opponents, he must acknowledge that IG has managed to select a commendable strategy despite being at a disadvantage in the draft as the red side. Mafa, displaying remarkable humility, refrains from taking credit, stating that many decisions are ultimately made by the players themselves. The two of them stride forward together, handing the stage over to the 10 competitors. Gu Xing interlaces his fingers, leaning forward with determination, while relaxing his body. Brothers, today is a splendid opportunity for us to make our mark. His ambition burns brightly. If they can triumph over VG, they will carve out a reputation in the LPL. Since the spring season commenced, IG's trajectory has been tumultuous, with their popularity wavering. Teams like VG, RNG, EDG, and Wii, possessing both strength and allure, need no introduction, and even the newly supported OMG by 59E garners more attention than IG. To put it bluntly, aside from the devoted fans led by director Song, who would pay heed to IG, even though the Xiye and Ning's top jungle synergy once stirred a youthful fervor within the league, it has amounted to little more than that. Lacking explosive battles and significant accolades, IG's fanbase within the LPL is rather limited. In this context, VG serves as the perfect stepping stone. The last time Suning pulled off an upset against VG, their visibility surged dramatically, and the viewership of their matches has visibly increased. Gu Xing is filled with anticipation, eager to overthrow VG in this match and elevate his own fame. As he vigorously cracks his knuckles, the sound resonates with his boundless ambition. As the loading screen concludes, the Summoner's Rift erupts into existence, accompanied by the deafening cheers from the crowd. Ning has indeed chosen the championship skin for Qiyana. Ziyuan beams with joy, sensing that this match is brimming with intrigue. Will Brother Xing perform a self-battle? Moreover, Meat Chicken's Galio skin has also consistently delivered entertaining moments in the jungle. Su Xiaoyan is pleasantly surprised. Taking advantage of the brief moment when the players have just departed from their fountain, the director announces various pieces of information. This marks the first occurrence in the LPL this year of both Galio and Qiyana's S6 championship skins appearing together in the jungle. Ziyuan raises an eyebrow, finding it quite unexpected that this achievement is reached by VG's rivals. Following the broadcast of this information, a ranking of victory points emerges. A collection of renowned IDs adorns the list. In the match between VG and IG, 5 players have previously ranked in the top 10 of S6 Ionia. Su Xiaoyan carefully examines the annotations. Virtue, Jackie Love, The Shy, Ning, and Baolon. It's astonishing that half of them battled in the S6 season's Diamond Eye, transforming the match into a high-stakes contest. Ziyuan reflects deeply, concluding that the value of S6 Diamond Eye is indeed substantial. The viewers in the live stream respond passionately. Who do I see? There's Long Gu on the leaderboard. Long Gu? The championship top laner from last year? Wrong. It's my true dragon from Fuzhou last Xian. Xian? Just a dog. How dare he compete with the world champion for the title of Long Gu? In the midst of the unfolding match, Lin Weixiang, Lu Qingsong, and Xianghua Shizhenming were mentioned, highlighting that apart from a particular streamer, the top 10 in the image consisted entirely of professional players. As the information broadcast concluded, Ziyuan turned his gaze towards the rift. Both teams exhibited remarkable restraint at the onset, refraining from initiating an early skirmish or invading the enemy jungle, opting instead for a conventional start. Gu Xing began his journey in the lower jungle with the red buff, utilizing his W ability, Unstable Matter, to rapidly diminish the health of the jungle monsters through percentage damage, while advising his bottom lane teammates. Make sure to check if Miss Fortune has leveled her E ability when you both arrive online, and let me know. It could be crucial. Jack acknowledged this instruction. Should Miss Fortune invest in her E ability, Explosive Spark, her passive damage would surely affect surrounding units upon the death of minions, a telltale sign indeed. As Gu Xing farmed the F6 camp, he received word that Miss Fortune had not yet leveled her E ability. It seemed she was holding on to her skill points without investing them. Gu Xing understood the implications of this decision. The very choice of not leveling E at the outset revealed much information. Logically, the pushing capability of Miss Fortune and Rockin at level 1 would surpass that of Xia and Leona, whose combination amounted to little more than a mere punching bag. Given the opportunity to control the lane, Miss Fortune's choice to forego her E skill indicated a desire to maintain lane equilibrium. Otherwise, simply leveling E would have allowed her to push the minion wave forward through the splash damage of her ability. What then was the reason for the IG duo's lane control? Clearly, they feared a gank from the jungle. Gu Xing's thoughts were sharp and fluid, seamlessly following the logical chain. Why would the IG bottom lane be apprehensive about a gank from their jungler? Because Gu Xing would not be counter-ganking in the early stages. It was crucial to note that if Ning were to farm from top to bottom, reaching level 3 before attempting a counter-gank, even if the IG duo were initially caught off guard by Gu Xing, they would still stand a reasonable chance in a 3v3 engagement. The dual marksman combination of Rockin and Miss Fortune was hardly inferior to VG's setup. Moreover, should the IG bottom lane push their minion wave forward, a substantial wave of minions would aid them, ensuring a high probability of victory in a skirmish. At level 2, Miss Fortune retained a skill point, and upon witnessing the onset of an engagement, she promptly leveled her W ability, Rocket Jump, continuously refreshing it during the battle, thus making it feasible to reap the rewards on the battlefield. Yet, despite being almost assured of victory in a counter-gank scenario, the IG duo chose to play cautiously and maintain lane control to avoid a gank. Had SSG adopted a conservative strategy, Gu Xing would have needed to reconsider his approach, hesitant to draw any definitive conclusions. But this was IG. The propensity for reckless behavior had been ingrained in their very essence since the inception of the team. The considerable assurance of victory in a counter-gank, coupled with IG's failure to set a trap, clearly indicated that Gu Xing had no intention of providing support to the bottom lane in the early game. Gu Xing resolved to complete his F6 farm and proceed upward. In this match, he carried the experience essence, and with the completion of another set of river crabs, he would ascend to level 3. His sights were set on the swift crab in the upper river. Kuro, push the lane quickly and keep an eye on the river crab for me. Gu Xing requested assistance from his teammates. Li Ruixing briefly held lane control in the mid lane, in the face-off against a level 1 Galio. His efficiency in clearing waves and combat prowess pales in comparison to his own. He has momentarily hoarded a half wave of minions, directing the lane's position towards IG. Thus, even if the meat chicken reaches level 2, he cannot swiftly rectify the disadvantage in lane control. Kuro's airplane retains the capability to roam offline first. As the match progresses to the 2.5-minute mark, Gu Xing, equipped with an unused smite, appears punctually in the upper river. At the very moment the river crab spawns, the wolf spirit mark is placed atop it. Gu Xing engages and maneuvers, driving the upper river crab towards the mid lane, effectively distancing it from the top lane. The confrontation between the two top laners is rife with bloodshed from the outset. Smeb endeavors to trade blows, leveraging the lifesteal characteristic of his Q ability, Rupture, to sustain himself in lane, banking on the fact that Jarvan has but a meager amount of health. Should he be pressured, he would have to retreat to replenish. However, the Xiye's response is remarkably adept, utilizing the advantage of Jarvan's auto-attack range, which exceeds that of Renekton by 50 units. He skillfully manages to land an additional hit. Sometimes, the difference in top lane trades hinges upon just 1 or 2 basic attacks. Smeb's Renekton is inherently weak before level 3. His trading plan falters, compelling him to relinquish lane control. Gu Xing drives the river crab away from the top lane to preclude any potential support from the Xiye. Yet, throughout the entire exchange, Qiyana never appeared in the upper river. Gu Xing confidently secures the river crab with his auto-attack followed by smite, ascending to level 3 while simultaneously thwarting Qiyana's first hunt. He then hastens downwards without a backward glance. On his way, he plants a ward in his blue camp. It seems the opposing Galio is warding. Kuro promptly alerts him and, based on the meat chicken's offline duration, deduces the potential radius of the enemy's warding efforts. It is likely around the vicinity of the VG's feathered bird camp extending to the lower river brush. Gu Xing intentionally takes a longer route, opting to traverse around the back of his red zone directly towards the bot lane. This jungle route taken by Gu Xing appears rather peculiar, prompting Ziyuan to sense something amiss. He neglects all 3 groups of jungle camps in the upper half to pursue a gank in the bot lane instead. His gaze sweeps across the minimap, and he suddenly perceives a fragment of Gu Xing's grand design. It seems he might just succeed. As Gu Xing approaches his own stone beetle camp, the wolf spirit mark from the upper river crab vanishes, indicating that this wolf spirit hunting ground was cleared 15 seconds prior. The meat chicken's ward is now positioned beside the F6 camp, witnessing the feathered birds being utterly eradicated. All information points to Gu Xing traversing the upper jungle, actively engaging in the upper half of the canyon. The IG duo is unlikely to be overly vigilant against a gank. The opportunity has arrived. This month has been lackluster, primarily due to Yang's recovery period, which was marred by symptoms resembling a mental fog, compounded by the busyness of the new year. Next month, with no engagements, I shall focus on updates. The red envelope will be at the end of tomorrow's chapter. 4:30, Patrick Star, engage. Under the watchful gaze of thousands of spectators, Zac stealthily traverses the triangular brush of the bot lane, lurking in the shadows just a wall away from the enemy. The ward previously placed by the IG duo to guard against Gu Xing's rapid level 3 gank has now faded. The next set of trinket wards will not be ready until the 3-minute mark. Due to a lack of vision, IG remained completely oblivious to Zack's ambush. Gu Xing utilized the original skin, albeit enhanced with vibrant colors, a feature introduced by Riot prior to last year's World Championship, which allows skins to exhibit a more splendid array of hues. Zack is among the few heroes endowed with an original skin that boasts chromatic variations, available in pink, orange, and gold. Gu Xing opted for a delightful pink that exudes a youthful charm. This choice was not merely a whimsical adherence to the notion that the more flamboyant the attire, the fiercer the strikes. It also served another purpose. The pink chromatic variant accentuated Zack's already soft and malleable form, rendering him reminiscent of Patrick Star. Now, Patrick Star commenced a deep squat. His rubbery arms firmly rooted in the soil, his entire body arched gracefully. In the next moment, Gu Xing released the E key, propelling Zack forth like an arrow loosed from its bow towards the bottom lane. Simultaneously, Duan Deliang launched his own offensive. The Sun Girl raised her zenith blade. Accompanied by a flash, she aimed to strike at her former husband, the marksman Xiye. Lord Duan's E-flash attack is determined to catch Balan off guard. Zhe Yuan's voice brimmed with uncontainable enthusiasm. Balan never anticipated the enemy would strike so suddenly. Caught off guard for just a moment, he was ensnared by Leona. The Sun Girl's E-flash was already swift, not to mention that Balan was entirely unprepared. Relying solely on reflexes to evade was an insurmountable challenge. Leona, leveraging her zenith blade, pulled herself toward Luo, and her Q, Dawn Shield, came crashing down upon her foe. Luo was rendered immobilized in a state of stun. Balan, witnessing Zack's elastic slingshot land at his feet, was engulfed by disbelief. Aren't you supposed to be farming in the top lane? How did you arrive here in the bottom lane? Time was fleeting, and Balan couldn't fathom the reason. Yet, he understood all too well that if Zack struck him, his fate would be sealed. Desperately, he hammered the flash key, but his insufficient resilience rendered him incapable of escaping the enemy's control. Not only was Leona providing crowd control, but his ex-wife insisted on joining the fray. AQ double-edged, ensnared Luo with 3 feathers, rendering her immobile. The barrage of controls from the VG duo left Balan with no glimmer of hope for escape. He gazed in utter despair as Zack soared towards him, poised to strike. Typically, Zack's elastic slingshot would find it challenging to directly hit a professional player, as the forewarned landing position grants the opponent ample time to react. However, this time, evasion was unrealistic for Balan, as he was forcibly controlled right into Zack's landing. Luo's petite frame cannot withstand such devastation. Her health bar has completely vanished. Su Xiaoyan's previously low voice escalated in pitch. The kill has been secured by Jack. Xiye, with 1 feather, eliminated her husband and then turned her fierce gaze toward the cannon girl. Shuddered. At the onset of the battle, he had been busy showering explosive sparks above Xiye's head, attempting to diminish her health and coax out Jack's summoner spells. Yet, Balan's demise occurred with such alarming rapidity. Consequently, Zack still held on to his Q, extended strike. Without a second thought, invested his skill point, reserved for when he reached level 2, into rocket jump, hastily retreating. Gu Xing unleashed the effect of extended strike, his elongated arm aimed directly at the cannon girl. Initially, paid little heed to the situation. Considering the distance between himself and Zack was still protected by an IG-ranged minion, Zack's arm could not directly reach him. However, as a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the minion and obliterating it, there lay no further barrier between the formidable warrior and the diminutive artillery. A wave of panic surged through EST. He attempted to reposition himself, but it was too late. He could only submit to the grasp of the rubbery arm that seized him by the nape of his neck. Q reckoning, Ziyuan proclaimed. Xingge has truly mastered the art of execution. The initial reckoning employed by Gu Xing was directed at the river crab. Ordinarily, the cooldown for the next reckoning would be 3 minutes, yet the insight talent conferred a remarkable 15 reduction in summoner spell cooldowns, allowing Gu Xing to wield his reckoning nearly 15 seconds ahead of schedule, an opportune moment indeed. Observing Zack advance toward his second target for the extended strike, realized his window for escape was rapidly closing. He hastily activated his flash to create distance. Upon executing the second Q, Zack would hurl both affected enemies toward each other over a distance of 300 yards. Should they collide, the adversaries would be ensnared in a state of stun. Fortuitously, the artillery managed to use her flash just in time. Otherwise, being drawn back 300 yards could have meant imminent death upon colliding with the IG minion. It is worth noting that Zyra's flash remained firmly in hand, ready to follow up with her assault at any moment. Now, even if the artillery were to be yanked back, she would only face a couple of basic attacks from Xiye, sparing her life. Sighing in relief, Est felt a wave of calm wash over him. Xing Ji's initial strike in this match has not only secured a kill for the team, but also forced the artillery to expend her flash, an impressive gain. Ziyuan declared with enthusiasm. The strategy behind this is exceptionally clear, Su Xiaoyan marveled. He has executed the art of misdirection to perfection, with events transpiring thus. The members of IG regained their focus. Is this individual really leaving the entire upper jungle for me to farm? Gu Xing was taken aback by the unfolding narrative. Has he lost his mind? Based on the jungle statistics revealed during Gu Xing's gank, coupled with previous vision information, Gu Xing could easily deduce the opponent's jungle route. In VG's upper jungle, 3 camps remained intact, and Zac would not be able to arrive in a timely manner, just as Gu Xing had initially anticipated. Gu Xing's Qiyana was following a route from the lower jungle to the upper, showing no intention of assisting the bot lane. Thus, Est's artillery opted not to level her E at level 1, aiming to control the lane and avoid ganks. Now, Qiyana was poised in the upper jungle, and those 3 camps were undoubtedly hers for the taking. Gu Xing was elated. Which jungler would forsake an entire half of the jungle merely to secure a first blood at bot lane? What a foolish endeavor. Just wait until I rise again. And piercing through VG will be a mere formality. A subtle smile graced Gu Xing's lips. His proficiency with Qiyana was remarkable, to say the least. In his boundless confidence, he believed his understanding of Qiyana rivaled that of Gu Xing. With sufficient resources, Gu Xing was determined to lead his team to victory. In the upper quadrant of VG, the 3 groups of jungle monsters marked the inception of his dominance across the map. Even after Zac's invasion of the lower lane, he could merely encounter shadow wolves within IG's jungle. According to the fundamental concept of zero-sum gameplay in the jungle, the more monsters Gu Xing farmed, the fewer would be left for Gu Xing. This back and forth would create a disparity of no less than 4 groups of jungle monsters between the 2 junglers. The value of this advantage surpassed that of a mere kill, not to mention the additional experience gap. However, moments later, Gu Xing's smile gradually faded. He suddenly grasped the crux of the issue. The mark. The patch 75 adjustments in the spring split altered the capture order of Qianjue's wolf spirit marks. Presently, when Qianjue has 0 passive stacks, the wolf spirit will only mark the river crab. Unfortunately, Gu Xing's mark count stood at precisely 0. Since Gu Xing had already farmed the river crab, the next target for the wolf spirit's hunt would inevitably be the lower river crab. With Gu Xing recently having gained momentum in the lower lane, it was a foregone conclusion that he would control the swift crab. Losing both river crabs would render Qianjue's early game exceedingly challenging. This implied that until around 5 minutes and 40 seconds, when the upper river crab respawned, the wolf spirit would refrain from hunting any jungle monsters. A chill ran down Gu Xing's spine as he finally comprehended Gu Xing's true intent behind abandoning the upper jungle camp to ambush IG's duo. With Gu Xing's proficiency on Qianjue, he undoubtedly foresaw that the mark would be placed on the lower river crab, thus deliberately opting to assist the lower lane gank. Leveraging lane control to bolster the jungle and seize the swift crab. The goal was to stifle Qianjue's passive. Should Gu Xing's plan come to fruition, Qianjue would accumulate no passive stacks in the early game. Gu Xing broke into a cold sweat at the thought. He could scarcely imagine the limitations imposed on Qianjue in teamfights if he remained unable to stack his passive and enhance his range due to his short reach. It was evident how malevolent Gu Xing's strategy was. Regaining his composure, Gu Xing dismissed the notion of how he had unwittingly walked into Gu Xing's meticulously laid trap. The die was cast. No retrospective analysis could amend his predicament. There was naught he could do but strive to extricate himself from this early-game quandary of lacking marks. While clearing VG's lower jungle, Gu Xing pondered countermeasures. After dispatching the magic swamp frog, a plan took shape. The Xiye, can you push the wave? Gu Xing asked his top laner. Let us accumulate a wave of minions under the tower, and we can dive for a kill. Communicating such a somewhat complex strategy in English posed a challenge for Gu Xing, given the language barrier with his top laner. Fortunately, the translator chicken, not facing much pressure in the mid lane, had the leisure to serve as a communication bridge for the top and jungle. Upon hearing the translation, the Xiye reflected for a moment, his expression clearly skeptical of the jungler's approach. The opposing top laner was utilizing Renekton, a formidable lane bully, making it exceedingly difficult to completely suppress this lane-dominating champion, even with optimal trading. With Renekton's health still above 60% and possessing both E-Slice and Dice and Flash, the Xiye was uncertain how to secure a kill. It is imperative to freeze him, Gu Xing asserted with unwavering conviction. If I do not kill Renekton at least once, it will all fall apart. He hung the spirit mark of the lamb atop the crocodile's head, merely waiting for 8 seconds. Upon slaying the crocodile, he would obtain the first layer of the mark from Qianjue. This was the ingenious strategy conceived by Gu Xing to break the impasse. By eliminating the crocodile, he would stack his passive ability, altering the hunting patterns of the wolf spirit's monsters. At this moment, the Xiye found himself at a loss against his assertive jungler, muttering a few words in Korean before beginning to push the lane in preparation for a tower dive. During this time, Gu Xing had cleared the VG's Frog Lady and Blue Buff camps, leaving only the Shadow Wolf camp. He had no time to clear it further. Should he delay any longer, it was possible that Gu Xing would finish the River Crab and the IG's 3 wolves before returning to assist the top lane. Ziyuan observed this scene with considerable confusion. Is Ning really planning to dive the tower and kill the crocodile from behind the VG's first tower? From his vantage point, he was oblivious to the awkward situation Gu Xing faced, leading Ziyuan to wonder why IG's jungler was so insistent on the tower dive. The difficulty is extremely high, yet IG is brimming with reckless ambition, determined to send the turtle under the tower back to the fountain. Song Jinghao, noticing that the opposing prince began to push the lane and the spirit mark of the lamb appeared above his head, surmised that IG intended to dive the tower. SB had ample time to respond, yet he did not retreat to the safety of the brush before the second tower in time. Primarily, as he was playing as a crocodile, he could not tolerate excessive disadvantages during the landing phase. If he were to hide in the brush, he would undoubtedly preserve his life, yet the crocodile's growth would suffer severely. Losing 2 waves of minions in the early game would be far worse than simply being slain. Thus, after conferring with Gu Xing, SB decided to stand guard beneath the tower. If IG sought to forcibly dive and kill him, they would have to pay a price. The Xiye intends to absorb the tower's shots first. As he approaches the crocodile, SB is still diligently last-hitting minions to build up his rage. The prince unleashed Golden Shield, slowing his opponent, while his basic attacks enhanced by the passive War Rhythm struck the crocodile. Qianjue unleashed a basic attack followed by E, commencing the accumulation of the 3-ring effect of Frightening Presence. After the revision, Qianjue's 3-ring now possessed a lethal effect. To maximize his damage output, Gu Xing deliberately waited until the crocodile's health diminished before activating E, Frightening Presence. SB activated E, charging into the minion wave, and immediately followed up with the second part of E to return. My goodness, how much rage did he gain from that wave? Su Xiaoyan could hardly contain her astonishment. The crocodile's rage bar skyrocketed from a mere hint to half full. E, charge, increases rage by 10 points when passing through enemy champions and by 2 points for each non-champion unit. The 2 segments of E propelled the crocodile into a state of red rage. Song Jinghao, as a seasoned and elite top laner, seamlessly executes a double E on the crocodile, which is fundamental in his repertoire. At the moment Rek'Sai's first E lunges forward. Just as he is about to raise his head to initiate the follow-up animation, he taps the ground and immediately activates the second E. By utilizing the forward momentum to cancel the subsequent backward motion, the actions appear much smoother, devoid of any interruptions. The double E is unleashed with astonishing speed, while IG's jungle lacks the means to obstruct it, leaving them to witness the crocodile's rage meter escalate dramatically. The Xiye reacts swiftly. As the second E of the crocodile passes through his body, he promptly executes a double EQ combo. Jiang Qinglu capitalizes on the mechanic that prevents the crocodile from using flash during the E skill's cast, making his EQ combo inescapable. Su Xiaoyan, unfamiliar with the crocodile's capabilities, notes, SB's reaction seems slightly delayed. He failed to evade the control with flash and was launched into the air by the prince, his health plummeting rapidly. In the heat of battle, the professional player's actions far surpass the speed of commentary. She strains to keep pace. Before Su Xiaoyan finishes her sentence, SB has regained his freedom. albeit with less than 150 health points left after being detonated by Qiyana's 3-ring attack. The Xiye, already low on health, endures a few hits from the turret, reducing him to a precarious state. Yet, he refuses to retreat, determined to bring the crocodile down. Given the current state of the minion wave, even trading his life would be a worthwhile exchange. However, SB's experienced playstyle proves effective once again. Song Jinghao perceives the Xiye's intent to trade blows and immediately flashes towards the beleaguered Qiyana. Cold-blooded hunt. The extended stun from his red rage incapacitates Qiyana, preventing her from retaliating against the crocodile. SB is not merely intent on exchanging the prince. He seeks to eliminate IG's entire jungle duo. The Xiye, recognizing Song Jinghao's response, realizes that this exchange could spell disaster. Jiang Qinglu hesitates to use flash to deal damage, as the prince's current output is limited. After expending all his abilities, he can only rely on basic attacks, making it unrealistic to deplete the crocodile's health single-handedly. If he fails to eliminate SB, the Q rupture in his possession will only allow him to regain more health. The Xiye wisely decides to conserve his flash for a future opportunity. The prince falls to the turret, and the crocodile's Q skill only strikes Qiyana behind the turret, resulting in minimal health recovery. Ziyuan interjects, quickly taking control of the narrative as Su Xiaoyan struggles to keep up. However, the turret has begun targeting Qiyana. The root of the issue lies within Qiyana's red buff, as the burn damage continues to erode the crocodile's health. After the Xiye's demise, VG's top turret redirects its firepower, landing a devastating blow that significantly diminishes Gu Xing's health. With the turret's preheated output being horrifically potent, Gu Xing, knowing he is doomed, cancels the follow-up animation of Q, Dance of Arrows, against the wall. His AQA combo reduces the crocodile's health further, and combined with a concentrated assault from his minion wave, he successfully slays the crocodile. The sheep's spirit mark is extracted, transforming into a stream of ethereal energy that soars from the crocodile to Qiyana. However, accompanying the removal of the sheep's spirit mark is a devastating turret shot. As Qianju's health bar was completely depleted, Yang Ling struggled before collapsing, while Lang Ling circled around, ultimately playing face-to-face with his companion before vanishing like a wisp of wind. 1 for 2. Zhe Yuan lamented, I did say that diving the tower was rather unwise. IG has been excessively reckless. Although Qianju managed to secure a mark, the crocodile now holds 2 kills. Even if they lost the minion wave, the overall economy is still significantly stronger than that of the opposing prince. Gu Xing felt a sense of relief. By eliminating the crocodile and acquiring a layer of marks, he simultaneously extricated himself from his predicament. Qianju's development remained unaffected. The Xiye, stumbling through his clumsy Mandarin, declared, I have TP. If you all want to engage in battle, just call me. After eliminating SB, with the minion wave pushed entirely into VG's tower, the Xiye decided to conserve his teleport and opted to walk back to lane after reviving. Don't even think about supporting yet, Gu Xing advised. Focus on stabilizing your lane. I will come to assist you shortly. Ning was acutely aware that the true disadvantage of this tower dive fell upon his top laner. With the crocodile on the verge of entering a power spike, it would be challenging for the Xiye to gain any advantage. Feeling guilty, he intended to provide assistance soon. Jiang Qinglu, upon hearing the translation of the communication, grinned broadly. It's fine. This is what makes it challenging. I relish a difficult lane. Unlike the commentators, the Xiye could perceive the intricacies of the recent tower dive. The opposing crocodile had clearly calculated his rage, swiftly stacking it to red fury with a second E, remaining composed even when launched into the air. With his sights set squarely on Qianju, he had evidently anticipated the damage. To be able to contemplate such intricate details in the blink of an eye compelled the Xiye to acknowledge SB's prowess. This realization only fueled his determination, rather than instilling fear. Gu Xing pondered uneasily, sensing that his top laner had an unusual disposition, who could laugh upon witnessing their opponent's top laner ahead by 2 kills. Meanwhile, Gu Xing on the opposite side was engaged in dialogue with his teammates. There's nothing we can do, Xiao Gu, SB apologized. If I retreat to a secluded bush to preserve my life, I won't be able to play the lane at all. Kuro was attempting to educate this oblivious top laner. Do you not understand, my boy? As long as we make Xiao Gu comfortable, we can secure victory. This time, by trading kills under the tower, you may have benefited. But what about Xiao Gu? Do you not grasp your position within the team? Gu Xing remained unfazed. It's all right. Once I gain an advantage, I must assist my teammates. My boy directly trading 2 kills effectively spares me the trouble of aiding the top lane, eliminating the middleman profit. Zac is not a jungle carry. No matter how great his personal advantage, it is challenging to carry the entire team without providing support to his allies. His original intention of thwarting Qianzhu's acquisition of marks was to delay Gu Xing's development, aiming to establish a slight economic lead for the team before the opponent fully developed. Now, SB was performing admirably, securing 2 kills while sheltered by the tower, thus alleviating Gu Xing's concerns. What will Qianzhu do after securing those kills? Gu Xing mused. He contemplated the potential actions that the opponent might undertake following a breakthrough. In an instant, his gaze fixated on his own camp of the sharp-beaked birds. Qianzhu, undeterred by the risks of losing a life, was determined to eliminate the crocodile to accumulate marks, clearly demonstrating Gu Xing's profound obsession with passive layers. For a normal jungler would not behave so recklessly. After forcibly breaking through, Gu Xing would undoubtedly not be content with merely 1 layer of marks. He would certainly continue to exploit the wild monsters surrounding the wolf spirit for his advantage. When Qianzhu's passive reaches level 13, the hunting targets would be set to the river crabs, the magical marsh frogs, and the 3 camps of sharp-beaked birds. Among these, the river crabs and VG's frog queen had been completely cleared. The earliest reset occurred with VG's sharp-beaked birds, approximately around the 440 mark. Gu Xing was certain that the opponent would come. The current lane conditions also supported Gu Xing's actions. In mid lane, the tanky Galio, emulating Kuro's strategy from the upper lane, returned to base after pushing the 4th wave of minions to replenish his Doran's ring, thereby enhancing his wave-pushing efficiency with dual rings in hand. Li Ruixing's aircraft increasingly struggled to contain Galio, allowing Song Yi to dominate lane control. As for the bottom lane, although Jack established a lane advantage after securing first blood, it was challenging for the support to influence the mid lane around the 4-minute mark. Unless absolute lane control could be established and a large wave of minions pushed deep into the enemy's lower tower, roaming to mid lane would inevitably result in a minion deficit. Clearly, the combination of Xiye and Rakan lacked the capability for mindless lane stacking. Gu Xing could not sway Duan Deliang, and mid lane Kuro's assistance proved of little consequence. It could be said that VG's defensive intensity regarding their sharp-beaked bird camp was rather low. If Gu Xing insisted on stealing the F6 to stack marks, he would most likely be unable to prevent it. The benefits were high and secure, leading Gu Xing to confidently anticipate Ning's invasion during the reset of VG's sharp-beaked bird camp. Thus, Gu Xing devised a counter-strategy in response to the unfolding situation. He first cleared the remaining stone beetles in his lower half, then swiftly moved upward. After placing a ward in the sharp-beaked bird camp, Gu Xing successfully entered the upper half of the canyon. However, he did not recklessly intrude into his own jungle. Previously, Qianzhu might have placed wards during his counter-jungle, and Gu Xing was concerned that if he ventured in, he could be discovered by the enemy. He proceeded along the minion wave towards the top lane, naturally vigilant. Gu Xing executed his vision evasion to perfection. When Qianzhu had just tower dived to eliminate SB, he had not directly warded the top lane. But that did not imply that Gu Xing would not place vision in the brush behind the defensive tower. If Gu Xing moved without caution, he might very well be detected by IG. He stayed close to the edge of the canyon's wall, gradually making his way upward. The detection radius of a ward was merely 900 yards. As long as Gu Xing walked along the wall's edge, even if IG placed a ward in the brush behind VG's first tower, they would be unable to spot Zac. What a brilliant vision evasion strategy. Ziyuan's eye sparkled. The director switched the camera to IG's perspective. A thick veil of war fog enveloped VG's half of the map. Yet, several key positions were illuminated by IG's wards. In VG's upper jungle, wards were strategically placed in the brush behind the first tower. However, despite investing such considerable vision, there remains no trace of Gu Xing making his way upward. It's truly astonishing. Su Xiaoyan praised. Brother Xing's instinct for arranging vision against the enemy is extraordinary, completely evading IG's detection. Jiang Chenluo was loitering in front of his own tower. After eliminating SB, the minions that pushed towards VG's tower were decimated by the defensive structure, resulting in a wave of counter-push. The minion exchange point was gradually advancing towards IG's upper tower. The Xiye was not in a hurry. silently strategizing how to supplement his tower last hitting to ensure he could eliminate as many minions as possible without being harassed by the crocodile. Unbeknownst to him, danger was rapidly approaching. For 31, want to make a move? Not a chance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the crocodile amassed a significant wave of minions within IG's upper tower, his rage meter nearly at its peak. The Xiye seized the opportunity to adjust his positioning, aligning himself with Song Jinghao and the frontline melee minions in a straight line. Q Dragon Strike. The prince thrusts his long spear forward. The Dragon Strike not only struck the crocodile, but also diminished the health of 3 melee minions. A 2-for-1 deal. Now, the Xiye only needed to follow up with an auto attack after the defensive tower targeted the melee minions to secure the last hits. This would conserve his last hitting time and minimize the chances of SB taking advantage of his moment of vulnerability to trade blows. The plan appeared sound. However, a wave of restless commotion erupted from the audience. They were acutely aware that after the prince executed Q Dragon Strike, he would lose his mobility. VG's jungler would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Hidden within the brush closest to IG's defensive tower, the pink version of Zac crouched low once more. With a sharp shout, the warriors soared into the air, charging towards the prince under the IG tower. The trajectory of the rubber slingshot has appeared, slightly blocking the Xiye's escape route. Ziyuan rapidly articulated. If the prince turns back to dodge, he will be confronted head-on by the crocodile. The Xiye recognized the impending danger the moment he saw the indication of Zac's landing. He had no time to ponder further and quickly devised an escape route. In an instant, Jiang Qingluo assessed his precarious predicament. Without hesitation, he activated his flash. He displaced backward 400 yards, dodging Zac's slingshot and increasing the distance between himself and the crocodile. Upon landing, Gu Xing's first action was to employ Q Extended Strike. His intention was not to directly control his opponent, but rather to force a repositioning akin to E Rubber Slingshot. The rubber arm swung towards the Xiye's retreat path, and with all of the prince's control abilities on cooldown, he couldn't even use his flash this time. Should the prince turn back to unleash his skill, he would be met face-to-face with VG's jungler. Yet if he did not turn, he would be struck by the extended strike. The Xiye pressed his lips together, his expression grave. He found himself devoid of options. His greatest pride lay in his mechanical prowess, with positioning being a crucial element. Yet Gu Xing, first with E Rubber Slingshot and then Q Extended Strike, clearly left no room for maneuvering. No matter how formidable one's maneuvers may be, they remain inextricably linked to the attribute of movement speed. Gu Xing's positioning technique compels the Xiye to confront him directly, leaving him with but a singular option for movement, rendering the Xiye's operational prowess ineffective. Jiang Qinglu, reluctantly, opts to retreat with small, cautious steps to evade skill hits. He wishes to avoid being struck by Zac's elastic slingshot, which would draw the tower's ire towards Gu Xing and activate the Shield of Giant's Courage. The Xiye would much prefer for the turret to target the crocodile. Yet fate dictates otherwise. Xing Gu activates Unstable Substance, hitting the prince at the very edge of his skill range, successfully diverting the turret's attention. Su Xiaoyan strives to infuse her voice with fervor. The crocodile advances with an E to apply Red Rage to the prince. The chilling effect of the hunt leaves the Xiye immobilized. The fury accumulated during the earlier wave pushing now comes into play. A single basic attack will restore his Red Rage status. The second E pierces through the prince's form, consuming 50 rage to significantly reduce the prince's armor. In the early gank, the Red Rage second E effect of the crocodile is exceptional, primarily due to the generally low damage output of skills, necessitating reliance on basic attacks for damage. The armor penetration yields considerable rewards. VG's jungler has reduced the prince's health merely with basic attacks. Ziyuan interjects. The Xiye has no chance of escape, still contemplating a trade against his opponent. As Gu Xing's QE control fails to connect, he cannot trigger Giant's Courage, and with his own durability lacking, he finds himself under concentrated fire from the turret, his health plummeting rapidly. However, upon Zac's health bar being depleted, he collapses into 4 separate forms. His passive, Cell Division. Zac has perished, yet not entirely. Should he not be completely vanquished before his clones reassemble, Zac will be reborn. The turret's ire has shifted to SB. With Ziyuan's exclamation, IG's turret redirects its fire towards the crocodile. Despite being fully charged, it poses no lethal threat to the healthy crocodile. SB can easily send the prince back to the fountain before his own demise. This was the calculated strategy of VG's jungler. When Zach's main body falls and splits into 4 segments, he enters a brief state of untargetability, altering the turret's aggro. Thus, if Gu Xing can withstand the turret's assault, he can create a stress-free environment for Song Jinghao to output damage. Once the passive takes effect, they can allow SB to draw fire, and through sheer damage, they can eliminate the prince. The Xiye is dispatched by the crocodile's blade, gazing at the black and white screen with a heart full of frustration. He had anticipated the issue of Zach's passive redirecting turret aggro, which is why he did not wish for the warrior to engage him first. Yet, he was utterly incapable of preventing Gu Xing from drawing the turret's fire first. Throughout the encounter, the Xiye's advantageous maneuvers found no space to flourish, leaving him rattled by Gu Xing's predictive, blockade-style skill usage. Jiang Qinglu no longer relished the joy of the previous tower dive that had resulted in SB's elimination. The measure of the Xiye's mindset is quite simple: to assess whether he finds fulfillment in his performance, even after countless captures. As long as he executes maneuvers and decisions that satisfy him during the confrontation, he can still smile. Yet, Gu Xing refuses to let him enjoy himself. Zach, without the intention of landing 2 critical controls, forces his way through the tower with basic attacks and unstable matter to secure a kill. I hear your skills are impressive. Can you evade basic attacks? I shall rely solely on auto attacks to bring you down. The Xiye, unable to move, finds it impossible to feel joy, tears swirling within him. Before his demise, he couldn't land a hit on Zach's 4 clusters, and now he can only watch as the cells reassemble. The miniature Patrick star, significantly smaller than before, re-emerges in the canyon. I have returned. Zach stretches contentedly, his voice adopting a silly and endearing tone. There were so many of me running on the ground just now. The director zooms in, capturing a close-up of the pink star, amplifying the dialogue for the audience, which elicits peals of laughter from the crowd. Viewers in the live stream engage in animated discussions. Goodness, Zach's tower dive is just too cheeky. He can even trade blows. The prince simply cannot match him. What a brutal kill, just basic attacking all the way to death. I'm in awe. Why isn't the Xiye smiling anymore? Keep howling, woo-woo. It seems that Bo's maneuvers have some issues. All his skills missed. Can't you see this as a prediction? Your understanding of the game is worse than Guan Ziyuan's. Unaware that he has been called out by the viewers, Ziyuan continues to analyze the situation. Now that the crocodile has 3 kills, he can return to base and build Tiamat. He immerses himself in the prince's perspective. I can't fathom how the Xiye will manage the lane. The difficulty seems insurmountable. The crocodile, having control over the lane, will possess rage and a continuous pool of health regeneration, relying solely on the prince's Q, Dragon Strike, for damage. Even if he exhausts all his mana, it is impossible to whittle down Renekton. Moreover, the Xiye's recent death will result in a significant loss of minions. A massive wave will be pushed forward, and if I were in the top lane, I would likely have already been silenced. Ziyuan sighs deeply, revisiting old grievances. I still don't understand why Ning insisted on tower diving to kill the crocodile. At the time, he hadn't finished clearing the jungle monsters, and instead, he gifted 2 kills. The scene shifts to the lower half of the canyon. Qiyana's agile figure flits about in VG's raptor camp. The second mark refreshes at F6. And Ning successfully capitalizes on the mid lane's control. Gu Xing, however, does not feel relieved. The pressure from Gu Xing is overwhelming. The choice to ambush the top lane truly took Gu Xing by surprise. Initially, he saw Kuro approaching the camp to place wards and noticed VG's bot lane duo returning to base. Assuming they were determined to defend the Raptors and send Duan Deliang to annoy him. Little did he know, Gu Xing's true target was the top lane. With the Xiye falling once more, there looms a risk of disconnection. Gu Xing fears that their top laner may be subjected to Gu Xing's rigorous training and rendered invisible throughout the game. Wait a moment while I farm. He reassured his teammates, as long as we can stall, our late-game strength will prevail, and I can carry effortlessly. Despite his words, Gu Xing felt an unsettling uncertainty within. He had discovered that his plan to capture the mark had once again been thwarted by Gu Xing. The passive ability of Qianzhu was still focused on the same 3 camps, with the Fankyo bird just finished, requiring a 150-second wait for the next spawn. The Moja frog and the Shangha crab were located in the upper area, sheltered by the prehistoric crocodile, making it impossible for Gu Xing to contest them. Thus, Only one group of lower river crabs remained for him to farm. He had to gamble that the mark would spawn on the swift crab below. However, fortune was not on his side this time. As time approached the 6-minute mark, the wolf spirit commenced its hunt, designating the Shanghai crab as its target. Gu Xing bit his lip. Without vision in the upper river, even with the mid-lane Galio as support, he could not recklessly contest the river crab. He believed Gu Xing would control the crab in the upper river and decided to emulate his opponent's earlier strategy, avoiding confrontation and focusing on the lower lane to assist EST in regaining lost ground. "Watch my position in the lower lane. Be ready to freeze," Gu Xing shouted. The Azure Luo was poised for action. In the battle that resulted in first blood, he was swiftly controlled and killed by the enemy without using his flash. Now, with crucial skills in his possession, Luo had to cherish them and maximize their potential. After confirming the jungler's position, Luo glanced at the minion wave. Following the early skirmish, Jack had secured a bounty worth 400 gold, significantly advancing his equipment and enhancing his ability to contest lane control. The IG duo smoothly pushed the minion wave to their tower, forcing the enemy to advance. Currently, among the three in the lower jungle, only Luo possessed a hard crowd control skill with grand entrance. If the fight broke out near the VG tower, the IG trio would surely be unable to contain their opponents. They needed to shift the battlefield closer to their own territory. Luo feigned a retreat, and seeing the VG duo advance with the minion wave, he decisively launched an offensive. A flash of golden light appeared as Luo approached Leona, executing grand entrance towards the enemy. This feigned retreat was masterfully executed, with Luo aiming to catch them off guard. Duan Delion lacked a flash, making it difficult to evade Luo's sudden dash through reflexes alone. Qianzhu had already leaped into the bush connecting the river and the lower lane, attempting to flank and eliminate Leona. Lord Duan remains calm under pressure, Q Shield of Dawn, crashing down towards Luo. Su Xiaoyan struggled to suppress her excitement. The characteristics of the Sunny Girl countering Luo were on full display. For Huanling to control the opponent, he had to get close. Yet, Leona's control was formidable. Just that one Shield of Dawn was enough to interrupt Luo's advance. Xia showed her AQE binding control. Su Xiaoyan's emotions erupted. Xinggu is coming in with E. This wave has even led him to a counter ambush. My heavens! Su Xiaoyan was overcome with excitement, exclaiming, Bao Lan is likely to be eliminated in an instant. Just as it was during the first encounter with Gu Xing, Luo remained that fragile little figure. Meanwhile, the damage output of VG's jungle trio surged dramatically. Bao Lan, seeing the trajectory of Zack's elastic slingshot materialize beneath him, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Why are you down here again? Weren't you supposed to be farming jungle monsters in the upper half with the wolf spirit mark? Deceiver. Bao Lan's heart sank into despondency. All that awaited him was death. Luo was left with a sliver of health after Zack's heavy landing, only to be dealt with by Zyra's familial discipline. Jack's sharp feather struck Bao Lan down, and with the speed boost from Death's feathered garment, he swiftly followed his teammates. Gu Xing was flustered, just like Bao Lan. He couldn't comprehend why Gu Xing had appeared in the bottom lane, but faced with Zack's relentless pursuit, he fled in haste. Ning utilized the small displacement of rain of arrows to create distance, successfully leaping onto the wall to evade VG's chase, but Est was not so fortunate. Initially, Est had activated Rocket Jump to escape. However, Gu Xing had set his sights on him, closing the distance with his long-cherished flash. And Q, Extended Strike, was unleashed upon the cannon girl. The cannon's small steps were not nimble enough, and she was unable to evade the rubbery arms. Est gasped in dread, realizing his life was forfeit. Without his flash, he could only watch helplessly as Zack executed his second Q on the IG minion, ensuring the effectiveness of the extended strike. Zack hurled the two units against each other, leaving both the cannon girl and the minion stunned. Duke Wang's celestial blade followed up with control, while Xia rained down damage from the back. Su Xiaoyan beamed with delight. Est has no way out. He will be mercilessly slain by Xia. Est, already low on health from the landing phase, was forced to surrender his life to Jack after being battered by VG's mid-jungle duo. A 0-for-2 exchange. Ziyuan shook his head repeatedly. IG's attempt to ambush backfired. Ning wanted to catch VG's duo, but Brother Xing successfully turned the tables, establishing a significant advantage in the bottom lane. With 3 kills in hand, Jack's Xia can easily come online ahead of schedule, her equipment already overpowering the cannon girl. The broadcast camera shifted to the IG player bench. Gu Xing's expression darkened further. His face as grim as coal. A chill ran down his spine. He realized that Gu Xing had deliberately laid a trap for him. The opponent had anticipated his decision to abandon the river crab to seek opportunities in the bottom lane, thus setting up an ambush and successfully executing a counterattack. Gu Xing felt as if he were plunged into an ice cavern. The match had already entered a phase of overwhelming disadvantage. What could he do next? 432. The rubbery arms. Ning had little time for reflection. The situation was urgent, and he needed to strategize promptly. After much contemplation, Gu Xing resolved to head to the upper river. The swift crab marked by the wolf spirit still survived. Given that Gu Xing had just eliminated Est in the bottom lane, he was far removed from the upper river, making it difficult for him to arrive in time. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to claim the river crab and secure the third layer of marks. Gu Xing's aspirations were indeed lofty, yet reality proved to be exceedingly harsh. The crocodile has darted down the river, and I cannot keep pace. The Xiye hastily alerted his teammates as he witnessed Rek'Sai clear the minion wave and charge towards the river. Jiang Qingluo, having lost his lane control, found himself unable to ignore the formidable wave of minions advancing from SB, and thus followed the crocodile into the river. Gu Xing, receiving the urgent message from the translator, was fraught with anxiety. He had only just arrived at the mouth of the dragon pit in the lower river. Contemplating a traverse through the mid lane to the upper river, it would take a minimum of 10 seconds. Given the output potential of the crocodile, by the time he arrived, the upper river crab would undoubtedly fall into enemy hands. Rookie, please scout ahead and do your utmost to intercept him. Gu Xing resolved to summon assistance. The mid lane dominance was one of the few advantages IG could still wield. Song Yijin was unflinching in his support for the jungler. Although he possessed formidable landing skills, he willingly radiated into the jungle, adeptly manipulating Galio to clear the minions with a justice punch before shifting his focus to the upper river. However, a twist of fate awaited. Despite the mid lane control held by the chicken, the advantage was not particularly pronounced. Mid lane encounters were not akin to the short-range brawls of top laners. In the latter, even a slight lead could be magnified infinitely. As a behemoth, Galio held a speedier minion clearing advantage over the long-ranged Corki, yet if Corki sought to clear the wave, there was little Galio could do to hinder him. Should he expend his justice punch to harass, his own minion clearing efficiency would inevitably diminish. In the competitive arena, simultaneously damaging enemy minions and champions was no simple feat. The disparity in range rendered it challenging for either side to engage in a full-blooded exchange. Thus, the contest for lane control primarily revolved around their differing clearing capabilities. Although Corki's minion farming efficiency could not quite rival Galio's, it was not far behind. Kuro boldly advanced, surging forward with the remaining 3 IG ranged minions, unleashing his E ability, Gatling Gun, toward Galio. The Gatling Gun, adorned in the arcade skin, blazed with azure flames as it unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the Justice Titan. The Gatling Gun would reduce the enemy's dual resistances, and Corki's auto attacks grew increasingly painful. At present, Galio equipped only 2 rings, rendering his durability relatively low. After enduring 2 shots from the Radiant Corki and a missile, his health plummeted significantly. Witnessing Corki's relentless advance, yearning to close the distance for AQ ability, Phosphorus Bomb, the chicken could no longer contain himself. Aren't you wary of my jungler? Kiana is clearly in the lower river, and your Zac has just departed from the bottom lane. With such a jungler position, you dare to come and vex me? Song Yijin speculated that Kuro might not be thinking clearly, and he readied his Doran's shield to absorb Corki's assault. Li Ruixing, undeterred, opted to confront Galio's taunt head-on. Exploiting the mechanism that reduced the opponent's movement speed after activating Doran's shield, he successfully landed the Phosphorus Bomb, and with his cooldown refreshed, another Radiant auto attack further diminished the chicken's health. Nevertheless, the damage mitigation from Doran's shield aided Song Yijin in lessening the incoming damage. As the cooldown on his Q ability approached its conclusion, the chicken ceased his charge, successfully taunting the Corki. Immediately, Justice Punch was unleashed, aiming to launch Kuro into the air and create a control chain. Soon, Qianjue would arrive in the mid lane, leaving the plane with no escape. However, Li Ruixing acted decisively. After enduring the taunt control, he used Purification and evaded Galio's charge with Valkyrie Dive, successfully retreating under the tower. Song Yijin unleashed yet another Justice Gale. striking the plane and reducing its health significantly. Rookie initially found it amusing. Are you out of your mind? You used your purification just to come up here and hit me? But soon, his amusement faded. The meat chicken recalled the task entrusted by the jungler, to disrupt the crocodile's control over the river crab. Now, having used all his skills against the plane, how could a lone Galio deter the crocodile in such a short time? Song Yijin was drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at the plane, which was huddled under the tower, slowly farming, feeling a crushing sense of shame for his own oversight. He had been too focused on retaliating against Kuro's taunts and momentarily forgotten his primary objective. The opponent's seemingly random harassment was clearly a calculated move, designed to provoke him into using his skills. Once those skills were expended, Galio would be incapable of contesting the river crab. Kuro's strategy had undoubtedly borne fruit. The meat chicken entered the upper river, a veritable sentinel of justice, helplessly watching as the crocodile swaggered and leisurely dispatched the river crab. The VG voice chat erupted in laughter. Awesome, Gu Xing. SB squinted. This wave is just too good. Kuro physically obstructed Galio's path to the mid lane, benefiting none more directly than Song Jinghao. Had Galio retained his control skills, he could have disrupted the crocodile's progress in consuming the crab, delaying it until Qianjue arrived. However, after Gu Xing's taunting tactics had affected his mindset, Song Yijin made a critical decision error, allowing SB to remain unaffected and effortlessly slay the river crab. Although the swift crab only offered a meager 10 points of experience, the gold it provided was substantial, nearing 100 coins, and even more valuable than a cannon minion. Furthermore, the swift crab would yield an altar, granting valuable vision around the upper river area, which was significant for the top lane. Kuro scoffed. Who are you to focus solely on your own enjoyment, without considering your teammates? I am merely restricting Qianjue's movements. Don't flatter yourself. Gu Xing demonstrated through his actions how to create a comfortable environment for the jungler. Anyone observing would agree he was exceptionally team-oriented. Gu Xing, seeing the upper river crab cleared by his top laner, laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased. You enjoy playing Qianjue, do you? I'm curious to see how many stacks you'll accumulate this match. The atmosphere at the IG player bench stood in stark contrast to that of VG, heavy and devoid of laughter. Mine, Song Yijin lamented. In the professional arena, every match sees its 10 players make mistakes to varying degrees. After all, none are infallible. And perfection is an unattainable ideal. Some individuals' missteps go unnoticed by their opponents, resulting in limited subsequent repercussions, akin to recoverable foreshadowing. However, certain blunders bear grave consequences. For instance, the untimely demise of a key player can spell doom for the entire match. The jungler, feeling remorse for the egregious error committed, realizes the bitter fruit of such folly will render their gameplay exceedingly arduous. Gu Xing, having observed through shared vision from the mid lane that the river crab had been felled by the crocodile, felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustration. After traversing a great distance and expending considerable time and energy, only to witness the river crab claimed by the crocodile, he was particularly incensed by the fact that it bore a third layer mark. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. Yet, in the heat of the match, he found himself rendered speechless. Moreover, IG's strategy was inherently flawed, often leading to similar miscalculations. Gu Xing, too, was no stranger to errors and could not assume a position of moral superiority to criticize the jungler. He swallowed his ire and resolved to return to farming. However, Gu Xing soon realized he had underestimated the cascading repercussions of the river crab's theft. Currently, with only 2 layers of marks, Qianjue's wolf spirit could only hunt within the confines of 3 camps. Yet, the camps of the sharp-beaked bird and the swamp frog in VG's jungle would not reset until after the 7-minute mark. The wolf spirit could not afford to wait that long. Gu Xing calculated that by 7:05, the wolf spirit would re-enter hunting mode, with the sole target being the lower river crab. Even before the 7-minute mark, IG's duo reported that Duan Deliang had left the lane to roam. Watching Leona make her way up the river path, Gu Xing felt a profound sense of helplessness. The adverse effects of their previous skirmish in the bottom lane had manifested. IG's duo found themselves at a disadvantage, with Xiye trembling before Jax's early-game prowess. As a long-range duo, they were unexpectedly outmatched by the 2 short-range champions who maintained firm control over the lane. Duan Deliang could now leave the lane at will. Although he was not adept at roaming, as long as the team's strategist, Gu Xing, communicated the timing, destination, and intent. Short excursions were within his grasp. Gu Xing dared not instigate trouble, as his own Qianzhu had yet to reach level 6, and without his ultimate, he faced peril against VG's jungle support. Despite the seemingly tanky combination of Zac and Leona, their early game base damage was not to be underestimated. These two could easily dispatch him with mere skill and auto attacks. Moreover, with his own duo unable to provide support, Gu Xing hesitated to venture into the river. However, to forego contesting the lower river crab would mean relinquishing another layer of marks for Qianzhu, which left him restless and agitated. He felt as though every move was meticulously calculated by Gu Xing, leading him step by step into a carefully laid trap by the enemy. Unwilling to remain constrained by VG, Gu Xing resolved to break the impasse. The only course of action within his capabilities was to invade the enemy jungle. He dared not approach the camps near VG's two side lanes, but felt emboldened to harass the enemy within the area that Galio could influence. Just as he noticed through the ward placed by the jungler at VG's sharp-beaked bird camp that Gu Xing was clearing the 6 birds, Gu Xing sensed an opportunity and hastened towards the enemy jungle. Ziyuan stood from a vantage point akin to that of a deity, his tone measured and unhurried. Qianzhu has come to invade, but Brother Xing's Zac is currently in nearly peak condition, with the molten remnants in his grasp. He has no reason to fear Ning in a one-on-one confrontation. However, upon spotting Qianzhu within his line of sight, Gu Xing hesitated for a moment, his gaze lingering on the champion's skin. After assessing the situation, he ultimately decided to forego the jungle creature, conceding the 6 birds to his opponent. Su Xiaoyan exclaimed in astonishment. Is Brother Xing truly going to let this go? Perhaps he is wary of Galio's potential arrival, Ziyuan ventured, articulating his inner thoughts. The beefy chicken currently enjoys a significant advantage in lane control and could lend support to the jungle at any moment. Ever since Kuro had used his cleanse, he had played cautiously, treading as if on thin ice, fearful of being ensnared by Galio's flash control in conjunction with Qianzhu's lethal strike. Thus, the beefy chicken maintained a firm grasp on lane dominance. Brother Xing's passive has yet to reset, so his caution is entirely justified, Ziyuan remarked. The aircraft, after all, cannot assist him. Zac observed the unfolding scene from the nearby brush, content to depart the lower jungle only after confirming that Qianzhu had secured the large bird with his smite. Gu Xing, having turned the favored sharp-beaked bird against the jungler, felt a fleeting sense of relief, only to be abruptly struck by an unsettling realization. It appeared he had stumbled into yet another trap. The upper and lower river crabs, along with the sharp-beaked bird, had been entirely cleared, leaving the wolf spirit with only the VG magic swamp frog camp available for its next hunt. Yet, no matter how confident Gu Xing felt, he would not dare venture to capture the mark there. The mere presence of SB's prehistoric crocodile was more than enough to instill dread. The level 31 crocodile could effortlessly handle 2 opponents as they approached the 10-minute mark. Consequently, Gu Xing found himself unable to augment his passive. He clenched his teeth in utter frustration. Being ensnared by Gu Xing's layered traps was a profound humiliation. What followed was a deep sense of helplessness. Gu Xing realized he possessed no means of resistance. If Gu Xing had previously played the game of intrigue, employing various strategies to deceive him, then the recent acquisition of the 6 birds was nothing short of a blatant stratagem. Regardless of whether Gu Xing attempted to invade, the F6 camp would perish before the wolf spirit could initiate its hunt. Even if he refrained from encroaching, the sharp-beaked bird would still be eliminated, and the next mark would inevitably spawn at the upper magic swamp frog location, a place Gu Xing dared not approach. Thus, Gu Xing's decision to relinquish control of F6 upon witnessing Gu Xing's invasion stemmed not only from concern over the potential support of the beefy chicken, but also from a sense of pity. The rhythm of mark refreshes was manipulated at will by Zac. A mere group of F6 was trivial. What difference would it make if you cleared another camp? The more Gu Xing contemplated, the more despair enveloped him. The feeling of powerlessness consumed him, compelling him to steel himself and march forward, toward an end that seemed preordained. Qianzhu still only possesses 2 layers of passive, Su Xiaoyan mused, her brow furrowed. To be honest, if this continues, his time to fully realize his potential will be exceedingly protracted. Lacking the range of support, Qianzhu's output in team fights would be significantly constrained, making it exceedingly difficult to draw the enemy's attention. and he would be easily susceptible to being controlled and executed by frontline tanks. The mark was imprinted upon VG's Frog Queen, yet it seemed that Xingge had no intention of erasing this camp. Ziyuan expressed his astonishment. He truly leaves no room for Qianjue to breathe. Deliberately avoiding the marked monsters and preventing the wolf spirit from changing its hunting target. The magic swamp frog remained unscathed in VG's jungle, and when Zack passed by, he did so without a glance. Gu Xing merely placed a ward at the junction leading from the river to his blue zone and the Frog Queen's camp, before hastily rushing to the top lane to assist his teammates in pushing the wave. As long as this magic swamp frog remained untouched, the wolf spirit's mark would persist. Even with the arrival of the Spring 75 version, which updated Qianjue's marking mechanism, reducing the duration of the wolf spirit's camp mark from 5 minutes to 3. For early game Qianjue, those 3 minutes could very well be fatal. This meant that until the 11-minute mark, Gu Xing would be unable to enhance the mark layers through the wolf spirit's hunting. The thought nearly took his breath away. I don't want to die. After assisting the crocodile and pushing the wave, Xingge and his companion proceeded to the river to set up vision, preparing for the impending Rift Herald team fight. The IG Team's voice chat continued to deliberate on decisions regarding neutral resources. What do you think? Ruji inquired of his teammates. Should we engage in this Rift Herald fight? He didn't explicitly state it, but his eager tone conveyed his stance. Typically, a team facing a significant disadvantage would refrain from engaging in a fight. No one would willingly seek their own demise. Engaging in a disadvantageous skirmish would only hasten their demise. Yet, IG's style starkly contrasts with that of other teams. Their matches are highly entertaining, relying on reckless team fights to elevate their bloodshed to the extreme. Perhaps we should try engaging, Gu Xing suggested. It can't get any worse. And I could stack some marks. With the wolf spirit trapped by Gu Xing, he had no choice but to place his hopes on the sheep spirit, aiming to accumulate layers by defeating marked enemy champions. To be fair, IG's composition possesses considerable strength in team fights, with Jarvan, Galio, and Luo providing 3 layers of entry control, and the backline consisting of Qianjue and Misfortune equipped with survivability. The delineation between front and back lines is clear. However, a critical flaw exists. In a losing situation, they lack damage. It is said that Galio in the current version is both tanky and output capable, but that is only in comparison to tanks. Compared to conventional mages, he still falls significantly short. Misfortune, following a crit build, lacks substantial damage before acquiring the Infinity Edge. She can only rely on her E, explosive spark, to generate a burst, hoping that her teammates can swiftly eliminate an enemy and allow her, rocket jump, to reset. As for Qianjue, with only 2 layers of marks at the 10-minute mark, what can she rely on to deal damage? All 3 core roles exhibit shortcomings in damage output, and the support Luo is merely a passive ornament. Must they really depend on the shy's disadvantaged Jarvan? It has been proven that it nearly allowed Jiang Qinglu to gain clarity. At the outset of the Vanguard skirmish, VG leveraged their advantage in the side lanes, prompting their bot lane duo to initiate an aggressive push. After a brief retreat to replenish their resources at the fountain, they swiftly made their way to the Barren Pit, where they, alongside their jungler and top laner, secured the choke point and began to whittle down the Rift Herald's health. Meanwhile, IG capitalized on their mid-lane dominance. After clearing the minion wave beneath their tower, the bot lane duo opted not to return to base for item upgrades. Instead, moving towards the mid lane, they pressed forward through the river, gradually advancing their vision to threaten the VG players gathered at the Barren Pit. Earlier, Kuro had acquired a detonator that had respawned at the 8-minute mark. Observing IG's intent to engage at the Barren Pit, he unhesitatingly initiated a Valkyrie bombardment from his blue side, unleashing a brilliant trail of flame that entirely obstructed the enemy's advance toward the mid lane. His intention was to seal off the river, rendering it impossible for the adversary to traverse the area engulfed by the detonator, which was akin to Rumble's ultimate. Even the sturdiest tank would struggle to withstand such damage. If he could delay for just a few more seconds, Gu Xing would secure the Rift Herald with his smite, at which point VG's 5-man unit would converge upwards, making it challenging for IG to pursue. However, Kuro's actions created an opening that Bao Lan seized upon. In terms of proficiency with the champion, Bao Lan ranks among the elite support players in the entire LPL. Upon noticing the vulnerability of the aircraft, he swiftly executed his R- Dash of the Phoenix, utilizing E, Twin Dance, to position himself at the forefront of the team formation next to the prince. Following this, he flashed Grand Entrance directly at the aircraft. The last time Bao Lan used his flash was during a skirmish in the bot lane at 6 minutes, indicating that with the Insight Mastery, he would have his Summoner spell available again around 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Given VG's collective damage output was relatively modest, with only Zac providing percentage damage, the pace of securing the Herald was noticeably sluggish, allowing Bao Lan to time his flash perfectly. Upon activating his ultimate, Lo would gain a significant burst of movement speed, and the speed from Twin Dance was directly linked to the champion's movement speed, enabling him to reach the prince with remarkable swiftness. The combination of R and E into a flash combo left little room for counterplay. Just as Kuro completed the detonator deployment, he found Lo materializing before him. The charm effect landed, swiftly followed by a knock-up. Li Ruixing, not being the youngest, reacted a moment too late, getting lifted into the air before he could activate his freshly cooled purification. Yet the knock-up status persisted, leaving him unable to move freely. The prince unleashes an EQ combo to lift the aircraft while evading control, simultaneously maneuvering through the flame trail, executing a slight displacement before charging into the VG backline. Ziyuan exclaimed urgently. Galio activates his ultimate, intending to join forces with the jungle and support. Meat Chicken cunningly positioned himself on the periphery of the battlefield, casting his ultimate from a location where VG could not locate him. The hard bear emerged, centered around the prince, forming a colossal silver vortex that coalesced into a VG insignia. It must be noted that the Xiye's instincts in team fights are nothing short of exceptional. His forward charge coupled with the ultimate not only provided Galio with a landing zone for his hard bear emergence, but also created a bridge for Lo. Bao Lan has relinquished all his displacement abilities, and within the remaining duration of our Surging Swallow, it seems utterly fantastical to control the remaining members of VG. After all, VG is not a stationary target. Upon seeing Luo charge in, they would undoubtedly retreat. However, the Xiye's prince leaps into the fray with his ultimate, ensnaring the enemy backline and directly penetrating VG's formation. Bao Lan can then utilize his second Dancing Twins to return beside the top laner, enchanting the foes trapped within the cataclysmic barrier. Kuro is in a precarious situation. Su Xiaoyan raised her voice. The IG formation pressed forward, and the plane, which was once in a secure position, became perilously vulnerable. His health is nearly depleted, and after being bombarded by misfortune's explosive sparks, he is sent flying. Triggered an explosive burst with his ultimate, propelling it away, and in conjunction with the damage from Qiyana's arrows, the plane was swiftly eliminated. Kuro has been taken down. Ziyuan exclaimed. IG's team fight is somewhat outrageous, first sending one of VG's core damage dealers back to the fountain. In the midst of VG's formation, Galio crashed down with a tempestuous force. Jack, caught within the princess ultimate, hurriedly activated our Stormblade to evade the knock-up and the allure from his ex-partner. Gu Xing executed a basic attack coupled with Smite, securing the Rift Herald. Subsequently, he elongated his body, plunging his hands into the ground. Rubber Slingshot indicated Zac's positioning, revealing his intent not to retreat, but to seek a counterattack, to cleave through VG's formation and ensure the plane was picked off. IG had expended most of their crowd control abilities. Gu Xing did not deem their chances to be meager. SB activated his ultimate, but neglected the enemy backline, opting instead to deal with IG's frontline tank. Luo had exhausted his skills and would pose no immediate threat, prompting Song Jinghao to target the Xiye, attempting to eliminate the prince. The crucial Duran shield of the tank provides vital protection, while the collective taunt effect spares the Xiye from being focused down. The prince swings his lance, striking the heads of various champions with his passive. The percentage damage from the Rhythm of War impacted the VG champions, yielding substantial output. Galio, having triggered Courage of the Statues, gained an immensely thick shield, making it difficult for VG to eliminate him swiftly. Jack first pulled back his hooks, retrieving the feathers scattered by his earlier ultimate, controlling the opponent while facilitating his own evasive maneuvers to avoid close combat with the enemy's short-range attackers. Xinggu unleashed the Rubber Slingshot, venturing alone to confront IG's backline of dual marksmen, but Qiyana cast Q, Rain of Arrows, while Misfortune leaped into the Dragon Pit with her rocket jump, effortlessly evading Zac's advance. Zac remained rather cumbersome. Rubber Slingshot was challenging to land against a prepared adversary. Upon spotting misfortune within the dragon pit, Gu Xing suddenly conceived a plan. The IG formation had now been disrupted by his rubber slingshot. With a distance of approximately 700 or 800 yards between misfortune and Qiyana, it seemed arduous for Gu Xing to exert control over them. Yet, there appeared to be another method. He unleashed Q, extended strike. The rubber arm extended towards the small cannon nestled within the dragon pit. Est found himself in the aftermath of a basic attack, momentarily immobilized before his attack speed could recover. Such occurrences were quite commonplace. Observing Zack extend his arm, he made a swift judgment, convinced that he was not in imminent danger, and thus refrained from using his flash to evade, seeking to conserve his skills. Upon successfully targeting the small cannon, Gu Xing's eyes brightened. "Look, Qinju! Look, Qinju!" he exclaimed, vociferously repeating the phrase to draw his teammates' attention. Following the nerf in version 713, which reduced Zack's second Q range to a mere 200 units, the control capabilities of the warrior had been significantly curtailed. For instance, at that moment, Gu Xing could not reach Qinju, thus failing to trigger the combined strike of the extended hit. However, an alternative method existed to achieve the original goal. With a flash of golden light, Zack maneuvered towards Qinju, his second Q ensnaring the petite form of the lamb spirit. He then hurled the two carries of IG towards one another. Est remained unfazed. He was situated approximately 700 to 800 units away from Gu Xing. The extended strike would only propel the champions a mere 300 units. At worst, he would merely be tugged slightly, nothing too concerning. Yet Gu Xing sensed something amiss. Priding himself as a top-tier Zack player, he possessed profound insights into the mechanics of the champion. "Run, run, run!" Ning bellowed with all his might. Though he urged his teammate, in the blink of an eye, they had little time to react. Qianju and the small cannon were sent crashing against the dragon pit wall by the pink arm of Patrick Star. Est's estimation was correct. They indeed did not collide with one another. However, a wall separated them. At the moment they were flung against it, both became dizzy, succumbing to a state of confusion. It was over. Gu Xing's heart raced fiercely. He frantically hammered the R key on his keyboard, desperate to activate the Lamb Spirit's sanctuary for protection. Yet in his disoriented state, he was incapable of executing any actions. A sudden flash of gold followed. Leona, who had previously held her skill in reserve, launched a fierce assault. Shield of Daybreak. Leona flashed in, Q stunning Qianju, with E Dawning Shadow, following up to control. At that moment, Zack transformed into a puddle beneath Qianju. After a brief moment of charging, he sprang forth. Our elastic slingshot. Zack catapulted Qianju into the air, heading straight for the crocodile's visage amidst the VG formation. For 33, a blob of defense. The pink Patrick Star enveloped Qianju as they soared through the air. A most comical sight. Gu Xing felt as though his heart was plummeting. Despair washed over him. As a fragile champion, Qianju inherently possessed low health and resilience. After being struck by a full barrage of skills from VG's jungler and support, she was left with merely half her health. With so little vitality remaining, VG could easily obliterate her. Gu Xing pressed the R key with all his might, believing he could salvage the situation. Yet, it proved futile. The control chain of VG had already taken effect, and Ning was incapable of casting any skills. Zyra's Feathers, the crocodile's basic attack, and Tiamat's Q, Tyrant's Rage. Qianju has been eliminated. The arena resonated with Ziyuan's impassioned exclamations. Ning's ultimate ability is at his fingertips, yet he has not managed to employ any escape skills even unto his demise. Su Xiaoyan eagerly narrated her newfound discovery. It's not just him. The situation for Tristana is also exceedingly precarious. Moments ago, Gu Xing utilized Q, extended strike, to ram Qiyana and Tristana against the wall of the dragon pit, momentarily hindering Tristana's output. Just as Est freed himself from control, he found himself targeted by Duan Delion. Our Sunfire Ray. A blinding beam of sunlight pierced through the clouds, aimed at the white-haired marksman. One cannot deny Duan Delion's prowess and prediction. The focal point of the Sunfire Ray was slightly positioned outward from the dragon pit. Est could maneuver to evade the ray's center, thus avoiding being stunned. However, with his current movement speed, he could not escape the stun's range and was forced to retreat deeper into the dragon pit. Unfortunately, this made it exceedingly difficult for him to deliver damage. Tristana's attack range increases with level, and at this moment she was only level 6. With her basic attack range barely reaching 600 yards, insufficient to inflict damage from afar. Est surveyed the battlefield. With Qiyana's fall, IG's sources of damage were reduced to but himself. If he maneuvered to dodge the Sunfire Ray, the team's damage output would falter, rendering victory in the team fight impossible. With this thought, Est steeled his resolve. He would not evade. Instead, he stood his ground and unleashed basic attacks upon the nearest crocodile. As the ray descended, a silvery light radiated from Tristana, successfully dispelling the stun. Est continues to fight valiantly, but his damage is disappointingly low, barely tickling the tanky crocodile. Ziyuan's voice was fervent. It had previously been noted that during IG's disadvantaged state, their early damage output was lacking. When Qiyana was still in play, the dual marksmen posed a threat to VG's front line. Now, relying solely on Tristana, they could hardly harm the tank. In the frontline battle, even though Leona did not draw VG's fire, the area damage in the center of the battlefield was sufficient to send her back to the fountain. While the tanky Galio was reduced to below half health, VG's two frontline champions are incredibly resilient and formidable. Su Xiaoyan was taken aback by the prowess exhibited by Gu Xing. Despite being a pure tank, Zac possessed a capability that many early champions lack: percentage damage. Unstable matter inflicts magical output directly based on the enemy's maximum health. Moreover, with each glob of passive Gu consumed, Zac not only regained health, but also reduced his cooldown significantly. With the passive burn damage provided by the jungle item and the smoldering giant, Zac was an unstoppable force. The pink starfish roamed the battlefield freely, with none able to restrain it. As for the crocodile, his performance was equally exaggerated. Utilizing our ultimate domination to bolster his health and fury, along with items like Tiamat, he dominated the battlefield. Jack's damage has been relentless, and with IG's control skills already exhausted, Xiye's output environment is exceedingly secure. Just as Ziyuan concluded his statement, the tides began to shift. The Xiye's prince moved cautiously, intending to threaten Jack. However, Yuanbao promptly noticed that the situation had shifted from the chaotic skirmish of 10 players at the onset of the team fight. After 3 members fell, only 3 IG heroes remained on the battlefield, making it impossible for the prince to conceal his movements amidst the turmoil. Observing the Xiye attempting to approach him, Jack thought to himself, "How dare you?" and immediately repositioned himself to the side. With teammates providing coverage, Yuanbao maintained an appropriate distance from the prince. Only then could Jack focus on inflicting damage, unleashing feathers towards Galio. Realizing he could not reach Xiye on foot, the Xiye brandished his lance and executed Q Dragon Strike. While it appeared to be a routine skill cast, the lance remained directed towards the flag of the Dongbang army for a continuous 8 seconds. The level 8 prince possessed a level 4 Q, with a base cooldown of 7 seconds, and with cooldown reduction equipment, one flag could be paired with 2 lances. However, unlike the previous instance where the Xiye charged forward to initiate a fight, this time he sought to retreat. It is entirely reasonable for him to wish to preserve the team's remaining strength. Given that the opposing side's combat prowess was on a different level, VG's jungle duo was akin to insurmountable boss-level monsters. Jack, seeing the prince's intent to flee, paid it no mind and continued to pummel Galio. Yet, the Xiye demonstrated through his actions precisely how the IG team's reckless reputation had been earned. In the instant the lance extended, it was immediately followed by a flash, transforming the seemingly mundane Q into something extraordinary. The prince shifted laterally to position himself behind Xiye. The lance maintained its trajectory, still surging towards the Dongbang flag. However, with the flash altering the prince's position, the path of the subsequent EQ combo was also adjusted. Now, Jack's Xiye found herself positioned between the prince and the flag, inevitably being launched into the air. Compared to the conventional method of EQing near the flag and then flashing to extend the knock-up range, the Xiye's approach of initiating Q and then flashing, though covering a shorter distance, caught the opponent off guard, affording them less reaction time and delivering a surprise attack. Moreover, it dealt damage. What a stunning Q flash! Ziyuan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. Jack was caught unawares, launched into the air and subjected to IG's collective onslaught. The damage from Little Cannon, Galio, and the prince all converged upon Xiye, the fragile marksman falling instantly. But at what cost? Ziyuan's resonant commentary echoed throughout the venue. Both the prince and Galio were sent packing by the crocodile. Had the Xiye executed his EQ retreat normally, he could have safely escaped while using flash to evade some damage. Yet, He was determined to secure Jack's elimination. Purely reckless aggression. Only the little cannon survived. Utilizing her assisted rocket jump to flee toward the barren pit and into her jungle. Xinggu is not willing to let the little cannon escape. Su Xiaoyan's voice, strained from prolonged high-speed commentary, noted. His elastic slingshot is ready, and he crouches before leaping towards the barren pit. Zack's level 4E, elastic slingshot, had an initial cooldown of only 15 seconds, having been released at the beginning of the team fight, and was now perfectly off cooldown. Patrick Star gracefully traced a beautiful pink arc through the air, plunging headfirst into the jungle of IG. The maximum flight distance of a level 4 elastic slingshot is an impressive 1,650 yards, far surpassing the 900 yards of the rocket jump. Thanks to the advantage of displacement skills, Gu Xing reached the vicinity of the dragon pit, having closed the distance to the little cannon. Q extended strike. With the two nearly face-to-face, Est had no time to react and hastily used his flash, only to discover that he had already been ensnared by the rubbery arm. A chill ran down his spine as he desperately sought to click on the explosive fruit growing between the dragon pit and IG's red zone, hoping to escape the grasp of Zack through forced displacement. However, the little cannon faced a rather awkward predicament: insufficient attack speed. Due to immense pressure during the landing phase, she had been unable to secure the ideal equipment attributes and had sacrificed the attack speed shoes for a build primarily focused on attack power. Now, with Q, rapid fire, on cooldown, her attack speed was hardly superior to Gu Xing's. A moment's hesitation allowed S to witness Zack's second elastic arm strike the explosive fruit before he could react. Zack's second Q is purely a basic attack effect skill, capable of being utilized by the warrior as long as it can hit an enemy unit. The rubber arm seized the little cannon by the nape of her neck, hurling her towards the explosive fruit. What a maneuver by Xinggu! Zhe Yuan exclaimed. It seems Est cannot escape. He has lost all his displacement skills and can only watch as Zack clings to him and unleashes a torrent of damage. The fragile little cannon lacked the means to resist, succumbing to Zack's molten onslaught and ultimately falling in regret. The deafening cheers from the VC fans echoed. While the scattered dog supporters appeared utterly dejected, their expressions filled with despair. A 2-for-5 exchange, Zhe Yuan noted as the team fight concluded, exhaling deeply. VG emerges victorious. The backline's dual carries have fallen, yet the three frontline roles from the jungle and support remain intact. Quite an oddity, Su Xiaoyan chuckled in disbelief. Typically, in a frontal engagement, it is the frontline characters who fall first, leaving the backline's damage dealers vulnerable. Of course, the presence of assassins would introduce an entirely different dynamic. However, in the professional arena, the appearance rate of assassins is already low, particularly in this tank-centric meta where melee combat prevails, making it rare for players to bypass the frontline and strike directly at the backline. Yet IG managed to eliminate VG's dual carries. One can only say that IG's strategy is exceptionally fierce, Zhe Yuan remarked, especially with Baolon and the Xiye. The former is decisive in opening fights, aiding his teammates in dispatching the aircraft, while the latter would rather perish on the battlefield than not utilize his Q-flash to ensnare Xiye. Jiang Qinglu first executed EQ into his ultimate, carrying Baolon and charming as many enemies as possible with our sudden encounter. His second Q aimed directly for Xiye's life. For a disadvantaged prince, it would be an understatement to say he was fulfilling his role to the fullest, embodying the spirit of the club's legendary top laner PDD in his prime, proclaiming, "Behold my might, unassailable." Nevertheless, the ultimate outcome was VG's triumph in the team fight. Su Xiaoyan directed her criticism towards the root cause. Ning's performance during this skirmish was truly astonishing. Despite possessing both Flash and R, he was inexplicably eliminated by the enemy's chain control. The director aptly presented a replay of the team fight. Su Xiaoyan's gaze fixated on Qiyana. Brother Xing's elastic slingshot failed to connect, although his first Q did strike the diminutive Misfortune, who was situated in the barren pit. The footage began to play in slow motion. Zack flashed to close the distance, landing his second Q on Qiyana's form, propelling IG's dual marksmen towards one another. Despite the considerable distance, which seemed to render a collision improbable, when the two heroes collided with the barren pit wall, the stunning effect was still apparent above their heads. Although the control duration was fleeting, it was entirely sufficient for professional players. Following that, Leona's series of controls rendered Qiyana unable to cast any spells. When Zach's dynamic bouncing ball activated, Gu Xing was already doomed. The director replayed Zach's Q/Q, ensuring that all viewers could clearly comprehend the sequence. My heavens, Su Xiaoyan remarked. Her mouth agape. Zach can play like this? Hitting enemy heroes against the wall can also trigger a stun? She considered this a significant revelation. It was understandable that Su Xiaoyan was not proficient with Zach. After all, which female player would fancy playing a blob, having never utilized him in ranked matches? Her knowledge of Zach was confined to the literal descriptions on the skill panel. It certainly did not mention that Zach's Q, extended strike, could utilize walls as a prop to enhance the control potency on enemy heroes. Yet, this is the mechanism. Gu Xing knew, and Gu Xing understood as well. Many veteran Zach players were aware. The distinction lay in the ability to adeptly apply it during gameplay. Gu Xing, quick on the uptake, realized the trick Gu Xing intended to employ the moment he flashed in with his second Q aimed at him. Unfortunately, while his mind reacted promptly, his fingers lagged behind. Once Gu Xing seized the opportunity, any subsequent actions were futile. Oh dear, the typically arrogant Gu Xing now appeared despondent, offering a low apology to his teammates. Had it not been for his abrupt demise, they would have had a numerical advantage in the frontal battlefield. The team fight might not have resulted in certain defeat. The Shy stroked his chin, surprisingly breaking into a smile. For him, the loss in the team fight, or even the match, was not daunting. He had already performed to the best of his abilities, and that sufficed. In stark contrast was the exceedingly frustrated Baolon. I played so well yet we still lost. What should we do now? In the online streaming room, viewers, having witnessed the intricate replay of the team fight and Qiyana's disheveled state, erupted into laughter, teasing in the chat. A 10% discount water bottle. And you dare to pick Qiyana? What a disaster. Not using a single skill and getting eliminated, truly a burden for IG's teammates to carry. Still managing to take down VG's dual carries. I told you, if you lack the skills, don't act arrogant. Performing before Guangong with a great sword. Playing Qiyana before Brother Xing. It's absurd to think you would gain an advantage. I harbor reasonable suspicions that Brother Xing intentionally sought out Qianjue for you to choose my unique skill. Did you write the application? Application? Are you playing the role of Xiang Zhuang dancing the sword? Do not feign ignorance. The sales consultant has skin. Is it not reasonable to write an application? In contrast to the IG players, the VG team members were all smiles. Sales consultant, Kuro exclaimed with great delight. Were it not for the ongoing match, he would have enthusiastically embraced his jungler. You played that Zach exceptionally well. Li Ruihan's body suddenly relaxed as he spoke, having been eliminated early in the team fight. If the opposing team managed to turn the tide in what should have been a decisive victory, he would surely bear the brunt of the blame. Upon reflection, it was thanks to Gu Xing's elimination of the opposing Qianjue that IG's jungler barely dealt any damage during the skirmish, ensuring their victory. Kuro's gaze towards Gu Xing was filled with admiration and respect. It was just average. I only displayed 50% of my potential. Gu Xing feigned humility in his response. Yet, the upward curve of his lips was enough to reveal his pleasure, capturing the fleeting opportunity of the team fight. Utilizing Zach's hidden mechanisms to control and eliminate the enemy's key carry was indeed a source of pride. It not only validated Gu Xing's proficiency with Zach, but also showcased his exceptional adaptability. Just as he was basking in his triumph, he heard Jack's voice in the voice chat, filled with frustration. Is that top laner on the opposing team a bit insane? Yu Wenba gritted his teeth in annoyance. In a team fight we're destined to lose, he doesn't retreat and insists on flashing in to kill me. Duan Deliang teased with a smile. Isnt that's something you, Yu Wenba, often do? Why is it acceptable for you, but not for others? Laughter echoed among the teammates in the voice chat. Jack was indeed a professional when it came to charging forward at the cost of his life, rivaling the Shy in pure recklessness. I told you two would make a fitting team. When it comes to team fights, you both charge headfirst, and whoever is slow becomes the backline. Gu Xing thought to take a sip of his drink, but hesitated, setting the cup down and licking his lips to suppress his desire. Why aren't you praising me? Song Jinghao sought recognition. If it weren't for me, would our team fight have gone so smoothly? All right, my boy. You're the best, you're the strongest. Gu Xing replied dismissively, quickly steering the conversation back on track. Hurry, pick up the Rift Herald, and head to the mid lane. During the team fight, Gu Xing only managed to smite the Rift Herald, lacking the energy to collect it. Now they had to rely on the large crocodile at the dragon pit for assistance. Upon hearing that there was a tower to push, SB immediately perked up. They collected the Herald's eye and unleashed it in the mid lane. The remaining 3 members of VG concentrated in the mid lane, protecting the Herald as it battered the defensive tower. IG has yet to resurrect any members since their team was wiped out. It will be at least half a minute before they can return to defend the tower. Ziyuan remarked. They can only watch helplessly as their mid-tower is demolished. The current Rift Herald is robust and durable. VG's trio withstood the relentless onslaught of the turret's artillery, effortlessly dismantling the enemy's middle tower, and subsequently, they shielded the vanguard, reducing the health of the second middle tower by a remarkable 40%. The economic gap between both teams has widened to 4K. Honestly, it appears that IG may never reach the moment when their double marksmen can fully equip themselves. Su Xiaoyan candidly remarked. The collapse of the first middle tower, a bulwark of defense, directly impacted IG's vision control and their dominion over jungle resources. Gu Xing embarked on a marauding spree, pushing the mid-lane minions deep into enemy territory before wreaking havoc in IG's jungle. The already underdeveloped Qianzhu found it increasingly difficult to farm, with his minion count relying solely on the remnants left by Zac. Not to mention the issue of marks. During the recent skirmish, he had marked the Lamb Spirit on Leona, hoping to collaborate with his teammates to eliminate the theoretically most vulnerable frontliner, thereby obtaining his third passive layer. However, Gu Xing fell victim without even landing a blow on the Sunlight Girl, and the surviving Duan Delion successfully thwarted Qianzhu's plan of capturing marks. Qianzhu, still with only 2 layers of marks, found his hunting range unchanged. Gu Xing, leveraging his control over the lanes, cleared all the swift crabs in both river paths and established a plethora of vision. Consequently, the wolf spirit was left with no choice but to scavenge in VG's sharp-beaked bird and frog queen camps. Regardless of which he chose, Gu Xing dared not approach. Qianzhu's marks are oscillating between the 2 camps, Ziyuan exclaimed. Xingge has decisively abandoned these 2 camps to utterly stifle Ning's mark accumulation. Every 3 minutes, the unproductive wolf spirit would alter its hunting target, merely shifting from VG's swamp frog to F6, which remained equally perilous for the disadvantaged Qianzhu. Gu Xing's tactics were ruthless. He had the luxury of farming in IG's jungle, which he considered beneath him. By neglecting these 2 camps, he was effectively tormenting Qianzhu. Gu Xing felt utterly disoriented. As the match reached the 22-minute mark, his mark count still languished at 2. At long last, when he awaited the reset of his own set of armored beetles, hoping to advance his development, Zac launched a surprise attack from afar with his elastic slingshot. Gu Xing executed a Q, extended strike, on the jungle creature, flashing to land a second Q on the fleeing Qianzhu, sending him reeling. The familiar strategy led to a familiar outcome. Gu Xing helplessly watched as Zac transformed into a pink goo beneath him. It was nothing short of a debacle. He exerted every effort to escape, but during Zac's ultimate cast, any enemy hero remaining on the goo would suffer a slow effect. Our dynamic bouncing ball, Jack, lying in wait, dispatched the opponent with 2 precise feathers. Qianzhu has been eliminated again. Amid Ziyuan's thunderous cheer, the entire VG team turned their attention to the barren pit, seeking to claim Nashor, while IG had no choice but to concede. The scales of victory had tilted irreversibly. At the 25-minute mark, with Gu Xing initiating an E into our engagement, he brought the unflashed Qianzhu back into his formation for another swift kill, leading IG to a complete rout. As the chilling announcement of their annihilation echoed, IG's main crystal erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks. For 34, one can only say the future is promising. Congratulations, VG, Ziyuan exclaimed with great enthusiasm. We have triumphed over IG with a resounding score of 2-0, maintaining our unrivaled position atop the leaderboard. Even though IG has adopted an entirely new lineup, their efforts proved largely futile, posing minimal threat to VG. As they succumbed after merely 25 minutes, Su Xiaoyan gazed at the dazzling visual effects displayed on the LED screen, her voice brimming with admiration. One must commend VG for their clean and decisive victory, with an astonishingly rapid snowball effect. Moreover, IG is not a team adept at patiently prolonging the game. They often impulsively engage in skirmishes when faced with adversity, inadvertently hastening the pace of the match, Ziyuan concurred. The composition chosen by IG is indeed misaligned with their inherent style, and their performance during the match was rather mediocre, revealing significant issues in their early game execution. This aggressive team, IC, maintains its foothold in the LPL League primarily through early game momentum. If they can establish a substantial advantage during the landing phase, they can effectively mask their rough handling during the transition phase. However, in this particular contest, IC was thrown into disarray by Gu Xing's frequent ganks in the side lanes. Once the transition phase commenced, VG adeptly exploited IC's weaknesses in operational capabilities. The unreasonable engagement strategies ultimately sealed IG's fate. Within the VG players' area, everyone rose to celebrate briefly. Kuro, beaming with joy, embraced Gu Xing, affectionately ruffling his hair. Zack the God. Li Ruixing expressed his heartfelt emotion in the simplest terms. Gu, you are truly my savior. In this match, Kuro's performance in team fights was quite disastrous. Accustomed to playing supportive roles, he struggled to find a suitable position for damage output when playing a damage dealer. Coupled with the enemy's triple engagement threat from Galio, Jarvan IV, and Rockin, even with cleanse, it was challenging for the plane to create damage opportunities. Once the team fights commenced, Kuro would typically be the first to perish, placing the team in precarious situations of fighting with fewer members. Nevertheless, the team proved remarkably reliable, managing to secure victory. By the end, Kuro did not even play the role of the water fountain commander. Instead, he acted as a cheerleader. In moments of black screens, he was responsible for rallying his teammates, cheering them on as they charged into battle. The true hero facilitating the team's effortless victory was undoubtedly Gu Xing's adept maneuvering of Zack. Kuro was overwhelmed with excitement. Had it not been for Zack's minimal economic demands and the inability of the plane to build functional items, he would have willingly relinquished minion waves. Content to serve as a supportive jungler, Gu Xing was astonished by his mid-laner's enthusiasm but felt hesitant to approach him too closely. He was enjoying himself nonetheless. After a moment of reciprocation, he turned to Jack. Did you see? Gu Xing raised his paper cup, his expression one of triumph. I told you, when we beat IG, there would be drinks in here. At present, the cup contained roughly 1/3 of a cold soda. Jack, bemused by Gu Xing's fulfillment of his promise, teased, Old Gu, you should take a look at your lips. They're parched. Not at all. Gu Xing quickly downed the soda. On a sweltering day, a cup brimming with cola has sat idle for over an hour. The ice within now melted, rendering the drink flat and lacking in sweetness. Setting down the paper cup, Gu Xing follows his teammates away from the players' area in pursuit of post-match handshakes with the IG members. As he traverses the center of the stage, he graciously waves to the supporters in the audience, inciting waves of fervent excitement among the fans. Meanwhile, the two commentators continue their customary post-match analysis. Reflecting on the second game, I believe IG was somewhat perplexed right from the draft phase. Ziyuan articulates his thoughts. They seem to have a lack of respect for Zack, the formidable champion. He continues, particularly concerning Ning. It was evident he intended to counter Zack with Qiyana, but he was overly ambitious and underestimated Zack's strength. Ziyuan speaks with conviction. Honestly, I fail to see the significance of Qiyana's role. However, Gu Xing possesses a clear understanding. From a certain perspective, Qiyana does indeed counter Zack. Her extraordinary agility presents a challenge for the swift warrior. Moreover, Zack's ability to defend his jungle is inadequate. Qiyana can stack her marks by invading the enemy jungle, continuously extending her range to enhance her combat prowess. Theoretically, IG's choice holds no fault. The disparity lies primarily in execution. Gu Xing's mastery of Zack is remarkable. He adeptly utilizes the champion's inherent mechanics, concealing the weaknesses faced against Qiyana, while employing various tactics to ensnare Gu Xing and draw him into his team's formation during skirmishes. As for the vulnerabilities associated with jungle invasions, Gu Xing skillfully avoids them by leveraging his understanding of Qiyana's mark mechanics and Zack's gank potential. He first establishes an advantage in the side lanes before allowing his teammates to reclaim the jungle, effectively controlling the camps of the wolf spirit. Qiyana finds herself utterly bereft of any opportunity to shine. The atmosphere among the IG players is somber. Gu Xing wears a despondent expression. Fortunately, his naturally darker complexion conceals his dismay from prying eyes. As Ning reflects on his earlier bravado, he cannot help but feel a twinge of shame. He had initially believed that both Qiyana and Zack were champions of equal prowess and had confidently entrusted the swift warrior to Gu Xing, opting instead for the late-game-oriented kindred to manage the situation. A victory would undoubtedly have catapulted him to fame. Gu Xing can only imagine the accolades he would have received on esports forums. Little did he anticipate that Gu Xing's proficiency with both champions would surpass his own. Whether it was Zack's precise utilization of terrain to incapacitate IG's backline during chaotic team fights, or his profound understanding of Qiyana's mark management, Gu Xing exhibited an unparalleled level of skill. To be so effortlessly dismantled in a domain where he felt most assured was an overwhelming source of frustration for the typically confident Gu Xing. As Gu Xing approaches, he wears a warm smile, extending his hand in greeting to the IG players. His gentle demeanor radiates a refreshing aura. "Old song, today you certainly faltered, didn't you?" Gu Xing playfully quips. "Did you really think you could win playing Galio?" Song Yijin, with his round face, remained silent, though he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction within. The reality was as Gu Xing had articulated. He believed that the addition of the Xiye and Ning would alleviate the burden of team output, allowing him to comfortably select Galio to support his teammates, freeing him from the urgency of battle and bidding farewell to the moniker of orphanage director. Yet, before the landing phase of this match could conclude, the duo from the jungle had already faltered spectacularly. Their damage output was nearly non-existent, leaving him to rely solely on himself. Song Yijin felt a profound sense of frustration. As he shook hands with Gu Xing, he caught sight of Kuro's round face, beaming with delight, which only fueled his ire. Just look at Li Ruihong, how spoiled he had become by his VG teammates. When he played a carry, his voice rang out, while he felt discomfort if not playing a utility mid laner. And then there was himself? Lost in this thought, the resilient chicken could not help but let out a short sigh. Having just secured victory, Gu Xing had little inclination to concern himself with Song Yijin. He brushed past him and approached Gu Xing. "Keep it up," he offered sincerely. "Learn more, progress further. The future belongs to you." The latter had exhibited extreme arrogance during the draft phase, selecting his signature champion, Qiyana, in a rather brazen manner. Gu Xing felt a flicker of anger rise within him. Yet he understood Gu Xing's mindset. If one does not possess youthful exuberance, can they truly be considered young? He, too, had faced a similar fate when he first debuted, having been soundly defeated by the older generation. The difference lay in Gu Xing's ability to win, while Ning had suffered a crushing loss. Setting aside personal feelings, Gu Xing genuinely appreciated the youth's character and was willing to offer encouragement and solace. Gu Xing had a penchant for collecting various basketball shoes, and, being a regular viewer of the game, was well aware of the origins of this jest. "So you're saying that one day I could win a championship?" Ning replied with a teasing tone. After all, young James had been bullied by Duncan in his childhood, but had gone on to claim numerous championships. "It's hard to say," Gu Xing shrugged, "but should we meet in the finals in the future, I won't easily hand over the championship to you." "Then let us meet in the finals," Gu Xing exclaimed, as if invigorated with newfound energy. The psychological shadow cast by Gu Xing's previous victories dissipated rapidly, and he transformed back into the fearless and audacious youth he was, his demeanor so brash that an uninformed observer might question who the true victor of the match was. Gu Xing was rather astonished by Ning's remarkable ability to adjust his mentality. After a year of competing on the professional stage, he understood that for a player to perform well, it required not only individual prowess, but also formidable psychological resilience. Some players might dominate in practice matches, showcasing astounding intensity. But once they stepped onto the live stage, bombarded by the deafening cheers of the audience, they would falter, their hands trembling without feedback. Players like Ning, possessing such unique traits, were indeed rare in the realm of esports, where many were characterized by introversion. It was evident that the larger the stage, the less intimidated they became, thus increasing the likelihood of unleashing extraordinary potential. Gu Xing nearly exclaimed that this young man was too formidable to let slip away, for his future held limitless possibilities. As Jack finished his exchange with Song Yijin, he overheard the communication between the two junglers, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Don't take out alone. In the face of the finals, one cannot help but wonder if your IG team can advance to the league's top for once more." Yu Wenba's brash demeanor truly embodies the essence of the phrase arrogant countenance. By the way, when was the last time IG reached the top 4? 2015, wasn't it? He chuckled. "I suggest you set a modest goal and take steady steps. Overreaching often leads to missteps." Before he could finish his remarks, Jack was pulled away by Gu Xing. His keen sense as a teammate indicated that if they lingered any longer, a live broadcast mishap would ensue. After bowing at the center of the stage, The entire VG team returned to their seats to gather their equipment. In the midst of this, staff approached to remind Jack and Kuro to prepare for the post-match interview. Just as Gu Xing intended to take the mouse and keyboard from his mid laner, he was met with a swift withdrawal of the hand. No, 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 Li Ruihong objected. How could I let you, the carry, play the role of my equipment mover? Jinghao, help your brother take the gear back to the lounge, he commanded, standing tall and proud. SB shot a disgruntled glare at Li Ruihong before reluctantly picking up his teammates' equipment and heading backstage. As Gu Xing traversed the backstage corridor into the lounge, he was warmly welcomed by the coaching staff. Well played, Xiao Gu, Hongmi exclaimed, cheerfully patting him on the shoulder. Your performance with Zac was truly impressive. Prior to the match, Gu Xing had promised that if he secured Zac, he would carry the game. Over the course of the match, he fulfilled that promise with remarkable precision. To be fair, this was no simple task. Given Zac's high priority, few teams would allow him to be picked, whether in scrims or official matches, and professional players seldom practiced him. After all, consistently being banned means that no matter how much practice one has, the returns are generally meager. In this match, IG unexpectedly released Zac, perhaps betting on Gu Xing's lack of proficiency with the champion. However, they lost that gamble. Gu Xing's innate talent was evident. Even after 6 months of not playing Olaf, he could wield him without hesitation. How could his familiarity with Zac diminish significantly due to infrequent use? It was decent, Gu Xing remarked, fixing his hair that had been tousled by Ho Yi. It's a pity we didn't drag it into the late-game team fights. Otherwise, I would have shown IG the true might of the blob. His tone held a hint of regret. Faced with his exceptionally tanky Zac, equipped with armor items and dual damage-reducing equipment, the damage dealt by IG's marksmen felt like mere tickles. Gu Xing wished to showcase the absurd tankiness of frontline champions in the current meta, but the opportunity never arose. IG's swift defeat left VG with no choice but to proceed, concluding the match before Zac could fully assert his dominance in the rift. Wow. Is this Qiyana seriously trying to tease me? Jin Yibo exclaimed, grinning at the television screen. Gu Xing glanced over and nearly lost his composure. The post-match damage statistics displayed Qiyana's output at a mere 7k. Her average damage per minute was under 300 points, excluding the supports. She had the lowest damage output of all the players. Even Gu Xing's full tank Zac had dealt twice as much damage. As a marksman, such a statistic was simply disgraceful. I can only say that this Qiyana plays leagues away from Xiao Gu. I truly admire the confidence of the new junglers today. Would you dare to oppose them? Duan Deliang jested, amusing a group of training department members in the lounge. The television showcased the results of the MVP voting. Unsurprisingly, Gu Xing, with his outstanding performance, garnered the highest votes, his portrait gracing the screen. With a kill-death assist ratio of 6-0-11, a staggering 944 kill participation rate, a positional economic lead of 3,557, and a team damage absorption rate of 441, the statistics could only be described in superlatives. $2,000 in hand. Gu Xing felt a sense of satisfaction, although this prize was not as pivotal for him as it had been during last summer's competition. And the accompanying sense of achievement was not quite the same. Who would turn away from money? Content with his fortune, Gu Xing bent down to browse the forum, eager to see how public opinion was evolving. The scoring thread, after a period of rampant growth, had caught the attention of the forum management team, led by Dehua. The moderators decided to turn it into an official activity for the forum, allowing only one scoring thread to be posted per match by the administrators, while other posts by users would be deleted. This arrangement favored the surfing netizens, as all the replies and information they sought were consolidated into a single thread, sparing them the trouble of searching. Gu Xing clicked on the scoring thread, which had surpassed 1,000 comments, and was immediately greeted by a large portrait of Ning, nearly causing him to jump. What is this? Gu Xing enlarged the image. How did Gao Jining turn into a black man? Let me see. Duan Deliang joined in the fun. Ning's portrait, whether due to the makeup artist or the photographer's intentions, was in impenetrable darkness, making it difficult to distinguish any features. Little Duan laughed uncontrollably. Did he travel to Africa and return to take this portrait? Manager Lu Wenjun was in fits of laughter, his entire body shaking. This is the second most ridiculous portrait I have ever seen. Curious, Gu Xing asked, is there a more amusing portrait than this? Who is it? Lu Wenjun pulled out his phone, opening his gallery to show the team his long-treasured gem. Once the photo was revealed, the lounge erupted in endless laughter. How did Bai Jiahao end up like this? Gu Xing's lips involuntarily curled upwards. Duan Delion collapsed against him, laughing so hard he could barely breathe. In the picture, Bai Jiahao had successfully lost weight, sporting a honeyed smile that radiated confidence, yet his lower body was utterly incongruous, appearing as if it had been photoshopped. To add to the absurdity, Bai Jiahao's head appeared peculiarly bulbous, resembling a brined egg rather than the outcome of a typical frontal portrait of a human. I was not present during the shooting of the summer competition portraits, and who would have thought there would be such a surprise? Lu Wenjun chuckled, his face flushed with mirth. He kept this image because it never failed to elicit laughter every time he revisited it. The atmosphere in the lounge was light and harmonious. Everyone clamored for Lu Wenjun to share the portrait in the training department's group chat, eager to preserve Bai Jiahao's embarrassing history, which might prove useful in the future. Gu Xing tucked the image into Grandpa Nyo's gallery and continued to nestle into the sofa, browsing the forum. Beneath Ning's promotional photograph lies an abundance of comments. Hundreds of critiques. I cannot fathom who bestowed such confidence upon him to select Qianjue. It's utterly outrageous. I've never encountered a Qianjue so contrived. A mere 7,000 damage throughout the match, with only 2 layers of marks. What a farce. Initially, I believed IG's choice to let Zack seize Qianjue concealed some secret strategy, raising my expectations. However, upon witnessing Qianjue fail to unleash even a single ultimate ability before meeting an untimely end, I recognized Ning as nothing but a jester. Ning? Perhaps we should bestow him a title, akin to another legendary jungler, calling him King Ning? King Ning and Cuz are akin to the legendary duo of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong, coexisting within the same team. IC must have struck gold to acquire such talent. By the way, what is the significance of this promotional photograph? Lucian, perhaps? Jungler, Lucian requires keen observation. The critics possess formidable skills in verbal assault. Gu Xing, having perused a few straightforward comments, could readily discern the palpable aggression they exuded. Commenters routinely shared the age-old meme depicting the dog's son, illustrating the perennial cycle of soaring ambitions met with inevitable setbacks, a timeless classic. The dog's son is well-versed in the art of feigning demise in adverse circumstances, swiftly transitioning from an IG supporter to a decade-long VG enthusiast, staunchly advocating for perpetual resilience. Gu Xing noted that within his scoring thread, several well-known IDs from the anti-fan community extolled him to the heavens. Indeed, the jungler is truly divine. Let us welcome the next prodigious jungler. In the spring season, you triumphed over Cuz, and in the summer season, you conquered Ning. Both newly acquired junglers from IG fell before your might. If only you had faced EDG. Gu Xing would have been deemed the architect of ruin for Chinese esports. One can only state that the first person to achieve an LPL Grand Slam is undeniably formidable. How is it that you can carry the entire match even with champions like Makai and Zack, who are often underestimated? Riot designers aspire to nerf Brother Xing. Yet after their adjustments, does he not continue to dominate? Gu Xing found himself in disagreement with the latter comment. The designers' targeted adjustments were evidently impactful. While Gu Xing now performed admirably with tanky frontline champions, their overall potency paled in comparison to that of the jungle-centric characters. Moreover, such roles typically do not require significant economic investment, relegating them to mere control tools in the late game, thus limiting their influence on the match's outcome. Overall, Gu Xing was no longer able to effortlessly dictate the pace of the game early on as he had in the previous year. Nor could he amass a plethora of damage items to create overwhelming impact, drawing global attention to himself. Simultaneously, Kuro and others were, to some extent, affected as well, with their favored playstyles experiencing a decline. This was evident in the records. VG in the summer season lacked the commanding dominance they exhibited during their undefeated spring championship run, suffering defeats both in small and large matches. The coaching staff possessed substantial expertise, deeply understanding the current meta, yet players' individual styles could not be transformed overnight, and the team could not flawlessly adapt to the evolving environment. Were it not for VG's concealed stratagem of a dual protection soft support system, they would likely be grappling with morale issues and widespread concerns within the team. Jax was correct in asserting that the most formidable weapon is the patch. As the post-match interview draws to a close, Yu Shuang glances at her cue cards, her face adorned with a smile as she turns to Li Ruihong. May I ask you, Kuro, regarding the team fight at the Rift Herald in the second game, you were the first to fall. Yet your team managed to secure victory despite being outnumbered. Could you share the reasoning behind that strategic decision? Kuro candidly responds in increasingly fluent Chinese in that moment. My positioning was somewhat lacking, leading to my swift elimination by the opposing team's control chain. However, the advantage was that by that time, most of IG's control abilities had been expended, allowing my 4 teammates to unleash their damage without concern for their safety. I believe that this was the basis for the judgment made by Xiaogu, who felt that a counterattack was viable. So I deserve some credit, right? He boasts proudly. I think claiming 1/3 of the credit for the team fight is quite reasonable. Li Ruihong adds. Of course, the lion's share of the credit undoubtedly goes to Xiaogu. Not only was he able to make the most accurate decision in that critical moment, but he also managed to bring back Qianzhu for an instant elimination. I was left in awe while observing. To have a teammate like Xiaogu in my professional career is truly a blessing, he states earnestly. His decision-making and execution are impeccable. Competing alongside him significantly alleviates the pressure during matches. In the lounge, SB scratches his head, rendered speechless by his former teammate's response, and after a long pause, he manages to utter 6 words. He really knows how to flatter. After the interview, the teammates return to their room, engaging in playful banter before packing their bags to head to the media room for the post-match group interview. Gu Xing takes his seat, idly fiddling with the microphone as he awaits questions from the reporters below. The next question comes from the e-journalist group. The staff member in charge of the proceedings remarks, glancing at the laptop featuring the black and red logo of the esports media outlet. How would you evaluate the performance of IG's 2 young junglers today? The reporter stands up confidently to pose the question. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Gu Xing feels a jolt of energy. His previously relaxed posture instantly straightens, and he turns towards the source of the voice to see Gu Pan, impeccably dressed, standing there. I feel. Gu Xing picks up the microphone to gather his thoughts, responding seriously to the inquiry, that they are both formidable junglers. Having encountered Kuz and Ning in ranked matches and witnessing their capabilities, their presence in the LPL is a testament to their talent. With diligent effort and rigorous training, I can only say that the future is promising.